Starting things off for 2025 is Admire the Grim with Resist. Starting things off with a Finnish melodeath band in their debut album, every track on this album hits the reaches of Finnish melodeath that you know and love. It is so melodic, it hits all the right catchy parts, and it knows when to be heavy. There are huge nods to bands like Children of Bodom, but I also hear Scandinavian things like In Flames, and of course some of the non-folky side of Ensiferum. Not necessarily the newer stuff, but some of the older stuff. The production is top-notch, the musicianship is on hand is utterly solid. It's a modern band making modern music that knows when to throw things back, so everyone who enjoys melodeath will find something to appreciate. As the band grows, I know they're going to be able to continue to find their own sound and not just wear their influences on their sleeve, and I'm very excited to see where they go from here. Now we have Aeon of Awareness with the Embracing Light of Roa Henga, and I deeply apologize if I got that wrong. But this is a debut album from Germany that is a perfect display of the heavier side of melodeath, all while finding the right moments to strip things back and let you have some breathing room. And of course, the right amount of melody. It is a grand mix of that 90s melodeath sound with the right amount of black metal and death metal thrown in for good measure. From deep growls to riffs that'll be stuck in your head for days, this is fantastic display of songwriting and musicianship. The production is a bit more in that 90s raw sound, think early day At the Gates, but still full and sonically pleasing. It's an old school album, but just modern enough. Give this one a proper listen if you are a melodeath fan of any kind. Now we have Agony by Default with Of Darkness and Solitude. The sixth album from this Wyoming one-man band is some incredible work. The project has gone through many different phases over the years, and in 2025, I think they really found their footing with the symphonic and melodic black metal that they're now doing. There are still the occasional moments of melodeath thrown in, not so much the deathcore stuff that they did before, but it is still very much that blackened affair. The production is just raw enough to feel like that mid-90s black metal sound. The songwriting has vastly improved on every album, and this is easily the best work under this moniker. At 50.5 minutes, it feels like the album gives you just enough to feel satisfied with riffs that are going to make you want to go back and listen to it all over again. This is pure, authentic black metal through and through. Give it a shot if you need some of that old school, symphonic, melodic black metal for these cold winter nights that we're experiencing. As I'm writing this, it's negative 20 degrees, so it fits perfectly. Next up, we have the debut album from Am I in Trouble with Spectrum, featuring Steve Weiner of the New York band Negative Bliss. Am I in Trouble is a band that swings for the fences at their very first at-bat and knocks it out of the park. Calling this album almost any genre feels like it's leaving something out, but I would say it's more along the lines of avant-garde metal, black metal, and a little bit of doom in there as well. You will hear so many great moments of different genres, instrumentation that you wouldn't expect, like the flute that opens and closes the album. Every song on this album is named after a color, and that color for the song is meant to represent a feeling, a location, an idea, something involving that color. It's a strange mix for the uninitiated, and especially for people who thinks that black metal is supposed to be just dark and cold all the time. But for those that listen to left of center music, this will be right up your alley. It's blackened, it's doomy, it's oddball. It's a real sense of how colors and emotions are tied hand in hand. If that piques your interest, you'll want to look out for this one. It's worth every spin that you give it. Now we have Art of Disorder with Awakening of the Prophet. Wouldn't you know it, it's another debut album, but this time we're going all the way to Hungary. And what a showstopper of a debut album this prog metal album truly is. It's a full-on concept album of an entity that the world may or may not need. The production is exactly what it needs to be, where it's polished but it's not overly done, where it sounds unauthentic and not real. The songwriting is proggy but not wanky, and the musicianship is so truly warranted of knowing how to write music. I hear elements of bands like Dream Theater, Pagan's Mind, and Circus Maximus, along with their own influences, making this album something that sounds familiar, but it's brand new. I hope this is a good sign for prog in 2025 and what is to come. It's only January, but this is some of the best prog that I've heard in a little bit of time. Every prog release coming up for the rest of the year has a lot to compete with. Prog metal fans, make sure you don't miss out on this one. Now we got some classic occult rock and doom rock from the band Avatarium with Between You, God, the Devil, and the Dead. In 12 years, Avatarium have put out 6 albums, so basically once every 2 years, more or less, and they always seem to find a way to outdo themselves. Every album seems to be a new way to simultaneously sound brand new, but be a perfect throwback at the same time. This time I hear a lot of 70s hard rock and modern occult rock, so imagine a mix of Deep Purple, Blue Oyster Cult, and Blood Ceremony, and you're getting closer to what this album is all about. The production truly gives this 1974 feel. The songs are endlessly catchy, and the overall listening experience is so satisfying if you appreciate the bands of the past and the revival bands of now. Avatarium has been doing this for so long, and they know what works and what doesn't, and I appreciate that every album that they make, they try to have its own distinct feel behind it. This new chapter is fantastic, and it's got me excited for everything else that will come from the band in the future. Up now is the sophomore album from this band from Belarus, known as Bel Morte, with Pearl Hunting. The sophomore album from this band is something that's truly a wonder to behold. From authentic real instrumentation, like there's over 22 real instruments on this album, distinct instruments, not just guitar tracking over and over again. It's dark, it's catchy, it's some of the most insane vocal lines from Bel Morte herself. It's just truly making a name for themselves with Pearl Hunting, creating what could be one of the best symphonic gothic folk metal albums of the 21st century. This is not your typical album, and you will hear that immediately upon the first listen, and by the end you will be so entranced you'll have to give it multiple spins time and time again. This is how it's done, folks. This is the true wonder of an album, and it's really going to go down as one of the best symphonic gothic folk metal albums of 2025. Now we have the sophomore album from the Slovakian band known as Bezna with Krasno. This combines some of the best elements of progressive and post-black tied together. So imagine a band that combines something like Mole and Harakiri for the Sky to create some progressive post-black. It's unlike anything that you've ever heard before, but it does have some familiarity to it all. It's proggy in just the right moments, letting that black metal shine through, but the instrumentation, the riffs, the production style, it all makes the music stand out amongst all the other post-black bands currently going. And what might be one of the best parts of the album is the fact that it hits you so quick in just under 31 minutes, and it leaves you wanting more. This is an album that will instantly start over once you finish it. Seriously, I mean that. Post-black has had an incredible year in 2024, and if this is any indication, it is off to a great start in 2025. Every other band in the genre better step up. Bezna has entered the game. Up now we have The Big Deal with Electrified. The sophomore album from this band is one of the purest, catchiest AOR albums I've heard in 2025, which I know doesn't really say a lot considering it's only January, but you'll see from these other 50 albums that I've covered, there's some more AOR coming up. This Serbian band knows exactly how to write a riff, a solo, a composition that will be an earworm for you for days, and will not stop until you play it again. The band showcases its instrumentation and its musicianship by playing simple yet very effective riffs, knocking you out with an overly heavy riff or a riff that you simply won't see coming that will knock your socks off. 42.5 minutes and 12 songs filled with everything that you love about hard rock from the 70s to today, done with modern production value. If you want a catchy, melodic hard rock band and an earworm that you won't get out of your head for days, check out The Big Deal. They're going to be a pretty big deal. Up now is Blacktooth with Antidote. 3 albums into this band's career, and they have created a modern hard rock album that is as heavy as it is poppy. It hits some of the heaviest riffs that you could hear on modern hard rock radio, while adding some moments of pop that would make Lady Gaga or Kesha or Charlie XCX blush. This German trio sounds like the perfect American hard rock radio band, and one can only hope that they will be on American hard rock radio at some point. If you just want something that is tailor-made for the 2020s, Antidote is the album for you. But again, you gotta have that appreciation for the modern hard rock and pop. Now we have Bonfire with Higher Ground. 18 albums into Bonfire's moniker, and this German band has yet to miss a step. They are writing a mix of melodic metal, melodic rock, AOR, and something that feels right at home in 1986. but it also makes so much sense in 2025. Granted, Hans Ziller is the only original member of the band left, but he surrounds himself with people who know how to write and play for the music, and puts bands who started around the same time as Bonfire to shame. Put this band up with the latest Motley Crue album or Trickster, and it's not even close. This is how you make 1980s music stand the test of time. Let Bonfire continue to burn our ears for years and years to come. Next, we have Caustic Abyss with Eternal Winter Crypt. Another debut album here, but this time from my neck of the woods in Minnesota, featuring past and present members of Coffin Rot, Plague of Stars, Echoes of the Fallen, and Grand Demise of Civilization. You have a band that is pure death metal that puts just the right amount of melodeath into their sound to really stand out, especially with the bands here in Minnesota. This is a brutal and punishing album when it wants to be, and it hits you with the occasional melodic riff that you won't see coming and will just leave you wanting more. At a second under 37 minutes, it comes with a nearly perfect opening band set length that will leave you wanting to hear more in the sophomore album. Fantastic work all around, and it's time for you to check out some Minnesota death metal. Now we have the band Clouds with Desperans. I still remember all the way back in 2014 when Clouds put out their debut album, Dolu, and I was absolutely floored by what I heard. 11 years later and 7 albums into the band's career, they have only improved with age. The band knows how to create an eerie, dirge-filled, atmospheric doom sound that can be replicated but never duplicated. On Desperans, the band feels like they are at their strongest point to date, with a production that is raw yet clear, vocals that feel like a tomb being unearthed, instrumentation that feels like a Celtic funeral, and the overall sense that Doom in 2025 is gonna be great. This is a deep, dark, depressing album, and everything I want out of atmospheric death doom. If you like that as much as I do, you will need this brand new album from Clouds immediately. Up next is Crimson Storm with Living on the Bad Side. The debut album from this Italian heavy metal and speed metal band is everything you want out of this genre. It's fast, unrelenting, catchy, and fueled by fire. This is everything that you love about the likes of Enforcer, Riot V, and that early day Skullfist, especially Bad for Good. Mwah. Just shy of 34 minutes long and 9 tracks means that this is all killer and no room for filler. This is going to be one of the speed metal albums of 2025. Mark my words, this is how it's done, folks. Now we have Crucial Velocity with Controller, the sophomore album from this conglomeration of members of King Diamond, Shaolin Death Squad, and Thought Chamber. Wow, Thought Chamber, that is a name I have not heard in a while. This is a brand new discovery to me, and I am floored. It is that 80s and 90s style progressive metal done through a 2020s filter, and a production style that is just what I'm looking for, and it's done with such finesse and tenacity. The production is so slick, yet authentic. The musicianship on display is superb. The songwriting brings back those glory days of bands like Fate's Warning and Crimson Glory. I miss that classic sound of that old school progressive metal so much because 7 and 8 strings became mandatory. If you like me and you just want to be able to check this out immediately, because this style of prog metal needs to come back. I'm so glad that Crucial Velocity is making that happen. Up next is a band that I completely apologize for butchering the name of, but I am trying. It is Deuce Sabaoth with Circle of Death. Sadly, in the worst of times, some of the best art comes out, and that is clearly true coming from this debut album from this band. A Ukrainian band that is so piano-driven, yet is a mix of black metal, doom metal, and it's baroque as well. Not baroque, the musical style, baroque. The bands can hit hyperspeed of black metal, the slowest dirges of doom, and it's all tied together with the piano of that baroque style that fits like a glove. And speaking of those baroque moments, it sounds like a completely strange idea on paper to do this style, but all you have to do is hear it implemented between the acoustic guitars, the piano, the vocals, and you'll see how everything ties together. It is a dark concept album, challenging faith and the life cycles of humanity. It's a black metal album through and through, but those added moments of doom and baroque is just the frosting on the dark, evil devil's food cake. If you are into black metal, do not ignore this one. Give it a proper listen and prepare to be floored. Now we have the band Dragon Knight with Legions, and wouldn't you know it, this is another debut album. This time, again, coming from Finland with some of the best power metal I've heard in the last couple years. Then again, power metal has not really been good in 2024 outside of a few exceptions, all because it feels like bands are afraid to be a power metal band nowadays. But this is an unapologetic power metal band, and they're not afraid to be epic, cheesy, fantastical, and over the top as they want to be. That's exactly how I like my power metal. Don't dip a toe in, do a cannonball into the pool of power metal. This is all the time-tested cliches that work for a reason. Awesome guitar and keyboard solos, soaring vocals, that sense of power metal that has come back from the grave of 2024 to make 2025 start off on the right side of history in this genre. This is epic power metal to an absolute T, just as it always should be. Pick this one up now if you enjoy the genre. It will reinvigorate your love of the genre. Guaranteed. Now we have the Ferrymen with Iron Will. One of the best supergroups in metal in general have returned with their fourth album. After creating one of the best melodic metal albums of the 2020s with One More River to Cross, was the Ferrymen going to try to outdo that album or go into a different direction? Well, they kind of did a bit of both, but more of the latter than the former. While the over-the-top, epic, and power metal is still here, the band went into a more melodic direction on this album instead of going full speed ahead. They were writing more slower, mid-paced tracks that have a more grandiose feel behind them. Instead of the faster tracks, more grander sounds than pushing everything to 11, and letting the music do the talking instead of showing off every tool of the trade. Depending on the type of person you are, this is a better album. I'm still torn on which one I like more, but I'll figure that out in time. But I will say that melodic metal is going to have a tough year trying to beat this album. The Ferrymen is one of the most underrated and underappreciated bands of this genre for a good reason, but they should be unsung no longer. They deserve all the praise that they get. Up next, we have Gravedigger with Bone Collector. For that 22nd album from, 22 studio albums? Gravedigger is on their 22nd studio album? Why, yes they are. And they went back to the drawing board on this one. For years, the band has been getting more and more grandiose in their sound, more epic, more power metal, more dynamic. Bone Collector is the exact opposite of all that jazz. This is pure heavy metal, speed metal, and power metal, all for the 2025 ages. This is all the kills, fast, heavy, and that classic Gravedigger sound that you love and know so much. This is what makes what's old new again, and make it some of the best work to date. Sometimes it just takes stripping that creativity to reinvigorate your love of the music that you create, and that's exactly what's happened here with Bone Collector. It'll only take one listen to fall in love with that classic 80s Gravedigger sound once again, but they truly have done it, and they've made it their own. Now we have one of the best melodeath albums of 2025, and I'm pretty sure I'll be saying that at the end of the year as well. It is the sophomore album from the Halo Effect, with March of the Unheard. The sophomore album from this amazing group of ex-In Flames members, from the very beginning to just several years ago, is seriously the band's best work together. And I mean that from some of the stuff that they've done when they were in Flames. Everything that worked so well on their debut album has been pushed to the forefront. The melodic parts are more melodic. The diverse moments are saved for just the right spots. The clean vocals are on display, but more on the backside of the album in just a couple songs, and used sparingly. And the band has created that 90s melodeath sound in 2025 to the best of their abilities. This will be one of the best melodeath albums of the year, if not the 2020s in general. Mark my words, they took their outstanding debut and made it pale in comparison to March of the Unheard. I'm flabbergasted at how incredible of an album this is. But I am so happy that the fire under the band was not a one-time fluke. I'm floored. And if you check this one out, you will be too. And now for one of the best post-Black albums of 2025, and I absolutely mean that. It is the brand new album from Harakiri for the Sky with Sunscorched. Now, to be completely transparent, I've had a lot of ups and downs with Harakiri on a personal level, not a musical level. But one thing I can never take away from these guys is that they've only gotten better with every passing album, taking that idea of post-Black and making it truly their own. And by that I mean this is the most diverse album the band has put out to date. It is not just pure black metal from start to finish. There are some of the most melodic moments that have ever happened in the band, and it's also some of the most devastating music that they've ever put out, featuring so many great guest appearances from members of Groza to Austere to Svalbard and so much more. They even do a Radiohead cover of All Bands to end the album. A true tearjerker of a post-black album with diversity, great guest appearances, and what might be the band's finest work to date. And this just might push them to the next level of popularity. And if that happens, the band deserves it. Absolutely one of the finest post-black albums of 2025. Bravo. Up now we have Harvest with Maelstrom. Some more killer German music here in the form of a debut album from this atmospheric black metal band, taking what made their debut album stand out and redefining everything about it. Maelstrom is really a maelstrom of a black metal album. Grandiose riffs, crystal clear production, soul-destroying vocals, and that overall sense of dread the music calls for, making this a black metal album that is worthy of any black metal fan's ears in 2025, even if you're elitist. It's a dark, emotional listen, but one of the best albums always are emotional. Give this one a proper listen and be thankful you got to check this one out. This might go under the radar, and it shouldn't. Alright, coming up next is a Swedish band and a Swedish album title that I'm going to absolutely butcher. So if you want to have a good laugh, listen to an American with a Swedish last name, try to pronounce them Swedish. We have Hexkapal with Jordens Blood och on Grevens Grip. If I got anywhere near that, please give me some recognition. I feel like I butchered every single word. But straight up, I have no idea what the lyrics are for this album, despite having that Swedish last name. I don't speak a lick of Swedish, as you just heard. Maybe one day, but not this day. Anyways, that's all to say that none of that takes away from how dark, evil, haunting, and petrifying those vocals sound when it comes to this music. It sounds like some of the most blood-curdling black metal screams I've heard in quite some time, and easily some of the most sinister, clean vocals I've heard in black metal. This album feels like a soundtrack to a B-grade independent horror film in the best way possible. It feels like a portal to hell that has just opened up and is about to swallow us whole. Giggity. And the band name translates to Witch Chapel, and yeah, just listening to any track on this album makes that add up nicely. This is going to go down as one of the most sinister black metal albums of the 2020s, let alone 2025. This is a pure gem of a black metal album. Go pick this one up and maybe find your favorite blankie to be able to hide under and grip onto as you listen to this one. Now going into a completely different direction, we have Hazard with The Third Dimension. This Canadian thrash quartet made an album called The Third Dimension, which I really want to believe is a reference to the Treehouse of Horror episode, where Homer goes into 3D and Professor Frank calls it Thy Third Dimension. It's probably not, but I'm choosing to believe it. Hazard has created some of my kind of thrash metal, a killer mix of Death Angel, Havoc, Warbringer, and Gamma Bomb to create a signature blend of thrash that is as much fun as it is heavy and spellbinding. It's B-grade grindhouse horror imagery, 80s through the 2000s thrash, and something that I absolutely want to see in that live setting. It might even get me into the pit one day. I want to see these guys only get bigger and better from here on out, as this is the kind of thrash people should be listening to. They are the saviors of thrash in 2025. Go check this one out and you'll see what I mean. Up next is Infested Angel with their debut album, Theranodes to Eternal Despair. Straight out of the UK with this debut slab of death metal is one of the most pummeling albums in death metal I've heard for a long time, but it's so dynamic as well. It has a unique way of having super melodic riffs in the death metal genre, along with brutal growls and an almost constant blast beats from start to finish, only stopping the blasts at appropriate times. It feels like a death metal album with that mid-90s black metal sound, which is quite odd on paper, but I swear it works. At just a second over the 1 hour mark, if you include the 2 bonus tracks, it might feel a bit long, but once you listen, the music goes by so fast. This is a killer display of how to make dynamic death metal that will stay engaging to you from start to finish. Alright folks, we have finally hit the halfway point of this gigantic 50 album mini review stuff that I do known as Out Today and What I Missed, and we're starting off that second half with Kilmara with Journey to the Sun. They put out their debut album when I graduated high school in 2007, and the latest release, Journey to the Sun, marks their 6th release. But this Spanish melodic metal band does that perfect blend of crushing riffs that you would never hear in an 80s glam rock band. It gets super heavy and full-on double bass, but it also has melodies and harmonies that you would only hear in melodic metal and AOR. It's an interesting but winning combination that makes every album appeal to the old school and new school fans of hard rock and metal out there. Every song is so catchy no matter the tempo, with outrageously catchy guitar solos and a sense of wonder that you just don't seem to find in a lot of bands these days. This is the glorious album that should not be looked over. Check it out for yourself, and if it sounds appealing to you at all, seriously, you need to listen to more AOR in your life. And this is coming from a guy that covers a lot of death metal and black metal. You just may have found your new favorite band. Next, we have Cosmogonia with Ayala, and I hope I pronounced that right. Another brand new discovery to me, despite this being the band's sophomore album. This feels like if Helveti was a more sophisticated and hailing from Greece. You don't normally hear about a lot of Greek folk metal bands, so it was a treat to find one that could be as brutal and as catchy as this one is. The production is a bit dirty and raw, but it feels so good with the music on display. It's very captivating, and it captures your interest from beginning to end. And it's so great to hear that with this style of fantastic music that's going on. Whether you're into folk metal or melodeath, you owe it to yourself to give this one a spin. I think you'll find that folk metal might be coming back in 2025. Up now, we have Labyrinth with In the Vanishing Echoes of Goodbye. The 10th album from this legendary Italiano progressive power metal band is some of the finest work the band has put out to date. They know what works and what doesn't at this point, and while they're not afraid to stretch those boundaries out a bit, the album is filled to the brim with that classic progressive power metal that put them on the map in the first place. Whether they are going all guns blazing or slowing things down a bit, everything on display is that signature sound done to perfection. If you dig the likes of Angra, early day Stradivarius, and of course, because it features so many members of Labyrinth, Vision Divine, you will love the brand new album from Labyrinth. It's exactly what we need in progressive power metal in 2025. Now we have some more melodic rock and AOR from the Brazilian AOR band known as Landfall with Wide Open Sky. The band is now 3 albums into their career, and that momentum just continues to rise higher and higher. This is everything to appreciate about melodic rock and AOR to an absolute T. Such catchy melodies and harmonies, soaring vocals, and that right kind of solos that you'll remember for days. Remember when solos just weren't technical, Olympic-style fretboard work, and they were actually things that you could hum along to even if you couldn't play guitar? This feels like that modern throwback that we could all use right now, and it puts you at ease while you're listening to it. Like, this is one of the most relaxing but catchy hard rock and AOR bands and albums that I've heard in quite a bit. When AOR is done right, it is just so satisfying, and that is exactly what Landfall delivers with Wide Open Sky. Up now, we have Lunar with their brand new album, Tempora Mutantur. And Alex, if I got that wrong, I deeply apologize. After putting out one of my favorite albums of 2023 with The Illusionist, seriously, go check that one out if you're a prog fan. I am so curious to see what Lunar was going to do from here. The answer came in the form of this brand new album that feels like another loving tribute to all things prog, but a little more on the heavier side. The fact that the album starts off with a track like A Summer to Forget, which goes from sounding like something like Thank You Scientist, which I was totally not expecting, and then going into some BT Bam riffs, wow, it's so gradual you might even notice it. But as heavy and as brutal as the album does indeed get, and it is some of the heaviest stuff that Lunar has done to date, featuring influences like BT Bam and Opeth, it is balanced out by moments in the vein of Primus and Savatage and even Styx. The Styx parts really threw me off. It just gives everything a true prog feel, and that prog fans are sure to appreciate. While I'm not sure if they'll ever get more introspective than the lyrics that they do on The Illusionist, the lyrics here sure give it a try, with a bit more of an allegoric feel than metaphorical, dealing with the passage of seasons over the year and the emotions that go along with it. Overall, it is a fantastic display of prog for the heaviest of fans to those that just appreciate masterclass musicianship, especially that 70s and 80s sound. If you want a tribute to prog, give this one a listen. Up next, we have Martyrion with Gaia Uprising. And I really hope I got your guys' name right. I apologize if I got got it wrong. But this is the 4th album from this long-running German melodeath band that sounds like some of the most inspired melodeath I've heard in quite some time. From its most emotional riffs to songs that are fast and full of fury, the band covers all the ground that it needs to in melodeath. You'll hear that Scandinavian style of melodeath, you'll hear the thrashier German side of melodeath, and their own influences to create a sound that is something for everybody while sounding authentic and engaging. No matter how you like your melodeath, you are sure to find something to appreciate about this one. Go pick it up now. It is one of my favorite discoveries of 2025 so far. Next is Master Sword with Toying with Time. Apparently, according to Metallum, the band broke up, although they are back now with their 3rd album. And it's clear that this obvious love letter to the Legend of Zelda series, I mean, isn't it one of the best feelings when you finally get Master Sword? Regardless, it feels like such a solid display of cheesy and nerdy power metal done in just the right way, just in my style. Instead of everything being over the top, Master Sword is a bit more subtle in their musical style. Don't get me wrong, the music is power metal through and through, and you might already find that over the top and cheesy to begin with. But the difference is, even with the gimmick of being so Zelda inspired, it still doesn't feel like a gimmick. It just feels appropriate, and it knows how to kick things down and when to step back. With a killer production style, the songs truly shine. This is how you make power metal feel inclusive and supporting of the music and themes on display. This is just a fun album from start to finish, and seriously, I think we all need that in 2025, don't we? Up next is Medusian with Library. And I must thank Christian over at the Harsh Vocals podcast for recommending this one. And seriously, go check out the Harsh Vocals podcast. Easily the best extreme metal podcast that I'm aware of, and you just might find it to be your new favorite one as well. Regardless of all of that, the debut album from Sweden's Medusian is one of the finest displays of the genre that I've heard since I discovered Zonheim, like over a decade ago, which feels very, very wrong at this point. This has everything that you want from the genre. It's dramatic, it's captivating, it's dark, it's filled to the brim with musicianship and songwriting talent that the bands have been doing in this style for decades still can't even achieve. And talk about catchy. This is how you create something that can be so dark as symphonic black metal, but make it so memorable at the same time. What a fantastic display of music going on here. Seriously, if you love symphonic black metal, this may be one of the best albums of 2025 in that style. I think you'll be amazed. Next up, going from black metal to death metal with Mutagenic Host and the Diseased Machine. This is my kind of old school death metal done right. This is a debut album from a UK band that feels just as old school as it does modern at the same time. You'll hear bands like Obituary and Morbid Angel and that early day Edge of Sanity stuff before they started getting proggy all over this album, but with just enough references to 21st century death metal that it just truly makes them stand out amongst all the revival old school death metal bands out there. It can be dark, it can be cavernous, but it can also be tight and precise and especially pummeling. It has it all, sometimes all in one song. Revival OSDM is alive and well in 2025, and it's being done in the right hands with bands like Mutagenic Host. Give this one a proper spin and see if you agree. Coming up next is Nesdam with Find the Truth, and I really hope I got that name right, and if I didn't, I deeply apologize. So many great frontmen have originally come from behind the drums and into the forefronts of the stage, and that's exactly what's being done here with Patrick Madsen. Finding life's unexpected and expected trials and tribulations, and finding your voice for it under the Nesdam moniker, these songs are tailor-made for the heavier side of radio rock without losing any of the catchy moments that you would expect from FM stations. The lyrics can really tug at the heartstrings if you let it, as so many of these things will be very relatable, all done through the style of hard rock, electronic, and some pop moments. That will be a wide range of music listeners will find something to love, hopefully. It's well worth your time if you appreciate the style to give this one a spin. I know not everyone's going to check this one out, especially those that come to my list for doom or prog or esoteric blackened death metal. You might not gravitate towards this one, but I think it's worth your time to at least check out a song or two and go into it with an open mind. I'm glad I did. Up now, we have the Night Flight Orchestra with Give Us the Moon. It still blows my mind that the guy who wrote the lyrics to Steel Bath Suicide created the Night Flight Orchestra. It's astounding to me that this band is on their 7th album when it still feels like their debut album just came out a few years ago. Now, it's been 13 years, but the message of the band has yet to be lost in translation in that time. It's just as much fun in the AOR and classic radio rock genres as it's ever been. Sometimes they gravitate more towards the 80s, other times it's the 70s. Give Us the Moon is definitely in the latter. It feels like the best album 1977 never gave us. Speed from Soilwork is back, but he has still given us some of his finest work, his best clean vocal performances, and showcasing the power of music that from over 50 years ago can still be powerful, and I'm still all here for it. It's fun, catchy, and an exciting album from start to finish that is sure to make any AOR fan, classic rock fan, prog rock fan, or even if you're just a fan of Speed's work from Soilwork. Even the most diehard death metal elitists should give this one a shot and see if it can melt the icy hearts that are inside of you. It just may be what you need. Now we have the debut album from the Obsidian, Resurrection, with As Darkness Falls. I have been chomping at the bit, waiting for this band to finally put out their debut album. Well, 20 years after their first demo, they've finally done it, and all I can say is it was more than worth the wait. This is everything I love about death metal, black metal, symphonic metal, all the right kinds of thrash, melded together to create something that feels authentically evil, be it in the mind or the realities of life. The music can change on the turn of a dime, but it's still feels all natural. Granted, 3 of these songs were from the original demo. 20 years later, they've just been updated enough, along with brand new tracks to fill the album out. Had you not known that information, you would swear all of these songs were made in 2024 and released in January 2025. This is an awesome display of what can be done with thought-provoking musicality and lyrics with a production style that just pummels you from pillar to post. All I ask now is that the follow-up LP not take another 20 years. Thank you. Coming up now, we have Oreophagus with Revelations from the Void. A big thanks to Carrie from Metal Geeks and the MSR cast for the recommendation here, as this is Spanish death doom that is a surprisingly great genre in the 2020s, and it continues here with the 3rd album from this outfit. Just a bit over 48 minutes, it's a bit on the shorter side for this genre that is ever so close to actually really being funeral doom. You will hear moments of bands like Shape of Despair, Mournful Congregation, and the heaviest and doomiest sides of Paradise Lost all over this one. It's dark, depressing. It really feels like you stepped into the void and the only escape is letting the album finish. A fantastic display of doom in the winter times of 2025 is something that I can always get behind, and I'm so happy to hear an album like this in the dark, cold times that I currently live in Minnesota. Literally and figuratively. Check out this giant slab of death doom now. Now we have Patriarch, who was formerly Batushka, with their debut album, technically under the name Patriarch. It's something I'm not even going to be able to attempt to try to pronounce, so just look at the title. I completely missed the boat on how Batushka and the controversy of the name change, and all I can gather is that they put out one album, went to court, and now the band's changed its name to Patriarch. Thankfully, the name change did not affect the quality of music, except maybe made it better, as this is some of the best gothic-tinged black metal I've heard so far this year. Again, it's only January, but there's been so much great music already this year. I'd be lying if I said I knew the story of the album, how it's all connected, the lyrics being sung and screamed, or even how to pronounce the title album, as I've already shown off. But you don't need to know Bulgarian or Polish to be able to appreciate this album. The vocal lines can send chills down your spine regardless. Mixed in their very evil-sounding black metal, you will have an album that is not for the faint of heart. It's everything you want this style to be, with the production being so raw in the right way, and the musicality on display being thought-provoking, and it makes you curious as to what's to come next. A mighty fine display of black metal to start off the year is always a good thing. Now we move on to Rats of Gomorrah with Infectious Vermin. Another band with another name change here. Originally under the name of Divide, Rats of Gomorrah have turned into a duo, putting out their technically debut album, Infectious Vermin, and this is a killer display of what the brutality of death metal with that old school sound is all about. It's raw, aggressive, and lets just enough time for you to be able to catch your breath before being pummeled again into oblivion. Morbid Angel fans should be all over this one. Considering this album is created with just guitar, drums, and vocals by this duo who was originally in Divide, it feels like they've never missed a step while still being able to progress into what they are now. A brutal death metal album that I have a good feeling may be on a lot of top albums of 2025 lists come the end of the year, as long as you check it out. Up next is one of the best albums of 2025 so far, with Raven Blood and Absence. The 4th album from the Spanish band is easily the band's best work to date. Progressing into a pure melodeath band over the years, this is one of the heaviest melodeath albums I've come across in a very long time. all while having the right amount of melodies and harmonies to fit perfectly into the sound. It feels like a dark mix of Omnium Gatherum and Unleashed mixed together, and I love every second of it. 11 songs and nearly 53 minutes for this LP feels very appropriate, and it doesn't overstay its welcome. Every track hits, and it leaves you wanting more. But if you want some brutal melodeath, Ravenblood is the band for you. Now we got Reek of Death with Mors in Tabula. The debut release from this Austrian death metal band hits so hard. Filled with horror movie nods, knowing when to be brutal, when to show off some melody and harmony. It's sparingly, but it's in there. And some of the most grotesque, in the best way possible, vocals by Carrie Pickler. It won't be for everyone, but if you want this kind of death metal that knows exactly what it is and it expands just enough without genre bending, this is a short and sweet display of death metal. At 9 tracks and just over 29 minutes, come in, get eviscerated, and left battered and bloody. Reek of Death have put out a fantastic brutal death album. Next, we have Riptide with Of Conquest and Downfall. My goodness, another debut album from a German band this month. This time, it's in the form of power thrash. There's no two ways about it. There is a huge inspiration of Blind Guardian, especially in the vocals, and also a band like Running Wild throughout this entire album. Definitely more the former than anything. But they are not ripping anyone off. They have their own style that blends their influences into something that is truly their own. The songs are catchy and memorable with just the right amount of power thrash, thrash metal, and power metal going on to make it feel adventurous, mesmerizing, and full of wonder. Mix that with lyrics that fit the mood, and you have an album that feels like it should have been written both in 1987 and 2025. If you're feeling adventurous, you should give this one a shot and see if it's for you. You may have found a new favorite discovery in power thrash. Coming up next is Ross, pronounced R-O-S, with Salvatore. Now we have some Polish symphonic gothic metal making its debut, and this is exactly what you want out of that 2000s gothic symphonic metal sound. It's the right kind of operatic vocals, it's heavy and aggressive in just the right ways, and it makes you feel uneasy at times, mainly due to that gothic feel, which is the best kind of gothic metal, by the way. This is an album that does go over an hour, but it flies by in that time if you love this style. It also helps that the music is very diverse, from the heaviest side of the genre to acoustic to folk, and the occasional electronic moment that might make you turn your head, but it makes you pay attention. If you miss the glory days of this genre, you need Ross in the catalog to see how it's done in 2025. Now, I can only hope that more bands aren't afraid to still be symphonic gothic. I really miss it. And now for something that's a little more straightforward, but no less heavy. It is Stick to Your Guns with Keep Planting Flowers. This album will hit you like a punch to the face. Stick to Your Guns are back with their 8th album in 20 years, almost an album every other year if you try to look at it that way. But this is a blitz of hardcore that comes with 10 tracks, 24 minutes, and by the end of it, you'll have the whole album on repeat, and hey, it won't even be an hour. From the heaviest of hardcore moments to the right moments of melodic hardcore, this is signature Stick to Your Guns that knows how to keep your interest. All of the fat has been trimmed off of this album, leaving you with an album that you're going to keep coming back to time and time again. This is how you mix hardcore and melodic hardcore done in the right way and know how to keep it catchy. And now for the exact opposite of what I just got done talking about, this is Synaptic with Enter the Void. In a genre that might be existing for the first time since the early days of Revocation, Enter the Void by Synaptic combines the best of tech death, and it combines elements of so many other types of music in that great genre-bending style that I love so much about those early Revocation albums, especially Chaos of Forms, to create something that they are truly making their own. Not being tied down to any particular style for too long, the band knows when to turn on a dime and create something of pure chaos and that technical, progressive death metal sound, all while maintaining a sense of consciousness over the music. It's a brutal display that can also be a crash course on how to be unique. It's not for the faint of heart, this is truly for the eclectic tech death fan. If you don't mind genre bending, you should give this one a shot. You just may have found a new favorite discovery with Synaptic. Up next, we have Thy Kingdom Will Burn with The Loss and Redemption. This is the third album from this Finnish outfit, and it's one of the most genuine melodeath albums I've heard in quite a while. While this band has that Finnish melodeath sound all over this album, they also know when to change things up at the right times by switching things more to that Swedish melodeath sound, or maybe even going a little more blackened, or even more straight up metal. There are some clean vocals on this one that fit right along with the screams and the growls that fill out the rest of the vocal line, and the overall vibe of this thing is just such a great thing to hear. It's a dark and enduring album that will capture your interest from beginning to end. This is how you innovate in a genre like melodeath, by just doing that simple thing of being yourself. Up next is Veil of Conspiracy with Shape of Grief. Another album I must thank Christian from the Harsh Vocals podcast for turning me on to. Again, check out the Harsh Vocals podcast for one of the best extreme metal podcasts you're going to find. The third album from this Italian band has plenty of funeral doom in their sound. It's a winning combination for someone like me when you want something that's dark, moody, depressing, and hits so hard on the emotional heartstrings. It also has this overall sense of musicality that you just won't find in a lot of other bands. The fact that they can combine these genres of death doom, funeral doom, and just the slightest bit of prog and make everything make sense is incredible to me, and I'm so thankful they could pull this off. They started off more as a progressive band and have gotten so doomy over the years, and with this album being basically a pure funeral doom album with the slightest elements of death doom and prog, it's easily the best funeral doom album of 2025. It's quite the shift, but it's a rewarding one. This is the album for you if you love that darkest, deepest of funeral doom. Next up, we have Weed Demon with the Doom Scroll. And if you couldn't tell by the name and the album title, this is Stoner Doom. And I don't really cover as much Stoner Doom as you would think I would, but I've become quite picky with the genre. You really gotta do something that strikes a chord with me to grab my attention. And that's exactly what Weed Demon have done with the Doom Scroll. There is something about Weed Demon that just does it for me with their sound. It's not your traditional two-note riffs that goes on for way too long. It's heavy, doomy, dynamic, and it's filled with a sense of agony among its more carefree, weed-inspired moments. Maybe it's because it reminds me so much of the band Conan that I really appreciate this album. It also really helps that a bonus track on this album is actually Willie the Pimp by Frank Zappa. It's the best song on the album, guaranteed. The third album from this Ohio band just does the genre right. Check it out and you just may agree. And finally, we're ending with some more AOR melodic rock from the band Wildness with Avenger. We end things with this Swedish band, whose fourth album from these rockers has a sincere sense of melodic rock that just feels right at home. They of course do the AOR genre justice, but they just have a different sensibility about it that can only be described by saying you have to listen to it to get it. This album is fun, whether it goes a bit faster, a bit softer, more straight ahead, more radio rock, whatever. If you dig AOR, Wildness needs to be a band that you check out, as they are putting out some of the finest music of the genre with Avenger. Check it out and thank me later. First up, we have Days of Jupiter with The World Was Never Enough. Is this kind of based off James Bond? I'd like to think so, just slightly different so they don't get sued, but honestly it's probably not. This is some hard-hitting modern rock, modern metal, radio rock, radio metal stuff from Sweden. This is the band's fifth album, and it's a stunning display of how to make music that hits so hard for both old school and new school fans. Combining what has worked with the band over their previous albums, but still finding a new way to change things up, make it just as catchy, make it just as relevant in 2025 can be a very hard thing to do, but the band has done that stunningly. The production hits hard, the songwriting is just so catchy and knows when to be heavy and when to let it ride. That musicianship is so tight, especially for this kind of music where you have to be right on the beat. They do it so well. This is how you make that modern rock, modern metal sound and just do it so flawlessly. Seriously, if this sounds intriguing to you at all, give this one a shot. Oh boy, here we go. Next up is Dream Theater with Parasomnia, and this is going to ruffle some feathers for the diehard fans, diehard haters, and probably everyone in between. I'm going to be straight up with this one, as Dream Theater was my favorite band from 2003 to probably 2019, and I'm only going to say my own thoughts. Nothing's going to be sensationalized. I'm not going to kiss anyone's ass, but I'm also not going to straight up hate either. It's just honesty from a lapsed fan. All of that said, this is not the worst Dream Theater album. It easily beats albums like When Dream and Day Unite, or Systematic Chaos, or The Astonishing. If you're coming into Dream Theater 40 years into their career, expecting a brand new era of the band, something riveting in its innovation, mind-melting time signatures they've never done before, or really anything out of the ordinary for this band, you're only disappointing yourself because you know this is not it. That said, if you were looking for an album that has proficient musicianship, the signatures and tropes that you love from the band, those quirks that have always been there, and that familiarity that comes from the band in the 21st century, especially with Train of Thought, this is that album. Some moments disappointment on here, here because as I've gotten older, my favorite songs have been penned by John Mayong. There's none of that here. There are moments that I wish could have happened more, like Jordan Rudess just going bonkers. Does happen on the Shadow Man incident for a little bit, but that's not enough. And in all honesty, I wanted more originality on this album. But this album, as dark as it gets in tone, it does feel like an old security blanket or an old pair of shoes. You may not think about them while they're gone. You might have moved on to something new to replace that security blanket or shoes, but when you put on that blanket, you put on those old shoes again, you feel that familiarity, the remembrance, the nostalgic for simpler times, and wow, do we need that in 2025 more than ever before. This is that album, and you're not going to get the most prolific, life-changing album out of Parasomnia. It's not going to be regarded as the best Dream Theater album unless you were brand new to the band and this is your first album, but after 16 albums, does it really need to be? As many moments as I hear from Train of Thought onwards, especially as I am in many songs on here, I'm also well-versed in their songwriting, so I know when they're going to do like the melodic solo, the technical solos, when James LaBrie is going to come in, the refrains, the quirky moments, the genre bending, all of that stuff. I know when it's going to happen before they get to those points, but I also don't need them to do anything different, but put out solid music at this point. Parasomnia does that for the most part. There's other nitpicks I can make, but this is already getting long, but I will say if you want an album that hits everything you loved about the band in the past, and at least in the 21st century, maybe hints at how the band is going to finish their career, you should give this one a shot, because if you're a lapsed fan like me, a diehard fan in either direction of the old stuff, the new stuff, the Mancini stuff, whatever, it's at least worth checking out to see if it's for you and how they're gonna end their career. This easily could be their penultimate episode. This could be the start of another 3 or 4 albums left before they get to the final one, but it's near the end, and I really think they should end on Metropolis Part 3, or really it should be, in my opinion, Metropolis Part 4, The Search for Part 3. If you've ever been a fan, you owe it to yourself to see how they're gonna cross the finish line. Up next, we have the third album from Majestica, known as Powertrain, an album that I've been chomping at the bit to hear, and I could have heard it earlier, but I've been sick since October, so that falls on me. The third album from this outstanding power metal band has gone on quite the adventure, and in those 3 albums they have covered the styles of melodic but heavy power metal with such ease, and they even did a power metal album of A Christmas Carol in its entirety with their own special spices and flavorings as their sophomore album. This gets back to more non-secular stuff going on here, as it does everything that put them on the map. All the songs on this one are fun and such a treat to listen to over and over again, with their soaring vocals, songwriting that goes back to that breakneck speed, to the softer, more content moments, but never losing sight of who they are, which of course is power metal. Sorry for the pun there, but this is a majestic album from start to finish, and if you want to hear how the genre should be done in 2025, look no further than Majestica, easily one of the best straight-up power metal albums of 2025. Up next, we have the first solo album from Marco Hietala with Roses from the Deep. He's finally put out his first solo album, and the world is a little better for it in the shit-stained year known as 2025. After leaving Nightwish, Marco has put a lot of effort into creating his vision of a solo album. This is not a straight-up symphonic, gothic, power metal album of any sorts. You'd expect something like that, right? Because he's done such a magnificent job in the genre for decades. Maybe you want to hear I Still Wish I Had an Angel, or I Wish I Had an Angel Part 2, 2 Wish, 2 Angel. No, none of that. It ranges from hard rock to blues rock to horror-inspired work, even 80s-inspired music, and so much more that you'll just have to check out for yourself. I don't want to give it all away. But don't fret, he didn't completely forget where he came from. There are triumphant keyboard moments throughout the album that might remind you somewhat of Nightwish, and of course magnificent bass work, but of course Tarja shows up to do a magnificent job on a song that is very reminiscent to Led Zeppelin, and if you listen to the lyrics, you might see where he's coming from. This album is all over the map, but are all consistent with each other. I love seeing this kind of variety, but you're not going to hear anything like a dance pop track go into a grind track on this one. It is varied, but it's so enjoyable, all in that rock and almost metal style. It's great to see Marco making music again the way that he wants to make it. It's about time, and since I interviewed Marco on his final appearance with Nightwish, if you checked out that interview, I really hope that you got that PS5 and you've been gaming the hell out of it. Next up is the band Saber with Lost in Flames. The sophomore album from this LA band is a perfect love letter to that late 70s to mid 80s era of metal with that special blend of heavy metal and speed metal. Every track is a catchy rendition of how the genre should be made in 2025. From blazing fast tracks to the occasional slower tempo, outstanding vocals, and musicianship that sounds so good on the album. But I can only imagine how much better this is going to sound live than on record. This is a short and sweet album with 8 tracks, almost 29 minutes long, they give us their magic and disappear like Toad the Wet Sprocket. This is a perfect length for an opening set for bigger bands that are coming to town. I mean, that half-hour set playing the entire album, mwah, perfect. If you dig the likes of Haunt and White Wizard, and especially Enforcer, Saber is a band that you need in your life right now. Up next is Sayor with Amidst the Ruins. This band has yet to put out a subpar album, be it under their original name or since they changed the name to Sayor. But with their 6th album, Amidst the Ruins, the band may have put out their most emotionally gripping album to date. Every track, though there's only 5 on this go around, they are longer tracks after all, has moments that make me weep and a couple times where I just full-blown cry at its beauty. Despite this only being 5 tracks, it's nearly an hour long at 58 minutes, with the short song coming in at a little over 8 minutes with their acoustic folk-driven number, my apologies, The Sylvan Embrace. Every other track is emotionally driven, blackened folk metal that'll make you feel like you're on this mythical journey in the mountains, and it just makes you sob at the beauty when you actually stand on the edge of a mountain and look at everything around you. That music perfectly cascades every emotional feeling about that, with the way it's arranged and performed. This one hits even harder when you know the lyrics. Is it the band's finest moment? I really can't answer that, because that'd be saying some of the rest of their catalog is lesser in some way, and I honestly don't feel that way. But I will say this is some of the finest moments the band has ever been doing under this name. This will be the folk metal album of 2025, and every other band in this style is going to have to try their damnedest to knock it off that pedestal, or mountaintop in this case. Seriously, if you need this one, if you appreciate captivating blackened folk metal, you'll be so glad that you gave this one a chance. And now with everything that I've missed, pretty much all of these are from January 2025, unless there's some albums that came out before February 7th in February that I just didn't get to. Again, I'm trying to keep this under 30 albums, starting with the band that I'm so sorry for butchering this, but I know I'm going to, Bradir with Liminal Spaces. This is an album that I wanted to include last week, but I just had to cut it off at 50 at that point. But this is the 3rd album from this Italian prog metal band that really feels like a comforting mix of classic and modern prog. It feels as much like Dream Theater and Fate's Warning as it does Haken or Leprous or Vola. The mix of old and new is what makes this album stand out, especially with its stellar modern production style, moments that you won't see coming. This is an exciting prog album from start to finish, and it might exactly be what the doctor ordered if you're looking for some really good prog. Give this one a proper listen if you are that kind of prog fan, and you just might be won over like I've been. And ending things with the brand new albums out today is the latest album from one of the most engaging and thought-provoking bands in black gaze and post-black, known as Unrequited with Pathway to the Moon. And what might be their most commercial-sounding album in the band's discography? I say that with a question mark. The band has created an otherworldly feel on this album that is filled with so much emotion and sensational songwriting that this one you could easily weep to, just like Sayor that I mentioned earlier. With this being their staggering 7th album in 9 years, this one-man Canadian outfit has made a perfect blend of what it's like, of that wonder of being in space and the loneliness of leaving everything you know behind. Whether it's a real pathway to the moon or exploring the rest of the universe, it feels dark, it feels kind of scary, it feels very soothing. It's just got a little bit of everything, and it might be the most amount of clean vocals that's ever been in Unrequited, and I do appreciate that. It is an album that is better with no preconceived notions behind it, going in with no expectations, so I might have just ruined that, but you should just sit down with this album anyways, go into a dark room, especially this time of year where it feels so dark and cold all the time. Put this one on and just drift away. It may be exactly what you need in 2025. I know it has been for me. Up next is Burn Down Eden with Dismal Epiphany. The 4th album from this German melodeath band comes in nice and fiery, feeling like a grand mix of that thrashy end of 90s melodeath and some pummeling modern death metal of the 21st century. Every track on here feels like that vicious blend in its songwriting, mixed in with that clear and perfect production style that still leaves room to just be raw enough. It feels like a grand mix of that Slaughter of the Soul era at the gates, my apologies, the Black Dahlia Murder, and do I hear some Darkest Tower vibes in there as well? Yes, I do. Seriously, if you love the heavier end of melodeath and still want plenty of those melodies and harmonies that you hear in 21st century melodeath, Burn Down Eden is exactly what you need. Up next, we have Disrupted with Stinking Death. This is pure, unadulterated 90s death metal. The kind of death metal done with those HM2 pedals that just has that signature buzzsaw tone that brings back better times in life and just brings back those old school death metal vibes. The songs are so heavy and they hit that part of your brain that just makes you want to rage. Even someone like me that doesn't go to the pit, this could bring me out. 10 songs at just a tad over 40 minutes. This is the perfect length for this style of death metal. While there's no innovation or genre bending on this one, there's absolutely no need for it. It's HM2 pedal death metal, and that's what I want it to be. It just has to be that pure death metal that was perfected in the 90s and has been done maybe to death ever since, but the bands who do it right do it so amazingly well. Check out Disrupted if you love that sound and you need it back in your life before it starts to stink like death. Sorry for the bad pun. Now we got the latest album from Ebonheart with Face Our Fear. Wow, what a fantastic display of progressive power metal going on here. Norway has always had a great sense of how to do this genre, from Pagan's Mind to Conception, and going into the more extreme sides of progressive metal like Borknagar and Arcturus. And for 3 albums now, Ebonheart, while there have been some lineup changes and sadly they're still ongoing, Face Our Fear is such a fantastic display of full-speed power metal with just the right tinges of progressive metal. And do I hear a little more modern-day electronic in moments? Yeah, I kind of do. To make this music diverse and so enjoyable. The sing-along choruses are fantastic, the production style fits like a glove, and the songwriting stays intriguing from beginning to end. Ebonheart is for any kind of power metal fan, progressive metal fan, or those who just enjoy the quality of both sides of that kind of metal. Now we got Formosa with Pyrite. This is brand new to me, some awesome German hard rock and power metal going on here, and that bit of 80s sleaze hard rock that I love as well, with this latest album from Formosa. The band has always had a great sense of catchy hard rock, especially when I gone back and checked out their other albums. They get just heavy enough while still having those great moments of 70s and 80s hard rock, all done with a modern filter. There are the moments of sleaze and metal and some popular moments that I kind of hint at, but this album is a great modern throwback from start to finish. Like, if you appreciate any of those genres, they are all here in strides. Whether you want something from Scorpions, Dokken, Kiss and Dynamite, there is something here for you. And if you're just looking for that kind of revival metal sound, done just different enough so it's not just the same kind of hard rock, power metal, speed metal stuff going on, check out Formosa. Up now, we got Forsaken Hill with the Fortress of Solitude. And what a perfect year to talk about the Fortress of Solitude with the brand new Superman movie coming out in July. Really hope it doesn't suck. But you know what doesn't suck? This album. I didn't realize I needed an album like this until it came across me, and I'm so happy that it did. This is the 3rd album from this German band, and it's my first foray into the band, but I swear it won't be my last. I need to check out those previous 2 albums, but I love what I'm hearing here. It's melodeath, it's epic power metal, there's tinges of folk metal, some a little bit more than others, and overall a style I wish more bands were doing. That melodeath, black metal, epic power metal sound. It's just perfection. The closest I can think of is like comparing a band like Crimson Shadows, who kind of does the same thing, but this goes a bit more into the epic side of things, which I find really cool. Especially on that first listen, you have no idea where the music's gonna go, and especially when that first track hits and then you start to hear the clean vocals, your jaw starts to hit the ground, and that's exactly what I needed when I first heard it. The twists and turns are all over this album and are pure magic, and I need more. Thankfully, there's 2 other albums that I need to explore, and I just might do that after I write this up. If you want adventurous melodeath, look no further. This is exactly how it's done. Up now, we have the Lovecraftian symphonic post-black band, The Great Old Ones, with Kadath. The 5th album from this now long-running band is easily their most grandiose and inspired album to date. Its moments that feel majestic and otherworldly are a false sense of security as you learn that feeling is that Lovecraftian-inspired horror. Those tentacles come out and grab you and you're about to be destroyed. If the name of the band doesn't give away, I'm not sure what else would. The music is easily some of their best. They just continue to improve every time in what I call symphonic post-black. The band created an epic horror album for the ages. It is just so filled with twists and turns while creating some of the most captivating riffs, melodies, and harmonies that you'll hear in this genre. If you love this style of music, horror, both, or just want to try something new to discover, if you're just that adventurous, give this one a shot and see if their tentacles will pull you in. Just be very careful. Up next is Lysergic with Black and Blue. This is a debut album, and the first one I'm actually covering this week, a debut album. But this time coming from this Portuguese outfit, a 33-minute metallic onslaught that is some of the most intriguing that I've heard in quite some time. I hear as much melodeath as I hear 2000s era of metalcore as I do melodic metal. Well, at least musically. Vocally, it's like straight up growls. That's the pure chaos of it all. Imagine a grand mix of Winter Sun and Killswitch Engage, and you have a winning combination for someone like myself. It can get quite epic and majestic as often as it does get into riffs that make you want to hit into the pit. This is such a winning combination, and I can't wait to see what comes next. If this sounds intriguing to you at all, I implore you to check this one out, and I really do think you'll be pleasantly won over if you love the right amount of melody in your melodeath. Coming up next is Maceration, or Maceration depending on your pronunciation, with Serpent Devourment. This is the third album from this Danish death metal band, and it's funny because their debut album came out in 1992. Then 30 years later, they released their sophomore album with Dan Swano on vocals, and it was so awesome to hear like two pure death metal vocals again, his first time since Edge of Sanity called it quits. But 3 years after that particular album, they are back with their full-fledged lineup, and I really hope it sticks this time because I love what they're doing with this lineup. And it's some of the most pummeling death metal in 2025 so far. With just the right amount of moments to let up tension, this is a nearly 40-minute chaotic album that is just that HM2 inspired death metal that crushes you from pillar to post. I appreciate that there are moments of melodies and harmonies that you would not expect in the brutality of the music. I'm pretty sure that's why Dan Swano had his hand in the last album. That's how you do it. You don't make it brutal 100% of the time, or it just stops being brutal. You have to have an ebb and flow. If you love that classic era of death metal that feels like a grand mix of early day Edge of Sanity, Grave, and especially Bloodbath, this is tailor-made for you. Go check it out. Up next is Majestina Saga with Blood Moss Agate. This is the fourth album from this Japanese symphonic gothic metal band, and I was not expecting to get a promo like this year, but I'm so glad that I did. Well, I'd be lying if I understood the lyrics or the themes going on here. I do love the emotion with how they're sung, mixed with that style of symphonic, gothic, modern, and J-rock stylings. This is a winning combination for anyone who digs those styles. And of course it's got those down-tuned 7 strings, the symphonics from start to finish, mainly keyboard, but of course with a band like this. But it's got those gorgeous melodies and harmonies on every instrument, and that overall sense of fun and wonder that makes it stand out amongst the others. While I can't say this will be for everyone, if you fit into this categorization, this was meant for you. If you need some pure epic music, give this one a shot. Up next, we have the debut album from a Ukrainian radio hard rock and a little bit of radio metal going on here with No Apology with Uncovered. Again, this is a debut album from this Ukrainian band, and they are without a shadow of a doubt a hard rock band that would fit so perfectly on American hard rock radio here in the States, but they have these metal tinges that really make them stand out on the heavier edge of things. You just don't get the occasional blast beat and rock music, do you? The music crushes and the production makes everything feel so polished. Of course, you'll hear those down-tuned 7 strings, vocal melodies you would expect, maybe a little bit of a hailstorm kind of feel behind them, and no screams or growls throughout the album. And it's, again, weird hearing this kind of music have blast beats and clean vocals over top of it, but hey, it does work, which is exactly why it should be on the radio here. I'd put it on the radio if I was in charge of a station, and I'd be playing it on a regular basis. This is a dark, rough, and sadly realistic album made for 2025 and the world we currently live in. It's also cathartic for the same reason. If you need something that feels like a plea in 2025 for some kind of sanity, you have to check this one out. Up next is the third album from this Twin Cities-based band known as Plague of Stars with Extinction. With a couple lineup changes over the years, this band has gone through quite the journey, and it's so cool to see that they are from the Twin Cities, and I know several members of the band. This is the side of death metal-centric music that you just don't hear here, mainly because there's so many elements of death metal, black metal, doom, and gothic metal going on here, with one key the exception. It's all clean vocals. So this will catch some people off guard. This will absolutely not be for some people, but you just might need that in your life to kind of buckle your stance a little bit. Might be a little jarring for you, but maybe you need that jarring. The music is dark and captivating, and you never truly know what direction it's going to be going in. Is it going to be going darker? Is it going to be going heavier? More blast beats? More gothic? It's all here. The production is clear, but just right and raw enough to fit the atmosphere that they're trying to pull off, and the musicianship on hand makes you pay attention, as everyone knows when to show off their chops and when to play for the songs. They've been rocking the Minnesota scene for quite a bit of time now, but in 2025, with that new lineup, the band is just begging to be heard in your ears, not just the Twin Cities ears in 2025. Try it and see what I mean. Up next, we have Queen of Dreams with Subnivium. This is a sophomore album from another kind of local Midwest band for me. At least it's a few hours away from my original hometown. This is from Madison, Wisconsin, and it's a very welcoming surprise because this doesn't feel American in the slightest. This feels like pure, unadulterated European progressive power metal, but it's so weird that it comes from just a few hours away from my original hometown. With some of the catchiest chorus I've heard in this style of music in quite a bit of time, especially when so many bands are trying to shift away from this style and trying to be more modern metal. It's so refreshing to hear that progressive power metal sticking so strong, especially in America. Everyone completely shines throughout this, and it's so engaging with its songs that you want to hear it from beginning to end. This is how you make a genre like this even catchier and more memorable. If you want a band that soars as high as it treads, you really need to check this one out and see if it's for your ears. It is just pure bliss for that progressive power metal style. Up next, we have Selvans with Saturnalia, and this is quite the experience. My first foray into this band, so I'm not familiar with what they did before this, but this is not at all what I was expecting, and I'm so much happier for that reason. It is a grand mix of progressive black metal, prog rock, and heavy metal. It truly feels as if Merciful Fate and King Diamond made real black metal, or what black metal eventually became. Everything from the riffs to the falsettos pull this off flawlessly, and its added sinister black metal overtones, and especially those cleans, makes the album truly stand out in the darkness before it drags you to hell. It can be a whimsical album, especially if you find King Diamond and Merciful Fate whimsical, but it will put a smile on your face. With everything going in the right direction for this album, I don't know if their previous material sounds like this. Seeing the description on Metallum, it doesn't, but I am going to go back and check it out because I want to see what else they're capable of. But if this is new for them, I hope they keep doing this till the bitter end, because this is how you innovate something like black metal while tipping your hat to the past. What a sensational album. Up now, we have the debut album from Soaring with their self-titled album. This is soothing and post-black. That is not a combination you would normally find go hand in hand, unless you are very well versed in the genre and you can pick out those bands that can do both. But even Soaring, this French band, combines the best of black gaze, shoegaze, other occasional genre-bending moments, and again, just that calmness that creates a sound that hits like the likes of Alcest, Lantlos, Explosions in the Sky, and Astronoid all at the same time. This 4-track EP, even though it comes in at 33 minutes, come on, that's an album length, and just because it's 4 songs doesn't mean that it's not an album. It's one of the calmest metal albums I've heard, and it's exactly what I needed without ever knowing it. And I know that I have, and I need more. I'm so excited to see where this band goes from here, but if this is any kind of standing point, the sky's the limit going forward. While I know this won't be for everyone, I implore you to give it a shot if you need something that is in that black gaze, post-black style, but will just make you feel calm. I swear this will be up your alley. Up next, we have Skaldar with Samsur, and I deeply apologize if I got either of those words wrong. With how dark, chilling, and heart-wrenching this album is, you would imagine this band to be from like the darkest, coldest regions of Scandinavia, right? I mean, when you look at their profile pictures, it's all of them dressed up in the corpse paint, that pure black metal aesthetic, standing in the woods, so yeah, like Scandinavia, right? Wrong. They're from Virginia, of all places, creating this cold combination of immortal dissection and the occasional Borknagar riff, especially that early day stuff. The production is raw but very enjoyable. The songwriting is brutally cold and the atmosphere is off the charts. This is a sinister sounding album and it's so strange to hear something like this made in the USA, which made it quite the spectacle to me. I couldn't be more impressed with how this one turned out for that second wave black metal sound, but done with just enough 21st century black metal thrown in. If you're a black metal fan, no matter the era, this just might do something for you, and I highly recommend that you check it out. Up next, we have Sorrow Blue with Elegy for a Bleak Autumn. Wouldn't you know it, another debut album here, but this time coming from a Brazilian death doom duo, and it couldn't be any more in my wheelhouse. It's crippling sad with its 90s style of that Peaceville 3 death doom that will always work no matter what kind of band does it, but it has just enough variation going on for that gothic tinged death doom that we all know and love. They even end the album with a cover of Catatonia's I Break, so I think you know the kind of direction that they're going for this one. If that's not enough of a reason to give this album a shot, well, I guess you're just not in the gothic death doom, are you? 11 tracks and almost an hour long, it feels just right for this kind of style. It doesn't get overly long, it's not overly short either. And I only see the band refining their sound and improving from here on out. If you love the genre, you need to give this one a proper listen because they're only going to get bigger and better from here on out. Alright, for all you speed metal freaks out there, don't think I forgot about you. I have the brand new sophomore album from this Portuguese outfit known as Speed Demon with The Fall of Man. This sophomore album is everything that I love about speed metal rolled into one. 9 tracks, 33 minutes, 33 seconds, pure unadulterated speed metal with just a little bit of an instrumental track to let you catch your breath before the onslaught before and after just pummels you. I can't put it any simpler than this. If you love speed metal, you will love this album. No matter how fast or just a little bit slower it gets, it never loses momentum, and it's just pure speed metal. What more could you possibly ask for? Next up, we have Swept to Sea with Lost Shores. This is a debut album from the San Francisco outfit that just perfectly blends that second wave metalcore sound with just the right amount of hardcore in perfect harmony. The hardcore moments really have those breakdown moments, those chug-chug riffs that just fit so perfectly in that hardcore sound, and they're built for the pit. But those metalcore moments that come through there really showcase the musicality of the band that are just melodic enough, but just heavy enough. That perfect blend of 2000s metalcore. So perfect. It can be so punishing, but then hit you with a melodic riff that you just won't see coming, and it'll just floor you. 40.5 minutes, 11 tracks with one instrumental track to let you breathe. It's just a perfect length for this album, and if you want that hardcore tinged metalcore done right, this is a band for you, and you need it in your life. Go check it out right now. Now we have the perfect tribute to 90s technical and progressive death metal here, with unreal overflows, with slaves to the inhuman future world. 4 albums into the Spanish band's career, and they just keep getting better and better. What is clearly a loving tribute at this point to the genre of progressive and technical death metal from the early 90s. This is all the best moments of the big 3, Death, Cynic, and Atheist, all rolled into one. With the vocals and guitar madness of Death, the progressive elements of Cynic, and the bonkers moments that Atheist was always known for, this is a band that finds a way to still sound authentic and original despite their clear influences. This makes you appreciate what came before, and it makes you want to hear more from this band, and hoping other bands will do this kind of style in 2025 and beyond. This is what I love about the genre, and it gives me hope for the future. Well, not lyrically. I mean, lyrically it shows that we're doomed, and we probably are, but at least the music will serve as a great soundtrack to our demise. If you love the big 3 of the 90s progressive and technical death metal, you will love this one. Up next, we have Esquam with Ex Nihilo, and if I got your band name wrong, I deeply apologize. This is another debut album, this time coming from France, and this is such a sensational release. All of my senses get destroyed by listening to it. This is everything that I love about mellow black, symphonic black, epic black metal, all of it rolled into one. With that latter-day Keep of Calcian feel, that really make things interesting and unexpected. It gets so crushing, and yet it has this melodic sense to all of it, probably thanks to the symphonics of it all, that keeps you intrigued despite all of the chaos that persists. Black metal done like this gets me so excited every time, and I can't wait to see where they go from here because this is just their debut LP. They're only gonna get better from here on out, and if you want a truly epic piece of mellow black, pick up this one right now. Coming up next is a band name that I know I'm gonna get wrong, and I'm so sorry for getting it wrong, but here's my attempt. Uliata Tagir with their self-titled album. The first truly bonkers avant-garde album that I've heard this year, and it's not for the faint of heart. In what truly feels like an unholy mix of Behemoth and Pensie's Nocturne. No, seriously. This band has written an album that feels like the soundtrack to hell, while still having moments that makes you feel like you're in a 1930s crime noir. I know, that sounds crazy, right? And it changes on the turn of a dime without hesitation, and the musicianship on hand is just off the charts. This pushes the limits of black and death metal with that avant-garde and quirky moments, and of course, that trumpet that makes you feel like you're in black and white. If you really like music on the wild side, this is an album you not only need to hear, but to experience. And finally, we end things with some of the darkest, coldest black metal that you're gonna hear all year with Void Raw, with Only Cold Winds Will Carry My Name. And no, that was not meant as a pun. Finally, this German black metal band's sophomore album is one of the coldest albums that I've heard in quite some while. It's dark, depressing, it's filled with raw terror from everything from its instrumentation to its chilling vocal delivery. It's a raw album, but it still sounds quite clear. It's very audible and enjoyable, hitting everything from that 90s era of second wave black metal to the blast beat driven style of black metal that most people associate with the genre. This is a welcoming mix of different black metal thrown together. It feels just as good to hear in 2025 as it would have in 1995. It's as true and cult as it gets, folks. It's an absolute winner of a black metal release, especially for a cold year that is 2025, and I say that with the temperature next week as I'm recording this going to be hitting -20 again, so you know it's gonna suck around here, and this will perfectly match that tone. And up first, we have a debut album from an Italian symphonic melodeath band known as Ashen Fields, with So Haggard and So Woe Begone. This technically came out on Tuesday, but it is this week, so it's staying in the Out Today section. Oh well. This is a sensational album that covers the heavenly highs of symphonic and the hell that melodeath can bring as well. With fantastic production, the songwriting is out of this world. Everything about this is just this winning combination that I love so very much. It feels like that great combination of peanut butter and chocolate combined together to form that treat that I probably can't say in the review for legality reasons, but I can't recommend it more. If you're looking for melodic death metal with just that right amount of symphonic elements, seriously, especially for a debut album, you're not going to find much better than this. Next up, we have the 9th album from Bleeding Through with 9. I am astounded that it's already been 9 albums since I first checked them out back in 2003 when they released This Is Love, This Is Dangerous. That was my starting off point. Obviously, they had some music out before then, but enough of me feeling older and older 22 years later. This is about 2025 and seeing where Bleeding Through is at now, and it is some of the best stuff that they've made, bar none. I love how heavy they can get. They have some of the most brutal riffs and breakdowns they've ever done on this album, and you combine that with that classic metalcore sound, that black metal element that they really started to incorporate later on in their career, and just everything is done perfectly. The production value is off the charts where you can hear everything and Next up, we have Crazy Licks with Thrill of the Bite, and it's so great to see the band is back with their 8th album and continuing to do their formula of 80s metal, glam rock, and heavy metal combined with just that really fun style that they've always done. It's always a sight to behold. The riffs are infinitely catchy, the vocal melody is always soar, and the overall songs will be stuck in your heads for days. The perfect modern throwback if you're looking for that 80s hard rock, AOR, metal, all rolled into one like I mentioned before. They have yet to let up the momentum, and Thrill of the Bite really lives up to their name. It's quite the thrill when you bite into the album. Yeah, sorry for the pun. But it's up next, we have Dynasty with Game of Faces. Another band releasing their 9th album today is Sweden's Dynasty. The band continues their upward trajectory of evolving their sound, but still sounding very, very consistent to what they've been known as. Starting as more of an AOR band and then eventually embracing the more metal side, especially the modern metal side as of late, the band has never let go of that sound, yet they still find a way to make every album sound different than the next. In that time, the band never lost their sense of pop sensibilities, and they always find a way to make it more fun and captivating every time you listen to a new album and every time they release a new album. Game of Faces, I will say, say is probably their most accessible album, especially for the modern crowd, and especially for those that are Amaranth fans that are just discovering Dynasty. While up next is the debut album from Love Is Noise with To Live in a Different Way. This is also a Century Media debut for this UK outfit, and it's not what you would expect from this label, especially with bands that I've discovered from it like Dark Funeral, Aborted, and Imperial Triumphant. But this is a label that has always found a way to be able to expand their sound on the heaviest ends of the spectrums, and it does get kinda heavy. I mean, not necessarily for someone who checks out my channel or checks out my reviews, but it does get heavy in the way of something in the post-hardcore alternative metal kind of style, something like Deftones, but it also hits some more dreamy poppy feelings, that kind of shoegazy feel, but also mixed kind of with Oasis. So yeah, that's the ticket. Deftones meets Oasis with some shoegaze, 90s alternative rock and metal mixed in with just enough modern sensibilities. Yeah, that's it. You have a combination that is sure to launch them into the stratosphere of popularity if it strikes in the right way. I don't know if this is on modern rock radio yet, but I would be shocked if it's not, because it feels like it's meant for it. It's a formula that would win over so many people, and when you add authentic songwriting and production that's made for the 2020s, it's just a golden ticket. If you like things more on the lighter, mainstream side of what could be heavy music, I think now we got Hangman's Chair with Sad Diction. I discovered Hangman's Chair on their magnum opus, their previous album, back in 2022, A Loner. It was the perfect album that came out at the perfect time during the midst of the pandemic. It is a dark mix of gothic and doom, and it crushes everything in its path. And I wasn't alone in thinking so, as it launched them onto so many great tours and festivals across Europe and the UK. So how do you possibly match up to an album like that? Well, you do it by what worked on that album, but you still keep evolving the sound. Sad Diction is more of a dynamic album, fueled by such grand and sad lyrics as you would expect from before. I mean, just look at the name, Sad Diction, but with more tempo changes and the feeling of exploring a new direction and sound on a grander scale. If you're expecting a Loner Part 2, this isn't it, but if you did enjoy Loner Part 2, I think you'll find so much to really appreciate about this one. I think it's more than a worthy successor, and something hits home with something like myself, and others dealing with mental health struggles will also find something with this as well. This is a real album filled with some of the saddest authenticity, and I wouldn't have it any other way. And finally, we end our Out Today's section with another album that technically came out on Tuesday, but I'm still counting it here. It is Prehistoria with Cryptic Halo. There were a couple really great power thrash albums that came out in 2024, but it's a genre that I truly miss more bands doing, and I really hope that this catches on, because if bands like Prehistoria are doing it like this, it needs to happen more. This is a debut album that brings out the best of the genre, feeling like a grand mix of predecessors like Blind Guardian, Nevermore, and Iced Earth. And now for everything that I missed, starting with the debut album from Ami Okama with I Will Be the Clouds in the Morning and the Rain in the Evening. This is one of the strangest yet intriguing albums that I've come across in quite a while, and I've come across some bonkers albums already this year. Debut album from Aki Mikala feels like a whimsical and dark look into the modern outside world, dealing with who you truly are, and yeah, let's face it, the pros and cons of being a trans individual. I can hear so many different styles going on here, from doom to mathcore to dream pop to shoegaze. It feels like an unholy combination of Sleepy Time Gorilla Museum, Made Out of Babies, Dillinger Escape Plan, and Boris. This album is not for the faint of heart, and for those who want their music so far left of center you can't even see the center anymore. Every track feels like it has a different feeling behind it. Sometimes it gets absolutely crushing, sometimes it gets a little more electronic. It just goes in so many different directions, but it all fits together if you like this stuff. If you really want to prove that you have an eclectic taste in music, this is one that you definitely should give a proper shot. We have a sophomore album coming from Germany for the Black and Doom band Atramentum with The War Within, and this hits both sides of the Black and Doom territory so perfectly. It is so layered in doom, but it keeps the black inside in just the right ways to make this album engaging and thought-provoking. Match that up with some of the most heart-wrenching lyrics and just raw enough production that you have an album that is meant for the tortured souls that so many of us are nowadays. It never gets too slow, it's not that funeral doom style, but it is slow, but it never hits the hyper blast of black metal either. It is just right in between, and what I feel is a pure sweet spot for someone like myself. If you want an emotional roller coaster of an album in this style, you need to check this one out and see if it works for you. It's a sad trip, but it's a good one. Up now, we got another Italian debut album here with the band Black Symmetry and Psycho Hell. This is more of a progressive melodeath band, which I haven't seen a lot of bands do, but I'm so glad to see that it's coming up in the genre. This feels like a sick, twisted, horror-esque feel behind it all in this very catchy yet very progressive melodeath. It's a strange concoction of kind of the heaviest ends of a band like Slipknot, add in some melodic death metal sensibility to all of it, and do I hear some Devin Townsend style riffing and clean vocals thrown in? Yeah, that kind of sealed the deal for me. I dig. Up next is the band Bones with Self-Portrait. Now, I understand that this is listed as an EP. On Metallum, it's listed as an EP. If you look it up online, it's listed as an EP. But it's 28 minutes long. That's longer than Raining Blood. So I think it counts as an album. If you disagree, fine, but I think it's a debut LP. It's 6 full songs, nearly a half hour. But all of that said, forget all of that. This is some fantastic Italian post-black from another debut release. It is on the raw side of post-black, but it has one key element that really brings out the pure emotions here, and that is the violin on display. It makes the band stand out amongst the rest in this genre. If there was ever a genre in heavy music that needed a full-time violinist, it is post-black. It adds so much emotion and the musicality to everything that's going on already. The violin just adds so much more emotion to it, and I love it for it. Overall, this is a very solid release, very raw in the production, but I think it works so well. It's so dark and captivating. Whether it's an EP, whether it's an LP, I'm counting it as an LP. You don't have to. Regardless, I think you should check this one out. Up now we got Clap Sodra with Of Terror and Soul, and this is becoming one of my favorite albums of 2025 so far. It is a sophomore album from an Israeli outfit, and it's just so powerful. It's one of the most powerful things that I've heard all year, and I've already heard 110 albums so far this year. The band focuses on the horrors of war, persecution, and the pain of life, while still having this glimmer of hope to it all. It's a tear-jerking album that hits in all the right moments in bands like November's Doom and My Dying Bride, and they also had their own unique influences to it as well. It's not a funeral doom and gloom album. There is more to it. It even gets a little thrashy at moments as well. There's a great sense of dynamics and tempo changes that happen throughout, with a production value that is quite pristine for the genre, and musicianship that is purely top-notch. The dual vocals between the male screams and the female cleans are so emotional, and it's gotten me very, very close to tearing up myself. This is going to be one of my favorite albums of the year come the end of the year, and you just need to check it out now to understand why. Do not skip out on this one if you were into Death Doom. Trust me. Up next, we got Clear Sky Nail Bomb with Problem Solved. I really wanted to get this one on sooner, but I'm glad I'm catching it now. This is the 4th album since 2018 for this thrash metal band from Germany, and it's a stellar display of how to make thrash metal your own. In a style, especially, that is so often that feels like it's stuck in its own ways, this band finds a way to make it their own, and it does a magnificent job of that. In what feels like a perfect display of what the world currently we live in, Problem Solved is both a harsh reality check and just enough of a tongue-in-cheek feeling that makes this both a serious album and one that can make you smile in a very cynical way. A vocal delivery that gives off kind of a Lamb of God meets Meshuggah vibe. It really makes this stand out amongst the other thrash bands as of late. It's just everything that makes thrash metal great, but just more aggressive and a little more thought-provoking. If you want some originality in your thrash, all while making you tug at your collar at the world we've turned into, well, this country anyways, Clear Sky Nail Bomb, nailed it with Problem Solved. Sorry for the pun. Next up is the band Consumption with Catharsis, and this is pure, unadulterated carcass worship. Not necessarily the gore grind era, and definitely not the death and roll era. It's that sweet spot where it was death metal, and pretty much right in the Heartwork era. It's the almost melodeath era of the band, and I love what they're doing here. On their 3rd album, the band continues their onslaught of enjoying what Carcass did, but never sounding like a pure ripoff. It's 12 songs, it's almost 49.5 minutes, and it's that sheer late 80s, 90s death metal sound that Carcass really made their own. And it's sure to make fans of both old and new metal to really find something they'll appreciate about this one. I'd love to see these guys do a tour with Gruesome. I think it would be a perfect tribute tour to that classic era of both Carcass and Death. If that sounds like it might tickle your fancy, I think you should give this one a proper listen. Up now we have Empty Throne with Unholy. This is a band from all over the USA. It's Arizona, California, and North Dakota, all ending with A's, creating a pummeling blast of blackened melodeath that destroys the senses. This is a debut album that is almost 41 minutes in length, and it flies by, and it feels like it's only done in half that time, which is quite impressive considering it's only 6 songs. Above all else, this is a death metal album, but there's the right moments of blackened feel behind it, and the sense of melody that comes in at just the right moments. It's a raw album given off that mid-90s production style, but it feels so dark and enchanting. It's a crushing album from start to finish, and it only breaks when the songs are done, and there's those couple seconds of dead spots in between tracks on every album. If you want some crushing metal of this variety, Empty Throne is exactly what you need. I deeply apologize for butchering the album title here, but I have to talk about the 10th album from Arab Altar called... Okay, let me see if I can get this. Helsingmörker. The band is back after 3 years since their last album, which was a fantastic album in and of itself, but this is a stunning display of what the band truly is. It feels like the pinnacle of what the band has always been about, even going back to their original sound at times by getting a little bit doomy. But this is that epic Viking metal, black metal, the metal that they've been creating over 10 albums now, while still having that pure love and admiration for Bathory. I mean, just listen to them, you'll fully understand. There is an argument that this could be looked upon as one of their best albums of their discography, just given a little bit of time. And with how many spins I've given this one, there's a strong argument to be made for it. It's heavy in just the right spots, the vocals soar to Valhalla and go all the way down the Helheim. The music is raw, but it's done with such clear production, and the overall feel of it is just how I love my Viking metal. Seriously, while there are other bands in the genre, and you know who they are, Arab Altar has always been one of, if not the best in the genre. Check this one out and you'll understand why. Up next is the band Face Rip with March of the DB Demons, and I'm going to keep this one short and sweet. This feels like a great mix of Municipal Waste, Gamma Bomb, and SOD. You mix that in with some crossover thrash and speed metal, and you just have this really fun, almost 36-minute long album, 12 tracks, just enough of that tongue-in-cheek feel that I love in this genre. It hits so many great moments on here. If you just love that 80s, and especially that mid-2000s crossover thrash feel, this is an album that you are going to love. Next up, we have another Indiana band here, but this time it's more in the tech death and melodeath realm with the band Fleshbore in Painted Paradise. This thing is an absolute monster that blows their debut album out of the water, which I thought was fantastic back when it came out, but this just takes everything the band has been working at, increases it 100-fold, and it added just the right amount of new ideas and nuances to create something that will pummel you from pillar to post, but it'll still give you the occasional breath or two in between before the pummelings. If you're looking for something that is just proggy enough and it adds elements of bands like Legion, if you're looking for the musicianship of a band like Origin, and let's face it here, a very heavy dose of a band like Archspire, you need to get into Fleshbore. Up now we have the third album, although the first album with vocals from this one-man outfit known as Gnarlmyth with Cataclysmia. It is so hard to kind of categorize this one, I'm gonna try. It feels like modern progressive metal, that also feels like epic metal, that also has this atmospheric feel through all of it. It kind of gets into melodeath as well, like, it feels like a mix of Opeth, Periphery, and Visigoth. I know that sounds weird, but seriously, it might give you an idea of what it sounds like, and I still kind of feel like I might have gotten it wrong, but it's the kind of album that you just need to experience on your own. I can see a number of people who enjoy the heavier and more commercial kind of stuff enjoying this. If you like the old school metal, if you like prog, if you like melodeath, I think you're going to find something to really love about this one. If you go into it with an open mind, I think this will be for you, and I'm so glad that I did that for myself. This is some truly magnificent stuff. Now we got Hallbar with Nemesis, and once you know it, this is another debut album here, but this time coming from Poland. It is a grand mix of black metal and melodeath done to an absolute T, with that musicality of melodeath and just the right moments of black metal, including vocally, and the occasional tremolo picking that goes on as well. I occasionally hear some more modern metal aspects as well too, like I hear some downtuned guitars, which I'm assuming is 7-string, but I'm not a guitarist so I might be wrong on that. But you normally don't hear that done in this metal melodeath black metal style. It's a fun, catchy, captivating display of all these genres done together. While this won't be for everyone, I think this will hit enough people who are looking for something like this. It's just raw enough, but it's done with a proficiency that really, truly makes it stand out. Give it a shot and see what I mean. Up now, we have the third album from a Finnish alternative prog metal band, or as they like to refer to themselves as, hybrid metal, Kioma with A New Beginning. This is my first foray into the band, and I love what I'm hearing. It's everything I love about prog, from the keys to the vocal delivery to the quirky songwriting, done with just enough alternative moments so it doesn't sound like your typical prog band, and it's just the right amount of heavier moments that makes everything truly stand out. They do like to refer to themselves as hybrid metal, and they definitely live up to that genre title. This mixes so much, and it feels unorthodox in just the right ways. If you're any kind of a metal fan, prog fan, alternative, or if you're just looking for something that's left of center, I think you owe it to yourself to give this one a proper shot. It is excellent work, and I think you'll agree. It's just a little disheartening as well in the lyrics, but hey, that's the kind of the world that we live in 2025, isn't it? Up next is a band that I deeply apologize for if I don't pronounce right. My Spanish is not up to snuff, but it is the band Legado de una Tragedia with Lovecraft. They started off as more of a dark tribute to Edgar Allan Poe, but they have branched off and done other things like The Sandman, which is kind of hard for me to talk about now, especially in recent times. But now, this time, they're going to be covering the works of H.P. Lovecraft, which also has its problematic things, but hey, let's try not to focus on that this time. While most metal bands that cover Lovecraft seem to do it in the most brutal death metal styles this side of the great old ones, this band takes the band into a grandiose, symphonic, and gothic power metal direction, as they always have, but this may be a new discovery for you as well. It gives everything a bit more of a theatrical feel behind it, and it gives the story that is being told more time to breathe instead of just unleashing the monsters of the universe that he's created. Of course, you'll get those monstrous moments, but it feels a little more sophisticated. Sadly, without speaking Spanish, I can't really give any great detail on how the lyrics are done, but you get a good impression of it all by how they're performed and the vocal melodies provided. This is some magnificent work, and I'm definitely going to go back and check out their previous albums as well, but this is a perfect introduction to the band. I know I want more, and you just might want more as well. Now we got Last Force Rain with their self-titled debut. This is another Spanish band, although they sing in English this time. It is everything that I love about post-black and post-rock rolled into one. I know post-black and post-rock, that might sound like kind of the same, because, you know, they're both post-genres, but there is a distinction that they really draw the line on here. There's so much sheer emotion that goes on here with just the right amount of chaos that post-black brings, but just that post-rock instrumentation done in between all of that, it's just the perfect combination that I can't get enough of. It hits me so hard with the vocal delivery, the songwriting, the perfect production style for this style, and just the overall package of it all. It feels like it was meant for me. If you want something a little less aggressive in your post-black, or if you want something more sinister in your post-rock, you need Last Force Rain. And another band that I really hope I can get the name right of, and I apologize if I get it wrong, it is Noctambulist with Noctambulist 2 De Drum. I can't proclaim my love for this album enough if I tried. It is as if someone discovered Alcest and Lantlos at the same time that they discovered Depeche Mode and The Cure. It's gothic post-black, 80s gothic post-black at that, and just the right amount of experimental moments going on as well. I just absolutely love it. The production is so profound, the musicianship is top-notch. The performances on display will definitely leave you wanting more. It's even better if you just check them out for yourself and see what I mean. This is gonna rank very high at the end of my year list. I can feel it. If you give it a shot, if it sounds intriguing to you at all in the slightest, I think you're gonna love them the way that I have. Next up, we have Morast with Fentanyl. And this is another German band swinging their way onto this list, but this goes into a very dark, depressing vein. The third album from this band is a depressing look at the very few highs and so many lows of drug use, and the music more than captures the hell that comes with that use and addiction. This is one of the most unpleasant albums that I've heard all year, but that's exactly why I love it. It is a sheer terrifying soundtrack that crushes everything in its path. It never gets too fast or too slow, or even just right. It feels uneasy the whole time, and it will mess with your sensibilities, but I expected no less here, and that's exactly what it's like to have a drug addiction. It's a brutal album in all of the right right ways, and if you check it out, I think you might agree. Now we have Operatus with Golden State, and it's another debut album, this time coming from Czechia, and this is tailor-made for those who miss the dark sense of symphonic metal. This is a dark album that still feels grand and awe-inspiring. There is just enough genre bending that happens as well that will come as a great surprise, very welcomed, but it's all done with some of the finest musicianship that I've heard in the genre in a long time. It's hard to get all of these vocals and instrumentation done right in production, but they found a way to make the production, the mixing, the mastering, all filled out so everything is done the way that it needs to, and everyone shines. This is a stunning display of what can be done with the genre in 2025, and if you miss those glory days of the gothic, symphonic, and epic metal that sounds like this, and when it was at the top of the world, you need to give this album your full attention. Next, we have Second Day with Flamboyance. This is a sophomore album from this French outfit, and it's a brand new foray for me, but I am loving what I'm hearing. It's this atmospheric sound filled through death metal, just the right amount of melodic moments. It feels like alternative melodeath, if even such a thing can exist. It's like other bands that I've heard in similar genres, and it truly stands out for what they're trying to achieve. The production is raw, and yet exactly what it needs to be. The genre bending is on point, and it delivers. And it's the perfect kind of album that if you want some true innovation, this might be something to check out. I love what I'm hearing, and I'm so curious to see where the band could possibly go from here, but I'm excited to find out. Check this out and see if it's for you. Up now we have Soltor with Ride as One. When you think of Viking metal and folk metal done together, you might think of a band like Airbolter. You know, something that feels like it was created in the Scandinavian mountains. The music feels like the Vikings are about to unleash a brand new attack on their enemies. But what if I told you that this particular outfit is from Kentucky, of all places? You'd have to pick your jaw up off the floor. Yes, this is made in America, yet it feels like some of the most authentic Scandinavian metal that you've ever heard. This is an atmospheric vibe in the production that just makes everything raw enough, but it is bolstered by the songwriting and the musicianship that just punches through and slays everything in its path. Also, knowing this is all done by one man known as Brian Judd just blows my mind away, considering the sophistication that's actually done throughout the album. This feels like a band who's been trying to perfect their sound for well over a decade, and they're just putting out like their 5th or 6th album, not a one-man project putting out their debut. Seriously, if you want like some of the best American-made Viking metal, check out Soltor. Coming up next is a band and album name that I deeply apologize for getting wrong, but I am gonna try. It is Tarfod with Lidante. This is a project that put out 3 albums last year, including their debut album, and I can only assume that there is more coming in 2025, but this is the first album of 2025 from this project, and I just love what I'm hearing here. It is just such a fiery and engaging start. It's dark, it's haunting, it's such a great display of progressive post-black with the right kind of orchestration, piano, atmosphere, everything that can bring you to your knees if you let it. This is how I want my post-black done. It has power, it's evolving, and pure motion behind it all. This one hits my soul in a way that I didn't know that I could, and I want more. Thankfully, there is more, since I have 3 albums I haven't checked out yet, and I can only imagine that there's more coming in 2025. But this is a spectacular album from someone I think it's only going to get better as time goes onward. This is how you keep post-black engaging. And finally today, we end things with Void of Hope with Proof of Existence. Is life a gift or a curse? Well, the debut album from this Finnish black metal band answers that pretty bluntly. It's a curse. This is a slow, daunting tearjerker of a black metal album that looks at the sad realities of life, death, everything in between. They more than live up to the name of the band. This album fills you with such a void that feels like nothing can ever fill it. The vocals give this kind of life lover feel to it, and it feels quite sinister, so it's not going to be for everybody. Some people are going to love it, some are going to kind of laugh at the absurdity when you hear the occasional shriek, but hey, go into it with an open mind. And the production feels just right with everything else. This gets dangerously close to like that Black and Doom territory, while still being very much a black metal album. It also feels like the last sounds that you hear before you die in the worst possible way, so it's kind of perfect for 2025, isn't it? If you want to hear your black metal as dark and as bleak as it gets, look no further than Void of Hope. Up first, we have Abduction with Existential Isthmus. This is the latest release from this UK black metal band, the fourth release and second on Candlelight Records, and it's showcasing a pure love for that black metal genre. I got to do an interview for the album Black Blood, which was the previous album, and I loved what I was hearing going on there, and I love what's going on here. I mean, this is black metal through and through. You're going to occasionally hear that black metal hyperblast, you're occasionally going to hear those tremolo pickings and stuff like that, but they're doing so much more to be able to expand just enough, doing just enough genre bending in their kind of pre-established ways that they've already been doing with just that kind of progressive element without going proggy, if you know what I mean. Plus other moments that I don't really want to give away in this quick little review. You still get that classic 90s black wave of black metal going on, but you know, just a little better. The production's way better than what you'd expect from that genre, and it just feels like more of a mature album. And of course, with an album title like this, the lyrics are just full of that, what are we even doing here? Why are we even here? Which makes you really question everything. I'm so happy to see how the band has progressed since their previous album, which I did love, but I think I might even love this one even more. And if you want that true sense of what second wave black metal can be in the 21st century, you need to give this one a shot. Up now, we are going in a bit of a different direction with the band Air Force and Acts of Madness. Despite the band being around since the year before I was born, 1987, this is only the band's third album, and their first album came out in 2016. And having been in unsuccessful bands that have had so many lineup changes, inner turmoil, and other things preventing albums from coming out, I completely understand why it's taken this long. But I will say with Acts of Madness, it is that true sense of what classic heavy metal can be in 2025. There's no flares, bells, whistles, anything to try to make it more of a modern metal album. There's nothing going on like so many of those bands back in the day that turned into like a Christian acoustic rock band or anything like that. This is that pure new wave of British heavy metal sound, and it reminds me so much of what the revival metal bands have been doing for about the last 15-20 years as well. And I'm happy to see that Airwolf is going strong despite everything, and showing that the new wave of British heavy metal sound never died and is still going strong. I think this album would have been perfect in 1987 along with it now in 2025. If you don't believe me, just put it on and see if your head starts to bob and then starts to headbang as everything starts to go along. You'll hear those classic feelings from the genre, and it'll make you want to revisit the genre more and more if you don't already. This is excellent work. Up now, we have Defiled Serenity with The Slumber of the Mind. This is the debut LP from this Finnish melodeath band, featuring the amazing vocals of Paavo Lapati, probably best known for his work. I believe it was on the Finnish version of The Voice, but of course to more metal fans, you would know him more for the band Before the Dawn. This feels like classic melodeath through and through, and it feels like such a loving tribute to bands like Amorphous, Dark Tranquillity, and In Flames back in that 90s, almost 2000 sound. From the production to the songwriting, the atmosphere, everything that it gives off here is that pure melodeath sound. Of course, there's enough modern stuff going on here. I mean, it doesn't sound like Slaughter of the Soul production style or anything like that. It's modern just enough. And also, they cover Rihanna's Unfaithful, which is a relatively new song. I mean, 21st century song in the 2010s anyways. But it also feels like it could have been written around the time that The Gesture Race was made, just given the production style and the way they go about it. I actually really dig it, despite not even really being familiar with Rihanna's catalog. Despite this being their debut LP, I'm so curious to see where the band's going on from here. I'm always going to be wanting some more Before the Dawn, but if this is what's going on right now with Defiled Serenity, I can't wait to see where they go from here. Coming up now is the 6th album in 9 years from the band Phaon Stream with Repose of a Dream. Now, if you go back early in their catalog, and I mean anything before the previous album, you're going to be in for quite the shock if you think it's going to match up to what they're doing now. The previous albums were pure, unadulterated pop punk, and it was done with such a proficiency as well too. Like, if you go back and listen to them, you're going to wish that, wow, I wonder what they would do if they did some metal. Well, starting on their previous album, they started going into the tech death route, but they also had the pop-punk vocals over top of all of that. On here, with Repros of a Dream, they go completely progressive tech death with the occasional pop-punk riff thrown in over top of the tech death. It is such a strange combination when you hear it on paper, but you hear the blast, the vocals, it is pure progressive tech death in the vein of Necrophagist and Gorguts, yet it occasionally has some death riffs that would make Chuck so happy to hear. And those undeniable pop-punk riffs that happen over top of all of it, you are either gonna hate it or you're gonna be in love with it the way that I am. It's just so heavy and so technical, but it gives off the right amount of flair and melody to make even the most savage beast calm, or maybe even the most radio-friendly fan. This might be a gateway album to get them into more extreme music, which I am never ever going to be against. This is the kind of tech death that's not just about the fretboard Olympics, about what you can do on the guitar. This is fantastic display of progressive tech death, just a little bit different. And if you want something a little bit different, you really need to give this one a shot. Oh, I've been waiting so long to talk about this one. The brand new album from Killswitch Engage, This Consequence. And I just have to say right off the bat, this is one of the heaviest, angriest, and oddly appropriate albums the band has ever released. It's ferocious, and yet it still has that classic Killswitch formula that you're gonna know and love. The clean vocals, the melodies, everything that's going on, but it's just a bit more brutal, a bit more heavy. Some of that comes from the down-tuned guitar, some of that just comes from the unbelievable vocal display of Jesse. Everything that's going on here, it just feels tailor-made for 2025. There's only one track on the entire album that feels like a breather, and of course that is the second single, I Believe. It really does help you get a breath of fresh air before you start to get pummeled once again from all of the heaviness that's going on. This is easily the heaviest album they've done since 2013's Disarm the Descent. This might be even the heaviest album that they've ever done. It's a really short album as well too, as the longest song is the first single that they did, coming in at a little over 4 minutes long, and the average song is about 3.5 minutes. This thing flies by, and if you grew up in that second wave metalcore scene that I did as well too, right when I was starting to get into heavier music, this is going to be that modern throwback that you love so much from that Killswitch sound, just updated enough for 2025. Pick it up and enjoy. Coming up now, we have the debut LP from this one-man Norwegian band known as Morax with The Amulet. And this is the perfect blend of revival metal and that early day Merciful Fate, nearly black metal sound as well. It never gets full-on black metal, but it has that occult rock, occult metal sound that, again, Merciful Fate pioneered so very well, but it satisfies all of the classic metalheads' need for that revival metal, classic heavy metal sound. The production reminds me of those early day Haunt albums before they started getting really good. The songwriting fits the mood that they're trying to capture. This is excelled for this style of music, and it's just different enough to make it stand out. If you're looking for something of that classic heavy metal, revival metal, and proto-black metal sound, you need to look no further than Morax. This is how you do things in this genre in 2025. Coming up next, I deeply apologize for the pronunciation as my German is not good. It is Nachtbrut with Totstick. This is the 7th album from this band since 2007, who has written possibly the catchiest music the band has done in this style, combining their very dark sense of gothic metal and just the right amount of extreme metal going on as well too, kind of like the more gothic and laid back moments of Cradle of Filth or Demu. I think you'll find is what's going on here with Nachtbrut. They have this way of writing dark, captivating, lyrical sense and vocal melodies that really makes it stand out from the crowd. Granted, I am just a dumb American who never learned German, so I don't know what's being said, but I can tell by that vocal delivery, whether it's clean or more extreme, and especially the music behind it, this is meant for all the darkened hearts that all of us kids have enjoyed in this style. It's just catchy enough, it's just extreme enough to satisfy all the goth kids and the extreme metal fans alike. They found a way to be able to continue the unique sound that they've been patenting for so long, and 18 years later since their debut LP, they are continuing to innovate while never losing sense of who they are. If only all of us could achieve the same thing. If this sounds like it's something for you, I guarantee it is. Up next is the debut LP from Retromorphosis with Salmus Mortis. And if that sounds kind of familiar to you all, you must be a really good fan of tech death, as this comes from the ashes of the band Spawn of Possession. Everyone except for their former drummer is a part of the band now, and they did bring in ex-Decrepit Birth drummer Casey Howard to be filling in this lineup, and wow, this is everything that I wish Spawn of Possession would have been able to continue, but it comes with a key difference. You can hear them having a new zest for life. Like, there's more dynamics, there's more genre bending, they even write the occasional simple riff, and wouldn't you know it, when you do a simpler riff, it makes the more extreme riffing that you do before sound that much more powerful. Wow, what a concept. This is the kind of album that my words can only do so much justice. Like, you need to sit down and listen to this for yourself, because I can't go over all the nuances in something I'm supposed to be doing under 3 minutes due to YouTube law, but this is going to be one of the best tech death albums of the year for the sole reason that it shows what the band has evolved past Spawn of Possession and what they're incorporating into their sound now as Retromorphosis. It also helps that the band just feels so fresh and inspired now, which is good for any band. It's everything about what they've done with the past, but just more. What else could you possibly ask for? And up now, we got Twins Crew with Chapter 4. No, not the Minnesota Twins, where I'm from in Minnesota. This is a Swedish band doing their 4th album, as you may have guessed by Chapter 4. It'd be kind of weird to do the Star Wars thing and start with Chapter 4 as your debut album, but I digress. This is everything that I love about that classic power metal sound done in the 21st century. It just hits all the tropes that I want, from the guitar assaults, the pummeling drums, the soaring vocals, the overall catchiness that anyone who enjoys melody in their metal is going to find something to appreciate here. Not every band needs to reinvent the wheel in this genre, nor do a lot of bands should. They just need to make it as solid as possible, and that's what Twins Crew have done here for 4 albums now, with magnificent ease. Well, it comes off sounding like magnificent ease anyways. This is the kind of power metal that's done that makes you remember why you fell in love with the genre in the first place. The rhapsody of it all, the anger of it all of that good stuff. It gets so catchy, so heavy, and the occasional riff that'll just make you smile in glee. And don't we need that right now? I miss that in power metal, don't you? I absolutely do. Thankfully, this new album is out now, so go check it out and fall in love with power metal all over again. Next up, we have Vulture's Vengeance with Dust Age. This is the sophomore album from this Italian band that really shows that classic side of heavy metal, but it's just proggy enough to make them stand out. Like, this feels like an unearthed gem from 1987. Feels like they were inspired by bands like Omen and Crimson Glory, while also kind of showing off some Serith Uncle and Manila Road vibes going on as well. It's that classic revival heavy metal sound with just proggy enough elements to make it stand out. And it's that perfect kind of prog where you don't even realize that it is proggy unless you're really into that style. Like, anyone would be able to appreciate this as long as you appreciate the style. I didn't know I needed this until I discovered it, and I'm so glad that I did. If you enjoy this style, you will feel the same way. Go check this one out and prepare to be floored. This is one of the best examples of classic heavy metal done in 2025. And finally, for brand new music out today, we have the Seventh Guild and their debut album, Triumvirio. This is a 3-vocal tenor assault, featuring the singers of Skeletoon, Rhapsody of Fire, and Violet Eternal. All 3 vocal styles fit so perfectly together to create this triumphant style of symphonic power metal that sounds just like back in the day, but updated just enough for 2025. And with symphonic power metal, a lot of bands are afraid to make that now. They feel like they need to be a modern metal band, not symphonic metal. I'm so glad this album exists, and it reminds me why I fell in love with the genre in the first place. Everything that you love about the genre is here on full display, with just enough nuances and inspirations to make them stand out from the crowd. And again, that 3-vocal layered tenor assault is just fantastic here. While other 3-tenor metal bands really are lackluster, and you know the one, this one is simply not the case. Whether they're going full guns blazing or pulling things back for triumphant ballads, this is a band that has that pure symphonic metal sound. I just love it so much, and if you love the genre, you will as well. Give it a spin and prepare to be floored. Now it's time for everything that I missed, starting off with the sophomore album from this Canadian one-man band known as Absence of Eternity with Auburn Hellscape. And again, it's so weird hearing North American bands pulling off Viking metal as if they are trapped in the Scandinavian forest. This feels so perfect in that pagan metal, Viking black metal sound. Like, this feels like the darkest, coldest eras of Unleashed, Enslaved, and Arab Altar all rolled into one. It's that early 90s black metal, but it's just cleaned up just enough. What really makes this stand out is it's only 6 songs and it's 36 minutes long. This thing just feels like the perfect length to be able to be satisfied musically, but still wanting to have more. If you like the extreme side of Viking metal and you're not afraid of this being a Canadian Viking metal band, you need to check out Absence of Eternity. Up now we have Among the Lights with In the Wake of Time, and this is the 3rd album in 3 years from this Polish band, and wow, I really enjoy their style of this more raw and unprovoked black gaze. Like, this is just hauntingly beautiful, and it's blackened and raw, and just, it makes you feel uncomfortable in just the right way. If you're looking for the more beautiful, gorgeous style of black gaze, this is not it, but if you're also looking for that strange, bonkers style of black metal, this is also not it. It's right in between. It fits right in between that post-black and shoegaze, and it really hits the both ends of those genres, really provoking what black gaze is all about. It's not the easiest listen in the world, but it is a rewarding one if you enjoy the style, and every album from the project just seems to keep getting better and better. I'm so curious to see where the band goes from here, because I can easily sense the band getting stronger and stronger, maybe fixing up that production, and just going in the right direction. Check them out now if you want to hear something just different enough in your post-black, and get acquainted. I feel like things are just getting started. Up now is easily one of my favorite albums of 2025 so far. It is Apocalypse Orchestra with A Plague Upon Thee. This is a long-awaited sophomore album, as I've been waiting for the band to put out an album since their debut back in 2017 with The End Is Nigh, and this is just the perfect follow-up, and it shows that it's all about the quality, not the quantity. It's the perfect blend of medieval folk and doom created together into what really feels like what the music of the Black Plague would feel like if we could hear it all the way back then. It is that sweet spot of bands mixed between Arab Altar, Swallow the Sun, Falkenbach, especially the lyrical concepts of Woods. Up now we have Dawn of Solace with Affliction Vortex, and it's so great to see the band back. And they come back with their melodic doom, their progressive doom sound, but done in one magnificent way that they haven't done in quite a few albums. They brought back some growls. Normally Miko's clean vocals have been doing it for the last several releases, and I love what they've been doing with it, but it's great to have Tomas being able to do his growls on top of writing all the music for it, and just giving it that extra edge that sometimes the music needs. But don't get it twisted, the growls are just kind of in the background. The clean vocals are still the star of the show here. It's that melodic doom that I love so much, just enough proggy moments going on. Again, you don't really notice them unless you really look for them. And do I occasionally hear an 80s goth overtone, especially in some keyboard sounds? Yes, I do. I think it's because they're leaving out previously left out elements and bringing them back in is what's making this possibly the strongest Dawn of Solace album to date. If you want more emotional side of Wolfheart and Before the Dawn, but you have a love for that doomier side of things, and of course all of that dark, melancholic melody, this is a band for you, and I know it's going to be an album that I keep going back to for years and years to come. Up now we have Decline of the Eye with Wilhelm. This is the 5th album from this long-standing French post-black band that just continues to innovate while still maintaining that sound that they helped popularize. They almost don't even have that post-black sound anymore while still having that black metal sound. The production continues to be stellar and just matches the mood of everything that's going on. The atmosphere of it all captures the sound in a dark veil that can only work in a style like this. The songwriting is grandiose, going from the most bombastic and chaotic sounds of post-black to some of the most laid-back and subdued that I've heard in the genre in quite a bit of time. If you can appreciate a soundtrack of post-black, and go ahead and check out the full story and thematics that the band is going into, it's some seriously deep stuff. You should give Decline of the Eye a proper shot. It's not the easiest listen, especially when you go into those themes, but it is a rewarding experience that you'll be so glad that you did. Up next is Eigen State Zero with Shape of God Through the Sun. This is another one-man band, and boy have I been covering a lot of one-person bands lately, but this one stands out in a grand way. Finally, there is a band that is not afraid to be the progressive side of progressive death metal. And it's also not the easiest thing to do, but Christian Ludvigsen has done it in such a magnificent way for now 4 albums, and this feels like it might be the most tremendous mix that he's done so far. Between all of the moments of BT Bam, Soilwork, and Frank Zappa of all people. Mwah. This is an album that will challenge you both musically and lyrically, pushing boundaries while making you appreciate everything that's on display. It is a great display of the proggy side of progressive death metal while it actually pushes the boundaries, which I miss so much. It's not just about chops, people, I swear. This is some fantastic and intellectual work on display. If that's your bag, you should give this one a proper listen. It gets more rewarding every time that you put it on. And now, kind of going into the more commercial side of things, I have the band Everest with Disaster Within Me. This is a debut album from a Welsh band that is not usually the kind of stuff I gravitate towards. I mean, there's some underlying nu metal overtones that I'm never gonna be a fan of, and it's not my favorite part of the album when they start doing it, but I love everything else that happens here. It feels like such a refreshing take on modern hard rock, and it's got the post-hardcore elements that I enjoy, and there's even some post-metal thrown in, which I was not expecting, but I truly appreciate. It's quite the experience if you go through it on more of a deeper surface level. I'm glad I went beyond the first track on this one because I probably would have skipped it if I thought it was all going to be nu metal. You hear some excelled songwriting and some well-crafted musicianship that explore genres to fit together in a way that I wish more bands would try to do. They add some superb production to all of it, and of course some really catchy stuff that is just undeniable and meant for that modern rock radio sound. If it's not already here in the States on modern rock radio, it really should be. If even I can get past the nu metal parts on this album, you know there's some quality stuff on display here. Give it a shot and see if you're up for it. You might be pleasantly surprised. Up next is Haunt Me with their sophomore album, Watch You Bleed. This is my first foray into the band, but it's that style of 80s, 90s goth, alternative rock, a little bit of industrial, and the synth work throughout all of this that just suckered me in, and I couldn't find it more darkly captivating. This band is all about the atmosphere, and it is layered in it. The lyrics are that kind of love letter poetry that, you know, if you were in high school and you were an alternative kid, you wish you would have gotten from your crush, even though it is dark and twisted at times, you know what I'm talking about. The music, while subdued and simplified, is layered in such a way where it feels like there's so much more going on. Seriously, if you layer stuff, you can make things simple and make it sound grandiose, I swear. The vocals might be a point of contention because they are quite cavernous, like they have a ton of reverb on top of them, and I know it's not going to be for everybody, but I think they're a great fit for what they're trying to achieve. It's a refreshing change of pace with all the black metal and avant-garde stuff that I've been checking out lately. To hear something done with this kind of proficiency is very welcomed in my listening habits. And if you're like me and you enjoy the true dark side of goth music, you will love Haunt Me. Next up, we have Inborn Suffering with Pale Moon Monochrome. This is a band featuring past and present members of Morning Dawn, Fractal Gates, and Lithian Dreams. And this 4th album from this French outfit is my kind of melodic death doom. It is pure, unadulterated doom metal, and it's that kind of death doom as well where it feels so melancholic, but it has so much melody overlaid on top of it that even if you don't like slower metal, you'll find something to love about it, and that's what I love about this style. The production makes everything feel so haunted, like it's just raw enough, but it's just pristine enough. The songwriting is filled with dread and sorrow, and the musicality on display. Of course, some of the best musicians out there in this style pulling this off. It's gonna make you shed a tear no matter what style of genre you enjoy. This is quality doom through and through. It's been hitting me so hard since I first heard it, and I'm so happy that I finally got to start reviewing it now. 2025 has been a fantastic year in doom, and I hope this is a sign that it's just going to continue to get better and better. 2024 was amazing, but let's just keep hoping it keeps going in this direction. Up next is Ginger with Dwell. And yeah, I've never really covered Ginger before. Like, I've heard so many people say that it wouldn't be worth my time, but I just decided to check them out for myself, and I'm glad that I did. I checked them out on their previous album, Wallflowers, and I heard some really cool stuff on it, and this is the first album I've checked out since actually being fully aware of the band. I hear some subtle moments of modern metal. There's a lot of progressive metalcore going on here, which I know is not everybody's bag, but when it's done right, I really enjoy it. But I also hear more subtle moments that remind me of bands like Porcupine Tree. The lyrics are quite vicious and very thought-provoking, and especially coming from a female-fronted Ukrainian band in 2025. Yeah, I'm a couple weeks late on this one, but I'm so glad that I finally got to it because this needs all the promotion that it can get for the world that we currently live in. I'm enjoying what I'm hearing, even if the lyrics can bring up a lot of pain. It's a very cathartic album for those that are looking for it done in that progressive metalcore, groove metal kind of style. If you want something that feels like that modern progressive groove metal straight out of the Ukraine, give this one a shot. You might be pleasantly surprised. Up next, we have Maktakamp with Mental Razia, and this is my first introduction into this Norwegian band, although it is their third album, in a genre they refer to as smash metal. But if you're not familiar with that, let me explain. It's like mixing hardcore, punk, and extreme metal all combined together. And if that sounds familiar, yeah, there's a lot of parallels to another Norwegian band known as Kvelertak, but they do things a little more fun, a little more genre bending, a little more on the metal side of things than Kvelertak does. And as good as this sounds on record, I think it only sounds better in the live setting, despite not getting the opportunity to probably ever see them live, considering what the US is doing right now with visas and all that stuff. I would love to see what this band would do over here in the States and just destroy every single venue they play. And probably the best part about all of it, it's 9 songs, it's 31 minutes long, and it's fun from start to finish. If you need some smash in your metal, you really should give Maktakamp a proper shot. Up now we have Metric Momentum with Alienized. This is the sophomore album from Krister and Tari Haroy. Of course, Krister was formerly of Triosphere, and Tari is currently of Pyramaze. And this is an incredible display of music. Going from some of the heaviest ends of power metal to some of the most subdued, it's really hard to be able to pull that off with ease, but somehow they managed to do that. Alienized is an album that is just filled to the brim with so many great catchy moments that both musicians are known for, anthems for the genre, and something that any power man should be able to gravitate towards. The production hits so hard, every song works on its own merit. It's just a fun listen from start to finish. If you need something refreshing in power metal that's not just the full guns blazing double bass power metal that doesn't get too soft, too heavy, or too off the wall, just everything right in between, just the way you want it to be, you need Metric Momentum in your life. Next up, we have Mastord with Le Mon Lintu. This is the third album from this Finnish prog band, and this is another time where I'm discovering the band for the first time, but I am loving what I'm hearing. Featuring past and present members of Kaihoro, To Die For, and Return to Void. This is the kind of prog rock and prog metal that I love these days, where it just gets heavy enough, but it has so much melody, harmony, and catchy moments to where the song elements are almost kind of in the background, but if you hear them, they're absolutely there. This is also one of the deepest albums that I've heard for a while. When I saw the press release for this one, I really gravitated towards it because it's the kind of album where it doesn't want you to give up. It wants you to be able to forgive yourself, move on, and become a better person. Because when we're gone, we're gone. And there's so many albums that I listened to lately that is about like giving up, the world is gone, but we're still here, so we can still try. While the lyrics are all done in Finnish, I can't understand what's really going on word for word, but knowing the background of it, reading the press release, and how the lyrics are performed, it does give me a little boost that I desperately needed. Musically, it matches that as well. It's still a very dark album when you listen to it. It's dark, it's theatrical, but it still gives you this sense of hope. And these days, who couldn't use a little hope in their lives? If you dig the darker side of prog rock, metal, etc., or if you just like the other bands that these members have been a part of, you should give this one a shot. It might just give you a little bit of hope as well. Up next, going in a different direction with prog rock than what I just got done talking about, is the fourth album from Pattern Seeking Animals with Future of All Creatures. And this album is a little more bleak. Although it does feature past and occasional present members of Spock's Beard, I like that pretty much everybody that's still attached to Spock's Beard are still friends. That just makes me quite happy. It has everything that you love about the Beard, but of course Pattern Seeking Animals has its own way of doing things as well. There's so many new influences and prog rock goodness that they've been doing over the past 4 albums that they've really become their own thing. Granted, lyrically, it is deep, it's dark. I mean, come on, Future of All Creatures is quite grim right now when you look at the reality of the situation, but there is still hope that we can improve as a society to keep life going for everything and, everyone. The musicianship on display is something to aspire to for any musician. I mean, everyone a part of this band is just a prime top-tier musician. This is the kind of album that is very relaxing to listen to musically, but it is filled with that eerie optimism or pessimism, depending on how you look at it, where you listen to it and it's just dark enough without ever going into like metal territory or trying to really preach at you about what's going on in the world. It's just a tried and true prog rock album in 2025 from some of the best musicians in the genre. They keep getting better on every album, and as long as we're still here, I can't wait to see what the next album has in store. Up next is another band name that I deeply apologize if I get wrong, Ryokan with Kept. This is another Finnish prog band here, but it definitely goes into a different direction. Feeling like a fantastic mix of the middle era Catatonia, early day Leprous, and sometimes the Man-Eating Tree. This sophomore album hits the mood for anyone who enjoys some progressive and gothic metal music, especially the way that I do. Some of the riffs and vocal melodies, and of course that atmosphere, hits me in a way that instantly attacks my emotions. It's a cool mix of modern and early 21st century metal that works in such a catchy way that I simply can't get enough of it. And if you enjoy the darker side of progressive metal, and of course have that soft spot for gothic music, you really need to give this one a proper listen and feel the passion that this band projects onto you. I think this is going to be really, really under the radar, and it shouldn't be. This should be regarded as one of the best progressive and gothic metal albums of 2025. Next up, we have yet again another name that I deeply apologize if I get wrong, Sakahyther with Samite's black metal. Despite the band forming back all the way back in 2002, this is the band's first studio album, and having been in bands that really didn't work out the way that I want them to, I totally understand why it took so long for them to be able to get their proper first album out. There's been quite a bit of lineup changes and other stuff that's happened in the world right now that's prevented this from happening, but thankfully this album is still filled with style, substance, and a thrilling ride from start to finish. I have no concept if these songs are made from 20 plus years ago, or this is all brand new music that was created with the new lineup, but I will say they would hit just as hard back in 2002 as they do now in 2025. It's some of the catchier riffs I've heard in straight up black metal in quite a bit of time. I miss that in this genre so much when riffs matter just as much as the lyrics and the presence that you have. This is quality black metal from start to finish, and it gets quite punishing in just the right spots. If you want some refreshing black metal, give this one a proper listen. It was a long time in the making, but the final product is more than worth it. Up next is the debut album from Thomas Arek and the Ouroboros. And of course, you may know Thomas as the founder, singer, guitarist of the post-hardcore band, The Fall of Troy. Well, this band kinda hits a scratch that I didn't know needed to be itched in such a long time. It's progressive rock, it's post-hardcore, it's math rock, all rolled into one. If you love moments of the Mars Volta and Coheed and Cambria, but also getting into that math rock territory, if you love The Fall of Troy, or if you just want to know what emo prog was all about, you might want to give this one a shot. It feels like a mix of the Warped Tour, Taste of Chaos, and Progressive Nation all rolled into one. I know this won't be for everyone for various reasons, but the more I listen, the more I love it, and hearing this take on progressive and emo music, I just love it, and it really hits the spot, and it just might work for you as well. Up now we have Vermilia with Karsiko. This is another Finnish band here, but this time it's the third album from this one-woman project. This album is filled to the brim with pure emotional takes on atmospheric and pagan black metal that other bands have only strived to do, but could never achieve. Between the chants, the gripping riffs, and the overall feeling that you're in a Scandinavian forest, it makes for the perfect mood album, but that mood can strike at any time. The production is a bit raw, but it fits in character to what's going on, but the musicianship on display is in pure top form. Everything that Julia Mattia has done here is perfection for the genre. If you want something that is truly emotionally driven in the genre, you need this one in your life. Your life will feel a bit fuller in the process. And finally, we end things with Visions of Ruin with Nine of Swords. And the debut album from this American band combines so many different things rolled into one. It is symphonic, black and deathcore, that also has some of the catchiest stuff that I've heard in quite some time. Of course, this band is heavily influenced by different kinds of card games, Magic the Gathering, tarot cards, all that kind of stuff. but it all makes sense to the music so very, very much. And this is how I prefer my deathcore listening habits. When it's just pig squeals and the heaviest breakdowns possible, I just really couldn't care less. It has to have dynamics and layers, and that pure love of creating music. Deathcore should just be a layer of what's going on, in my opinion, not just the only thing of substance. The production is pristine and clear, allowing everything to breathe naturally. Mix that up with some astounding musicianship, and you have one of the finest displays of deathcore that you'll hear in 2025. I can't say enough good stuff about this. If you enjoy symphonic and blackened in your deathcore, you really need to check this one out. First up is Ayreon with The Light That Burns the Sky. Ayreon returns with their fourth album, and it's easily their best work to date, bar none. Everything I loved about the band is here in full stride, but done on a grander scale. Of course, the band isn't doing the most thought-provoking or epic or technical stuff ever made. It's symphonic power metal. They're focusing on what works with making the fast parts fun, the chorus is catchy as all get-go, and those epic moments that truly stand out. If you've never checked out Ayreon before and you are a symphonic and or power metal fan, you are doing yourself a huge disservice by skipping out on this one. This is how you breathe life into power metal and symphonic metal in 2025. Next up, we have Blutengel with a name I'm so sorry for getting wrong, but I know I'm going to. Damanon Sturm. This is a brand new discovery for me, even though the band has put out 13 albums over the past 26 years. And wow, did I pick a huge album to start off with. This is a double album, or a triple album if you get through orchestral versions of some of the tracks, and this has been such a mammoth release to try to comprehend. Thankfully, the music is so good that these 25 tracks, or 30 if you get all three, fly by like a breeze, and you'll want more. Combining the best of goth rock, pop, industrial, and just straight up everything that you'd be looking for in this particular genre. It feels like being in a goth club in the 90s with just enough modern influences, and the music refuses to stop. Nor should it. It should be an all-night party until the sun comes up. While I'm not up on my German at all, even though I'm part German, so I'm not entirely sure what's being sung here, but I do love the vocal melodies and harmonies and how they intertwine with the music. It's simple, danceable, and easy to make some gothic romance to. Sometimes that's all you really need. If that's your bag, you should really check this one out. Now we got Brainstorm with Plague of Rats, and Brainstorm is one of the most underappreciated power metal bands going today. Despite starting around the time that Halloween and Blind Guardian did, and then putting out their first album about 10 years later, the band has put out 14 albums since 1997, and Brainstorm has been putting out some of the most compelling and intriguing songs of their career on this very album, which is amazing to be able to say that after all of this time. Whether you want something that's full speed ahead, a little more subdued, or just takes you on an epic journey, they have it all covered here in strides. I love how the band finds a way to be able to improve on every album that they make in some capacity, and it should be required listening for any power metal fan. Albums like this give me hope in 2025 that it's going to be a great year for power metal. It's been a great year so far for it, but Brainstorm might have put out the best power metal album of the year. We're just going to have to wait and see. Up now we have Enemy Inside with Venom, and wouldn't you know what, this is another German band coming up here, but instead of power metal like I just got done talking about, this is very super catchy, pop-infused modern rock and metal. Like everything that's been going on with like the industrial, electronic, modern stuff that's been going on, mix that in with rock and metal and you have Enemy Inside. Every song is super catchy, yet they all have their own feeling behind it. Like no two songs sound the same on this one, yet it all feels familiar, and they instantly become earworms every time you listen to them, and they won't leave your head. It gets quite intense at times. I mean, there's some like heavy riffs going on here, especially for the style, but it's so layered in modern pop influences that I have to repeat myself the way that I do on so many albums like this that I discover. This should be on modern US rock radio, and if it's not, that is a complete and utter travesty. Quality music that anyone who enjoys rock or metal would be able to find something to love about this, so why not put it on there? And isn't that a great feeling when you can find something that everyone can enjoy and find something to appreciate about? That's Enemy Inside. Up now, we got Perfect Plan with Heart of a Lion. This is the band's fourth album, and it's pure, unadulterated Swedish AOR from start to finish, hitting that sweet spot between the late 70s to late 80s AOR sound that is just heavy enough, just poppy enough, the right guitar solos, the right kind of vocals, and it feels so motivational as well. Like, especially with an album title like Heart of a Lion, it makes you feel like that you can do anything that you want to achieve. And in 2025, we need that more than ever before, especially as authentic as they do it here. The production is perfect for the style. Everything from the vocal melodies and harmonies to the instrumentation is so on point here, and it hits all the right spots. AUR has been doing so good in the past several years, and I'm so happy that Perfect Plan is here to do it so, perfectly. Sorry about the pun. Up now we got Rama Macaulay with Soulbound, and this is a man I've had the pleasure of interviewing on a number of occasions, and I'm so glad to see that he is back with another fantastic solo album. This is everything that I want from Robin at this point. He doesn't need to reinvent the wheel whatsoever. He's just got to keep making some absolutely solid music from start to finish, and that's what this album is. It's that great authentic sound of that late 70s to 80s hard rock and melodic metal sound that he really showed his talented voice for, and I'm so glad that he's still doing that now. This feels like an album that was made in 1984 but updated just enough for 2025. His voice is holding up magnificently, and the rest of the band seems like they're playing with absolute ease, or at least they make it sound that way. This is just a fun album that shows once again that Robin is here for the long run and has no intention of stopping. And if he's making music this good this late into his career, I can't wait to see what he does for albums and albums to come. Up now we got Serenity and Murder with Timeless Reverie, and this is an early contender for Album of the Year for me, and I know that's crazy to say at the end of February, but hear me out here. This is the Japanese band's 5th album and my first foray into the band, but it covers everything that I want to hear in this style. It's symphonic in just the right moments, it's blackened in the right moments, it's melodeath through and through, it's got these great J-pop, J-rock, J-metal moments that just make it some of the most catchy things that I've ever heard, and it has some of the most awe-inspiring moments I've heard on an album that when I heard it for the first time literally made my mouth agape and just my jaw hit the actual ground. It can get so catchy and so poppy without ever losing its heavy qualities. Just check out the song Matrix and prepare to be floored. The whole album is just as catchy as this song, but just done in different ways, and I can't sing the praises of this album enough. I will be flabbergasted if this is not in my top 10 of my top 100 albums of 2025, and at this point, I don't know what could possibly top it in 2025. If you like anything symphonic, blackened, melodeath, or J-rock, pop, metal, get this immediately. And finally, wrapping up all the new albums that I heard today, that are coming out today, is Year of the Cobra with their self-titled album. This is the band's 3rd album, and I can easily say it might be my favorite one that they've done. It's sludgy, it's doomy, it's got this great Alice in Chains meets occult rock kind of feel at times as well, and it's all drums, bass, and vocals. It is magnificent for the style, and it adds just the right amount of weight and oomph to the music. The sonic quality of this album is astounding for the genre, and especially the instrumentation, and the vocals are on point, and the musical chemistry that both people in the band have on display is phenomenal. If you can appreciate this style of music, the sludgy, doomy, occult rock, Alice in Chains kind of feel stuff, you may have found one of the best albums of the year with Year of the Cobra's self-titled album. Up now is all the albums that I missed, starting with Aether with The Serpent. This is a debut album from this Finnish outfit, and it took me by complete surprise, yet when I listened to it, it was everything that I wanted in this sound. This is another band featuring Toni Pananen of the band To Die For, who I just talked about last week as I was covering the latest Mastord album, and it's just great to see this diversity that he's been doing ever since he left To Die For. This is such an incredible display of progressive and post-metal melded together. The songs never get too wanky like they do in prog on occasion. As a lifelong prog fan, I can admit that happens, and yet the music never gets too ethereal or directionless like a lot of post-rock and post-metal can often do. It's that sweet spot in between where every moment matters, from the 10-minute epics to the couple-minute-long interludes. Everything has its piece, and it's melded together to create a dark atmosphere that is hard to really describe on paper. I mean, I kinda tried, but it just needs to be heard to fully appreciate. That is this album. It needs to be heard to get a better idea of what's going on. It's slow, it's brooding, and yet it hits all the right spots to make this such a compelling piece of progressive post-metal. Up now we have Amon Sethis with Part 3, Dawn of an Apocalyptic World. This is the band's 4th album. Even though it starts with Part 3 here, it's actually a conceptual story that's going on with this progressive metal band from France. They have Parts 1, Part 2, and Part 0, which came out before this, which is a prequel, and it makes Part 3 just a little bit more dramatic when you have the story behind it. I'm not going to give away what happens in it or what it's even about, but with a name like Amon Sethis and Dawn of Apocalyptic World, if you've never heard of them before, you might start to get an idea. If you enjoy bands like Mirath, you also might start to get an idea of what this is all about. Also, this is for people who enjoy Vadenplas and the John Arch era of Fate's Warning. Like, even though it doesn't hit those falsettos that Arch can do, this is a great conceptual album that is a treat for anyone here for the full story or just looking for some great prog metal. It's just modern enough, but it still feels like a good throwback at the same time. Put it on and just see what I mean. I think you'll understand. Though, if you want to know what's going on, I recommend starting with part 0 and going in numerical order, but I think you know what I'm getting at here. Up next, I have Christopher with the Bermuda Pentagram, and I wish I had more info to give you about this band. All I know is that I found it on my streaming platforms, I found it on YouTube, I found it on Spotify. It's the debut album from what I'm assuming is a Finnish outfit. I don't know who's a part of it. It could be a one-man project, it could be a full band. I have no idea. But all I know is this is some of the best crust punk meets black and roll that I've heard in a very, very long time. 11 tracks, almost 32 minutes. This thing is a full-on assault of crust punk and black and roll. It's made for the pits, and it's the perfect set length for a live show. You play this start to finish and you're gonna get some absolutely violent pits going on. If you love this style of music, you are gonna love Christopher. I can't recommend this enough. Up now, I got Kulak with Wayfarer, and Kulak has had such an eclectic run as an artist so far. In 12 years, there's now a staggering 22 albums to Kulak's career, and now with Wayfarer, they're going in a little bit of a different direction here, a bit more of an instrumental approach. Not saying that there hasn't been instrumental work before, but this focuses much more on the post-black meets atmospheric black metal meets doom metal combined together, and it just gives this very ethereal feel between all of it. That's not to say there isn't any kind of vocals at all, as this does feature some choir melodies and harmonies that really match the tone of the music so very, very well. It makes for a very tear-jerking experience without using one word being uttered. It's a highly emotive album that makes you feel like you're floating in outer space and there's no hope of ever getting back home. Although, when you look at the titles of each track, it does seem like it's on some kind of planet, and it's meant to represent a different short story with every track, and that better go without saying that it should be a full story for each track, as every song is over 15 minutes long. If you're not in the epics, you're not going to enjoy this one, but for those that do, this is sure to be an album that you'll go back to time and time again. Every Kulak album is a little bit different in a different way, and it never loses sight of what Kulak has always been about. I can't wait to see what direction the next album is going to be going in, and given the track record, it's not going to be a long wait until we get that next release. Now we have Horizon Ignited with Tides. This Finnish band's previous release was one of my favorite albums of 2022, so in 2025, what are they up to now? Well, I have some thoughts on it. They have definitely updated their sound. It is not just a mix of the melodeath and kind of radio rock that I really loved about their previous album Towards the Dying Lands. Don't get me wrong, most of the album is kind of this way, and those killer cleans are still here in moments, but a good chunk of this album hits more of a kind of new metalcore-ish, Slipknot-ish sound that I definitely wasn't expecting. Especially when you check out the video for Welcome to This House of Hate. You can hear it in the music, and with the jumpsuits that they're wearing, you can definitely see where the Slipknot imagery is coming from. While this is not my favorite genre of heavy music, in fact, it's probably just one step above drone, they do a great job of exploring the sound while keeping my interest from all of it, from the beginning to the end. This is a diverse an intriguing album. I mean, when you get past the new metal Slipknotish stuff, it has everything that I loved about the band to begin with. I love that 90s melodeath sound that they have. I love the modern edge that they have to it as well. All of that is there, just a little bit more. I definitely think this is a grower of an album. Unless you dig all of these genres combined, then, well, this is tailor-made for you. But if you're a bit iffy on the melodeath side, if you're a bit iffy on the Slipknot side, you'll need to warm up to it, which is fine. You should explore more than what you just like, because there is good music in every genre, despite what you might think. I just think Horizon Ignited have put out a killer piece of music here, and I think they're only going to get bigger and better from here on out. Up next is a band and album that I hope I pronounce right, because this is very true and cult in how they spell this. Incantum with Maleficia. This is the sophomore album from this Italian band, and it's quite the trip. It's a soundtrack to what literally sounds like real witch hunting, and it continues on from their last release, although that was a bit more on the occult rock, almost black metal side of things, where this is like pure avant-garde black metal. And again, it's quite the trip. grip. At only 5 tracks and over 41 minutes long, it feels like you're hearing a series of short horror stories. The music is just bonkers in the right moments, captivating in others, and catches you completely off guard when it switches things up, almost kind of like if you're dealing with a witch. This is definitely not an album for the faint of heart. This is for those that want their music from the farthest realms of left of center. If that's for you, you will be entranced by Incantum. Up now we have Metal Lobos with Phantasmagoria Hexed Lands. 3 albums into this Mexican band's career, and they have me reeled in, hook, line, and sinker with my first foray into this band, and then going back and checking out their other work. Magnificent stuff. This is everything I love about Gothic Death Doom rolled into one. It sounds like Catatonia, Swallow the Sun, November's Doom, and Shape of Despair all rolled into one. The production is a bit raw, but it's called for in this style. The musicianship is incredible, and the songwriting is so inspired, and it's so captivating. I simply cannot get enough. This is how you breathe life into a genre that is always in need of a little bit of a shot of an arm once in a while, because, you know, sometimes it can start to sound similar. And this is a genre I love so much, so I do know what I'm talking about here. And I'm so happy that there's bands like this making the music like this and making me appreciate the genre that much more. This is easily going to be one of, if not the best, Gothic Death Doom album of 2025. Up now we have Modari with The Outsider, and this is another one-man band that I've discovered that is doing some magnificent work here. Coming from Sweden, it is the perfect blend of black metal and melodeath to create this blackened melodeath sound that I wish more people would do. It hits those early 90s to early 2000s melodeath vibes that I love so much, with just the right kind of blackened overtones, especially in the vocals, but also that ethereal atmosphere as well. The best way I can go about it is that if you get kind of an idea of that, you need to hear more of it to see how it all comes together, as my words can only do so much. I'm kind of at a loss at how to do this a little more justice. It's everything that you love between the two genres done with the right kind of raw production style and a pure love for brutality. Give it a shot if you're intrigued by this at all, and I don't think that you'll be disappointed. Up now we have Pissgrave with Malignant Worthlessness. And no, the album title is not just how I feel about myself. It is the brand new album title from this Pennsylvania death metal band. It is the 3rd album from this band, and it's easily the most vicious and brutal album that they've done to date. They've pushed the boundaries of what death metal is all about. It's a rough listen, as the production feels like it's clipping all the time and it's set to full blast. But sometimes the style kind of calls for that. I mean, would you want to listen to an album from a band called Pissgrave that sounds perfect? Of course you wouldn't. It's a nasty sounding album that feels like it's rotting away as you're listening to it. If you want a less complicated version of bands like Tomb Mold and Blood Incantation, or if you just want a more brutal version of bands like Revenge and Blasphemy and Deicide, you need Pissgrave. It's not the cheeriest album in the world, but I'll be damned if this doesn't fit the mood of 2025 perfectly. Up next is Sacrum with Exceed into Chaos, and this is the definition of a dark album. A third of this album cover is someone about to off themselves, and I'm gonna make sure that in the YouTube short version of that, I'm not gonna let it linger onto that part of the album cover for obvious reasons, so it may not be the best album cover or even album for someone kinda like myself that's been battling the urges to kinda do the same, especially today. As I'm recording this, has been one of those days, but I can't be helped but suckered in by how astounding the style of black metal is done by Sacrum. This is the 4th album from this Norwegian band, and it's another band I'm just discovering on this release. It is some of the catchiest yet coldest black metal I've heard in a long time. It's a grand mix of Sunder, Carpathian Forest, and 1349 all rolled into one, and it creates an album that is just filled with hatred of everything and everyone. For anyone that has a mind like mine, maybe don't necessarily go into this one if you're feeling kind of bad. For everyone else, if you dig the most chaotic side of black metal, mixed in with undeniably catchy riffs, check out Sacrum. Now we have Scarlet Semblance with Resolve, a debut album from the UK area, and this thing has piqued my interest greatly. It gets technical in the way of Silosis, it gets as catchy as bands like Spiritbox and Architects, yet it has this undeniably heavy groove and heavy moments like a band like Gojira. You mix all of that together and you have a great modern take on how metalcore can be greater than the sum of its whole. There are some moments that get quite proggy on here, moments that are made for radio rock, and other moments that are some of the most brutal that I've heard in metalcore this side of Converge. All of that combined leads to a listening experience I simply can't get enough of. It just gets better to me on every listen. It's such a great modern take, but it also kind of feels like the early days of second wave metalcore as well, in just the right moments. If you want a refreshing take on metalcore, you need to give this album a proper listen. And finally, we have the band Shrike with The Divine and the Serpentine. And wouldn't you know it, this is another UK band hailing from England, and this is one of the most intriguing fusions of melodeath and metalcore that I may have ever heard in my entire life. In what feels like a blend of the Black Dahlia Murder, Revocation, and Sixth, this feels like it was tailor-made for my taste. For some of the catchiest choruses in the business, to some of the heaviest riffs, to some of the most brutal and technical stuff going on, all done with a crystal clear production style that the Black Dahlia Murder fans are going to love. This gets bonkers in the right moments, kind of reminded me of Sixth, and it shows off all three members of the band playing perfectly. You are going to want to keep your eye on this band, as I feel like they are just one song, one radio play, one recommendation away from exploding into the stratosphere. The music more than calls for it. Check this one out if this sounds intriguing to you at all. I have a feeling that this band is gonna be huge. It just needs the right momentum. First up, we have Balance Breach with Save Our Souls. This is the third album from this Finnish metalcore band, and I really enjoy what they're doing here. I find it as soothing as I do mesmerizing. It's a delightful take on the genre, which doesn't get like super brutal metalcore. It doesn't go crazy with the djenty or breakdown elements that metalcore has been associated with in the latter parts of the 21st century so far, but it doesn't get overly poppy and much too catchy or anything like that. It's just this great balance of all of it. It gets a little proggy. It's got that metalcore sound. It's poppy. It's got all these great things to it. It's just this great flair of melody and harmony that I don't hear in a lot of other bands in the genre. And honestly, it might be my favorite metalcore album to come out of the year so far. It's done perfectly. Even if you don't like the genre, I think there's something about this album and this band that you would find quite intriguing. This is how you do metalcore, folks. Next up, we have Cryptosis with Celestial Death, and this is a band from the Netherlands that I actually discovered from a YouTube ad, and it wasn't playing a commercial, it wasn't promoting a tour or anything, it was actually a YouTube ad that played a full-on music video, and it was Cryptosis, and I really loved the song that was being played, and I've been intrigued by the band ever since, and I was so thankful that I actually got the promo for the particular song that's on this particular album. I love this style of progressive thrash so much. It almost has like the symphonic death metal or black metal vibe at times. It feels quite sinister. It's got these great elements that Voivod when they were doing the progressive thrash side of things that I really enjoyed. It gets insanely catchy at the same time too. Like, they're a thrash band through and through, but they really make the most of what that progressive side of progressive thrash is all about. This is an album where, especially for that first time, you don't know what's going to be coming next, but you're so excited to sit down, kick back, and listen to the journey. It hits so many territories while still staying true to themselves. I couldn't ask for more if I tried. This is a triumphant piece of progressive thrash. You should listen to it and see for yourself. Next up, we have Dawn of Ouroboros with Bioluminescence, and this is Album of the Year material for me. The band's third album, straight out of Oakland, is some of the best progressive music that I've heard in 2025 so far. It pushes the boundaries of what progressive post-black, progressive death metal, all of that combined. Like, they push everything into so many different territories, and it's done to absolute and utter perfection. I can hear elements of jazz and post-rock in here, as much as I hear the black and death metal, the post-black, the death metal, everything that they've been doing, but this just feels like their magnum opus so far. There's so many different subgenres attached here, and it might sound like it's coming off as too many subgenres and details for their own good, but I assure you that is not the case. When you listen to it, everything will make more sense. This is simply a band putting out the kind of music that they want to make. It can be as soulful as it is apocalyptic. This is magnificent in every sense of the word, from the production to the songwriting to the performances on display. All you need to do is just give it a listen for yourself, and I defy you to find not even one element that you wouldn't enjoy on here. Like, there's something on here for everybody. Even if you don't like the sum of its whole, you will find something you love about this. If you can't, I'm kind of amazed that you're checking out my reviews to begin with. Like, why are you even checking out heavy music to begin with? This is album of the year material for me, and that is not an overstatement. It is just that good. Next up, we have Deathless Legacy with Damnatio Eterna. And I really hope I got that right. I am terrible at Italiano. But I will say I'm not terrible at finding Italiano metal bands, as this Italian horror metal band is back with their 6th album since 2013, and it might be their best yet. It's the perfect balance of everything they've been working towards all of this time, this heavy metal sound, the horror metal aspect of it all, just the right amount of gothy moments and poppy moments going on. It's just one of the catchiest albums in this style that has come out in a very, very long time. And it also helps that it features past and present members of Vision Divine, Canines, Athena 19, and so many others. This is something that is more than worth your attention. If you dig the likes of Ghost, especially a band like Death SS, which they started off as a tribute band for, and of course if you like the imagery of King Diamond and Merciful Fate, you need Deathless Legacy. Next up, we have Destruction with Birth of Malice. And you would think with a title like that, this might be their debut album, but you would be so wrong. This is the band's 18th album, and that is such a staggering discography so far. And you would imagine after 18 albums that they would eventually let the foot off the gas, start putting out just like, songs that aren't that good, just an excuse to be able to tour, right? Again, you would be so wrong. This band is putting out some of the best work of their entire discography right here in 2025, and it really feels like ever since the 21st century started, the band has gotten their stuff together, and no matter the lineup that's been going on, they have found a way to be able to push themselves to get better and better with every single release. It's everything that you love about the German style of European thrash metal, and there's a good reason why they're one of the big four of German thrash. Birth of Malice is no exception to this, and they're easily putting out some of the best music of their entire career. I can't even imagine how good these songs are going to sound live. I mean, I know they're probably not coming to the States for very good reason lately, but I'm looking forward to hopefully some good footage from YouTube to be able to see how these songs sound live. This is a perfect thrash album for the turbulent times that we live in 2025. Next up, we have Edge of Paradise with Prophecy. This is the band's 6th album coming from this LA band, and it combines all the best elements of what they've been doing all this time into one super catchy form. I will say this is probably their catchiest album that they've put out so far. But it still feels like it's equal parts playing the main stage of Vodkin and equal parts stuff that I really want to hear on modern rock radio. It's a great combination of that catchiness, the heaviness, and the occasional symphonic element moments that really was in the beginning of their sound and kind of faded into the background lately, but I still really enjoy when it's there. It's got this great rock vibe that's undeniably perfect for rock, pop, metal, everything that's going on. I think it just works so perfect for what they're trying to do. It is my first foray into the band, but I did check out the other albums, and again, I will say this is the catchiest album that they've done so far, but this won't be my last time checking them out either. I'm very excited to see what they're going to be doing from the future. I love what's on display, and if you want some really catchy rock, metal, and a little bit of symphonic sound, you need to check this one out. Up now we got Frog with their debut album, Eclipse. This is a debut album from a New York band that is one of the most authentic displays of how to meld together genres into a heavy fashion that I've heard in a very, very long time. And I really do say authentic because everything about this album is exactly what the band wants to be able to pull off. Whether it gets on the more brutal side of bands like Between the Buried and Me, whether it gets on the technical side of bands like The Zenith Passage, whether it gets very obscure and off the wall like a band like Unexpect, and even if it gets into the catchy moments of a band like Protest the Hero, all of that combined is exactly what you get with a band like Frog. The production is just raw enough, but it's just polished enough, where it sounds very real and authentic. No two songs sound alike here, yet they all fit together like a glove. It gets super heavy, it gets super melodic, very proggy, very, very proggy. If you are into the technical and progressive sides of death metal, metal, but you don't mind when they get more melodic, this is one that you need to check out. It's one of the best debut albums that I've heard in 2025 so far. Do not miss out on this one. Next up, we have This Gift is a Curse with Air. This is the fourth album from the Swedish band that combines so many great genres together of black metal, post-metal, sludge, and some hardcore throwing in here as well. It feels like this unholy concoction of The Lion's Daughter, Cult of Luna, Celeste, and Amenra. And if that sounds intriguing to you at all, you need to check this one out because this is a fantastic display of what black and sludge metal is all about. It hits the utter extremes, like it will get into the hyperblasts of black metal, it will get into the slowest, doomiest moments of sludge metal and post metal, yet it's all tied together with this great hardcore atmosphere going on as well. It's got fantastic production, and the songwriting and musicianship on here is just off the charts. If you want something that hits all of the extremes of these genres, but it still leaves you wanting more, you need to check this one out. Next up, we have Mercury Tide with Walls of Confusion. Now this technically came out on Monday, but I'm still counting it as coming out today. It's just easier that way when it comes out this week. Anyways, this comes from Dirk Thurisch of the band Angel Dust, which is an underrated German band that I think anyone who enjoys the more melodic power metal side and heavy metal kind of thrash side of things really needs to check out, but in this particular case, it's going a little bit in a different direction. Like if you mix together Evergrey, Morgana Le Fay, Darkwater, and of course, latter day eras of Angel Dust, you have one of the most intriguing and enduring albums that I just simply can't get enough of in 2025. Walls of Confusion gets so catchy, but it never loses sight of what this project is all meant to be about. It's dark, kind of whimsical, it hits the right moments of power metal and heavy metal fused together, and some of the most anthemic riffs that I've heard in this genre in a very long time. Seriously, hear the chorus of Walls of Confusion, absolutely stunning. This is my first foray into this band. Of course, there's only 3 albums so far, but I really enjoy what I'm hearing, and I can't wait to go back and check out what those other albums have been like up to this point. And if you like the dark side of power metal and heavy metal, you're gonna love this one too. And of course, make sure to go check out Angel Dust as well. Now we have Raging Speedhorn with Nightwolf, and this is a band that I've heard about since the beginning of the 21st century, but I've never given a chance, and I really don't understand why I never have, as this hits so many things that I love. It's a great mix of rock and metal and punk and hardcore, all thrown in together. Like, it feels like a grand mix of Torch, Soylent Green, Red Fang, and I Hate God. And especially on this particular album, it gets a little cheeky. I mean, it kind of references Teen Wolf throughout the entire album. How can you not appreciate something like that? I mean, if you want something that's a bit more on that cheeky side, but still never loses momentum of what the rock, metal, punk, hardcore sound can sound like all conglomerized together, you need to check out Raging Speedhorn for yourself. And finally, for brand new stuff out today, we end things with Sculpture with Landkrieg. This is the 4th album of this band's career, my first foray into the band, but it is my kind of death metal. While it does sometimes get into the more hyper side of death metal with blast beats and all that kind of stuff, it always stays near and dear into the more mid-tempo side of things, like Bolt Thrower and its X-Fix, and my favorite era of Entombed. It's that 90s era of death metal where it didn't need to be brutal 100% of the time. It didn't need to be, showing off fretboard Olympics and all that kind of stuff. It's just technical enough not to be sloppy, and it's just balanced enough to feel authentic and original. It's just down and dirty Swedish death metal done to absolute perfection. It hits the extremes on both ends, and it's just the right amount without ever being overbearing. Not to mention those unexpected melodic moments that will hit you like a ton of bricks. If you like that straight up old school death metal sound, especially that Scandinavian Swedish sound, you will love Sculpture. Up now, for all the stuff that I've missed along the way, starting with Addicted, or Addicted CH if you're trying to find them online, with Time is Endless. This is the sophomore album from the Swiss band in 17 years, and it's another band that I'm hearing for the first time, but I'm loving everything that they're doing. It is such a great blend of melodic metal that is not afraid to get super heavy with the occasional growl, hitting into subgenres that you wouldn't necessarily expect. I mean, I hear Devin Townsend in this, I hear Glade Maidenfold in this. I even hear Freedom Call in this. Like, it's just all under this umbrella of melodic metal, heavy metal, melodic rock, all thrown together to create such a killer band. And speaking of killer, that's exactly what this production style is, just showing off everybody in the right way. The songwriting is off the charts. This is the kind of album that you just kind of need to hear for yourself and fully understand that this is melodic metal. No matter your preference of metal, I think you're going to find something to dig here. And really, isn't that what all of this is all about? I love what I'm hearing, and if you check it out, you just might as well. Now we have Antagonizer with Edgelords from Hell, and this is exactly the kind of album that we need in 2025, no question. The sophomore album from this Florida trio is a perfect blend from the 80s that would have just pissed off the PMRC in every single way, and I am all here for it. Imagine this punk and metal mix that kind of feels like, at least to me, if Warlock mixed with Midnight, you will get Antagonizer. 13 songs, 32 minutes long, just enough to piss off the right-wing stuff. It's short and sweet and it leaves you wanting more. I really can't add much more than that. You just need to check this out for yourself. It is absolutely killer. Next up, we have Avantasia with Here Be Dragons, and you're probably surprised that I'm covering it this week and not last week, especially considering that I did have the promo for this one and I've heard it for quite a bit of time. Well, I simply thought it was coming out this week, so I was a week off, and then when I finally saw it pop up, I was like, oh crap, I messed that up. But thankfully, there is the What I Missed section, and I'm glad I get to cover this one still. Now, when it comes to this album, there are a lot of people who have written this off because of songs like Creepshow, and I think that you've done yourself a huge disservice if you've done so. I will say right off the bat, this is not the best Avantasia album, but it combines the best of Avantasia into one album. You can get the super fast power metal that I love so very, very much. It has some pop rock elements like what you've heard in Creepshow, and it'll remind you of those latter-day Ed Guy albums that we all miss. And it's got those epic power metal tracks as well too that Avantasia really made their signature. It's a grower of an album more than it is a shower. I mean, Ghostlights was just like a perfect shower of an album to begin with, so this is kind of the opposite of that, but that's okay. This album deserves the added attention to see if it's for you, and I think the songs will really grow on you if you let it have the chance. All of these songs feel like that they're going to be incredible live, and that's what Avantasia is focusing in on now, especially with the last few albums, making sure that they're songs that are going to sound incredible live, because they have an incredible live band. They deserve that. They are a live band that is filled with a sense of wonder that you just won't get from any other band in the genre. So get acquainted with these songs now and get ready to have your minds blown live. This is a fantastic album. It just deserves your attention. Now we have Blue Ambition with Seduction of the Innocent. This very sexy debut album from this American AOR band is exactly what I want in this style. It's both 80s AOR, but it has just enough of some modern rock tropes that makes everything work together in perfect harmony. Overall, I feel like this is an album that was written back in 1985, maybe shelved off to the side, and then in 2024 it was unearthed. They added some new elements in there to make it a little catchier for the kids in the 21st century and released into the world now. And I think that's such a fantastic way to go about it. It's the kind of album that I feel like you just need to sit down and listen to it and see how the modern elements really work with the AOR. If I try to explain it, I think it's going to ruin some of the mystique behind it. But then again, I also feel like this is the kind of AOR that I feel like this band really needs to open for a band like the Night Flight Orchestra. That would be just the perfect night of AOR. Everything from the vocals to the solos to the musicianship to the atmosphere, everything that's going on here is just ridiculous for this kind of sound, and I love what they're doing here with the AOR. It's done with such authenticity but updated just enough. Listen to it and you'll see what I mean. Coming up next is, oh boy, I deeply apologize for pronouncing all of this wrong, as I do not speak French well, but I'm gonna try anyway. Ethmeb with Allo Babar et les Caramboleurs. I'm so sorry for butchering that beyond belief, but I do want to talk about this one as it is one of the best prog albums of 2025. I can't really explain what this really sounds like. I mean, it is like epic, progressive, power death metal all thrown into one. So kind of think like if Mike Patton joined Strappy and Lad and the label wanted them to make a progressive power metal album that's in French, that's this album. And it's done in two forms. One where all the tracks are separated, and then there's the true version of it as well, where the tracks are combined into their truest and most cult form, where they come in at 11 minutes and 11 seconds, 22 minutes and 22 seconds, and 33 minutes and 33 seconds, all coming in at a blistering 66 minutes and 66 seconds. It's quirky, silly, brutal, epic, and intense all at the same time. It's an absolute mind screw, and it's quite hard to comprehend at first, but if you give it time, it all unlocks and it becomes such a rewarding experience. This is the most progressive, and I do mean in the true meaning of the word, progressive album that I've heard in years. Just put it on and you'll be blown away. Up now we have Everlore with Hope and Turmoil. This is another sophomore album coming in, but this time it's coming in from Finland, and it's such a fantastic display of power metal. That's right, we finally have some brand new Finnish power metal, folks, and it hits everything that you want in the genre, while still giving you such great melodic moments as well. The production is on point, the songwriting is written without any real frills or fretboard Olympics going on here. It's just exactly what the music calls for, and it's done to the best of their ability. There's not a weak song on here, and even when it gets into the more epic territories of like 7-8 minute long songs, it feels like these were meant to happen, and every note is played for a particular reason. This is such a solid display of power metal, and I'm so glad to see this making a resurgence in 2025, where bands aren't afraid to be power metal anymore. We need this kind of power metal today, and it's done so magnificently well with Everlore. Now we have The 500 with Ghostwriter. This is the band's latest album, and it's a great thing to see that this band has come back after a few years and have come back stronger than ever. I've been loving the band since their last album, World on Fire, where I got to do an interview with their drummer Mark, who, hey man, if you're checking this out, miss hearing from you. But the band really does feel stronger than ever. The music is so catchy, yet it never loses sight of why I enjoyed them in the first place. While the band has become a bit more mainstream in their sound, not to say that they don't have the kind of proggy elements and the heavier moments that I loved about them, but it also feels like so many of these songs could be played on modern rock radio here in the States. There's no excuse to include them into that sound. I really think that they would go over well on the radio. The production is on point, and everyone in the band is playing their hearts out. It is the perfect gateway for those that want to explore heavier music that have never really tried before, and I think it's a good insight for metalheads who think there's no more good music in mainstream music. The band has been catching so much fire lately, and they're really lifting off, and it's such a fantastic thing to see. I'm so happy to see their rising success. They deserve it all, and then some. This is a great bit of modern metal that the world really needs in 2025. Up now we have Francesco Maras with Out of the Fire. This is the fourth solo album from the current guitarist of Tigers of Pantang, which is a great 70s and 80s classic rock band that kind of covered the gamut, kind of like what Y&T did, but more of a UK band than America, but I think you get the point. But what Francesco is doing here is such a great blend of that late 70s through late 80s signature hard rock and AOR sound. There's some heavier elements on here, like there's some double bass parts that you really don't expect. There's some poppier, more mainstream moments that happen on occasion, and of course that sexy, bluesy stuff that they have done so very, very well over the years. It's so well-rounded and enjoyable from start to finish. This feels like such a fitting love letter to that era of rock, and it's all done with such an authenticity that's hard to describe until you hear it, and it's like, oh yeah, I get it. It's an excellent production style, and the songwriting is in top form. This is really for anyone that loves that near and dear 70s and 80s AOR style, but done in 2025. Give this one a proper listen and enjoy. Up now we have Frightful with What Lies Ahead. This is a sophomore album from this Polish death metal band that really mixes together the best of death thrash all into one album. It's Asphyx, Vader, and Bloodbath all rolled into one. The production is just raw enough, really given that early day 90s sound, but it does have that late 90s, early 2000s style of death thrash all throughout this thing. It's 8 songs, almost 40 minutes long. It feels like the perfect length to get everything across, and it still will leave you wanting more. If you love death thrash, and I know I do, especially if you love the styles of Asphyx, Vader, and Bloodbath, you're gonna want to check this one out. Coming up now is another one that I hope I get correct because, again, my German is not up to snuff, but it's Grob with Kramas. This is another sophomore album. There has been a lot of sophomore albums I've been covering this week, hasn't there? But this time it's coming from Germany and this black metal duo that is writing some of the most cold, dark, and intriguing black metal that's been out in 2025 so far. It is raw enough, but it is still very clear in its production style. The songwriting really harkens into some dark territory and it feels very appropriate for the world that we live in right now. It gets orchestral and classical at times. While that's not being the focus, it is pure black metal through and through. It's cool to see it just done in the right kind of sinister way. This is pure black metal through and through, as I mentioned, and it really gives off everything from that 90s guitar style to the vocal abilities and so much more to it. It feels like a grim fairy tale told as traditional as possible, and this is the music that you imagine is being played throughout it. If you want that in your black metal, you need to give this one a shot. It's one of the finest displays of this style of black metal in 2025 so far. Now we have Gravecloud with A Tear in the Veil, another debut album coming out now, and wouldn't you know it, it's another German duo, but this time it's going into the symphonic and melodeath realms. Like, this feels like a grand conglomeration of Amon Amarth, Fractal Gates, and symphonic metal all rolled into one. It's a very intriguing mix, and now that it's been done, I feel like it's been done so very, very well. I hope other bands start to incorporate this kind of style into the melodeath, where you can have things be as heavy and as catchy as Amon Amarth, you can have things as atmospheric and esoteric as Fractal Gates sometimes gets into, but having that symphonic sound behind all of it, it just works so very, very well. The levels of heavy and catchiness and orchestration on display here is going to be so hard to top this year, not just in this genre, but in all genres of heavy music. This easily took me by surprise, and if you give it a shot, I think it might for you as well. Now we have Heartlight with The Triumph of Metal. This is, wouldn't you guess, another sophomore album, but this time coming out of France. And this is an excellent display of how to raise the bar in what symphonic power metal can be without trying to fit into what all the modern metal trends are doing. This band is not afraid to be a symphonic power metal band, and thank you for doing so. This is the second album in 2 years from this band, and while I did check out the debut because of this particular album, I feel like this one is even stronger. It hits so many moments that I enjoy so much. Don't get me wrong, it does get cheesy. I mean, the triumph of metal. If that's not cheesy, I don't know what is. But it hits moments that non-fans probably won't dig either. But for those like myself who can't get enough of that classic and modern style of symphonic power metal, this is exactly what you need. And don't get me wrong, there are some more modern elements that do happen on occasion on this one, but it is a symphonic power metal album through and through with just the right amount of tinges of gothic metal thrown in as well to make sure it's just nice, cheesy, and dark. This is simply how it's done, and even long-standing bands in the genre really need to take note on how to do this because I feel like Heartlight is doing it better than a lot of those bands. Just listen to it and I think you'll understand why. Now we got another French band here with the name of Norwalk with Psycho Mirror. This is the band's sophomore album and it's their first in 14 years. But it's great to see in that time they have a new lineup and the band feels stronger than they ever did. While this is my first foray into the band, I did check out the previous album, but I like what they're doing here in 2025 even more. It gets all into the right kinds of power thrash that I love so very, very much. It gets so nice and heavy, but it has so many great melodies and harmonies mixed into all of it. Musically, imagine a mix of like Sanctuary, Watchtower, and yes, unfortunately, Iced Earth, to create a sound that just hits as hard now in 2025 as it would have almost 40 years ago when bands like Sanctuary were really making power thrash what it is now. This is a spectacular release for the genre, and I can only hope this will signal more bands to do the same. It's been coming in hot over the last several months, and I really want to see that continue. Up now we have Oversize with Vital Signs. You know, with all the funeral doom and grindcore and epic power metal that I cover from week to week, sometimes it just feels really nice to put on an album that's a bit more relaxed and dreamy compared to all of that. And that's exactly what Oversize delivers here with their debut LP. This English band has combined elements of bands from that 90s alternative metal sound of like Deftones and Hum, and even the more ethereal side of Torch to create a sound that feels so deep deep in the midst of that mid to late 90s sound, but it's created in 2025 with just enough changes to make it all work. Every song here feels so appropriate and fits together like a glove. It almost feels like one giant song with how it all interconnects. Considering I did grow up in this era, I still have a soft spot for bands like this, especially Hum, when it's done appropriately, and this couldn't be more well done. This is an excellent display of how to do the genre right, of the alternative metal and shoegaze mixed together. If you miss bands like this, go check this one out now. Up now we have the 12th album from this long-running German band known as Pink Turns Blue with Black Swan. And if you haven't noticed, I've really been getting into the goth rock, post-punk, dark wave stuff lately, and I've never heard this band before, but I really enjoy what I'm hearing here. It's simple, danceable, and easy to cry to, which is all that you want in this style. It brings back those late 80s sounds, but it never loses sight of what's going on now in the world, which is probably why it hits so hard. The production is pure 80s, and the songwriting does everything that you want in this genre with pure ease, or at least it comes off that way. If you put this one after a long stressful day and you feel like there's somewhere in life that can understand the pain that you're going through on a daily basis, well, that's something is Pink Turns Blue. If you dig the style and you've never heard this band before like I have, you are in for such a treat. Plus you have 11 other albums to be able to explore just like I'm going to be doing. Pick this one up if it's your bag and you won't regret it. Next, we have Primrose Path with Ruminations. This is a debut album from an Aussie band that really took me by surprise and just left me gobsmacked. Seriously, like, this is progressive post-metal done in such a way that combines these great gothic and alternative moments that are going on as well. Like, imagine Catatonia meets Long Distance Calling meets Haken meets Tool, and you'll start to kind of get the idea. This hits so many different territories while feeling so authentic and true to the music that they want to create. It's got crystal clear production, phenomenal musicianship. This is an album that expands upon all of these genres, what they can do, and then some. This is one of the best progressive post-metal albums I've heard in a very, very long time. I would dare say since I first discovered Long Distance Calling all the way back in 2009. Give this one a proper listen now and prepare to be blown away. Now we got Risen Crow with Requiem for a Damned Love. Wouldn't you know it, another debut album, but this time coming from Italy with a more melodic power metal and gothic power metal tinge that I really thoroughly enjoy. It's a mix of Early Day Within Temptation, Early Day Nightwish, and Camelot all thrown in together. The dual male and female vocals working together in perfect unholy harmony. The music behind it all is the kind of power metal that makes you smile, and it's got that gothic tinge that just hits the dark side of you just so perfectly. I truly hope Risen Crow catches on because we need more of this kind of power metal right now. It shouldn't just be in the mid-2000s when Nightwish was running the world. This is everything that I love about the genre all rolled into one. And if you love the genre like I do, you need Risen Crow. Give them a spin right now. Now we got Timson with The Next Level. Wouldn't you know it, it's some more AOR here, and this is pure AOR through and through. The style of melodic guitar-driven rock that just feels appropriate for any time of the day or night. It has such an 80s flair to it all, and it just simply works. It feels so motivational and positive in a way that all of us really need right now in these dark times, and especially given the news as I'm recording this right now, yeah, we kinda need that right now. The fact that this band has had 2 albums in 2 years really shows the chemistry that the band has had, and it is quite strong, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be slowing down anytime soon. It's simple, it's familiar, it's that style of AOR that will always hit home as long as you enjoy the genre. If you enjoy AOR, this isn't even an option. You need to pick this one up. And finally, we end things with Voidfallen with the Rituals of Resilience. This is going to be something that's very familiar to my reviews, Finnish Melodeath, but it's done just different enough from the sophomore album of Voidfallen. This is a band that combines the best of melodic death metal, modern metal, and the right amount of symphonic elements to create something that's truly their own. Of course, you can hear elements of bands like Dark Tranquillity and Brimir throughout this, but they're still incorporating their own influences to make the music stand out amongst the rest. Every track on here is worth your attention, and it hits that style of metal death that can sound familiar, but it sounds so unique all on its own. This is the kind of band that deserves your love. Go check this one out if you are any kind of melodeath fan, and I think you'll find a new favorite band in this genre. Voidfallen is kind of going under the radar, but let's change that. This thing really is fantastic. First up, we have Desiderium with Keys to the Palace. This is the 5th album from a one-man band whose name is Alex Haddad, who you might know as the current guitarist of the band Atheist, who's also been in Archaic, and of course Nulling Roots. All 3 of those bands I thoroughly enjoy, so I was very curious as this was my first foray into Desiderium, and I love what I'm hearing. This is what I love so much about progressive death metal, melodic death metal, and so much genre bending that's going on here. Like, if you love a band that can sound like Tomarum, Neo Lascaris, and an Abstract Illusion, you're gonna find something to love about this band. It goes all over the place, yet it all makes sense the more that you listen to it. The production is top-notch, the musicianship is just out of this world, and the songwriting goes so many different places. And again, the more you listen, it will all make sense. And if that's something you're looking for, check out the brand new album from Desiderium. Now we got Kerberos with Apostle to the Malevolent. Now this is some pretty cool symphonic and progressive death metal from Switzerland. This is a sophomore album from this band, and again the first time I'm hearing of them, but I am loving what I'm hearing. It has all the elements of symphonic death metal that I love. It has so many great elements of progressive death metal that you wouldn't necessarily expect from a sound like this, but it works together so perfectly. It's like if you mix Septic Flesh, Edge of Sanity, and yeah, even Haken into one band. As odd as that sounds on paper, it works so well in execution. The musicianship is spellbinding, the vocals are incredible in both the screamed and the clean forms, and the songwriting takes so many twists and turns. I'm still not sure if I've caught everything at this point, but it just gives me all the more reason to go back and listen to it and see if I can catch everything. I love what's going on here, and if you want a refreshing take on the symphonic and progressive death metal genres, check this one out. Up now we got Mantra with Titans. Another discovery this week. There's so many bands I'm discovering and it's just so cool to see. And this time this is a Croatian band that really mixes the best of folk metal, hard rock, heavy metal, and sometimes even pop rock, all fused together into this awesome sound. This is a band that is not afraid to make music that they want to make, but still make it as catchy as possible. This is some of the most digestible and easygoing folk metal I've heard in a very long time, and I feel like it'd be kind of a perfect gateway album for anyone that's not really even familiar with metal and they want to be able to hear what folk metal could all be about. The production is crystal clear, and again, that songwriting is just so catchy. I have so much stuff to catch up on now with 7 previous albums. This is the band's 8th album, but I can't wait to check out the rest. Titans is an excellent display of making folk metal for everyone, so go ahead, jump on board now. Up now is Night with Cult of the Serpent Sun. This is the 3rd album from the San Francisco band that is really expanding upon their sound that they started off with, but as much diversity is starting to show through the band, they never lose sight of who they are. The blackened heavy metal side of the band is far from gone here, and it's still here in strides, but you can hear more elements of cult rock, doom metal, and the occasional hard rock elements that really help the band stand out. The production is the best that they've easily done to date, and it still feels like the songwriting is just keep getting better and better. A little more diverse, but hey, I think that's a good thing. This is the kind of album that they may not take a hold of you the second that you listen to it, but by the end you'll have succumbed to everything that the band has to offer. And it just might be the kind of right evil album that is just digestible enough for you to be able to listen to, whether you listen to things on the more mainstream side or the more evil side. So go ahead and give Night a chance if you never have before. I think he'll be won over. Up now we have Wake with The Return of Magic. And wouldn't you know it, it's the return of Wake after 14 years. And it's so great to see the band back, and I can actually cover one of their albums since I've actually started doing this. Wake is the kind of band that puts out pure quality over quantity all day long. And this is truly something special with their style of sludge, doom, and experimental all rolled into one. They've been doing this since 1999, but somehow they always seem to be able to expand their sound and make it just in the same way that they don't make the same album twice, and they also still find a way to just keep getting better and better. This may go under the radar for some people because I know, like me, until I got this promo, I didn't even know the band was back, but you really should check them out if you are into the sludgy, doomy, and experimental side of metal. This is going to be one of the finest albums of the genre in 2025. I'm not sure what could possibly top that in this genre. It's been a long wait, but The Return of Magic is easily the best album Wake has done. Up now we have Psalm with Let the Light In what I can only describe as doom pop, which seems so counterintuitive. I swear it all makes sense. You combine doom metal and you combine that with the best of dream pop, shoegaze, and alternative rock, and you create one of the most ethereal albums of 2025. It gets heavy in the right spots without the vocals getting in the way of any screams or growls. Imagine if you wanted a band like Astronoid to be slower and at lower register vocally. You'll have Psalm. And now that I think about it, that would be an incredible tour to see. Every time I put this album on, I feel better. It's cathartic, and it's just what I need on a lonely night. It might be exactly what you need as well, so make sure to give this one a shot if you're interested. Up now we have the brand new solo album from Steven Wilson with The Overview. Steven Wilson has been making music for over 35 years now in different formations. Porcupine Tree, No Man, Storm Corrosion, Of Love and Emotion. If you remember that, you are a friend of mine. But now Steven Wilson is back, kind of doing some more progressive rock sounds. Back in his solo work with The Overview. This is 2 tracks. It's over 40 minutes long. The first track is over 18 minutes long. The second one's over 23 minutes long. That first track, Objects Outlive Us, is something more that feels like the middle era of Porcupine Tree, yet it also kind of feels like kind of the beginning era of the Steven Wilson solo work. It's long, it's proggy, it feels like it drifts into space, it also gets quite dark, and it feels right before he got into the poppier moments of both his solo work and Porcupine Tree stuff like Lightbulb Sun and Stupid Dream. And you mix that with a lot of 70s and 80s synths going on here. Like, I hear a lot of Tangerine Dream synths going on here. I wonder if he was also inspired by that new Blood Incantation. I'm sure he was working on this before he heard that, but regardless, I really enjoy what the first track is doing. The title track, The Overview, feels more of what he was doing with albums like Cannot Erase, and it really does just have like this poppy meets electronic thing going on. Like, it feels like the Beatles meets Spock's Beard meets the poppier era of Porcupine Tree. The song melts together, but it eventually fades away into eternity. But if you really like the kind of latter day Steven Wilson solo stuff, that's what this song is. It's neither good or a bad thing. It's just kind of jarring that both sides of this album kind of show off both styles of Steven Wilson's solo work, so it's not really the most cohesive thing, but if you enjoy both sides, I think you're really going to enjoy this album. And I will say, I probably enjoy this album more than I have basically anything he's done in the last 10 years, including the last Porcupine Tree album. I'm sure I'll get hated for that one, but it feels nice to know that Steven Wilson can explore all of his solo work, and it still feels authentic all of this time. It'll be interesting to see where he goes from here, but right now, I'd say he's making his best music in a decade, and that just makes me happy. Up now is a band name that I really hope that I get right, Tiktaalik with Gods of Pangea. This is the debut album of Charlie Griffiths of Haken's full-on band. He did make a solo album last year, the year before, I'm kind of forgetting when it is now, but this album is the first one under this moniker, and it's an excel display of what progressive metal can sound like, with the high ends of what prog metal used to be, and also mixing it with some of the best in 80s and 90s thrash metal of all things, and also combining some of the heavier ends of progressive death metal as well, and a few other nuances that you just might not expect. His solo album was a sight to behold, especially with what he was doing in the progressive death metal, progressive metal, and other genres, but I'm glad to see that this has a proper moniker now, and I really think the sky is the limit going forward. I mean, this album is basically about the beginning of the world, so there's so much of the world to be able to explore with this band. The production is perfect, the songs are just so catchy no matter how heavy, proggy, thrashy, genre-bending it gets. And when you feature moments from singers like Textures, Between the Buried and Me, and Protest the Hero, this is going to be quite a counterbalance of an album. Whether you like prog metal, thrash metal, heavy metal, it doesn't matter. If you like any of that, I think you're going to find something to really appreciate about this, so go ahead and pick this one up now. And finally, we end things with Warbringer, with Wrath and Ruin. This is the 7th album from Warbringer, and I can't believe they've already had 7 albums now. I still remember when they first came out, and I thought that they were just like the future of 21st century thrash metal, and I still find that to be the case to this day. They still have that classic Warbringer sound, that very heavy and aggressive thrash metal side, and of course, in the last few albums, you start to notice that you kind of get near black metal territories, which I really, truly appreciate as well. They are able to write such catchy riffs, and it also has some of the most diabolical lyrics over top. And this album is no exception to that. This really does feel like the soundtrack to the end of the world, and once you know it, in 2025, it feels closer to that than ever before. If that really does happen, hey, at least Warbringer wrote a really cool thrash soundtrack to it all. And as long as we're still here, I can't wait to see what Warbringer does next, and it is probably going to be one of, if not the thrash album of 2025. And now for everything that I missed, starting off with the band Adamantis with Reforged. This is the first time I've heard of this band, and I wish I would have heard them on their debut album, because this sophomore album from this Massachusetts power metal band is some of the most strong and sophisticated power metal I've heard in quite some time. They don't go to the extreme ends of the genre, they aren't trying to be a gimmick, especially something that's memed to death like some higher end power metal bands that you know that I'm talking about. This is authentic power metal through and through. The production is perfect for this style, giving me that really early to mid 2000s power metal vibe, which I truly enjoy. The songwriting is perfect for what they're trying to accomplish, and the musicianship is top notch on all fronts. This is my kind of power metal, and it's so great to see this making a real resurgence in 2025, where people want to make power metal again, and they're not afraid to make it. I need more of this, and I can't wait to see what they do next. Coming up next is another band and album that I deeply apologize for getting the name wrong. Despite my efforts, I am only really good at English. I'm so sorry. But this is Ande with Die Schmering van Woelden. This is one I've been meaning to cover for weeks now. In fact, going all the way back to January. But I always seem to miss it, and I finally made an effort to make sure that I cover it this week because it deserves your attention. This is a one-man Belgian band that is a pure sight to behold. Pure, unadulterated, atmospheric black metal through and through. It's an album of introspection of the world around us, how we live it, and what might happen next. Mix in with that some melancholic and endearing black metal, and you have an album that is worthy of your ears. As long as you dig the style of atmospheric black metal, that is. The production value is awesome for this, and you can't always say that about atmospheric black metal, and everything that this man known as Jim does on this record is so cool to see. If you are in need of some more atmospheric black metal in your life, or if you want an introduction into what this genre is all about, do not overlook Ande. It's incredible work. Up now we have the self-titled debut album from Border Hills. This is an Italian progressive rock band that is one of the darkest progressive rock bands that I've heard in quite a bit of time. Like, if you mix Pink Floyd, Porcupine Tree, and Goblin, you have Border Hills. Like, this album is so dark with its imagery. Like, all you have to do is look at the album cover, and I think you have a pretty good idea of what this is all about. It's horror progressive rock, and I think that's such a cool thing to see. And I don't think enough rock bands do that in 2025. I really dig the production style on here. The songwriting is so cool and just the right amount of catchy for this style. My words can only say so much for this one. I think you just need to give this one a proper shot, and I think it's going to be a very dark, shining progressive rock album in 2025. Now we have Claymorian with Eternal Curse. This is a very welcome surprise to my ears. A Siberian blend of power metal, heavy metal, and the occasional doom. It's a winning combination for me, and it begs for repeat listens, and wouldn't you know it, I've done that. And wouldn't you know it, I hear a lot of Adamantis in this band, who I just covered a few albums ago. That is so weird that I covered them on the same list without even trying. Mix in some early day Virgin Steel, some Doro type vocals, and the occasional Candle Mass riff, which I was not expecting, and you have me sold. I love the production on this one, just really makes everything fit together. This is how you make classic metal mixed in with 21st century power metal, and again, a bit of doom to create something very magical. If this sounds good to you, you want to check this one out now. Up now we have Crown of Madness with Memories Fragmented. Have you ever thought a brutally extreme death metal album could make you cry? This one has made me very, very close to tearing up. This debut album from this BC duo, they have written some of the most emotionally driven death metal I've heard in this style ever. It feels like the mind of someone struggling through life mentally, physically, and being crushed by the weight of the world and their own mental illnesses. With a production style that is just made for this style, it brings brings the instrumentation and especially the vocal delivery and makes them absolutely devastating. Seriously, how can a band that channels so much Ulcerate, Bluntas, Nord, and Portal make you feel so sad that you just want to sit down in the corner of your room and bawl your eyes out? This couldn't fit more of my state of mind if I tried, and trust me, this week is no exception to that rule. This is an album that will hurt, and if you don't feel it in the music, just pay attention to the vocals and look up the lyrics if you can't understand them, and you'll start to understand. This one is a devastator, and it will devastate your mental state. Sometimes that's exactly what you need though, and I'm so glad that Crown of Madness has tackled all of this. If you dare, pick this one up. Now we have Druma with Swords of Our Time. Again, Germany has put out some of the best albums of 2025 so far, and Druma is no exception here. The sophomore album from this post-black band brings in a refreshing take on black and sludge metal by adding the post-black elements to all of it and just making it sludgy enough as well. I just love the raw, aggressive feels behind this, and it just hits at the right times. It's not a constant barrage of sound, which can happen in any of the genres. It's dynamic, it comes in waves, which is honestly how this should be done. It's all about dynamics. It's also very dark and very bleak, which matches the current state of the world. It's moody, dark, and again, those dynamics. What else could you possibly want in this kind of genre? If you dig your black metal on the posty side, or if you want your post metal and sludge with just enough blackened elements, check out Druma. Now we have Erosis with the Sunken Lands. Yes, yes, and more yes. Epic folk metal with a blackened twist is exactly something I've been craving this year. Something that just has excelled production, mesmerizing songwriting, and the talent everyone has in this band is staggering. They are all on fire on this album, and it never lets up that momentum. It does, well, I guess it does in a little bit of time, but really, you know what I'm talking about here. Imagine if Keep of Calcium made a full-on folk metal album in the vein of like Winter Sun or Encephalum without ever losing that blackened side of Keep of Calcium, and you have Erosis. This thing is insane, and it only gets better the more that you listen to it. Seriously, go check this one out. Now we have Heaven's Rain with Northern Lights. The debut album from this UK band is such a captivating display of past and present rock that the world kind of needs right now. It hits the classic rock and AOR sound to an absolute T, all while having these moments of kind of more modern hard rock that isn't necessarily what you would hear on modern rock radio, but when you hear it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Every song is filled with soaring vocals, catchy hooks, and incredible solos. That's exactly what you want in this style, and it's great to see a new band capturing all of this and keeping it in the spirit of those classic sounds live, but just through a brand new filter. If you want that mix of old and new rock and make it in perfect harmony, you need to check out Heaven's Rain. Next up is Hellknife with Flames of Damnation, and simply put, this is the best death metal crust punk album that we're going to get in 2025. If I'm proven wrong, awesome, but I can't imagine anything topping this German band's fourth album in this particular style. The production is exactly what it needs to be. The songs are short, simple, and pulverizing. 10 songs, 33 minutes, not a second longer needs to be added, not 1 second needs to be taken away. This is everything that I love about both genres all rolled into one, and this is seriously going to be just one of the best albums of the year, not just in the death metal, DB, crust punk era. If you love these genres, check out Hellknife now. Up now we have How to Disappear with As the Sun Could Leave Us. This is a debut album from a Mexican post-black band, and it just combines the best of shoegaze, black gaze, post-black, and cinematics to create an album experience that deserves to be heard. The production is a little more on the rough side of things, like I really think the mix could be a little better when it gets heavier. It's hard to layer these things sometimes, but I think that also kind of adds to the charm of the overall experience. The black metal elements are raw and filled with so much emotion, especially when it's added with the post-rock and shoegaze elements of their sound. It's almost 40 minutes long, and it's quite the trip from beginning to end, but it's a rewarding one at the same time. It hits levels of emotion that you don't expect at all through a band that is making the music that they just want to make. It gets better on every listen, and you'll get used to the sound, but if this sounds like it's your thing, you really should give this a proper shot. I'm excited to see where they go from here. Up next is another time that I need to apologize for my Swedish, as it is terrible despite having a Swedish last name. This is the band Istop with Solter Solta. It's been quite a while since I've covered something that feels like tried and true mellow black, and I'm glad someone's doing it here with the Swedish band's fourth album. A lot has happened in the world since their last album in 2019, but thankfully the band has not lost sight of their vision of making cold, dark, melodic black metal. It hits in all the right spots, especially that classic 90s third wave black metal sound, and it matches in the production style. It really truly feels like it came out in 1998. The clean vocals may come as a shock to you, but also if you listen to this kind of black metal, they shouldn't come as a surprise at all. But seriously, if you love Dissection, Nagelfar, Volcantra, and Wintersun, you're gonna find something to love about Istop. You really need to give this one a shot if you are searching for mellow black like I am. Now we got Lost Sanctuary with Harbinger of Chaos. And wouldn't you know it, another sophomore album here coming from Germany. Here with Lost Sanctuary, a band that perfectly fuses power metal and thrash metal together through a very melodic filter to create some of the catchiest music that I've heard in this style. The songs hit so hard, the solos are fantastic, and the vocal delivery just slays. It feels like this grand mix of so much melody and harmony. Like, I hear as much Yngwie Malmsteen and Rainbow as I do bands like Sirius Black and Pagan's Mind. Well, without all the proggy keyboard stuff anyways. This is more than worth your time if it sounds intriguing to you at all. I can't imagine if you're looking for some kind of melodic power thrash that you'll be disappointed. Here we have Magistry with the new Aeon. I'm so glad to see the resurgence of power metal, symphonic metal, and the likes in 2025. I was getting so sick of bands abandoning the genre for whatever reason, but this sophomore album from this Brazilian band gives me hope for the symphonic metal genre. Where other bands are leaving it for more mainstream metal, more electronic music, Magistry is doubling down on their sound and creating some of the most captivating and alluring symphonic metal that fans of early day Epica, Serenia, and Stream of Passion are sure to love. If you want that pure, authentic power metal and symphonic elements here, you have it here with New Aeon by Magistry. Seriously, I can't say enough good stuff here. Pick it up for yourself and you'll see what I mean. Now we have Mary Mortum with Phantoms of the Fall. 6 albums into this one-woman band's career, and it's my first foray into what she's done so far. It is some of the most intense music I've heard like this year. It is a blend of funeral doom, sludge, post-metal, and black metal, and it just feels off-kilter enough and very unsettling. But it's also very soothing at the same time. It feels like it shouldn't make sense, but when you listen to it, it makes all the sense in the world. The production is raw yet very clear, making every instrument stand out, but it does blend together so well. The vocal delivery is beyond haunting, and the atmosphere is off the charts in this delivery. This is quite the eerie and dark album that is well worth your time if you're looking for something like this. I keep going back to it, and honestly, I think you might as well. Now we have some Dutch melodeath here with Nephilim with Circuition. Yeah, this Dutch melodeath band is just blowing me in a way, and I think it might for well as you too. Whether it goes full guns blazing or it's more stripped down and melodic, this band has created a phenomenal display of melodeath that is just filled with as much darkness as it does emotional power. It feels like a grand mix of Omnium Gatherum, Wolfheart, and Belcore. This is a band that has instantly won me over and is easily one of the best melodeath albums of 2025 so far. The songwriting is everything you want it to be, and produced in that kind of Omnium Gatherum style where everything is blended together, but it's so easy to pick out when you're trying to find like a vocal line or instrumentation. You can find it easily. It just keeps getting better on every subsequent listen, and if you love melodeath, there's no excuse. You have to check this one out. Now we have Navain with Queen of Phantoms. Manticora, Nevermore, and Sanctuary fans, arise. Navain is here with their third album, and it's everything that you want in that dark power thrash sound. The sounds are so catchy and filled with incredible riffs and excelled production. And everything from the Warrel Dane-esque falsettos that you especially hear in Sanctuary, to the deep growls, and everything in between in that ever so sweet Manticora style. This Sacramental band is showing everyone around them how it's done. And it's just one of those albums that if you dig the style, it will be impossible not to enjoy. I really can't sell it any better than that. Check out Queen of Phantoms and prepare to be blown away. Now we have Ufnus with Valediction. The sophomore album from this UK band perfectly nails the atmospheric black metal sound by adding just the right amounts of melody and harmony behind it all. The production is quite raw, but it fits the mold of what's going on with the music. The songwriting and the atmosphere of everything going on is truly where this hits. It can get so dark and haunting while feeling quite ethereal and at times otherworldly. It's not the happiest album around, and it gets quite dark musically and lyrically, but sometimes that's exactly what you need. This is utterly solid black metal done right, especially in the atmospheric world. I recommend this to any kind of black metal fan, even the elitists out there. Even those, I think, will find something to appreciate about this one. Now we have Sacrosanct with Kid Run. This is extremely amazing power thrash, and again, it's so great to see that in 2025. It keeps winning me over in the genre, and it's so great to have it back. This is the 5th album from this band, and it's the 3rd one since they reformed in 2017, and it also features a brand new lineup, but they never lose sight of what they've done in the past. This album just rules from start to finish, and it's filled with just the right amount of thrash over top of that awesome power metal sound. Imagine what Coroner and Solitude would sound like if they mix just enough European power metal and the occasional prog metal things just to keep things even more interesting. This feels quite familiar, but it has so many twists and turns at the same time. I truly enjoy what's going on here, and if you want a modern throwback to that early day power thrash sound, you really need to do yourself a favor and pick this one up. This is one of the best power thrash albums so far in 2025. Now we have Shireen with Black Halo. Featuring past and present members of Crimfall, Fear of Domination, and Everfrost, the sophomore album from this Finnish band feels like a brand new entity, but it feels all so familiar in the best ways. It's my first taste of what the band has been with their killer hooks, memorable songwriting, and emotionally driven vocal delivery. It's a formula that is sure to win over rockers, metalheads, goths, and everyone in between. This hits on so many levels. It never gets too heavy, never too poppy, never too rocky. It's just perfect in its formula. I could easily see these songs being on modern hard rock radio in the States if FM stations dared to actually take a chance and play some good music. I can only imagine how well these songs would go over in a live setting as well. This is incredible display of music, and I can't wait to see where they go from here, and especially with the lineup that they have, the sky's the limit. Now we have Stygian Path with the Lore Keeper. A genre that I don't see come up in my repertoire enough is epic metal, but thankfully the debut album from this Greek band fills that void. The songs hit just the right feel that you want in this style. The production is a bit raw, but it fits the mood, feeling like a grand mix of Candlemass, Primordial, and a little bit of Latter-day Rotting Christ, and yeah, mix in a little bit of doom and power metal, folk metal, and a little bit of black metal, all of that thrown in together. That is just a winning combination to me. And if you're looking for something that really, truly fits the mold of what epic metal could and should be, you need to give this one a proper listen. Prepare to be floored. And finally today we end with Van Dans with Everything That Won't Remain. This Austrian band's 3rd album is what modern metalcore should be. It just gets heavy enough. It has some really sick breakdowns, but it also has some great melodic moments that are easily the best part of the band. It does all of the tropes that modern metalcore does do, especially in the 2020s. It incorporates all of the more heavy hardcore styles and those breakdowns and screams that are tailor-made for the hardcore styles. I mean, if you like Harm's Way, I think you'll appreciate this. But those melodic moments, like I said, is what seals the deal for me. The mix of both sides coming together, taking elements on stuff that I'm not the biggest fan of, but it wins me over in its delivery and the overall aesthetic of it all. It is the future of metalcore, and I'm all here for it. This is incredible work from a band that just feels like they're about to explode across the world. I hope they're big in Europe, because if they were over here in America, they would be one of the biggest bands around. First up, we have Averst with Erasure of Color. This is a sophomore album from this Boston outfit, and it has Album of the Year material written all over it. It combines some of my favorite elements of melodic death metal and progressive death metal combined. It just can get into this heavy and very brutal atmosphere, while on the turn of a dime, it hits some of the most melodic and beautiful soundscapes that you can imagine in either one of these genres. Imagine Soilwork, Wintersea, and The Agonist all combined together to create some of the best progressive and melodeath that you're going to hear all year. I love what this album has to offer, and if you're interested in what progressive melodeath is all about, check this one out. Next up, we have Cradle of Filth with The Screaming of the Valkyries. Can you believe this is the band's 16th album in 31 years? It's astounding to think about how their first LP came out when I was in kindergarten. That feels wrong to me. But I'll tell you what doesn't feel wrong. This album. Somehow, Cradle of Filth has written one of their catchiest albums to date while never losing that symphonic and gothic black metal that put them on the map. Like, so much of this album does kind of remind me of Nymphamphetamine, but it's also a bit more commercial than that. But again, it doesn't lose that symphonic and gothic metal sound to it, and it feels so very authentic. This feels exactly what Danny Filth and company wanted to write. And if you couldn't tell that by the singles, I don't know what to tell you. And I'll honestly say, I like this direction that they're going into. I love when they get more off the wall. I love when they get more grandiose, but sometimes you just want something a little more laid back and simple, and that's what this album is, while still sounding like Cradle of Filth, and it easily has some of their best material to date. Next up, we have Dissociate with To Lift the Veil. This is a debut album featuring members of Persephone and Wormed, two very, very different bands, but they're able to come together to create some progressive death metal and synthwave combined together. Like, this is progressive metal, some of the most extreme metal, and synthwave combined. All the instrumentation is done by Daniel R. Flies of Persephone, and the vocals are done by Gabriel Valsazar of Wormed, and I think they're an excellent combination together. It's quite the mind trip, especially when you hear all of these great brutal moments that are going on, mixed in with the progressive death metal, and then all of a sudden you start hearing these synthwave moments. You almost feel like you might have gotten a bad copy of the album or something, but no, this is what they intended, and the more that you listen to it, the more that it makes sense. If you're not big into genre bending, you're probably not going to be into this one. For everyone else, if you like brutal, if you like extreme, you want that in your progressive death metal, but you also want a little bit of synthwave thrown in, check this one out. Now we have Euphrosyne with Morris. This is a debut album from this Greek outfit that really is just blowing me away. Post-black and doom metal mixed together, I just find it to be an excellent combination, and I love what they're doing here. Like, they really know how to hit the dark, evil moments of black metal, but they can also mix it up with some post-metal elements, some doom metal elements, and they also know how to mix in the right amount of post-black in there and post-rock going on with all of it. Like, if I had to describe it, imagine Oceans of Slumber meets Rotting Christ meets Cult of Luna. If this sounds intriguing to you at all, you need to give this one a shot. This is such an amazing discovery. I'm so glad that this came out, and again, Greece has some of the best metal bands out there that you might not be thinking about, so seriously, if you want a winning combination, check this one out. Up now, we have Gates to Hell with Death Comes to All, the sophomore album from this Louisville, Kentucky band. It's my first exposure to the band, but I really dig what they're doing. It really has that 2020s death metal sound, and I'm thinking of bands like Fuming Mouth and Creeping Death and Zalba. Like, if you like those bands, I think you're gonna really appreciate what Gates to Hell is all about. And wouldn't you know it, this is just a monster of an album that completely flies by. You don't believe me? It's 10 songs and it's 21 minutes long. It is a rager. Like, they could do this whole album in its entirety for an opening set, blow everyone away, and still have some songs left over if they wanted to, or just do this 21 minutes, expand it to 25 minutes, and you're good to go. Get all of your aggression out on this one. This is one of the most heavy of the death metal and hardcore bands of 2025. Up now we got Goddard with Stereo Crush. 14 albums since 1992 for this long-running Swiss band, and that's no easy accomplishment to be able to pull off. It is also no easy accomplishment to be able to continue making some of the finest quality hard rock in all of that time as well. The latest outing from this band combines all of the best moments of the band, the rockin' anthems, the slowed down heartfelt songs, and everything in between. Combine that with an awesome and authentic production quality, and you have a way to be able to make everyone shine on this album, and still be able to make one of the best hard rock albums of 2025. You know what you're getting from the band at this point, and that should be no surprise considering they've been at it for 23 years, but it is quality from start to finish, and that's what truly matters. Seriously, any kind of hard rock fan needs to check this one out. It is a pure winner from start to finish. Up now we have Imperial Triumphant with Gold Star. The leaders of American Black and Jazz are back with their 6th offering. and it is some of their most intriguing work to date. Somehow, they are able to write some of their most thought-provoking music while also writing some of their most commercial music at the same time. It absolutely makes no sense when you look at it on paper, but they pull it off in execution. And of course, to a lot of people, this is just random noise. And I totally understand that if you're not into jazz, if you're not into black metal, or especially blackened jazz. But this combines the best of black metal, tech death, and jazz all rolled into one. And if you're not familiar with the band, but you want to be able to hear some outside influences that might get you into the band, Thomas Hawk of Meshuggah and Dave Lombardo make guest appearances on this album, although Thomas is doing vocals on this album. Yeah, you read that right. And Dave Lombardo is doing some Latin percussion and drumming on this one as well. So you need to have more of an eclectic taste on this one, but I seriously think that this is one of the best avant-garde albums of 2025. Regardless, it is safe to say that Imperial Triumphant will always stay true to who they are, and I wouldn't want it any other way. Up now we have Katla with Scandinavian Pain. This is a debut album from this Danish band that is a real stunning display of sludge, stoner, and doom metal all rolled into one dark package. It can get as heavy as the most extreme moments of Inter Arma and Primitive Man. It can get as sludgy as a band like Rake, who I just talked about last week, and it hits on the stoner side of bands like Neurosis and Weed Eater. If you dig those styles, this is a band that you need in your life. The production is just as raw but clear and audible as it should be, which is just what you need for this style, as I just said. The lyrics are quite depressing to say the least. Like, this covers Scandinavian pain through and through. Like, you know, Scandinavia is like an area that goes like through some of the most deepest, darkest depression in the entire world, mainly due to weather and also outside influences, but I really think they covered what it's like to deal with all that depression and all that comes from. This is an album with a message as well. Maybe not a cure on how to end it, but sometimes it just helps to have an album that is relatable. And whether you're a Scandinavian citizen or not, I think we can all relate to that in 2025. If you want to hear that message in a sludgy, stonerish, doomish way, check this band out. Next up, we have Lordi with Limited Deadition. In what is technically their 19th album for this long-running Finnish band, they did release a collection a few years ago of 7 brand new albums, so yeah, technically 19 albums. Lordi has returned with one of the most diverse albums in their catalog. It's hard to keep up to date with every single style that they've ever done, especially if you haven't checked out every single album and known that they've changed sounds, but knowing what they're doing here with a mix of heavy metal and AOR mixed together, like, this is not the Lordi that I remember from years gone by. Like, they've changed things up, and I love the fact that they have become so diverse in their sound. Like, you never know what you're gonna get on every album. You never get the same Lordi album twice, and you wouldn't think that from a band like this, but it's so true. The production on this album makes it feels like it was made in 1987, but it was remixed and remastered in 2025. And have I mentioned how really, really catchy this album is? Because it truly is. As you may have noticed with my reviews lately, I've been trying to cover some AOR every week, as I really do love the genre, and I'm so glad to see a band like Lordi is continuing to do this. Like, they hinted at it and did more of it on their last album, but here they're adding some metal tinges to it, which I think is just the perfect combination. And if you want to hear AOR and metal mixed together through the filter of Lordi, check this one out. Next up, and I do apologize for my pronunciations of both the band name and the album title, I swear I'm trying, is Night Wind with Telluria. This is the 4th album from a French pagan metal band that feels like the most authentic Scandinavian pagan metal that I've heard all year. And it's been a great year for some pagan metal, let me tell ya. This sounds like the best of Erebaltar, Enslaved, and Unleashed, all thrown together, add just even more folky elements into it at the right moments. Lots of great clean elements going on through it as well, and of course those blackened elements that make it that real pagan black metal that we all know and love. Despite this being from France, it really does feel like it's from the deepest, darkest forests of Scandinavia. This is for any kind of pagan metal fan. Maybe not a Pagan's Mind fan, but a pagan metal fan. I can't imagine you wouldn't find anything to love about this one if you are a pagan fan. This is just how the genre of pagan black metal should be made. Up now we have Orc with Fire Hose of Falsehoods. And let me tell you, this is my first foray into this band, but I am quite mesmerized by what I'm hearing, and I think I'm gonna have to go back and check out what these guys are all about. It's Soundgarden meets Tool meets Riverside meets Porcupine Tree in this weird but very intriguing mix of prog rock and alternative metal. Like, to break it down even further, like imagine the In Absentia or Deadwing era of Porcupine Tree mixed with Super Unknown by Soundgarden, and that's what you have here. It's like progressive alternative rock, and that is such a weird thing to be thinking about. And hey, even John Wesley, who was a part of the touring lineup of Porcupine Tree, even makes an appearance on this one. And wouldn't you know it, he's in Vertical Horizon these days. I truly enjoy their take on what they're doing with these styles, and I can't wait to go back and check out their past catalog. If you think you might dig this one, I think you will. Give it a shot. Now we have Skullforge with Cosmic Crusade Chronicles. Stories from never mind. Whoa. This is the power speed metal album of 2025, and I don't say that lightly, as power metal has made a triumphant return in 2025. But this is everything that I love about power metal and speed metal thrown together, and easily the best album of the year so far for these genres. And I can't imagine that there's gonna be any band to knock it off that platform. This album does not let up at all. It is pure speed-driven power metal with just enough tongue-in-cheek moments that'll make you smile from ear to ear. I mean, just look at the album title. If you can't get a giggle out of that, I don't think you have a soul. This is what got me into power metal in the first place when I was discovering it back in high school. The speed, the double bass, the fun of it all, everything combined. This album couldn't be more fun if it tried, and it's easily going to be one of my favorite power metal albums of the year. This year just seems to be getting worse and worse, darker and darker. Every time you turn on the news, things just keep getting crappier and crappier. We need an album that's fast, fun, and makes us forget about all of our troubles for just a little while. That is this album. I love this album, and power metal fan or not, I think you might as well. Now we have Soul Demise with Against the Abyss. 7 albums in the past quarter century from this German melodeath band is some of the most incredible work, and yeah, Against the Abyss is some of the best work this band has ever done. With an obvious love of 90s Gothenburg melodeath, I mean, you can hear so much at the gates in this, it's not even funny, but they also combine it with enough contemporary melodeath band sounds, and that has a lot to do with lineup changes and new members and new influences, but I think that is absolutely for the best. This is my kind of melodeath, and it's done with such an authenticity. You can tell this is what the band wants to make. It feels like a modern, but a throwback style of melodeath, and we need to welcome that in 2025. And if you enjoy that kind of stuff, you need the latest offering from Soul Demise. And up now, finally, the last album that I'm covering that is out today is from Withersake with At War with Their Divinity. This is some absolutely killer stuff from the sophomore album from this DC band, which is the backing band for the band Sardonic Witchery. If you've ever heard them before, you might kind of get what this band is all about, but they're really doing their own thing here. It's symphonic, blackened death metal done with such a prestige to it that I love it so very, very much. There's just enough of that symphonic blackened elements going on, but there's this death metal attitude throughout all of it that just makes it simply work. The production is a bit raw, and in the right spots, and the overall atmosphere of it all makes it all tie together. And of course, the musicianship that it requires to be in a band like Sardonic Witchery really shows what this band can do with Withersake. The musicianship, again, on display is just spectacular. If you want a mix of Demu, Septic Flesh, and Hypocrisy, this is the band for you. And now for everything that I've missed. And wouldn't you know it, again, there's only 6 albums that I've missed in the past week that I'm covering, starting with the band Accident with Endless Devastation. This is the debut album of a Belgian thrash band that just combines my favorite moments of that late 80s thrash sound, but it's mixed in with just enough 21st century crossover thrash, and it just feels like it's done in the right way. Like, this still feels like an album that came out in 1988, 89, maybe even 90, but it was unearthed in 2025. 8 songs, just about 34 minutes, and it's just that mixture of Testament, Death Angel, Toxic, and some Municipal Waste thrown in for good measure. If you want a good mix of that, you need to check out Accident. Now we have Coheed and Cambria with Vaxis, Act 3, Father of All Make-Believe. And you know, it's funny when it comes to me, this band has had 11 albums since 2002. I'm so familiar with Coheed and Cambria in my past. I know Joey Eppard of the band 3, who happens to be Josh Eppard's brother. I played a show with him. We jammed together. It was awesome. But still, through all of this time, I've never really truly gotten into Coheed, and there's absolutely no reason for that. I've loved everything that I've heard from them. They've just never become a band that I've really gotten into for whatever reason. Well, this album has actually made me decide to actually go back and check out the other 10 albums that I feel like I've really missed out on. Yeah, I've covered albums in the past, but I need to go back and really truly appreciate them. This one did that for me. Is it their best stuff that I've ever heard? I wouldn't really say that, no. Like, it does have the Coheed stuff that I do like about them, the prog rock, the hard rock, the alternative stuff, and the emo sound. But they also start to incorporate some stuff that I haven't heard them kind of do before. Like, there's a little more electronic moments going on here, there's some indie rock moments going on here, some garage rock stuff that probably isn't really my bag. But when Coheed does it, I don't have a problem with it. I enjoy what they're doing. And yeah, I do like the heavier stuff that they did. I like the more emo stuff that they had done. So this is a bit of a left turn from what I would normally imagine from them. But I need to go back and check out the rest of their stuff. I know a lot of people have been not really keen on this album, but this is the album that's making me want to go back and appreciate Coheed. So if a band like this, who can tour with a band like Between the Buried and Me, and then go and tour with a band like Taking Back Sunday, and you don't question either of those choices, I think they're doing something right. This is some stellar stuff, and I can't wait to look back at this album at the end of the year and see what my real true thoughts are on it. And in that time, yeah, I need to go back and check out Coheed. Now we have Deha with Nethermost and Absolute Comfort. And now we're getting to what a lot of people know me for, Funeral Doom. Yes, there hasn't been a lot of Funeral Doom that has come out this year, mainly because it's mid-March, and a lot of Funeral Doom comes out in the second half of the year, mainly in the dark, spooky time of October. But that doesn't stop Deha from putting out music whenever he feels like it. Don't believe me? This one-man project started in 2018, and this is the 38th LP. Not including EPs, not including splits, not including singles. This is the 38th LP, and this isn't even his only band. I can't even imagine what it's like to write that much music in 7 years and still have it sound authentic, never sounding the same, and still having its own spin on everything. This band has gone through so many different formations, from black metal to drone, funeral doom, mixing all of those genres together and incorporating some other stuff as well. It's not only flabbergasting the quality and quantity of this music, but it's just fantastic to see that it constantly changes from album to album. You never know what you're going to get next. And this time around, it is that pure, unadulterated funeral doom in its deepest, darkest form. It's slow, brutal, depressing, and it makes you feel like you're sinking into the grave. There's only 2 songs on here, and it's an hour and 12 minutes, so yeah, that's funeral doom in a nutshell. It will tear your soul apart in just the right ways, and maybe not the best album if you're mentally struggling, unless you're looking for an album that is feeling as dark as you are and you just need something to relate to, then yeah, jump on this one immediately. But for a band like Deha, there's no right way to start with something like this because of the genre changes, because you never know what you're going to get on any particular album, and also 38 LPs in 7 years. It all depends on what your tastes in music are, but if you like funeral doom, I think this is an absolutely great album to start off with for the band. And again, did I mention this is not his only active band? How? Just frickin' how? Now we have Dione with Astrolatry. This is another debut album, and technically it came out back last Saturday, so maybe I could have included it in last week's Out Today and What I Missed, but it did come out one day later, so I'm kinda anal about that stuff, and I wanted to have 20 albums this week, so, you know, deal with it. And you should also deal with this album because it is a one-man band from Poland that is doing some unrelenting, raw, beautiful, and cosmic black metal. It feels like such a nightmare of H.P. Lovecraft proportions in all the right ways. It's 8 songs, a little over 32 minutes, but it's my kind of cosmic and raw black metal thrown together. It can win over the most true and cult of black metal elitist. Trust me, just go into this one. But with enough intrigue to bring in other kinds of black metal fans as well too. Like, I don't think all Harakiri for the Sky fans are gonna be into Life Lover, and vice versa. When you close your eyes and listen, it feels like you're trapped in the horrors of outer space, just like I mentioned with the H.P. Lovecraft references, and you're about to be devoured by the void, or the great old ones, whatever happens first. If that ever happens to you, I think this will be the soundtrack that you should put on, but just in case it don't, I still think it's an awesome display of how to do raw and gritty black metal in 2025, but still with enough authenticity to not sound like it's ripping off the early days of the genre. Give this one a shot if you dare. It gives you hope that in one of the most evil genres in music, that you can still put out quality music. Now we have Downpour with Where There Is Life, There Is Hope. Once you know it, this is another debut album this week, but this time from the UK, and I didn't realize I needed this album till I came across it. This year is something that is tearing so many of us apart in all of the worst ways. Again, just look at the news. Point anything out. There's almost no good news that has happened this year. And I needed an album that is as heavy, aggressive, and downtrodden as it does feeling optimistic at the same time. And that's what Downpour provides with this album. It is just ethereal and atmospheric enough while still hitting those heavy moments. It is just fantastic. It reminds me of the album Brave Faces Everyone by Spanish Love Songs that came out in 2020. Of course, that is a different style of music, but it still hits me in kind of the same way because that came out during the pandemic, the early days of the pandemic, where it feels like life could not get any worse. And once you know it, in 2025, that is exactly how we're feeling right now. It feels like things could not possibly get any worse, but it has some optimism to it, to where you should not give up. It's one of those hard things to describe in music unless you're really battling mental health issues and seeing for yourself what's going on with the music, but I will describe it as if it can hit this heavy and you can relate to it, it gives you hope. And it really feels like we need that these days. We need to keep trying. And if you dig melodic hardcore, melodic metalcore, you need to check out Downpour. They deserve to be huge in the genre, and given time, I think they will be. And finally today we have Sepulture Curse with Crimson Moon Evocations. This is one I've been meaning to get to for a little bit of time as well, but I'm glad I'm finally getting to it now, because it is one of the most brutal albums in blackened death metal that I've heard in 2025. And of course, where else can you get blackened death metal like this other than Finland, combining the best elements of the haunting elements of black metal with the punching displays of death metal all rolled into one incredible album. The songs know when to go into a full-on assault and when to slow back just enough to show off some melody while never losing sight of what they're trying to do. This is a magnificent display of what blackened death metal is all about in 2025, and the band just continues to improve on every album that they do. This is easily some of the most intense music of the year so far, from its production to the heartfelt musicianship and everything in between. Plus those vocals. Wow, those vocals. Yeah, this is blackened death metal, and this is the album to beat in blackened death metal for 2025. I really want to see the heavy hitters try to beat this one this year. First up, we have Alien Weaponry with T-Raw. The rise of Alien Weaponry's popularity since I interviewed them on their debut album back in 2018 is an incredible thing to see, blending groove, thrash, and alternative metal, and many other elements that really makes everything their own. And with their third album now, it feels like the band has truly refined themselves to become one of the strongest bands of the genre, and really showcases how this should be done. This New Zealand band has mastered the sound to make things just catchy enough, just heavy enough, and just the right sound, with excellent production making everything stand out. This is an album for anyone who enjoys the 90s alternative metal roots of bands like the 90s era of Sepultura, around the 2000s era of bands like Lamb of God, and then you add some other herbs and spices to make things their own. This band deserves all the praise that they've been getting, and it's great to see a band with this young of age still wanting to make the best music possible. I can't wait to see where they go from here. Next, we have Alliance with Before Our Eyes. When you combine members of bands like Boston, Sammy Hagar, and Point 3, you have a band that has been around for quite a bit of time, but the band's fifth album is out now, and it's their first since 2008, which is a considerable amount of time, but also considering the bands that they're also a part of, it's completely understandable why. This band has been blending hard rock, melodic rock, classic rock, and just the taddest bit of prog rock into their sound since the 80s, and it's it's so great to see what they're doing here. Every song on here is catchy, whether it gets full rockin', whether it's a little more subdued, or they just do things a little bit varied. It's a classic sound that doesn't do a lot to update the sound that they're looking for, but they also really don't need to. You know what you're getting with a band like this. It takes you back to simpler times, and it makes you just appreciate the musicianship on display. No flashiness, no gimmicks, just straight up good music. If you dig any of the bands that these artists are a part of, you should love what they do together. Give this one a proper shot if you love some good old melodic hard rock, and prepare for one great album from start to finish. Now we have the band Derev with Troubled Mind. This is the sophomore album from this Canadian band, and they're doing some amazing work in the prog world, combining this really fresh blend of bands like Beardfish, Opeth, and Porcupine Tree, with touches of some Middle Eastern flair just to shake things up. They know when to get heavy, they know when to be more subdued, all while never really losing that prog tinge to them. The songwriting is off the charts with their creativity, and the chemistry within the band is in full form, combining so many elements that I love. It's great to hear a band like this creating this style of prog rock, and just the hints of prog metal as well, that really does something to stand out while all feeling familiar and intriguing. I recommend this for any style of prog fan. I think you will find something to love here, whether you love the more subdued era of prog rock or the over the top. I think you'll find something to really love here. I know I did. Now we have the sophomore album from Ginevra with Beyond Tomorrow. One of the many, and I do mean many, bands of Magnus Carlsen is back, featuring past and present members of Heat, Eclipse, and Seventh Crystal, to create a sound that hits so hard in its emotional heaviness, all while maintaining such a catchy sound that echoes through the entire album. The music never gets too heavy for its own good. It's never bubblegum pop or bubblegum pop rock or anything like that. It's the style of melodic metal that hits home with any rock and metal fan that can really appreciate catchy hooks, phenomenal musicianship, and songs that are just so much fun to listen to from beginning to end. I loved the debut album so much, and I'm so grateful I got to do an interview for that. But I feel like Beyond Tomorrow takes that core sound of what they were doing, and it just improves upon everything. This is how you make melodic metal and make it one of the best albums of the year in the genre. Absolutely stellar work. Next up is Paths to Deliverance with 10. This is a debut album from this French black metal band that features past and present members of Benighted, Alkema, and Nidvind, who I just reviewed last week. And they're creating this style of black metal that has just enough of this avant-garde sound to all of it. It really lures you in before it devours your soul. While the music isn't completely off the wall like you would expect in a lot of avant-garde music, it does have enough left turns to make you feel truly uncomfortable with what you're hearing, and it leaves you on the edge of your seat wondering what's going to come next. If you enjoy the likes of Deathspell Omega, Der Weg Einerfreit, or Gargaria, you're bound to find something to appreciate on display here. This is black metal that is just sinister enough with its horror-inspired lyrics and songwriting, but it never stops with its twists and turns, and it does capture your interest. This is how you expand upon black metal while keeping things interesting. What a fantastic debut album. Now we have Severed Angel with When Eternity Ends. The third album in 3 years from this New York-based band proves that when you have the musical chemistry and inspiration, you must strike while the iron's hot. You would think with 3 LPs in 3 years that a band like this would start to settle down and maybe start to lose some of their creativity, but upon the first listen to When Eternity Ends, you see that is simply not the case. The songs are endlessly catchy and maintains a sound that can get heavy but never loses its hooks. The musicianship on display from everyone in the band is inspiring to see, and their blend of symphonic and melodic metal is an incredible thing to hear. This is just a phenomenal display of the genres, and it makes you want to hear more and more. Will the band continue this momentum and have a 4th album next year? Only time will tell, but until then, if you dig the symphonic and melodic metal genres, you need to check out Severed Angel immediately. Now we have Telepathy with Transmissions. The 4th album from this UK outfit in 11 years is a true sight to behold. Their blend of atmospheric, sludge, and post-metal mixed together in with some really intellectually driven cinematics and the occasional avant-garde moments makes this mostly instrumental band one to really keep your attention, even for those that need lyrics and everything that they listen to. The songs have a way to be able to twist and turn in ways that you just don't see coming at all. And while taking those those arrangements and making them so pleasing to the ears. It feels like a soundtrack to a grindhouse film that you haven't seen yet, but you really, really want to see. Be it songs in the normal time lengths or even 15-minute epics, the bands never lose sight of the sound that they are trying to make, and they continue to improve on every release, making this truly the best album that they've done so far. Give this one a shot if you want to hear one of the best cinematic and post-metal albums of 2025 so far. Now we have the self-titled debut from Vigil Hunter. This is some excellent progressive power metal that takes you right back into that heyday, that beginning era, the 80s era of progressive power metal. Featuring Alex Panza of Hitten, this debut album hits everything that I love about bands like Sanctuary, Fate's Warning, Crimson Glory, and Sabotage all rolled into one. They take their catchiest moments but also create some really hard-hitting music along with the genre. Between the soaring vocals, the guitar salts, and just the right amount of double bass fury, Vigil Hunter is a band that anyone who enjoys progressive power metal, no matter what era, needs to have on their radar, and I mean right now. This gets better on every single listen, and I know it will for you as well. Up now, we have Wolverine with Fastlane, and this is a band that we all need in 2025, and I mean that seriously. This Austrian band takes the best elements of hard rock, punk, and the occasional metal moments and creates a sound that feels familiar to the past, but it's updated just enough for today. It's just endlessly fun to listen to over and over again. When you think of a mixture of bands like Girl School and The Runaways, and some other mixings that just feels right, the chemistry on this album is insane, and the songwriting just keeps getting better and better the more you listen to it. This is just an album that makes you want to rock and roll no matter your era, no matter how heavy or light you like it. It just has something for everybody. Sometimes it's all we really need to have a good time. And if you need a good time, and in 2025, who doesn't, check this one out. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we end things with Wet and Apex. I've said it before, I've said it to Jeff Scott Soto, and I mean it every time I say it. This is my favorite Jeff Scott Soto band, and I'm so glad to see that they're back with their 5th album, and it's everything I love about the band, and even more. The songs are endlessly catchy, and they're done with just enough melodic rock, melodic metal, modern metal stuff, and just the catchy elements to create this winning formula. I also appreciate the fact that Eric Mortensen of Eclipse and Nordic Union is doing more vocals on this one. He has such a great voice, and he does such a magnificent job along with Jeff. This is just an excelled way to make melodic metal from start to finish, from lyrics that have true meaning behind it in the songs, and they're also just fun, and they are meant for that live setting. I hope they give this album some proper live promotion. Wet continues to create some of the best work in melodic metal, and I can't imagine this won't be considered one of the best in 2025. I know it will be for me, but will it be for you? You'll have to check it out for yourself. And now for all the albums that I've missed along the way, starting with As the World Dies with Nebula. The sophomore album from this UK outfit is truly something I needed right now. Don't get me wrong, this is not a cheery album in the slightest, and I think the band name more than gives away what kind of music this is, but between the gripping vocals and the astonishing music on display, this is just that mix of metal that just, well, it doesn't soothe the soul, but it makes the soul feel heard, if you know what I mean. It's that balance of old school death metal and its many subgenres with just enough progressive death metal elements behind it and this layer of atmosphere that's kind of hard to describe until you hear it. You hear all these other elements of like pure death metal, hardcore, and grind, but it's those layers of the progressive death metal elements that seals the deal for me. It might sound like a hodgepodge on my description, but I swear when you listen to it, all of it makes sense and it works so well in execution. It's an emotional trip, many parts will grip your soul in just the right ways. Just go into this one with no real preconceived notions, and I think you'll discover an album that just shows that metal should have no boundaries other than what works for the sound being created. It's heavy in just the right ways. Seriously, check this one out. Next up, we have Beyond the Animus with Somber. Now, this is a band that comes from Trinidad and Tobago, which I haven't heard of a lot of metal bands coming from that area since Orange Sky, and that just makes me so happy to hear. This is a band that's taking the elements of progressive metalcore and they're making it their own. Of course, there's going to be the down-tuned guitars, the occasional electronic moments, and it's unrelentingly heavy when it wants to be. The band still finds a way to add just the right amounts of melody and harmony into their sound, which makes makes it stand out. The production is pristine and crystal clear, and the musicianship on display is just top notch. I wish more bands of the genre were capable of writing music in this way, knowing what the music calls for, and executing upon it. This is how you make a genre work and continue to innovate upon it. Considering this is just their debut album, I can't wait to see what's next. Next up is Kalesis with Fleshy Waves of Probability, another sophomore album, but this time coming from Greece, and it's a band that's combining the best of progressive, post, sludge, and alternative metal into this gumbo of music that is instantly intriguing and leaves you wondering what happened and where to get more of it. In what feels like when you combine bands like Mastodon, Intronauts, and even bands like the Mars Volta, well, at least musically, not really vocally, this is a band that is truly innovating what progressive can be by never writing the same song twice and playing for what the music calls for, all while exploring what's possible. It can be catchy, heavy, left of center, all at the same time, which is no easy feat, especially when you want to push forward in a genre that is always in need of innovation. This is a fantastic album, and anyone that's looking for something in that progressive sludge genre will find something to appreciate here. Now we have Christian Mistress with Children of the Earth. The band's returned album after breaking up, and it's their fourth one overall, but it is such a welcoming thing to see. The band's first 3 albums were killer, and it was sad to see them break up when that happened at the time, but it looks like that time off did some really good stuff, as the band is now put out their best album to date with Children of the Earth, combining the best of their styles and that heavy metal, doom, and the occasional occult rock riff, and other fun elements all just rolled into one. It really has this rejuvenated sound, and I hope the band is here to stay. It's just dark and evil enough without ever losing its catchy elements that has always made them stand out. This is how you recreate that 70s and 80s momentum, but it feels so fresh and authentic in the 2020s. Again, I'm so glad they're back, and if you like this style of music, you need to experience the new chapter of Christian Mistress. Now we have the band Citadel with Dissension. This is the 3rd album from this New Jersey band. It's my first foray into checking out the band, but I'm already craving more. Hitting the extreme ends of progressive death metal, like really hitting the mellow death, mellow black, and that progressive death metal genres, all in this raw, dark, and emotional track that is worth hiking. This is the first album as a full-fledged band with a full lineup, and I really think it comes together quite well like that. I don't know if these songs were all written with the full band in mind, or if it's all Amir's solo work that's coming together as Citadel, but regardless, I really love what's going on here. And I only imagine with the other bands being able to incorporate stuff here, it's only going to get better from here on out. I can hear Edge of Sanity, Neoblascaris, Rivers of Nile, a little bit of Necrophagus in there, and it just seems to get better on every single repeat. If you need some progressive death metal in the more raw and emotional side in just the right spots, this is the band that's more than worth your time. Now we have another self-titled debut, but this time coming from the German OSDM realm, with the band Curse of Katru. And yeah, this is like pure old-school death metal in all the right ways. It explores just enough melodies and harmonies to prevent the music from being monotonous, but yeah, that old-school death metal sound is here on full force. The riffs on display are pure earworms, and the solos are just outstanding, and they fit the music perfectly. The vocals are so brutal, and the whole band just has this chemistry of making that classic death metal sound and just updating enough for today without losing any kind of integrity. If you want your OSDM filled with just enough melody and harmony, you need to pick this album out, and I do mean immediately. Up now we have Dark Driven with From the Unbeliever. This is a debut collaboration between some Israeli and Swedish members in this band, creating some of the best melodic death doom that I love. 2 members of Creamheld and the ex-drummer of Tomorrow's Rain just makes that perfect blend of melodic death doom that I hold so near and dear, as it is one of my favorite genres, and the band just does more than justice for the genre. It hits the right elements while adding some new layers of emotion that will break your soul if you're not careful. If you love bands like Tomorrow's Rain, November's Doom, and October Tide, you're in good company here. The songwriting on here is simply incredible, and I hope the band is here to stay, as I need more of this, and when that time comes for a follow-up, I'm going to be more than excited for it. I hope there is more melodic death doom in this style in 2025 coming up, but right now, this album is at the top of the genre for melodic death doom, and it's going to take some incredible work to knock it off the pedestal. Now we have Disharmonia Monday with The Dormant Stranger. Wow, this is some of the best metal death that I've heard all year. It's my first foray into this Italian metal death band, but it's left me astounded. The melodies and harmonies on display are phenomenal, all while finding a way to add the right amount of other elements of other genres to make things either more brutal, poppier, or somehow both. Upon the first listen, I really thought to myself, wow, a lot of these vocals remind me of Soilwork. It seems like they've really done some speed vocal worship, until I learned that speed actually contributed to this band on a numerous amount of occasions, including this album. If you want to think of them as like an Italian Soilwork, I don't think you're really that far off, but I think there's enough differences in both bands to make Disharmonia Monday their own thing. But I will say that if you love the second era of Soilwork, Figure Number 5, Natural Born Chaos, you will love what's going on with this band. The production is perfect for its style, and the songwriting again is just what everyone needs in melodeath. I am blown away by this, and if you go check it out, especially if this is your first foray into the band like it is for me, you're gonna find something to really love here. Now we have Damen with The Martyr. This is the 6th album from this LA-based band, which is now just a full-on solo band, and it's exactly what I want in a goth rock album right now. It's the right amount of catchy, radio-friendly, but it's also brooding at the same time. The production is just so on point, it's not even funny. The music is quite radio-friendly, but it also has these great goth rock tinges that you wouldn't normally hear on the radio, but I really wish it would be. Like, it can get as heavy as Type O Negative, as catchy as Rammstein or Dark House, and even as dark as bands like Entwine. This is superior work in the goth rock genre with just enough radio rock elements. And if you need a new fix like that, you owe it to yourself to check this one out. It's more than worth your time. Now we have the band Eternal White Trees with Prelude of Loss. Doom is really starting to come into its own in 2025, and I am all here for it. And this sophomore album from this Italian trio is hitting my dark, broken soul in all the right ways. It just gets slow enough in Doom, while having songs that are closer to, I dare say, mid-tempo, well, at least for the genre. The lyrics and vocal delivery are just spellbinding, and it punches you right in the gut with emotion. There is enough elements here to make this gothic Doom, while there's not so other genres as well, so if you like the likes of Agalloch, Swallow the Sun, and the gothic doom eras of Catatonia and Woods of Ypres, this is a band that you need in your life. This is going to be one of my favorite overall doom albums of 2025, and that's not even a question. It is a heartbreaker and a tearjerker of an album, and I wouldn't want it any other way. Now we have Fairy Duster with Far From Light and Time. Despite how this band name might sound, this is not power metal, it's not folk metal. This is like pure post-metal and doom metal in some of its heaviest forms. Every note here feels like it's coming straight from the heaviest parts of the earth, and it's trying to escape the earth by driving straight into the stratosphere with these otherworldly feels that only make sense as you listen to it. Imagine a mix of bands like Cult of Luna, Bison BC, and The Ocean, with those great elements of Isis thrown in, and you will start to get the idea. The music more than speaks for itself, and it feels like you're trapped in space with nowhere to go. And if you dig that style, that's exactly how you want it. This is some of the heaviest post-metal I've heard in quite some time, and this is essential for any post-metal fan out there. Coming up is another band that I deeply apologize for getting wrong, but my German is absolutely awful. Frittod with Zit zu Jihon. And did I just discover a new favorite band? I think I just might have. The 4th album from this German duo instantly made my jaw drop in the best way possible when I first heard it, and it's exactly what I needed without even realizing it. It combines the darkest, most emotional moments of black metal mixed in with really dark, depressing hard rock in a way that I didn't really know that could be done. It kind of feels like the polar opposite band emotionally and musically, although still combining kind of that black gaze sound compared to a band like Alcest. And I do mean that as a compliment, where Alcest is a bit more positive, this is negative. As someone who's been dealing with depression for almost a quarter century now, I relate to depressive music more than anything else, and it just makes me feel at ease because it's so relatable. Even without understanding the lyrics, despite having some heritage of the German persuasion, it's disappointing that I don't know enough German, but it is the vocal delivery that sells this, and that's what makes it really heart-wrenching. I love this so much, and if you want to hear how black metal and black gaze can be mixed together with depressing hard rock, and it somehow works together really, really well, you need to check this one out right now. And now in the polar opposite direction, we have Heartline with Falling Heaven. I have been covering a lot of AOR in the past few years, and it's with a good reason. I really love the genre, and I love it more and more as time goes on. It's rare for me to find an AOR band that I can't at least enjoy, and the brand new album from Heartline is no exception. The third album from this French band is everything I love about that 80s AOR sound, from the vocal range to the guitar work, the superior and catchy songwriting, and of course the aesthetics. It's a style that is tailor-made for those that just love fun, hard-driving AOR. It just gets heavy enough without ever losing that 80s touch. It's just poppy enough without getting into full-on bubblegum pop. This is an album that you put on and you escape the world around you. And in 2025, that couldn't be more needed. If you love AOR, you're gonna love Heartline. Up now we have Honey Bombs with There's an Elephant in the Room, another excellent sophomore album from an Italian band here, and it's with Honey Bombs, a band that combines the best of past and present with a mix of AOR rock and heavy metal that feels just modern enough for the 2020s. This feels like a band that traveled back in time to 1984, Back to the Future style, put out one of the best albums of the genre while keeping that 21st century sound, and it was just on Earth Now. Like, again, you have that classic 80s AOR sound, but there's some double bass thrown in there that feels very rockin', and I occasionally hear some screams on here as well. This feels like an album that was made for the White Lion and Armored Saint fans in all of us, and they also just discovered Slayer before recording. It's an awesome combination, and I love what I'm hearing. If you can appreciate both sides of all of that, I think you're really gonna love what's going on here with Honey Bombs. Coming up now is another band name and album that I'm just going to completely butcher as my Finnish is not up to snuff. But this is the sophomore album from Kituma with Musikjaki. I am so sorry for pronouncing that wrong. Again, this is a sophomore album from this Finnish outfit and it's winning me over every time I listen to it. Somehow they are able to combine melodeath, melodic metalcore, and the occasional melodic metal moments to create a sound that is uniquely their own, all while hearing elements that you already love from these styles. It's an odd thing to say that I can hear as much Winter Sud and Gladenfold as I do Killswitch and Gage, all while being done with finished lyrics. It hits both sides of the equation so well while staying true to what the band wants to write. It has stellar production for the style, songwriting fits so perfectly. This might be falling under the radar for a lot of people outside of Finland because again, it's in Finnish, but it deserves to be heard by your ears no matter what kind of melodeath, second wave metalcore fan, or just a fan of metal that you are. I think you just might be won over by this one. Up now, we have the latest album from Kasuge Hashida with Outrage. I'm gonna keep this one short and sweet, as this is 11 tracks in a little over 20 minutes. This is just a brutal assault of the senses. It is death metal, grind, and thrash all rolled into one, and it's easily one of the most angry and slaughtering albums that I've heard in 2025 so far. Death, grind, thrash, punk, like this thing just gets in, destroys everything, and gets out, and it's in the finest form in 2025. Short and sweet brutal music. If you love that style, you need to check this out for yourself. Up now we have Museum of Light with Diviner. This is a sophomore album from the Pacific Northwest band that has taken the ideals of post-metal, post-rock, sludge, and doom, mixing it with just enough alternative and other influences to create something unlike any other. This album was actually recorded in Norway, and yeah, you can hear some Scandinavian influences going off of here on occasion, and it does give it a bit more of a colder vibe than their debut album was, all while feeling tighter and stronger in the process. The post-metal comes off nice and forceful, all while the other elements shine through in their own ways. There's the occasional spoken word poetry as well that seeps into the music at just the right spots. The production is huge, and it strikes hard, all while the songwriting fills out that space quite nicely. This is my kind of post-metal, one that just expands on what is possible while never sticking to one ideal for too long, and if you like the idea of that, you should give this one a proper listen. Up now we have Obsidian Fall with Elegy from a Dying World. The debut album from this Italian four-piece is such a refreshing change of pace in this style. The album is layered in melodeath and that never truly leaves, but there's so much more to it that explores these atmospheric moments, these really punishing and brutal moments. Mix all of that together with some incredible screams and cleans, and you have a melodeath album that is more than worthy of your time. This is a thematic album that explores a world that is coming to an end and the aftermath of it all, which kinda really hits close to home lately, doesn't it? The production is a bit raw, but it fits the music, and the songwriting feels very cinematic, almost soundtrack-ish, mixed in with all of the metal going on. I appreciate bands that are able to explore a genre like this and put their own unique stamp on it. Obsidian Fall is going to be a powerhouse of a band if they can keep up this quality. Check this one out now if you want a new take on what can be done in the genre of melodeath. Now we have Plugs of Apocalypse with Am I Just Fading? 3 albums into this Italian band's career, and it feels like they're at their strongest point to date. Being able to tread that fine line between metalcore, alternative metal, almost pop moments, almost radio rock moments, and electronic moments to create a sound that is as heavy as it is catchy. What feels like it could be played in a darkwave club as much as it could a metal venue. Also mix that in with clear production style and a keen sense of how to write songs for the music. This is a winning combination for this style. This is a new chapter for the band. I mean, a lot has happened with them, and I'm glad to see that they're continuing on, and I can appreciate what they're doing here. If you want a kind of goth, metal, darkwave, alternative metal pop album, you should give this one a shot. Up now we have Sanhedrin with Heat Lightning. 4 albums into this Brooklyn band's career, and they are continuing to create a sound that feels so familiar, but they've really made it their own. It's classic heavy metal that sounds like it has hints of occult rock and almost kind of like an early day power metal feel at times. Think of bands like Tower, Christian Mistress, and even bands like Angel Witch and Grim Reaper, and you have a band that is creating some of the best revival metal in the business. This gets more and more rewarding every single time that you listen to it, and if you dig that style, I think you just might have to agree. This is a fantastic album from start to finish. Up now we have Scent of Thorns with Deathless Heights. The debut album from this Greek band is such a rewarding experience for the melodeath and folk metal fans out there. It hits elements of bands like Amorphous or even Rotting Christ, as much as it does bands like Blood Ceremony and Elvati, all while having their own flair to it all. The production is perfect for what's going on, the vocal delivery is so intense, and the flute truly fits in, and I think you know what I mean when you hear it. This is a unique band that takes elements of some of the most extreme elements of metal and combines it with just enough folk and occult feelings behind it to create something that they are truly making their own, and I am always here for innovation. If this is just their debut album, I feel like they're only going to get bigger and better from here on out. Come check this one out and get on the hype train now. I feel like we're going to be hearing much more from the band going forward. Up next is Somewhere in February with Phantom Sea. Oddly enough, the sophomore album from this North Carolina band did not come out somewhere in February. Sorry, I just had to make that pun, how could I not? But it came out last week, and the reception for it has been incredible. Their blend of instrumental progressive metal, taking moments from the heaviest ends of bands like Between the Buried and Me, the shreddy side of bands like Dream Theater, and the occasional genre bending and moments that remind me so much of olden day Scale the Summit, and you have some incredible music from start to finish. The band has been garnering attention since their inception, and I am so happy for them. It is all well deserved. If you want a refreshing take on instrumental metal, this is an album that you need to check out. I miss bands putting out music in this style with such authenticity, and it's great to see that here with Somewhere in February. Now we have Soul Spell with Spirits of Ghosts. This is a one-man band from Brazil, but it features so many different guest appearances from live and session musicians, and they're creating some terrific and majestical melodic power metal. As hard as it hits, it can occasionally add some quirky moments that you just don't expect, but it fits so well with the music. It can get crushingly heavy, it can get very orchestral and operatic, but it never loses sight of how fun the music is supposed to be. The obvious comparison to this band is the likes of Avantasia and Arion combined, which is a great thing as I love bombastic bands like those. And if this is your speed, you need to give this one a proper listen. It is a rewarding experience from start to finish. Now we got some very left of center music here with the band Spirit World with Hell Dorado. This is a different brand of North American folk metal, as I like to refer to it as instead of a band like Panopticon, which is focusing much more on like folk metal, mix of black metal, but North American style, this is a mix of like hardcore country, hardcore metal, and do I hear some Ghost riffs in there? Well, a former live musician of Ghost is actually playing guitar in this band, so that would make a lot of sense. Add some thrashy and metalcore moments on top of all of that, and you have Spirit World. Now, the whole album isn't this country experience, although lyrically it does kind of have that vibe all the way through. And when you hear it musically, oh boy, it's there. This is my first foray into the band, although I might have heard a song or two in the past, but they have put out 2 albums before this, and I do find this quite intriguing with what they're doing. The vocals remind me so much of the band Blood for Blood, it's not even funny. And hearing that mixed in with the style is pretty cool to see. So if you combine elements of Ghost, Slayer, Blood for Blood, and Country all rolled into one, you got Spirit World. Be adventurous. Check this one out. Up next, we have Streetlight with Night Vision. And once you know it, we got some more awesome Swedish AOR here with Streetlight putting out their sophomore album, and it is just killer from beginning to end. It's ultra catchy hooks and melodies. It has vocals that just fit every song with ease, and it has that great late 70s to late 80s aesthetic that will never fade with time for me. And you have an album that is more than worthy of your attention, just as much as the new album from the Night Flight Orchestra. Seriously, if you love the Night Flight Orchestra, you're gonna love Streetlight. Everything you love about the genre is here in strides. 10 songs, a little over 43 minutes. What else could you possibly need? If you need some AOR to put a smile on your face, check out the latest album from Streetlight. Now we have Zunver with Aromvia. This is one of the best albums I've heard in the past week, and it just made my jaw drop to the ground, combining the best elements of post-black, but also making any black metal screams almost secondary to the astounding clean vocals, which is on display, which is such a refreshing and welcome change for this style. The music is almost entirely focused on clean vocals, with black metal screams coming in at just the right moments. Once you know what the singer of Harakiri for the Sky actually does his patented black metal vocals on a particular song. If you want to hear a mix of Deadly Carnage, the aforementioned Harakiri for the Sky, Alcest, and Lantlos, this band that is blowing my mind might just do it for you as well. I love what's being done here, and I hope that more bands will pursue this style of post-black in the future. I hope this band explodes into the stratosphere in popularity as well. Maybe this review will help. I hope it gets some ears onto them. Regardless, if you need some refreshing post-black, check this one out right now. Now we have Terziel with Embodiment of Death. What might be the feel-bad album of the year so far, the debut album from this band from the Netherlands has created an album that is filled with such hopelessness, dread, and the acceptance of death, pain, and anguish. It is not an easy listen for those reasons, and as someone who struggles so much with his mental health, this album is both an extremely rough listen and a cathartic one for myself. It hurts, but it's good to know that others feel this pain as well, so I do feel less alone when I listen to it. All that said, you match that up with some tear-jerking lyrics and a backing track of musical display that hits the heaviest elements of black and doom and tones of post and sludge metal, and you have an album that will mess you up in multiple ways. Proceed with caution on this one, and I do mean that. But if you like the likes of Amenra, Cult of Luna, or even more of the doomier side of things with bands like Funeral and Clouds, I think you're going to enjoy what's going on with this band. Again, just proceed with caution for your mental health. Up now we have Tiberius with Singing for Company. 2 albums into the Scottish prog metal band's career, and this might be the album that sets him to the stratosphere known as modern prog metal. It has everything that you want from the style, the crushing guitars, the odd time signatures, the over-the-top moments, and song structures that are just so satisfying to hear. All of this comes with one key difference from bands like Haken, Periphery, Tesseract, all of those stuff. 100% clean vocals. That's right, all clean vocals, and that's what makes it stand out amongst the rest. Sure, there's plenty of spaces that could have used some screams or growls if that's what you're looking for on the heavier side of things, but it's so refreshing to hear a band just use clean vocals, and it's quite needed in this genre. And those vocals are so powerful, and they hit in just the right spots. Mix that in with the occasional genty moment, but more akin to the likes of Haken than anything else, and you will find a band that any prog fan, I think, will appreciate. Even the ones that don't like heavier music, I think will still find something to appreciate with Tiberius. These guys deserve to be huge, and I hope this will be the album to make that happen. If you love prog, again, just one listen, and I think you'll understand why this might be one of the best prog metal albums of 2025. Now we have Tower with Let There Be Dark. The third album from this New York City band is easily their best work, and it's not even close. This is what the band has been striving to do, and they nail it in every single way. Combining the best of that classic heavy metal, the occasional occult rock, some really great dark metal moments, some awesome atmosphere, and again, that revival metal sound, and you got one of the best performances in this style in 2025. Imagine bands that I've already covered, of bands like Christian Mistress and Sanhedrin from earlier in this exact video, but also add in bands like Merciful Fate and Warlock, and you have one of the best heavy metal albums of the year. 10 songs, 39.5 minutes of unrelenting metal. I couldn't ask for anything more in this style, and if that's your bag, I think you're going to enjoy this one as well. Finally, we end things with Valork, with The Circle. And again, we end this with the third album from this Italian folk metal band, and this is my first foray with the band, but I really wish I would have heard them sooner, as this is my kind of folk metal. The vocals are just so powerful and they hit in just the right ways. The music accompanying everything is just majestic and gorgeous. The songwriting is just what it needs to be effective, and the production is so rich and so full. This has everything that I want in folk metal, especially in this style. The clean vocals, the engaging instrumentation, and just an otherworldly feel that you just can't duplicate. I need to go back and check out their other two albums, but until then, if you are a folk metal fan, I think you're really going to appreciate what Valork has in store. First up, we have Air Drawn Dagger with Guide for Apparitions. This is a debut album from this English band that has really caught me by surprise, and I really enjoy what I'm hearing. It's a unique blend of modern hard rock, 90s alternative rock, some emo elements, and they're just creating this style that fits at home in 1999 as much as it does in 2025. There's many twists and turns that happen throughout the album that takes you by surprise in the most rewarding of ways. The production is top-notch, making everything strike so hard, and the vocal melodies, no matter how heavy or melodic they get, feel so appropriate and needed. While this is not going to be for everyone, especially those that normally check out my list, but if you enjoy something that feels as catchy as it does dark in an almost radio-friendly kind of way, give this one a shot. I think you just might be won over by what you hear. Next up is what I hope I'm pronouncing right, but I deeply apologize for butchering, Eldaron with Par de la Les Semes. If I got that wrong again, I am so sorry. 5 albums into this French metal band's career, and they have created the perfect soundtrack to 2025 in black metal. It's cold, dark, brooding, and filled with this mystical feeling that is so hard to describe, but when you hear it, it completely makes sense. Though the winter season is over, that does feel perfect for this particular season. As I'm writing this up, I'm looking outside and it's snowing, so, you know, what are you gonna do? But the production is quite raw, but it's also very appropriate. If you dig the likes of Dissection, Campfire, and Winder, you will find something to love here with Eldaron. Up now, we have Allegion with the Ossuary Lens. I can't believe Allegion is on their 7th album already. Even more so, I can't believe that they sound this refreshed and inspired in all of that time. The band has conquered everything from tech death to melodeath to progressive death metal, and now in 2025, the band decided, hey, why not do all of it? Doing everything from some of the proggiest moments of the band's career to the best in vocals for the first time ever in the band, to easily some of the catchiest moments the band has ever written. This all may sound like a giant hodgepodge of sound, but I assure you that it all makes sense when you listen to it. No matter the era of the band that you enjoy, there is something here for you, and it only gets better on repeats. With Ezra Haynes back in the band full-time for the first time in 11 years, it feels like both sides have taken everything that they've learned while apart and created something that might even be their finest record so far. Time will tell on that, but this is easily some of the best work the band has ever done, and it's great to see them come back together again, all for the name of Allegion. Absolutely incredible work. Up now we have Bleed From Within with Zenith. The 7th album from this Scottish outfit sees the band exploring more of what can be done with modern metalcore and modern metal in general. The band started off with more melodeath territories, but has been exploring more commercial aspects ever since that time, and Zenith feels like the pinnacle of that sound so far. Whether you're looking for something more along the lines of Slipknot, Upon a Burning Body, or even aspects of Latter Day After the Burial, there is something here that just hits that niche of that 21st century metal that can be heavy, but almost catchy enough to be on hard rock radio. One merit to give this album is that it feels authentic. This doesn't feel like a cash grab. This feels like the band is wanting to make this kind of music, and it's working for them. The production is spot on, the songwriting is lean with no fat whatsoever. For anyone looking for the sound, I can't imagine you'd be disappointed with this one. Next up, we have Buried Realm with The Dormant Darkness. Josh Doomer's 4th solo album is easily some of the best work he's done so far, feeling like this grand mix of scar symmetry, soil work, and Allegion. This is a spectacular display of blending melodeath and tech death together in perfect harmony. And wouldn't you know it, Speed from Soilwork and Christian Elfstrom, formerly of Scar Symmetry, shows up on this one to showcase their phenomenal vocal stylings in just the right spots. This is a grandiose album that is filled with so much melody, harmony, and technicality that shines through and through, and it really does showcase what can still be done in melodic death, tech death, and progressive death metal. Incredible work that should not be ignored. If this sounds intriguing to you at all, please check out the brand new album from Buried Realm. This is Det Neglector with Kinda Rips, and once you know it, it does kinda rip. Going into a completely different direction with the sophomore album from this Florida punk band is Det Neglector. This is pure 90s punk through and through. That is the right mix of rough and ready style of punk mixed in with just enough of that 90s pop punk sound to satisfy both sides of the punk equation. This album is short and sweet with 13 songs and roughly 35 minutes long. This flies by, and it reminds me of those great moments growing up on the genre and leaves you wanting more. Between all 3 EPs and their debut album before this, there's plenty to love here if you dig punk, and this finds a way to pay tribute to the past, all while forging forward in the sound to really make it their own. It's great hearing this done in 2025 with such authenticity. Need some really good punk rock and pop punk in 2025, and I think that comes from Det Neglector. Now we have Fractal Universe with the Great Filters. Fractal Universe is back with their 4th album, and what a wonderful album they have given us in this time. Continuing what would sound like if you mix Cynic and The Faceless together to create one of the best displays of progressive death metal, and it just keeps getting better and better with every listen. It's just proggy enough, it's just technical enough, but it never loses that sense of groove or direction in the songs. The production fits like a glove, and the musicianship on this one is just off the charts. I've always loved what these guys have done, and I hope that this album will show them off in the best light yet, and I really hope more people catch on to them, because if you dig this style of progressive metal, progressive death metal, and tech death with predominantly clean vocals, you will need Fractal Universe. Next up, we have Frantic Amber with Death Becomes Her. I have been loving Frantic Amber since their debut album, and I actually interviewed the band on their previous album, but now they are back with their most vicious album to date. A thematic album about the different female serial killers throughout history, and it leads to the band writing some of their most heavy and brutal work to date. While the melodeath side is still here, they just up the death metal side and the brutality in just the right ways to make this sound grand, but absolutely crushing. The production on this is just perfect, and it just mixes that raw, punchy, and clean feel behind it all. The songwriting and musicianship sells this album. It's also just great to see a thematic album back in melodeath once more. I mean, I know it's not something that's foreign to the idea. I just love seeing thematic albums like this. Magnificent work all around. Give this one a proper shot if you just need that fix of the heaviest sides of melodeath. Up next is the self-titled debut from a band that I really hope I'm pronouncing the name right of, Koritzis. This is a debut album from this Indianapolis band, and it's quite the experience. Feeling the right amount of sludgy doom while adding the right hints of hardcore to it all. Feels like a paradox in sound, but it makes so much sense when you listen to it. I hear elements of bands like Inter Arma, Torch, and I Hate God all over this one. It's an awesome thing to hear, especially for a debut album. The production on this one is off the charts, and it fits the mold of what's going on, and the songwriting never feels like it's lingering or unneeded. Every note here has a purpose. What an excellent combination of genres, and they create something that is more than worthy of your time if you like sludge, doom, and hardcore. Up now we have Leave with The Cost of Compromise. The debut album from this German band is some of the catchiest modern rock I've heard all year. It has this way of combining what works best in hard rock, radio rock, emo, and occasionally the metal, metalcore, and progressive metalcore elements to create something that feels like once it drops today, it's going to explode in popularity. This easily needs to be on hard rock radio, and I'm dumbfounded how they're not currently on it. For those that like Story of the Year, I Prevailed, Taking Back Sunday, and Bad Omens, this is more than meant for you. They have combined the best of what works, and as long as you can appreciate more commercial and modern rock and metal sounds, this is something that you need to latch onto immediately. Also, they do one of the best covers of the Goo Goo Dolls' Iris that I'll ever hear. Now we have Messiah Paratroops with Legions of Tomorrow. And you know, they always say you can't rush your debut album, and this is definitely a band that did not do that. How so? Well, they formed in 1989, and now, today, their debut album drops. Of course, a lot of stuff happened along the way, but you know, it is crazy to think that I was a year old when this band formed, and now they're putting out their debut. Regardless of it all, this is that late 80s, early 90s OSDM, that old school death metal sound that works so very, very well. Imagine Morbid Angel meets Death meets that early day set-in sound to create that OSDM that we all know and love. It's dark, gruesome, and it hits in all the right elements to make this an album that all the old school death metal fans are sure to love. 9 songs, 34 minutes, and everything that you love about OSDM. I can't sell it any better than that. Now we have Moon Destroys with She Walks by Moonlight. Juan Montoya, formerly of Torch, is back with a new project that explores more of the shoegaze, indie rock, and the occasional left of center moments of his musical palette. Also add in past and present members of Monstro, which Juan is also a part of, Royal Thunder, and Sunday Driver, and you have an intriguing mix of musicians that are creating a band that feels as relevant in 1985, 95, 2005, 2015, and now 2025. It feels like if you released this in any of the past decades, it would entirely make sense and leave you wanting more. It gets just heavy enough, but it's much more about the atmosphere that's going on. It's meant to leave you in a trance more than anything, and will leave you wondering where you are at the end of it. It's so effective in what they're trying to accomplish, and the more you listen, the more that it all starts to click. If you want something that's heavy in a different way, check out Moon Destroys. Next up is Tomorrow with Beyond Obsidian Euphoria, and this is easily an Album of the Year contender for me. The sophomore album from this Georgia band is everything that I was hoping it would be. For anyone who's followed me over the past few years, you know this band's debut album, Ashen Realms of Stone Icons, was my favorite album of 2022, and now Beyond Obsidian Euphoria has a great chance of doing the same thing in 2025. While nowhere near as dark or as heartbreaking as that debut album, I don't know anyone who can match that emotional intensity in this style of music. This is meant to be more of an album of self-realization, learning from the past, and especially moving onward. Don't get me wrong, this album is filled to the brim with emotion, catharsis, and moments that make me tear up every time that I spin the album. But it also gives me more hope, and in 2025, who couldn't use a little more hope in their lives? If you've never checked out the band before and you listen to this, you're probably going to listen and wondering what the hell I'm talking about, as this is the extreme ends of black and death metal, and you're not wrong. But dig deeper. The pain-induced clean vocals, the emotional lead riffs, the lyrics, all of that combined create this emotional experience you're simply not going to get anywhere else in this style. While this gets technical, progressive, left of center, and especially brutal, it's how it's packaged together that makes it all work. You can hear bands such as Cynic, Allegiant, Fallujah, as much as you hear bands like Neov Lascaris, and Abstract Illusion, and Desiderium. It's one of my favorite albums of the year so far, and I can't imagine that this will not be near the top when it comes to the end of the year. It's just that astounding of a masterpiece. Now we have Warfield with their new album, With the Old Breed. This is Sodom-inspired thrash in all of the best ways, and it's about time that it's done with this kind of authenticity. Sure, other bands have been inspired by Sodom in the past, but hearing it done like this just makes me happy. Besides being a loving tribute to that band, they do enough to differentiate themselves, and they're not just a straight-up clone. You can hear other German thrash bands in here like Destruction and Creator, but they also have their own inspirations that they throw into this as well. I will say this kind of gives 21st Century Sodom a run for its money for the best aggressive thrash in this vein, especially coming out of Germany. 10 songs, 42 minutes, and unrelenting thrash in its heaviest forms. If that can't sell you on this, I don't know what could. If you dig thrash, you need Warfield in your life. And finally, for brand new stuff out today is Wrath of Logarius with Groan of Mortis. This is a Bloodborne-inspired band that is just a jaw-dropper of a black metal album, hitting almost every single style of black metal, making it feel seamless or really formless, when they add just these elements of other outside influences of death metal, breakdowns, and other twists and turns that you simply just won't see coming. This is some of the most refreshing black metal I've heard in a very long time. 9 songs, a little over 37 minutes. This thing just comes in, destroys everything in its path before it steps back into the underworld. I like how you really can't categorize what style of black metal this is, because it hits every sub-style of it, and they do it with such ease. It doesn't even feel contrived or forced in any way. This is what they wanted to make. I feel like this is going to usher in a new era of black metal that's going to blow people's minds for decades to come. Maybe it won't do it immediately, but once people catch on, it's going to happen. This is an early contender for the best black metal album of the year. I don't know what could possibly top this. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Death Heaven, with Lonely People with Power. And I gotta say, I think Death Heaven is at their strongest form ever. In an album that I'm so curious to see what direction they were going to be going in, considering their previous album was about 99.5% shoegaze, which is that tiny little bit at the very end going back into their old sound. Death Heaven is trying to reclaim that black gaze throne, and they have the potential to take it back if they didn't already. Granted, so many bands have been inspired by this band, and have been doing what Death Heaven has been pulling off for almost 15 years now. And of course, Death Heaven took that from other bands as well, but you know what I'm getting at. But to see them come back with what might be their best album to date is mesmerizing. Hearing 2 singles off this album, I was intrigued, but I was also kind of skeptical. Like, one single I really loved and the other one not so much. Then I heard the whole album and it was everything I wanted it to be. I'm still not going to be a big fan of when they do the pure shoegaze indie rock sound that they've done on the previous album Infinite Granite, but when it's done with the black gaze sound, they've shown everyone new and old to the genre how it's truly done. Is it the best black gaze album of the year? Well, time will tell. But it's at least a contender, and I don't think any other black gaze album is gonna have Jenna Hayes on the cover, so, you know, bonus points right there. Oh, memories. But yeah, if you want an album that is just not only going to show you how black gaze can improve and make it some of the strongest formula to date in black gaze, Def Heaven might be putting all the naysayers to shame with Lonely People with Power. Next, we have Mechana with Bellum Interruptum. The 12th album in this saga, known as Mechana, is what the world needs right now. It's a majestic blend of melodeath, symphonic metal, industrial, and other cybernetic inspirations to create a sound that is their own. While you'll hear elements of bands like Fear Factory, Cybreed, and Zerath, they stand alone. The band continues to find a way to get more brutal yet also more melodic at the same time, which sounds like a paradox, but it's an incredible thing to see. It's been a few years since the last album, which is a bummer considering they were doing an album almost every year for a bit of time there. They are continuing the story of As Embers Turn to Dust, and I hope they never stop with it. They just continue to improve the machine on every release, and this is easily some of their best work. If you've never checked out Mechana before and you like any of the subgenres or bands I've talked about here, you owe it to yourself to do so. They are more than worthy of your time. Now we have Savage Master with Dark and Dangerous. One of the best straight up heavy metal albums that I've heard so far this year. This combined everything that you love about the past and brings it to the present. While this is my first foray into the band, I'm definitely going to be going and checking out all 5 albums in their catalog. Stacey Savage and company provide a soundtrack to the best elements of bands like Saxon, Merciful Fate, Warlock, and the late great Huntress to make something that's old school and new school, and all those fans are able to find something to love about this one. The production is just raw enough, but the songwriting is endlessly catchy and everything is being performed just for the songs. This is how it's done, folks. Check out Savage Master. Next up is Sonus Mortis with Synapse the Hive Mind. The 8th album from this Irish one-man band is fantastic, and it's done in a way that is hard to describe. It gets just as brutal as it does majestic, as it does melodic, as it does evil sounding. It's so inspired and innovative, all while hearing elements of music that you already love. Kevin Byrne is doing some work here that so many musicians wish they could only pull off with such ease. It hits all the extremes while never sounding forced. It hits levels of musicianship that feels like bands that have been playing for decades could never pull off, and the production is just pristine in all the right ways. It hits a lot of different elements as well. I'm sure you won't like everything that's being done here, but I think the moments that you dig are done with such perfection that it will lead to repeat listens now and forever. This is spectacular work that if you enjoy the extreme and melodic ends of metal, you'll really need in your life. And finally, we're ending with some more AOR with Wheels of Fire and All In. This is the 4th album from this Italian AOR melodic rock band, and it just captures that late 70s, early 80s AOR style with such authenticity and the occasional metal moments that really strike you hard. Much like so many bands in the genre, you're not going to find anything too far out of their element, but that's not the point of this music. The point is to create the most solid and rockin' AOR they possibly can, and this more than fits that bill. From the dirty, gritty blues rock sound to the more heavy metal moments to just everything that you love about AOR, it's all here and you couldn't ask for anything more. The genre of AOR has been done graciously this year, and so much incredible music in the genre has been performed so far, and I'm glad Wheels of Fire is another one of those bands that are carrying the torch in 2025. Absolutely stellar work. First up, we have Exiled Hope with Apocrypha. The 3rd album from the grand and electric band from Sofia Fraz is quite the trip. It explores so much of what can be done in the dark, brooding underworld of metal, all while adding so many familiar elements to it all. You'll hear elements of bands like Nightwish, Camelot, but you'll also hear some more doomy territories, you'll hear some black metal elements that are sure to shock you, and this overall feeling of majestic and hellish landscapes that feels like when you mix Brimir and Emperor together. All while this might sound like a mishmash of genres, I assure you it works so very well in execution. The music sinks its teeth into you, and the more that you listen to it, it just gets better and better over time. This is incredible work, and if you have an appreciation for a large scale of metal genres, especially those on the dark side, you are bound to love what is happening here with Exiled Hope. Now we have In the Woods with Ultra. While the band has made some changes over the years, and I do mean a lot of changes, the 7th album from this long-running band continues to see the band shine through the darkness. The 2nd album, featuring Bernd Fürstad on vocals, just makes the band plunge into the deepest and darkest senses of emotion, with some heart-wrenching vocals on display, with both clean and black metal screams. The music accompanying it all is a tear-jerking display in all the best ways. It just adds this overall emotion. It's a grand mix of progressive, gothic, and black metal that feels overwhelming, but it works so effectively that you'll be playing this over and over again for years to come. The band continues to find a way to improve while never losing sight of what the band is all about, which is no easy feat to accomplish. This is going to be one of my favorite albums of the year for a good reason, and if you love your sorrow-filled metal, filled with dark emotion, you need to check out In the Woods. Now we have Messo with The Spin. The 4th album from this Italian band is easily at their best to date, combining a dark sense of doom metal, occult rock, but starting to incorporate some 80s goth tinges to make the music stand out amongst the rest, and it's an incredible thing to experience. It feels like you have been transported back to 1985 and someone mixed Candlemass and the Sisters of Mercy together while bringing Windham back to the past with them to create the sound that just keeps getting better and better the more you listen to it. It's dark, brooding, filled with this raw but appropriate production style that just hits right in every single note. This is incredible work, and if you want a mix of that doom, gothic, and occult rock sound all rolled into one, you should give this one a proper listen. You'll be so glad that you did. Next up, we have Rock Out with Let's Call It Rock and Roll. The 3rd album from the Swiss band just fits the right spot for this style in 2025. In what feels like a grand mix of Faster Pussycat, Cinderella, and just the right amounts of Blue Murder, and let's face it, an overall good sense of cheese, gives this band a classic feel but updated just enough for the 2020s. The songs are just that kind of catchy where you know where it's gonna go, but you also want it to go in that direction because it just makes the most sense. It's bluesy, catchy, rockin', and just feels good to the soul. It's nostalgic but modern at the same time, which can not always work, but I think it does here. I love when bands are able to pull something like this off and still sounds authentic. This is what the band wanted to pull off, and it simply works. This is meant for anyone who misses the good old days of that 80s hard rock style, and again, a good sense of cheese, but they want it for a 2020 sound. Next, we have Samtar with The Bug of Cosmic Delusions. The 7th album in 5 years from this prolific project is quite the trip that I was not even close for ready for, but I'm so glad that I took the journey. This is my first foray into the band, and it shows me this blend of progressive rock, avant-garde metal, and explores so many different genres that all comes as a shock when you first hear it, but makes sense when you let the album play out. I hear moments, sometimes even in the same song, from bands like Mr. Bungle, Opeth, Camel, System of a Down, and other bands. It's quite the mind screw for sure, but it's so intriguing and it instantly captured my attention and is yet to let go. When someone can explore what is possible in such a way like this, and still finds a way to make it palatable for audiences, you instantly have me as a fan. I have to go back and check out what Samtar has done with the previous albums, but if it's anything like what's being performed here, I think I might become obsessed. This is how you innovate and make music truly your own. Bravo. Now we have Valhalla with Beyond the Stars. 2 albums into this Australian band's career, and they feel like they're just on the cusp of taking over the folk metal world. Combining just the right elements of folk instrumentation, epic soundscapes from the keyboards, and mixing vocal delivery in just the right ways makes this band something you simply can't get enough of. Feeling like a wonderful mix of Helveti, Early Day Equilibrium, and Wolf Chant brings this band to the forefront of the genre and simply doesn't let go. The production is so on point, and the songwriting is exactly what is called for without going overboard on anything. It's the kind of album that you can keep going back to and discover more and more layers as time goes on. What an incredible display of music for the genre that is in desperate need of a shot in an arm. This band deserves to be huge. Listen to them and make it so. And finally, for brand new stuff out today is Versatile with Les Litanies du Vide. The debut album from this Swiss band feels like an unholy mix of black metal and industrial, and I am all here for it. Combining the best of what works in both genres and making the music extra eerie and spine-tingling is just what the music calls for. It's grandiose, mystical, and at times very unnerving, but that's exactly what it needs to be. The production fits like a glove for the style, and the music sways from hard-hitting to a bit more whimsical, but never losing sight of that pure evil it is unleashing onto the world. This mix of styles works magnificently, and considering this is just the band's debut album, it has me so curious to see where they'll go from here. Absolutely killer work. And now it's time for all the stuff that I've missed along the way, starting with the sophomore album from this French band known as RS with The Calling. This is a band that combines hardcore, metalcore, and black metal in a way that is just very satisfying to the ears. Never venturing too far into one direction, the band has combined these genres in a way that just feels so catchy, but it also feels so dark. The production has that early 2000s black metal production in which I really dig, and it feels like everything was written with this hardcore sensibility, making sure that nothing goes on too long, and it goes on just long enough to be effective. This won't be for everyone, but if you want to hear this niche sound, I couldn't recommend this one enough. It scratches an itch that I didn't know I had, and all I want is more. Now we have Autumn's Dawn with We Lost Our Hope Along the Way. Agalock meets Woods of Desolation meets Catatonia. It feels like this band was made just for me. The third album from this Australian duo hits so hard on what I love about the dark edges of post-rock and mixes it with this post-black and depressive black metal genres that just soothe the soul. Despite the subject matter being quite dark and sadly relatable, while not intentional, this album couldn't feel more appropriate in the world that we live in 2025, especially the last few months, am I right? This is an emotional wreck of an album, and I wouldn't want it any other way. The production feels like they took equipment and the EQ from Agalock's The Mantle and just perfected it for their own sound. 8 songs and 43 minutes long, this does exactly what it needs to do. It'll make you cry, it'll make you contemplate the hardships of life, and leave you broken. I can't get enough of this, and if you like your depressing music very, very depressing, check out Autumn's Dawn. Now we have Blossom and Wither with Nevermore. It takes a lot for an album to make you feel so much emotion in the metal genre without ever saying a word, and that's exactly what Blossom and Wither are all about. The debut album from this Netherlands band is some of the most gripping and hard-hitting, emotionally wrecking music that I've heard so far this year. The music just takes you through some of the darkest senses, whether it comes closer to the post-rock side of things, gets in the near black metal territory, or just messes you up with their unique blend of genre bending that is meant to punch your soul. The production is perfect for the style, and the songwriting I just can't say enough good things about. This is such a heart-wrenching experience of an album, and I wouldn't want it any other way. I hope this band explodes into the stratosphere as they deserve it. This is what needs to be done on the darker edge of post-metal. Give this one a proper shot, and I think you'll agree, even if you're not an instrumental fan. Next up is Captain Blackbeard with Chasing Danger. Based on a recommendation that I got from a YouTube comment, thank you very much for doing so, I discovered the Swedish band's 7th album, and I couldn't be more thankful. That perfect blend of AOR and melodic rock and metal that just soothes the soul. The solos are simply perfect, the vocals are those blends of highs and lows that I couldn't get more of, and they feel so appropriate. The music just hits that rock, metal, synth, and AOR sensibility, all while doing it so many times, and it never gets old. It's just that feel-good music in a time where it feels so hard to feel good, so you have to take advantage of anything that'll make you smile. That's what this band pulls off with perfection, and I can't get enough of it. If you love AOR, I think you'll have to agree when you listen to Captain Blackbeard. Up now we have Celestial Ember with All Real Numbers. The debut album from this American band is proving that modern progressive metal doesn't just need to be about the gents and the chug-chugs. Don't get me wrong, they do happen, and they actually do happen a lot, but it's not the focal point. This band is all about pushing the boundaries of what the heavier ends of the style of prog really can be, and it just feels right. It can be soothing right before it crushes you sonically. It can be poppy and catchy and then blindside you with some of the heaviest riffs of the genre, and then it'll incorporate some saxophone and get very jazzy and intricate in ways that you simply don't see coming. It may sound like a hodgepodge of sound, but when you listen to it, it all makes sense. The vocals, while predominantly clean, even sounds clean with the screams and growls with how it's enunciated, making this much more accessible to outside listeners. This pushes the boundaries of what bands like Periphery, After the Burial, and Tesseract have done in the past, but it shows the future of what prog in this style can be. It just gets better with every listen, and if you dig the genre of the heavier ends of that progressive metal core sound, I think you just might have to agree. Now we have Defender with Dying to Live. The debut album from this German band is just that perfect blend of the past and present that feels like the genre of revival metal is doing so very well, but it never loses sight of what they're trying to achieve. The songs never go on too long. I mean, it's 11 songs in a little over 42 minutes, which just feels appropriate. The songs are familiar, but they're supposed to be. That said, it also sounds very fresh and authentic. The production just has that pure 1985 sound that you just can't fake. This is feel-good metal that you simply can't get enough of, especially for the style, and it only gets better the more that you listen to it. Considering this is just a debut album, I can sense this band only continue to refine and improve their sound going forward. This is exactly what I love in the genre of revival metal, and if you dig that style of classic metal, you won't be disappointed in Defender. Next, we have Embroinial, with Inherited Tendencies for Self-Destruction. 4 albums into this Polish death metal band's catalog shows the band at their most refined and devastating to date. This feels like the perfect blend of Immolation, Morbid Angel, and Vader, and it just destroys everything in its path. It leaves you battered and broken, and it just feels so good to listen to. Once you know it, that's exactly what the band was hoping to do. At 11 songs and almost 37 minutes long, it gives you a song or two to catch your breath, like the opening and a little instrumental part, and the rest pummels you into oblivion. It's not the cheery album that you would expect it to be either. In fact, it's an album about how we've ruined the world, and the world needs to be put to rest, and considering what's happening right now, there's a good argument for that to be true. This is some of the most monstrous death metal that unabashedly crushes you. If you love that style of nearly brutal death metal, Embroinial may do it better than anyone else in 2025. Up now, we have Flesh Spoil with what sadly might be the only band's album, The Beginning of the End. This is just this perfect blend of blackened death metal, progressive death metal, and so much more that just feels evil enough while never losing that brutal side, and just that occasional proggy side as well. The guitars have that early day black metal tones mixed in with just the right amount of black metal growls, some occasional clean vocals, and some absolutely punishing drumming. Sadly, Jeff Andrews of Flesh Spoil passed away just a week before the album's release, and it's a heartbreaking thing to see. The band's production fits like a glove, and the songwriting sounds like if you mix Morbid Angel, incorporated some more black metal tendencies, and again, some prog. I don't know what will happen to the band going forward. I'm assuming they're not going to continue on without Jeff, but thankfully they were able to give us at least one album, and it's of absolute quality. If this sounds like it's right for you, hearing some blackened death metal and some progressive death metal thrown together, trust me, it will be. Give this one a shot if you dig this style. Now we have Heathen Heretic with Whispers from the Abyss. I have to thank the Harsh Vocals podcast for bringing this to my attention. They played this on their show, and I can't get enough of it. It's a sophomore album from the Swiss melodeath band, and I am astounded by what I'm hearing. It's a blend of some of the heaviest ends of melodeath, while bordering on some pure death metal at times, and some very, very clean vocals. And that vocal performance by Viola Bona is insane, from her blood-curdling screams and growls to those haunting cleans. Match that up with a soundtrack backing it all that feels like it's coming from the deepest, darkest pits of hell, all while soaring in just the right spots. This is some killer stuff, and if you like your melodeath on the darkest, heaviest edges, you need to check out Heathen Heretic. Now we have Hermith with Aether. Nick from Ghost Heart Nebula and Therese from Funeral Void have created a band that is so dark, dreary, and soul-draining, but it's absolutely gorgeous in sound. The sophomore album from this duo borders on funeral doom with how slow and dirgy it feels, but it is out of this world experience that focuses on the ideals of outer space and the void that comes with it all. This is the kind of album that you can put on and you can contemplate what life is even about. It's so gripping and sad. The production is that kind of raw feeling where it feels like it's out in outer space, it feels like it's galaxies away, but it makes you want to experience it. This is not the kind of album that you put on if you're happy. It will bring you down. But if you're doing rough, you just may need to put an album like this on to get through this thing that we call life. I've come very close to crying every time I've put this one on, and I'm thankful for that experience, because it's nice that I can relate to something like that. This is one of the most introspective albums that I've heard all year, and it'll only take one listen for you to understand why that might be the same for you as well. Now we have Industrial Puke with Alive to No Avail. I'm gonna keep this one short and sweet, just like the album. Crust punk meets hardcore meets that HM2 pedal 90s death metal. It's the perfect combination. This is a sophomore album from the Swedish band that just rolls those three genres into one. It gets heavy when it needs to. It's just that perfect crust punk D beats going along with it all, and just those occasional hardcore riffs that you can just feel everything around you getting destroyed. 12 songs, almost 29 minutes long. It's just the perfect length, and it just feels like you're being pummeled into dust, and you just want more. If you want a mix of death metal, crust punk, and hardcore in perfect disharmony, you can't do better than Industrial Puke. Now we have Insane with Rogue Waves. The debut album from this Israeli band lists themselves as angry, melodic, and chaotic. And once you know it, that couldn't be more appropriate in 2025. And in 2025, you have every right to be angry right now. I mean, this feels like a mix of Gojira, Mutiny Within, and Protest the Hero. And if you like those bands, I think you're gonna love what's going on here. The production is pristine, the songwriting hits that perfect level of going proggy but never wanky, and the songs are just so enjoyable from beginning to end. This couldn't feel more appropriate of an album for Model Times if they tried. If you want an album that feels like a proggy version of that feeling that you should be feeling now, check out Insane. Now we have Lady Beast with The Inner Alchemist. 5 years since their previous album and their 5th album overall, this Pennsylvania powerhouse of a band is back, and we needed them back. Lady Beast hits that style of classic heavy metal, revival metal, and the occasional power metal elements, especially that classic power metal sound, that is just so satisfying to the ears. The production is just that right kind of 80s sound, all while hitting some more modern songwriting. If you dig the likes of Huntress, Savage Master, and especially that early day Iron Maiden sound, Lady Beast is doing exactly what you need, and you'll be so glad that you heard them. Absolutely excellent stuff. Up now we have Living Tales with Hades. The 4th album from this Portuguese band is doing some of the best material of their date. They hit that style of symphonic progressive metal with just the right amount of hints of power metal, folk metal, and that pure heavy metal sound that just feels so appropriate. The songs are endlessly catchy and they take you on this journey of the senses. You can hear how the band has refined and improved so much over the years, and again, this is some of their best material to date. They feel like such an appropriate band to play Prog Power USA or Prog Power Europe one day. Well, over here in the States if the visa issue ever gets settled, but hey, that's a different story. If you need this style right now, you need to pick this one up and enjoy it. Next, we have Marble Orchard with Ruminations of Ruin. The sophomore album from this Texas band is raw, haunting, and exactly what this gothic doom genre needs right now. Typo Negative meets early day Candlemass and just the right amounts of My Dying Bride. My dark, sad boy doom sensibilities are fulfilled here with Marble Orchard. The production is a bit on the raw side, but it also feels very appropriate. It kind of gives like this late 80s, early 90s sound. It feels like a throwback, but it is modernized just enough in its songwriting to make it stand out. It's been a while since I've heard a band pulling off this style of gothic doom, and it just makes me so happy to hear. If you like your doom in this vein, I can't imagine you'd be disappointed by this one. It's just what the world needs now. Here we have March of Skyla with Andromeda. Made on the darkest fringes of post-metal, the sophomore album from this French band is exactly that darker post-metal that bands in the genre should be striving for in today's age. It's heavy, hard-hitting, and filled to the brim with emotion. It hits you on so many levels that are just what you want to hear in this style. The production style couldn't feel more appropriate, and the songwriting hits that landscapes with such ease, and it just begs for repeat listens. Everything from what makes post-metal such a great genre, to incorporating moments of near black and death metal territories, and some unbelievably catchy moments as well that you just don't see coming, but it makes so much sense as you listen to it. If this sounds intriguing to you in the slightest, I highly recommend checking this one out. I think you'll be glad that you did. Now we have some Minnesota music here with Pestifear with There Was Never Light. 3 albums into this Minneapolis band's career, and they are on this upward trajectory that is just unrivaled, featuring past and present members of Sunless, Australis, and the Bill Pulmonary Embolism. What a great name. The band continues to pave the way for how black metal and melodeath should feel authentic, and they're doing exactly what they want to create. The production is on the raw side, but it is warranted here. The songwriting fits what it needs to be with 6 songs and 36 minutes long. It has enough atmosphere to create this unique sound that feels both like an existential look at the world and being surrounded by the forest, which, you know, that's pretty much what the standard living situation is in Minnesota. But seriously, this is a top contender for albums that blend these genres together, and it shows others how it should be done. If you want some of the best of this blackened melodeath sound, check out Pestifear. Now we have 7 with Interdimensional Act 3, Shadows in the Sky. The 3rd album from this Vegas one-person project is hitting a vein that needs to be tapped. In what feels like a mix of Sleep Token, Meshuggah, Periphery, and A Perfect Circle, 7 is hitting that modern metal style with just enough prog and other elements to have this universal appeal that is hard to accomplish, but they nail it. If you dig Sleep Token and you want to get into heavier music, this is the kind of band that you need to check out. The production is stellar, together. The songwriting is so on point, it's not even funny. And again, it just has this universal appeal that I can't imagine anyone who likes prog, commercial rock, or somewhere in between would be disappointed in this. From the guitar stylings, the insane vocals, and the pure atmosphere of it all, this has something for everyone, all while being themselves. Give this one a proper shot. You just might be glad that you did. Now we have Varia with The Changing of Tides. This is the sophomore album from this Virginia band, and I'm actually quite impressed. Building a base of metalcore and hard rock that feels like natural extensions of what was built in the early 2000s, but updating it for 25 years later is quite the achievement. When they hit the breakdowns, they get heavy, but when they hit their choruses, it's some of the catchiest and most earworm-inducing moments I've heard in this style all year. The album also goes into the occasional twists and turns into some genre-bending that fits like a glove. This may be a band that feels like it's catered more to the radio-friendly crowd, but there is just enough heavy moments to satisfy those that are looking for more. If you want to hear what radio should be playing, check out Varia. Next, we have Vinegar Hill with Darkness Echoes. The fifth album from this Austrian melodeath band feels so appropriate right now. A band that perfectly blends some of the heaviest and catchiest moments of melodeath into one package. It hits some of the most poppy and catchy moments of that middle era In Flames as well, while incorporating bands like At the Gates to balance it all out. It feels like the best of both worlds if you want the thrashy, melodeath, and kind of poppy sides. The production has this distinct 90s melodeath flair to it, and the songwriting just feels so inspired. It just feels like that direction that we all wish In Flames would have taken after Come Clarity. If that sounds like it's for you, I assure you this will be. Check this one out. Now we have Vintros with Time Scarred. The debut album from this UK band featuring members of Ageless Summoning, Black Talon, and Ashen Horde is an incredible ride, hitting moments of different subgenres of black metal without ever losing their black metal charm. I can hear moments of Harkyrie for the Sky, Agalok, and Agrippni throughout all of this in the best of ways. The production is a little raw, but not too much. It just feels right. The songwriting is explosive and emotionally gripping. It's a dark and depressing album that just couldn't feel more appropriate for modern times. It's also the kind of album that you just need to put on for yourself and just let it take over you. It will hit hard, but it will be so worth it. If you dig the style, especially of that post-black and black metal side, you need some Vintros in your life. Now we have Vaya with Instar. Another debut album here with Vaya, a prog metal band that instantly caught my attention. While the music does have many similarities to bands like Haken, Monuments, Polyphia, and others, the vocals are what makes it stand out amongst the crowd. The vocals provided by Sky Hall soar above the music and are done without the need of any kind of screams or growls to the sound. I mean, they sometimes get heavier, but that's not a focal point. Providing just this gorgeous base of everything to get as poppy, catchy, proggy, and everything they need to add to their sound. The production is pristine for their style. The songwriting grows on you more and more with each listen. This feels like such a natural progression of what modern progressive metalcore can and should be. And it shows that you don't need to be about being the heaviest or the most brutal band with down-tuned guitars and breakdowns. It just needs to feel authentic, and this is actually what they want to make. Listen to this one if you enjoy any style of prog, and I think you might be able to find something you appreciate. And finally, for albums that I missed, we have Warmian with Immemorial Shrine. The debut album from Anton of Inherits the Void is exactly what I was looking for. It perfectly balances melodeath and melodic death doom into the style that just strikes such a chord, and it makes me feel so many emotions as I listen. I can hear as many bands like Early Day Catatonia in this as I do bands like October Tide or even Edge of Sanity. I can even hear some Horacle or the Jester Race era In Flames on the occasional riff. It's an emotionally draining album, as melodic death doom tends to do, and that's exactly the point and why I love it so much. It's sad, gripping, and it may make you shed the occasional tear if you're not careful. This also feels like the perfect counterbalance to his other band Inherits the Void, which is much more focused on the faster, mellow death, black metal kind of stuff. Don't get me wrong, some speedy moments do occasionally happen here, but it's the exception, not the rule. It's a beautifully dark album that only gets better the more you listen to it, and if that's for you, this will be an album that you'll keep going back to for years and years to come. Absolutely incredible work. We start off today with the fourth album from the band Dormant Ordeal with Tooth and Nail. This is a band from Poland that is just writing some crushingly heavy music, but it scales back just enough for effectiveness. It is a predominantly heavy album on the heavier ends of death metal, almost bordering on brutal death metal, and you'll hear bands like Behemoth, Ulcerates, Hate Eternal, etc., but you'll also hear these dissonant and atmospheric moments, almost avant-garde at times, kind of reminding you of bands like Deathspell Omega, Gorgira, Chimera, Decapitated. It's quite the blend of sounds, but I think it works magnificently. The production is stellar, and the songwriting is exactly what it calls for. This is how you make a death metal stand out in a genre of death metal where so many bands do start to sound the same after a while. It's stellar work, and I hope others are going to check this one out because this is how you make death metal stand out. Next up, we have Empyrean Sanctum with Detachment from Reality. The sophomore album from Justin Kellerman is a progressive metal album that fits all the needs of what I'm looking for in this style, particularly in the more modern style of progressive metal. It is a proggy album for sure, and it hits so many moments that you associate with the style, but it never gets out of control wanky, nor does it have 20-minute epics that go nowhere. It's just heavy enough, and it never loses sight of the melodies, harmonies, and catchy moments that songs should have to grab people's attention. It features some guest appearances and some on the entire album from members of bands like Alkaloid, Revocation, Scar Symmetry, and the Gabriel Construct. It really does have a high caliber backing to make Kellerman's music shine the best that it possibly can. As I said, this is my kind of progressive metal these days, and it is exactly what it needs to be effective. If you want that perfect balance of technical and catchy, you need Empyrean Sanctum. Now we have Exterminatus with Echoes from a Distant Star, Part 1. Warhammer 40k inspired tech death? Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. Featuring past and present members of the Zenith Passage, Xenocide, Atavistia, and more. This is some brutal tech death that will pummel you into the ground and make you beg for mercy. What makes this stand out is not just thematically, I mean, just look at the title of the band, I mean, you can already tell it's Warhammer, but musically, it's not just an endless fretboard Olympics or 300 BPM blast beats going on the whole time. I mean, obviously there's moments like that, but the music is so dynamic that it doesn't feel like it's just an endless assault. Don't get me wrong, if that's what you want, that is still here, but there's just enough moments to let you breathe through all of the chaos. The production is crystal clear and the musicality on display is otherworldly. This is how tech death should be done, and the third album from this Vancouver band perfects that sound. If you want some really, truly inspired tech death, check out Exterminatus. Now we have Fractured Fairy Tales with Parasomnia, the fourth album from this East Coast band. Somehow, the second album called Parasomnia this year is an insane display of industrial, black, and death metal all rolled into one. It feels like when you mix Cradle of Filth, Pain, and some more American metal influences all rolled into one. This is a rough listen as the production is very raw and dirty, but I think that's also what the music calls for. I mean, they're called Fractured Fairy Tales, so if the production is a little fractured, it makes sense. The devastating lyrics fit the mood of 2025, the songwriting just blends these styles in a way that sounds odd on paper, but it's so effective when it works. The overall vibe is just begging for a live experience, like if you like what's on record, it's gonna sound better live. For those looking for the extreme ends of these genres, but you still want it to just be catchy enough, you should give this one a shot. Next up, we have I Am Your God with Trinity, the third album from this Finnish outfit that seemingly blends melodeath, modern metal, and the occasional power metal into their sound to create one of the finest melodeath albums of 2025 so far. This is an album with so much ferocity, and it just sucker punches you with these hooky choruses and melodic moments that couldn't be more welcomed in this sound. The production fits like a glove, and the songwritingly simply works in the best of ways. If you dig the likes of Norther, Children of Bodom, Horizon Ignited, and Blood Red Hourglass, you need to bow down to I Am Your God. Now we have Lorraine Louhimo with Falling Through Stars, the sophomore album from Netta Lorraine of Smackbound and Nouru Louhimo of Battle Beast combines the best of what these two do. It's that hard rock, heavy metal, power metal, and a little bit of modern metal, mixing their clean and grittier rock vocals together in perfect harmony. You hit everything from the Runaways to Rainbow to their own bands, and it all just makes sense. Both singers have some of the finest heavy rock vocals in the Finnish world, and it's great to hear them working together again to create music that is meant for anyone who simply enjoys the heavier but also kind of the poppier ends of rock. Everything simply works on this one. It's an album that can help take away from the pain of current times, and honestly, who couldn't use that right now? If this sounds intriguing to you at all, I think you should give this one a proper shot and see if it's for you. Now we have Leak with Necro. One of, if not my favorite old school death metal band is back for their fourth album, and it's exactly what I was hoping for in 2025. Almost 41 minutes and 10 tracks of unadulterated and undead death metal. Whether it hits the near Death Doom territories, does the signature 90s death metal mid-tempo stompers, or it kicks it into 12th gear on a full-on assault, Leak does it flawlessly, and it only gets better as you listen. This is meant for you if you love the likes of Bloodbath, Early Day Entombed, Grave, and Dismember, Leak rises from the grave once again for another slab of old school death metal, and I wouldn't want it any other way. Switching gears, we got Lux Terminus with Cinder. Lux Terminus is back with their sophomore album, and it's been a long wait since 2018. Vikram Shankar and company are some of the most valued members of prog metal going on right now, and of course, Vikram has become pretty much the MVP of prog metal as well. But it's great to see them all coming back together for the power that is Lux Terminus. Going from very jazzy prog rock band to a band that almost celebrates every style of prog is no easy feat to accomplish while sounding authentic, but that's exactly what this trio does. While a majority of the album is instrumental, and it does show off everyone at the band at their finest, there are songs on the album that feature guest appearances from Ross Jennings of Haken, John Pyers of Violet Sin, and vocal harmonies from Espera. This is quality prog. Such quality, you won't even notice that there's no guitars on the album. That's right, a prog metal album with no guitars. Who would have thought? It's just keyboards, bass, and drums, and of course the occasional vocals. That's just the power of the music on hand. Lux Terminus put out one of my favorite albums with their 2018 debut, and I dare say they may have done it again in 2025. Outstanding work. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we end things with Sick and Beautiful with Horror Vacui, which of course is Horror Queen. The fourth album from this Outer Space band, which is currently on a ship of Satan, is easily the band's most accessible and catchiest music they've created to date. While I've enjoyed every album this band has done so far, and I did an interview for their previous album, the band has refined their sound to cut all of the fat in the music and is literally writing music for the music on hand. Some of the songs get into the heavier territory, sometimes a bit more industrial and danceable, but so much of this album feels like it should be on FM rock or even pop radio. This may be an album where that could happen. I can't blame the band for going in this direction, as it has something for everyone who enjoys the more simplistic nature of radio rock without completely leaving behind their industrial and metal days. Somehow mixing 80s through 2020s music in a way that couldn't feel more natural to their unique sound is no easy feat. If you want to hear what should be on your local rock station, pick this one up and demand that you hear it on the station. You'll be doing the world a favor. And now for everything I missed along the way, starting with the band Benediction with Ravage of Empires. Benediction has been through a lot as a death metal band over the past 35 years since their debut album, and now with their 9th album, the band is putting out that style of death metal that made them a staple of the underground to begin with. This is the style of death metal that never goes to the absolute extremes. It hits that perfect balance of bands like Bolt Thrower, Asphyx, Grave, etc. that only goes so fast and only goes for what is necessary. It's that peppy mid-tempo sound that feels much like a sweet spot for the genre that focuses on the riffs, the vocals, and the brutality at hand. The production is exactly what it needs to be for the style. The songwriting is lean and mean. If you want one of the best examples of the death metal style that just feels right, check out the latest album from Benediction. Now we have the third album from Crawling Chaos with what is either pronounced weird or word. It's W-Y-R-D, and I've heard it pronounced both ways, so, pick your poison. Again, this is the third album from this Italian death grind band. It's my first foray into the band, but I've instantly loved what is going on here. It's that perfect blend of grindcore, the heaviest ends of death metal, but somehow having these dissonant, atmospheric, and melodic moments of breathing room that ties everything together. It feels very sophisticated in its brutality. I know that's a strange thing to say, but when you listen to it, it starts to make sense. This is part suffocation, part cattle decapitation, and part septic flesh. If that description captures your interest at all, you need to give Crawling Chaos a proper listen. You just might be blown away. Next, we have Destinity with Ascension. Many people, in my circles at least, discovered this band from their 2021 album In Continuum, but this French band has gone through so many different phases, and they're currently on their 10th album since 1999. I think they finally found the sound that they've been looking for all of this time, hitting that perfect balance of melodeath, of dark tranquility, and thrashier moments like bands like The Crown, and this otherworldly feel that you can only get from a band like Hypocrisy. Roll that all together, you have Destinity. This is without a shadow of the doubt the best album the band has done to date, and it only gets better the more you listen to it. Perfect songwriting, perfect production. It's just perfection. Melodeath doesn't get more refined and defined than this, and if you want the best of it so far in 2025, check out Destinity. Up now we have Demon with Consciousness. Insomnia meets Edge of Sanity. What else could you possibly need? Seriously, this feels like the most epic moments of bands like Edge of Sanity. I mean, think of the Crimson, Purgatory Afterglow era of the band, and you mix that with the melodicness and sadness of Insomnium, and you have Demon. The sophomore album from this Finnish band just hits that scratch that desperately has been needing to be itched for so long in the melodeath sound, and I love every single second of it. From the refined production to the songwriting that just keeps getting better the more you listen to it. This has everything to make a melodeath fan foam at the mouth in excitement. I can't sell it any better than that. If you love melodeath, you need Demon. Now we have Embryum with Timekeeper. The debut album from the San Francisco outfit was something I never would have expected, but I'm so happy that I stumbled upon this. A black gaze band that hits the most ethereal, folky, and nearly orchestrated side of metal all mixed together to create this great black gaze sound. Seriously, the music is so well thought out and orchestrated without sounding symphonic, yet it feels so sophisticated, and it has this great approach of blackened folk era bathory while keeping those tinges of bands like Vatnat Visca, Mirkur, and even more Druna at times. This is a spectacular album that can be as unnerving as it is mystical, and it's amazing to see how bands like this are pushing the black gaze genre to see what is possible. And if you want that in your black gaze, check out Embryum. Now we have Elven King with Reader of the Runes, Luna. The final album of Elven King's Reader of the Runes trilogy is easily some of the darkest and heaviest material the band has done to date. Elven King was the second power metal band I ever discovered right after Blind Guardian. In fact, I checked them out the same day. And I still associate the band with songs like The Scythe and The Winter Wake, but hearing them go into almost black metal territory on this trilogy is still quite the shock to the system. Don't get me wrong, if you are looking for that fluffy power folk metal sound, that is still here, but it has so much dark atmosphere throughout all of it, and it does create some of their heaviest music ever. You mix those two sounds together, and I think it truly works. I'm very curious to see what direction they're going to be going into now that this trilogy is over, but until then, hearing all three albums in succession for this trilogy has been quite the trip, and Luna is the perfect cap to it all. Seeing the band actually be able to tour America because of what they're doing now on this trilogy just makes me so happy as a longtime fan, and if you want some of the heaviest ends of power folk and almost getting into black metal territory, check out Elven King. But don't start with Luna, start with the first album of the Reader of the Runes trilogy if you're gonna do that, but just check it out and see if it's for you. Now we have Imperishable with Swallowing the World. The sophomore album from the Swedish outfit is that perfect blend of death metal and black metal, wrapped in this dark, melodic, and melancholic veil that couldn't be more appropriate. Featuring past and present members of Vampire, Portrait, Namian, and Exterminated, this is a band that perfectly captures the horror and sinister tone that is 2025, and yeah, it sadly offers that up on a plate. The melodeath done here with that just right amount of black metal tone to it all just makes everything feel very authentic in the best of ways, and it only gets better the more that you listen to it. If you want to hear something that feels like a mix of Dismember, At the Gates, and the faintest hits of Dark Funeral, yeah, you need this one, and I mean now. Now we have the Man-Eating Tree with Night Verses. Finally, rising from the grave from after a decade comes the Man-Eating Tree. Yanni Marcus of Poison Black has brought back this, and once you know it, Poison Black, from the ashes to fit the dark void that has been left ever since both bands have been put to pasture. But with the Man-Eating Tree, the mix of gothic metal, melodic death, and the occasional death doom is exactly what my sad boy senses need. Catatonia meets the goth era of Amorphous meets Entwine and Sharon. This is easily going to be one of my favorite albums of the year, and it only gets better on every subsequent listen. One of the best goth metal albums of the year, one of the best goth metal albums of the year. Yeah, if you've never checked them out before and you dig this style, you need the Man-Eating Tree. Now we have Morculak with Sanguinaria. And speaking of sophisticated black metal, this is another tomb slab of it. The sophomore album from this Italian band takes everything that works about their debut album and perfects it. The production is still quite raw, and once you know it, it feels as raw as watching the original Nosferatu, but the music behind it is so haunting and enchanting that it feels like this needs to be the soundtrack to a vampire film that is yet to be made. The synths behind it is exactly what sells it for me, making a raw black metal album feel as though you're on the swing of death with Dracula himself. There are also other occasional black gaze, post-black elements that couldn't fit the music any better if they tried. This is for those who enjoy the Order of Nosferatu and Satanic War Master completely. Or maybe if you just love the vampiric atmosphere of it all, and the setting and the time frame. If you love that stuff, you need to check out Morculak. Next, we have Serpent Rider with the Ichor of Chimera. The debut album from this now Seattle band is the perfect blend of classic metal, heavy metal, and the occasional classic doom metal that I love so very, very much. With a raw but effective production style, this album feels like it was buried in 1984 but unearthed in 2025. The soaring vocals to this classic guitar tone makes the aesthetic of the band feel so effective, and it hits in all the right ways. If you need that mix of bands like Manila Road, Hammers of Misfortune, and even a newer band like Smolder, you have found your new favorite band with Serpent Rider. This is going to be a huge year for revival metal, and I see this band probably getting near the top of it. I can feel it. And finally, we end things today with a band name that I am so sorry if I butcher, but I've tried so many times to get this right. Soliloquium with Famine. This is some super depressing melodic death doom in all of the best ways, and what else could my broken soul possibly want? The fifth album from the Swedish duo is doing astounding work for the genre, creating some of the most tear-jerking melodic death doom that I've heard all year. It's so effective from its just raw sound enough, to its use of melodies and harmonies that strike at your heartstrings, to the super heavy moments that come in and just destroy everything in its path. This is a band that you need in your life if you enjoy the likes of October Tide, Daylight Dies, November's Doom, and especially Rapture and Counting Hours. Seriously. It's a heartbreaking album, but in a world that we currently live in like we do in 2025, it fits the atmosphere, and it might give you a nice cathartic cry. I know it did for me. If you love melodic death doom, or you want to see a stellar example of what it's all about, make sure to check this out. First up, we have Aeonazar with the Profane Era. They say you can never rush your debut album, and for this band, sometimes it takes 20 years to make that happen. Well, 19 in fact. But the debut album from this German outfit is quite the sight to behold, combining the best of symphonic, black metal, and death metal all rolled into one to create a dense, deep, and rewarding atmosphere of sound. The music gets brutal with its deep growls and the death metal tendencies, while it hits just enough of that symphonic black metal elements, and especially in guitar tone, to create a sound that is just as much Dimmu Borgir as it is Flesh God Apocalypse. The songs are inspired and never drag on, and are all performed with just the perfect amount of spice in the production. If you want your symphonic metal on the brutal side, or if you want your death metal side a little more whimsical, Aeonazar is the band for you. Now we have Ahemkara with the Horror of the Lost. The sophomore album I did not see coming. The return of this band is here with one of the most devastating black metal albums of 2025. I didn't think they would get back together after the passing of Stephen Black back in 2015, but I am so happy to be proven wrong. Even if the music is filled with darkness, sadness, torment, and ultimately a very cathartic feel, the band is back as a trio with new members Alexandra Blenkarn-Durning on keys and Austin Lunn of Panopticon on drums. This is such an emotionally gripping album that hits all the right spots at home for anyone who has ever dealt with loss and needs a way to process grief. For reference, the production is very reminiscent of early day Panopticon, with Michael Blenkarn's ferocious black metal vocal delivery and guitar tones. This feels like equal part Winterfell, Wooden's Throne, and of course, the black metal side of Panopticon. They also add these ethereal moments of emotional soundscapes in just the right spots to add these intense emotional state of it all. This is easily one of the best black metal albums of 2025 so far, and if it keeps up the momentum, it might be the best at the end of the year. If you want emotionally gripping black metal, you need Ahemkara. Now we have Art Nation with The Ascendants. The fifth album from the Swedish band is easily some of the band's best work to date. The songs are instantly catchy, whether they hit the furthest reaches of heavy metal, the closest to AOR melodic rock that you can imagine, or incorporate more modern rock, modern metal tendencies. This is also their heaviest album to date by far, getting into near power metal and sometimes dangerously close to death metal, without ever losing sight of that AOR sound, which is an incredible thing to see, and something I never would have expected. The production is impeccable, and the performances on display couldn't feel more authentic and powerful if they tried. If you take the likes of Dynasty and Eclipse, but you want it heavier, Art Nation's fifth album is tailor-made for you. This is how it's done, folks. Now we have Bark with Your Time Has Come. 5 albums into this Belgian band's discography sees the bands perfectly balancing their blend of hardcore, groove, and death and roll into a sound that feels just right for any kind of metalhead. Whether the band kicks into 12th gear, or they do things at a heavy mid-tempo stomper, the band continues refining their sound to make sure there is no fat left on the bone. It's all lean and very mean. 12 songs and almost 43.5 minutes long feels like the exact length this album needs to be a effective. The production has everything in the hardcore style to make things stand out, and the songwriting and performances on display hit all the right elements. Be the occasional guitar solo, or just the endless pummeling that happens, it's all here, and it is sure to open up any pit that they play live. Bark has bite, and if you like the sound of that, go check out Your Time Has Come. Now we have Beholder with In the Temple of the Tyrant. This debut album from this US band combines so many elements that I love rolled into one. It gets as heavy in its doom style to hitting these traditional power metal styles that would make any fan of the classic era of power metal very happy, to just this overall metal vibe of all the classic revival metal bands that have been happening lately have been pulling off. But this is done just differently enough to feel right. The production sounds modern, but its style is classic in every way. The songwriting on hand is so effective, and it hits in all the right ways. It's endlessly catchy, and while still being able to experiment with their sound. And if you want something that sounds like a winning combination of Candlemass, Riot, Manila Road, and Night Demon, check out the brand new band known as Beholder. Now we have Coffin Feeder with Big Trouble, an all-star band that was formed in loving tribute to 80s and 90s action movies. Well, sign me up. Well, technically the band started off talking about serial killers, but on this debut album, yeah, it's all 80s and 90s action movie love. Sven from Aborted has created a new band with an incredible lineup that hits the heaviest ends of death metal, while incorporating more modern tropes of hardcore and especially deathcore, all rolled into one. The album is loaded with guest features from bands like Benighted, Chimera, Shadow of Intent, and so many more. One look at the album cover and you know exactly what you're going to be getting. If you want the perfect counterbalance to Aborted's Vault of Horrors, which came out last year, this is it. Coffin Feeder is simply a great time if you enjoy brutal music and big explosions. What more could you possibly want? Next, we have Deserted Fear with Veins of Fire. Deserted Fear has gone through a lot of musical changes over the years, and in 2025, with their 6th album, this German band has put out one of their catchiest albums to date. The band has found the right balance of how to create melodeath and knows how to teeter between going almost full-on death metal assault and stepping back to create some of the most melodic melodeath that you've ever heard. This is an album that moves closer to the latter for the most part, especially that middle era, Reroute to Remain through Come Clarity era In Flames, for example, but so much is done with authenticity and tenacity behind it. What makes this album stand out is the message behind it all. A message of unity and to stop the injustices of the world in a way that doesn't pander to either side of the political spectrum. It's about togetherness, not separating us. It's done in a way that both sides can appreciate, and there's simply not enough of that in the world anymore. This is an album with heart in 2025, and we need that more than ever. Give this one a proper listen if you want a melodeath album that is filled to the brim with heart and soul. Next up, we have Employed to Serve with Fallen Star. The 3rd album from this UK outfit finds Employed to Serve finding their niche and striking it as hard as possible. Somehow writing some of the catchiest music in the style while still finding room to create some of the heaviest breakdowns in the genre at the same time is no easy feat, but they've nailed it. This is easily the band's most straightforward work, as they were more mathcore, but now the band is starting to replace that mathcore sound with a more modern metal sound, and it fits like a glove for the band. Though you still hear the slight nods to mathcore, if you look for it, it is still kinda there. The production is pristine and the songwriting fits right at home with bands like Code Orange, Beartooth, I Prevail, and others. While the band is getting simpler, the power is just as strong. Check this one out if you want a good representation of what 2020's modern metal should sound. Now we have LVT with Anu, and yes, I did look it up to make sure that is how it's pronounced, both the band name and the album title. It has not been an easy road for LVT to get to their 9th album. There's been a lot of stuff that's happened behind the scenes, but here we are, and it's great to see them back. The band is filled with that classic LVT folk metal sound that you know and love, both the classic era and the modern day sound, but there is an occasional song that feels more like a modern metal track than it does folk metal. For example, there's guitar solos. That's just something you don't expect in LVT. The production is also much more modern sounding, as well as letting you hear every single nuance and layer if you listen for it, which is a great thing to see. This is not your typical LVT album, but the band has also gone through a lot over the past several years, as we all have. Seeing the band back with their first album since 2019 is a welcome thing to see, and seeing where they are now, embracing the past, present, and potentially the future sounds of the band, I'm curious to see where the band is going to be going from here. But until then, the band is doing what they do best by creating some of the most authentic, melodic, and heavy folk metal out there. If you've never checked out the band before, this is a great place to start and go backwards. For returning fans, it's time to embrace the here and the now. Here we have Game Over with Face the End. Italy's Game Over is back with their 6th album and a new lineup, and it's such a welcomed album in 2025. Straightforward but melodic and heavy thrash metal through and through, and the new lineup just makes the band sound so rejuvenated. It's part Overkill, part Testament, part Nuclear Assault, part Havoc, but all Game Over through and through. The songwriting just feels even stronger than it has in the past, and the new implementation of vocals is exactly what the band has needed. This is exactly how I love my kind of thrash metal, and it's so great to see one of the greats of the 21st century thrash breathe new life. 10 songs, 33.5 minutes, all killer, no filler. Pure, unadulterated thrash. If that doesn't sell you on Game Over's Face the End, nothing will. Next up, we have Ghost Seeker with Divergence. The debut album from the Australian modern metal band is exactly what needs to be on FM radio right now, and I'm serious. It's both catchy and melodic, but it also knows when to get heavy and just a tad bit proggy. With crystal clear production and songwriting that is meant to be for those that want their music just heavy enough, but it also wants some sing-along choruses with everyone in the room. Ghost Singer hits that perfect formula of pop, metal, electronic, alternative, and so much more to create a little bit of something for everybody. Seriously, this band isn't on American FM radio right now as far as I know, but it should be by the end of the year, and if it's not, there's totally something wrong with the system. I mean, there always has been, but you know what I mean, they deserve to explode on the radio charts. If you want something just heavy enough for rock and metal, and you wouldn't necessarily turn off the radio dial for it, check out Ghost Seeker. Up now we have Heat with Welcome to the Future. Sweden's Heat returns with their 8th album, and it's everything I wanted it to be. Super catchy, but just heavy enough. Filled with soaring vocals and excellent guitar solos. It's everything that works in the melodic rock, arena rock, and AOR sound, done with such authenticity and perfection. Every song just simply works, and it hits that scratch that desperately needed to be itched. Heat has always been one of the shining examples of AOR in the 21st century, and in 2025, the momentum is still in top form, and there's no signs of slowing down. Simply put, if you love AOR and have never heard Heat, you need to change that right now. Now we have Kardashev with Seed of the Night, and this is album of the year material for me, and I am dead serious. I have loved this band since their debut album in 2015, and 10 years later, the band is at its best, and it's only going to get better from here on out. Combining tech death, shoegaze, progressive post-metal, and more into a sound that they call deathgaze, a very apt description when you think about it, the band has perfected their sound. Somehow they managed to keep getting heavier and heavier, all while getting more and more melodic and emotional. From the first time I heard Reunion as a single, I cried, and I'm not ashamed to say that. The music is just as moving to my ears. What I wouldn't give for a Kardashev Tomarum tour one day, for a perfect blend of tech metal and emotionally driven metal night after night. If you enjoy the likes of the aforementioned Tomarum, Fallujah, and other bands that can blow you away technically and emotionally, you need Kardashev. It's some of the most moving and captivating metal that you're going to hear in all of 2025. Now we have Machine Head with Unatoned, and yes, they're continuing on with the /0 in their album titles and their song titles for some reason. While continuing on with that trend, Machine Head is back with their 11th album, and a new lineup. The band is continuing to blend their past and present elements of thrash, groove, nu metal, mainstream metal, and other influences all rolled into one. This does feel like an album that hints at their best traits, but it also hits a lot of modern trends of the more electronic and FM-friendly bands would try to appease on both sides of the Machine Head fan base. Like, I hear a little too much Five Finger Death Punch, for example, but you know, just from the other side of the political spectrum. The production is great as always, and you can never take that away from them. I'm curious to see where the band goes from here on their 12th album, but seriously, I really do hope the /0 thing does go away eventually. They're from San Francisco after all. You're not from Scandinavia. But if you like newer Machine Head with traces of the old stuff, yeah, this is probably for you. Here we have Phantom with Tyrants of Wrath. The sophomore album from this Mexican speed thrash metal band is pure 1987. It hits all the great elements that you would expect from the style, that classic speed and thrash metal sound, with just the slightest hints of bands like Possessed, and even more, you hear elements of black metal throughout all of this. The production is classic in its sound, and the songwriting feels almost has this atmospheric vibe to it all that just fits so perfectly. Hitting those elements of bands like Midnight, Deathhammer, Cruel Force, and especially a band like Vulture, Phantom is doing some incredible work in this near blackened speed and thrash metal sound that I wish more bands would continue to explore and experiment with. If you like this style and you want it to just be a little more evil and haunted, you need to check out Phantom. Next up, we have Sacred Steel with Ritual Supremacy. The 10th album in 29 years from this legendary German band combines the best of what the band has always done, but updates it just enough for 2025. The classic elements are here in full force and combines that epic power metal, thrash metal, speed metal, and almost blackened sound at times, and finds a way to make it all feel as fresh as it did in 1996 when they started. The production is punchy, but it also sounds a little bit raw. It's a great combination of stuff that really works in their favor. This truly is everything that you love about the sound all rolled in one package. If that's what you crave in 2025, Sacred Steel is back, and they've done such a magnificent job with it in Ritual Supremacy. Up now, we have Teaser Sweet with Night Stalker. The 4th album from the Swedish outfit is some of their best work, easily some of their best work. The band continues to refine their sound to create this perfect blend of heavy, catchy, and memorable moments, with lyrics that strike hard and performances from the entire band that feels authentic and exactly what is called for in every song. Every song kind of does feel like it has like this kind of sultry feel behind it, kind of like you're getting sweet-talked by a serial killer before you meet your demise. It's just a fun album from start to finish that has so many headbanging moments as it does sing-along moments for the whole crowd to sing along to at every show. The production gives everything a vintage feel, and it makes you want to get your battle vest on and enjoy the night. Seriously, if you dig the likes of Doro, Crucified Barbara, and Savage Master, you need Teaser Sweet. Now here we have Trick or Treat with Ghosted. Simply one of the best and most fun power metal bands of recent times, Trick or Treat is back with their 8th album in 19 years. Alessandro Conti and company are back with their most horror-inspired album to date. The fact that this album has songs inspired by both The Evil Dead and Return to Monkey Island will always make me smile from ear to ear. The songs are so much fun as well. All of them are just dark enough, but they never lose sight of the fun power metal that they've always set out to be. The production fits the band like a glove, and the songwriting is that signature Trick or Treat sound through and through. Ghosted is a shining example of why I love this band so much, and if you love fun power metal without a gimmick and it never loses sight of the songwriting, you need Trick or Treat in your life. And finally, for brand new stuff out today, we have Wednesday 13 with Mid-Death Crisis. I can't believe we are now 10 solo albums into Wednesday 13's career. Every album has a little bit of a different flair behind it while still having that signature Wednesday 13 sound. This time around, Mid-Death Crisis has more of an 80s metal influence. It's a bit heavier than some of his previous work. Of course, it will always have that sound of horror punk, horror rock, industrial, all those kind of vibes to it, but hearing the occasional 80s riff, double bass, and those bluesy elements thrown in is such a cool thing to see. It also helps that Faster Pussycat's Tie Me Down shows up for a track and really gives that 80s authenticness to all of it. This feels like the most rejuvenated album in his career, and for someone with 10 solo albums in their solo career, let alone the rest of his resume, that is something for any musician to aspire to. Yeah, this is how you keep inspired, and I hope Wednesday 13 keeps up this momentum. It's easily one of my favorite albums that he's done so far. And that was all of the brand new albums that are out today, and I have one lone album that I missed this week, and it's Red Moon Architect with October Decay. As Joey Lawrence once said, "Whoa, the 6th album from this Finnish melodic death doom band is tailor-made for my sad boy needs." Featuring past and present members of Before the Dawn, Crimson Sun, and Oceans, and Aeonian Sorrow, this borders on funeral doom in all of the best ways, but it never loses the melody and harmony of the band. The songs are infinitely sad, and will bring you down to the lowest pits of despair. But if you love this style like I do, that's exactly what you're looking for. If you love the likes of Shape of Despair, Swallow the Sun, and Draconian, Red Moon Architect may be your new obsession if you've never checked him out before. With every listen, this just keeps getting closer and closer to being my Doom album of the year. It will take a lot to get to the top spot in my Doom album of 2025, and time will only tell if it does hit the top spot. But until then, wow. Simply wow. First up, we have Crematory with Destination. It's astounding how this is the 17th album from this German mainstay, and they somehow still sound as fresh as when it started all the way back in 1993. The album is filled to the brim with sorrow-driven, gothic metal that just has the slightest tinges of industrial in just the right spots. This is the most gothic album the band has put out in quite a while, and I appreciate it for that, but it never loses sight of the industrial aspects that they started incorporating along the way. The songs are catchy, be be it more up-tempo or when it gets slower and more broody. If you've never heard Crematory before, but you enjoy the likes of Tiamat, Moonspell, Dark Tranquility, you really need to get into Crematory. And in speaking of a band like Typo Negative, don't skip out on their cover of My Girlfriend's Girlfriend. Nothing can ever compete with the original, but they give it pure justice. This is easily one of the best albums that they've put out, and it's great to see how far they've come in 33 years. Destination is a killer album that is worthy of your attention. Next, we have A Flock Named Murder with Incendiary Sanctum. The sophomore album from this Toronto band combines the best elements of black metal, death metal, and post-rock all rolled into one and makes it feel so seamless. They know how to channel their inner Agalok and Fen as much as they can their inner Ulcerate and the extreme ends of Inter Arma. The album is only 4 songs, but the shortest one comes in at 13 minutes and 6 seconds, and the longest 17 minutes and 27 seconds, so if you don't like epics, this will not be for you. Thankfully, at least to my ears, the songs go in so many different directions, and it feels so natural, and that hour and 4 minutes just flies by. The production is a bit raw, but it's still punchy and has a lot of kick to it. The album cover simply rules. This is magnificent work and a stunning display of how to push the boundaries of the more extreme metal genres into ways that feel so natural when it comes into writing more somber post-rock elements. It's not an easy thing to achieve, but when they nail it, they nail it. If this is your style, please give this one a proper shot. Now we have Hate with Bellum Regis. Polish black and death metal feels as natural as Australian prog metal or Canadian tech death at this point, but when it's done right, you remember why it's so awesome. That's what Hate does with their 13th album, somehow getting even better with age and more brutal and evil in the process. Hate is putting other bands in the genre to shame with their display of tenacious blackened death metal. The production is on point and the songwriting knows when to let things ride and when to keep things a bit simpler. If you somehow never heard this band but you dig the likes of Behemoth, God Dethroned, and Belphegor, you need to check out Hate. They have been crafting their sound for 29 years now, and it's only gotten better and better. Just check it out for yourself. Now we have Labyrinthus Stellarum with Rift in Reality. One of the best black metal albums of the year is finally upon us with the 3rd album in 3 years from this Ukrainian duo. While only forming back in 2021, the band has vastly improved on every album, and this is easily their best album released to date. They have this astounding way of combining cosmic and atmospheric black metal with a more industrial, electronic, and EDM sound to create a band that sounds like no other in the best way possible. The band has their signature sound intact since the beginning, but every album has come with one vast improvement: the production. This is easily their best sounding album yet, and it just makes everything on display sound incredible. You truly feel like you're trapped in the middle of the universe and are caught in between sheer terror and absolute wonder of the sights in front of you. At 37 minutes and 18 seconds, this couldn't feel like a better album length for this style. I can't say it enough, this is one of the best black metal albums of 2025, as they have nailed genre bending and pushed it to the next level. Despite having this album for quite a bit of time now, it only gets better with every repeat listen. Even if you don't like black metal, there's a good chance that you can fall in love with Labyrinthus Stellarum. Next is Leper Colony with Those of the Morbid. The sophomore album from this all-star old-school death metal band is that classic style of OSDM that just works perfectly, featuring past and present members of Morgoth, Massacre, Consumption, and Paganizer. This is a band that knows how to just be brutal enough without losing any of the melody and harmony that made the late 80s, early 90s death metal scene so memorable. This is Obituary meets old-school death meets Hail Bullets meets Pestilence in all of the best ways. The production is that classic sound, the songwriting is exactly what it needs to be, and it's all performed magnificently. This is how you make what's old new again. If you need that in 2025, you need Leper Colony right now. Now we have Maestric with Espresso della Vita Lunaire. This is the 3rd album from this Brazilian progressive power metal band, and it scratches an itch that desperately needed to be scratched. In what feels like a very unreal mix of the power metal side of Angra meets the prog quirkiness of a band like Haken, Maestric is the definition of progressive power metal. That's why they're so appropriately and hopefully going to be playing Prog Power USA this year in what I'm sure will be an unreal set, as long as it actually happens, thanks to, those good old visa issues species of the US. The music is so dense and rewarding to listen to with every repeated listen. The production is rich and full, and the performances on hand are simply astounding. This is incredible work from a band that knows how to push the boundaries of all the genres that they want to be able to incorporate, while still keeping things very musical. A very rare feat, and one to herald when done right. If you fit into that prog power side of things, you need to get acquainted with Maestric right now. You'll be so glad that you did. Up now we got Nightfall with Children of Eve. This week has been filled with legendary bands with prolific careers, putting out albums, and here is another one from a great band that's been around for 33 years. With their 11th album, the latest incarnation of Nightfall features the band's best work to date, hitting so many different genres of symphonic metal, mellow black, gothic death doom, and so much more. But with one key difference, all of it makes sense together. The album flows together so naturally and is performed to some of the best abilities that you'll ever hear all year at a band like this. Whether it is a blast beat assault or going into some dirge-ridden doom, the band hits it all and makes it work effortlessly. This is easily for those who enjoy the likes of Rotting Christ, Septic Flesh, Moonspell, Paradise Lost, and so many more. If you've ever missed out on Nightfall, you need to remedy that immediately, as this is one of the best albums of this style in 2025, and it'll only take one listen to understand why. And finally, for brand new albums out today is the debut album from Paradise Slaves, with the album With Hell in His Eyes. The brand new album from this all-star metalcore band presents past and present members of 36 Crazy Fists, Diecast, and even Pentagram, and it's something that immediately takes me back to 2004 in all of the best ways. It reminds me of why I fell in love with second wave metalcore in the first place, and I discovered all these bands like the aforementioned 36 Crazy Fists and Diecast. It's just that perfect blend of knowing how to hit that hardcore, metalcore, and some of the catchiest choruses that you've heard in this side of heavy music. This is a band that feels very nostalgic. It even feels like it was recorded between 2002 and 2003, but it also hits enough of a modern tinge to make it all make sense in 2025 and not just a nostalgic cash grab. It's for anyone who has enjoyed the 21st century era of metalcore, both old and new. If you want to know why this genre worked in the first place, check out some of the best workhorse musicians of the genre together in Paradise Slaves, putting out one of the best albums of the genre in 2025. And now for all the albums that I missed along the way, starting with the band Afgran with Cosmic Ecstasy. The debut album from this Finnish band took me by complete surprise, mixing the styles of gothic, industrial, rock, and heavy metal all rolled into one horror-tinged package is a catchy and rewarding experience. The band knows when to get heavy, when to focus on the catchier moments, all without losing the intensity that comes from either side of the musical spectrum. The production is so polished, and the songwriting explores so much territory without losing any of the substance. It's instantly catchy and will be an earworm in your head for days, so be prepared for that. It's hard to narrow down similar bands, but if you like moments from musicians like Wednesday 13, Rammstein, In Flames, Lordi, and even Moonspell, you will find something to love about Afgran. Now we have Bloody Valkyria with In Our Home Across the Fog. The sophomore album from this one-man Finnish band is some of the most expansive and audibly pleasing raw metal black that I've heard all year. While the production again is a bit on the raw side, the musicianship and the songwriting on display more than makes up for any shortcomings that you might find with the production. It's so dense and layered with its orchestration and instrumentation, all while being able to pick out any of the sounds that you're looking for in the process. It's a mystifying album that hits all of the right moments that you're looking for. It feels like a mix of third wave black metal meets mellow black meets symphonic black metal all rolled into one raw underground package. While this won't be for everyone, if you enjoy this style, you'll be hard pressed to find anything that sounds more earnest in 2025. And if you don't mind a raw production, this is a mellow black album made for you. And now we have the self-titled debut from Changeling. Fountainhead returns with a new project that is, well, everything that Obscura fans have wanted for a long, long time. It's the perfect balance of how to write a progressive and technical death metal album, all while adding enough nuance and substance into every track. It feels otherworldly and demonic, as it is angelic and beautiful in just the right moments. The leads on this album absolutely sell the album, and they're utterly insane, and are done in such a way that'll make your job jaw drop. I know it did the first time that I heard it. The production on this album is top notch, and the songwriting and musicianship are everything that you'd expect from a band featuring past and present members of Obscura, Alkaloid, Fear Factory, and Vipassy. Simply put, if you want an extreme display of how to create beautiful and brutal progressive tech death with 100% not stolen riffs, you need to check out Changeling. Now we have Ghost with Skeletor. It will always astound me when a band gets so popular in fact, that it becomes a punching bag for simply existing in a year like 2025. And in a year, 2025, no one's forcing you to listen to said band. Unless Ghost is blasting in your ears every day at your place of work, maybe your kids are blasting Ghost all the time, etc. There's literally no one forcing you to listen to them. And it's baffling to me that people hold such hatred for a band that is simply just trying to have fun. This is Skeletor in a nutshell. It is a more guitar-centric Ghost album that does have its fair share of poppier and catchier moments, but there are plenty of heavy riffs, double bass, and some classic heavy metal stuff going on. Of course, that will not be enough for those that hate them. I wouldn't expect it to, and this will not be an album that will make you go from a hater to a fan. Why would it? This is a band that is still going forward into their sound and starting as a more 70s occult rock band, and now really hitting that mid to late 80s and 90s AOR sound, and just really writing catchy songs that no matter how heavy or mainstream you like your music, you might be able to find something to appreciate. I can hear as many moments of bands like Rush as I do Faith No More on this, along with that AOR sound, which is a cool thing to see. The production feels like an album that was made in 1987, and I wouldn't want it any other way. Look, Ghost is a gimmick band that found a niche, and they capitalized it on a way that has made them one of the most popular bands in the current world of rock and metal music. If you are reading this, I'm pretty sure you can't say the same thing. If you're listening to this, I'm pretty sure it's the same thing as well. If you hate them, continue to do so, but also remember, your misery from hating them is self-inflicted. You allowed them to live in your head, rent-free, when you could have just easily listened to what you want. It's not their fault, it's yours. So calm down and move on. For the rest of us, this is one of the best Ghost albums to date, and I can't wait to see what the next chapter has in store. Now we have Heavylution with The Cycle. It may have taken a decade for the sophomore album from this French band to see the light of day, but it was more than worth the wait. With a wicked sense of heavy metal, power metal, the occasional AOR tendencies, and additional twists and turns, Heavylution has taken their sound to the next level. The songs are so catchy, and the songwriting on display for it all is exactly what the tracks need to be. Whether it gets a little dark or a little less dark, everything here is emotional, and it leads you on an incredible journey from start to finish. While it is not the cheeriest album in the slightest, at least it's a great soundtrack to our potential demise. Heavylution knocked it out of the park with The Cycle, and I hope for the next album, The Cycle will continue, although hopefully a little sooner than a decade from now. Also sorry for the pun. Now we have Karg with Marauder. Was the latest Harakiri for the Sky album not enough heartache for you? Well, it continues with the latest Karg album. JJ from Harakiri's 9th album is a sheer tearjerker of an album, and while I don't speak German, I don't need to know every word to know that this album will crush your soul just from the vocal delivery alone. The music also features more melody and harmony than you would get from a Harakiri album, in a way that's a little more, what's the right word? Uplifting? No, that's not it. Cathartic? Well, I think that's true of both bands. Let's just say less sad? Yeah, that's the best way I can give it. A little less sad. Don't get me wrong, this will make you tear up if you let it. I know that new Harakiri did, but it's also just so beautiful in its delivery, and it just might even mask some of the pain inside because of that beauty. The production is some of the best that a Karg album has had to date, and if you want a great pairing with that new Harakiri album, but you want it to just be different enough, you need to check out Karg immediately. It's what you need in sad, depressing music. Now we have Promised Downfall with Catharsis. The debut album from this German act is some stellar metalcore. It hits all the right elements of metalcore from its heaviest moments to the excellent and contagious sing-along choruses. The band delivers songs for everyone in this modern rock, modern metal world. The production is polished and pristine, and the songwriting has zero fats. It's just lean and mean, and it's exactly what every song is called for. Whether you're more into Periphery, I Prevail, Set Your Sails, or even Asking Alexandria, at least the older stuff anyways, you will find something to enjoy here with Promised Downfall. The album is more than lives up to its title. It's a rough listen, especially lyrically, but it couldn't be more cathartic. Yeah, I'm sorry for the pun. Now we have 7th with Pink Noise Youth, and I'll just say right off the bat, I really am not a fan of bands taking out the vowels in their names, just say 7th. But the 4th album from this Italian post-black band is what makes the genre so exciting. A band that knows how to focus on both sides of the post-black genre, meaning black metal and post-rock. This is as much on the dark side of things as it is the lighter side of post-rock, and it keeps everything in perfect balance, never going too far into one direction or the other. I can hear as much from bands like Violet Cold as I do Agalloch, as I do Pelican, as I do Junius. It's a rewarding listen for anyone who enjoys both sides of the genre and wants to hear them more explored. The production is not too raw yet not too clean, just right in the middle, which seems to be a trend with this band. As the songwriting can be elongated at times, it is called for in the music. I mean, that's what post-rock is all about. This is the kind of music I can relax to and go through all kinds of different musical emotions. I simply love what's going on here, and I hope that this album and the direction the band continues to explore here will continue going forward. Balancing both sides is not easy, but as a listener, it is so effective. And maybe add some ease into your name. Now we have Stellar Veil with Culling the Hearts of the World. The debut album from this Greek band is everything that AOR has to offer and more. From the soaring vocals, to the exceptional guitar riffs and solos, to some of the finest songwriting the genre has seen in the 21st century. The band has learned from their elder AOR bands and took what works from the best of them to create an album that doesn't just hit hard musically, but lyrically as well. It never gets too heavy musically or emotionally, but it never gets too poppy lyrically or emotionally either. It balances that fine line and making both sides of the line very happy. Simply put, if you love AOR, you will love Stellar Veil. It's just what you needed in 2025. Now we have Tribunal with In Penitence and Ruin. The sophomore album from this BC band hits me like a slow, brooding sucker punch to the soul. I completely missed the boat on their debut album back in 2023 before I was able to cover it, and I regretted it ever since. So I had to make sure that I caught this one at a reasonable time because I didn't get the promo, as it's not only a worthy successor to their debut album, but it's one of the finest examples of gothic doom in the 2020s so far. It's that perfect blend of dark, soul-crushing, depressing, and just a tad bit whimsical style of gothic doom. It gives you everything from bands like My Dying Bride, to Draconian, to even Theater of Tragedy, or even Shape of Despair. I can't even begin to describe how effective their sound is in a short style video like this, but I can say that with how this is done, even the most apprehensive person towards doom can find something to love about this one. It never hits that funeral doom style, it never gets into the hymn style goth rock, it's right in the middle with that sweet Peaceville 3 sound that I wouldn't want any other way. This is magnificent work that is going to be one of my top doom albums of 2025. This is my kind of doom through and through, and once you know it, it may be for you as well. Up now is one of my most anticipated albums of 2025, and it totally delivers. The sophomore album from Venator, known as Psychodrome. Their sophomore album is something that I've been waiting to hear for a long time, basically ever since their debut album came out, and I'm so happy it's finally here. With the Austrian band's second album, it is a bit more rockin' than it is like straight up metal. It fits their sound. I mean, don't get me wrong, if you love the debut album, everything you loved about that album is here. It has that revival metal sound down to its core, but this feels a little catchier. It hits a little more on the hard rock side of things at times, and it's just a great thing to see that the band is not putting out the same album twice. The production still has that mid to late 80s sound. It really has that underground vibe to it all, and the songwriting is just so lean and mean. If you enjoy the likes of Haunt, Savage Master, Portrait, or Night Demon, Venator is a band that you need in your collection as soon as you can. This is how it's done, folks. And finally, for brand new albums that I've missed along the way, is Visionatica with Harrowing Insight. Can I just say off the bat how nice it is to hear a symphonic metal band that still has symphonics in their sound and didn't trade all of it away for the modern metal sound? I mean, sure, there's some modern stuff going on here, there's some electronics and industrial stuff going on, but it still has the symphonics, and you can't take that for granted in 2025. Not anymore. But the third album from this German band is that perfect blend of symphonic, pop, metal, hard rock, electronic, and otherworldly moments that feels just so catchy and authentic. The production is not overly polished, but it hits so hard with its punchiness and clarity. The songwriting never drags, and it always takes you on this great journey through all of its dark, twisted tales on display. This is easily for those who enjoy the likes of Visions of Atlantis and the older albums of bands like Delane and Within Temptation, but just a little darker, more horror-ish, a little more spooky. If that's what you're looking for, Visionatica is a band that you need in your life. Get prepared for the ride. First up, we have Behemoth with The Shit of God. Behemoth returns with their 13th album, which also celebrates 30 years since their debut album 17th, Storming Near the Baltic. The band has gone through quite the transition over the past 3 decades, from super raw black metal to some of the best produced black and death metal that you can find. When you think of black and death metal, Behemoth is almost always the first band you think of, and the new album almost feels like a return to form for it. The last couple of albums have been more whimsical and theatrical compared to their prior work, and Nurgle and company have brought back elements of the band that people have loved, finally, with this new album. It's 8 tracks and almost 38 minutes of Behemoth at their best, easily, since The Satanist. Don't get me wrong, there are still some more theatrical moments that happen here and there throughout, but they have taken a massive backseat compared to the punishing brutality of what Behemoth delivers best. The production is outstanding, the songwriting is so lean and mean, no songs over the 5-minute and 55 mark, and just pure, unadulterated chaos. The title track alone shows that Nurgle still has his style of expression, and many people will call that try-hard or pretentious, but I defy you to find a satanic band that isn't doing both of those things, and even more so. Simply put, this is the best Behemoth album in at least a decade, and it reminds you why Behemoth has become the established and profound band that they are. The fire has been lit under the band once again, and why it might smell like... oh, come on, you know where I'm going with this. Behemoth is through and through one of the best black and death metal bands, and I wouldn't want it any other way. Next we have Chanteris with Phantom of Reality. 3 albums into this Norwegian progressive and heavy metal band is easily some of their best work, and it's not even close. They have learned what works best for the band and continue refining everything to be exactly what it needs to be. Musically, I hear a lot of what I love about bands like Nevermore and The More, but vocally, it's much more aggressive and adds a lot of intensity from bands like Accept and Creator. Just picturing a band that sounds like a mix of progressive, heavy metal, black metal, and industrial, all thrown into one is no easy feat, but the band is not afraid to write what they want to write, and they make it so very catchy. This is some killer stuff, and if you want a band that can appeal to so many genres while staying true to themselves, make sure to check out Chanteris. And now we have Death SS with The Entity. This is a band that's been around for 48 years, and on their 11th album, they sound fresher or really more undead than ever before. With 3/5 of a new lineup on this album, the band feels quite inspired, and you can hear that from beginning to end. This feels like an album the way that it used to matter, where the track listing is important, where it's not just a collection of songs, this is an album experience. The production feels like a remix and remaster of an album that came out in the mid-80s, in the best way possible. It's just raw enough, but it still sounds clear, giving everything an eerie feeling that you just can't replicate in any other way. Whether you grew up on horror rock and metal from the likes of Alice Cooper or Arthur Brown, or you just heard about this band from the likes of Deathless Legacy, who put out their latest album just a little bit ago this year, the genre is alive. Well, I mean, undead and well, and it's a fantastic thing to see. This is a spectacular album for anyone who likes their music rockin' and on the haunting side of things. Give this one a proper listen to see how the genre is done. Now we have Exilium Noctis with Pactum Diaboli. You didn't think Behemoth was the only band putting out some black and death metal today, did you? Well, they have some stiff competition from this Greek band coming in with their sophomore album. The band is much more on the blackened side of things, and it works to their advantage. While there is just enough death metal in their sound to satisfy those that are looking for it, everything from the production to the guitar tones to the vocal stylings is so much more raw and blackened. So much so, it might even have salmonella. But seriously, the production is great, and it benefits the music on hand. The songwriting on display is pummeling, and it does not let up long enough for you to be able to catch your breath. This is an excellent display of black and death metal with just enough aspects of other genres, and the occasional haunting keyboards to draw you in and leave you wanting more when it's done. If you want a different take on satanic black and death metal that comes out today, check out Exilium Noctis. Now we have Ghostbath with Thorn Rose Necklace. Ghostbath is one of the most polarizing black metal bands currently running today, and it's for good and bad reasons. I think people need to let go of the fact that they trolled everyone when they first started off by saying they were from China. Nameless resided in North Dakota at the time, and also the band is known for their life lover style black metal vocals from time to time, which is not everyone's bag. All of that said, I define you to find another band that is this earnest in this style of depressive suicidal black metal, post-black, that continuously improves on every single album the way that Ghostbath has accomplished to this date. With the 5th album, the band has the most mature songwriting they've had to date. Also with the shortest album that they've done to date with 9 songs in just a little over 35 minutes, a far cry from the well over hour-long albums that they started off with. This album, while sucker punching you with its dark, and I do mean dark lyrics, it just flies by, and you realize that this is their catchiest album to date as well. Seeing what the band has accomplished here is outstanding, and it's great to see this style getting some great representation with a band that tours and produces music as much as this band does. The production is easily their best to date, and everyone recording on here is putting on a brilliant display of musicianship. If you want to see what this more raw approach to post-black, or overly produced DSBM, depending on how you want to look at it, check out Ghostbath. Here we have La Cabra with their self-titled debut, and this album is quite the adventure. Hailing from Seattle, this is a progressive death metal band that really does wear its influences on their sleeves in the best of ways. I can hear as much Nevermore as I do Arch Enemy as I do Goatwhore. They are a band with a core sound, but they're not afraid to expand upon that sound when necessary. The production is perfect for this style, and the songwriting is exactly what it needs to be effective. This is a band I can see going very far if the right people hear them, and that's a big reason why I do what I do. I want this band to be heard. This is a band that's more than worthy of your time if you are any kind of a metal fan. No matter your taste, there is something here for you. It's heavy, aggressive, and so catchy in the right spots. This is how you make a band stand out while still sounding familiar. Seriously, if you want to hear a band that gets aggressive and melodic in this style of metal, give La Cabra a proper spin. Here we have Ominous Ruin with Requiem. This San Francisco quintet is back with their sophomore album, and it's some of the catchiest brutal tech death I've come across in a long time. Of course, this album is relentless, and it pummels you into the ground song after song, but it's done in such an earnest way that knows how to show off their technicality, when to write just a really punishing riff, and when to write a riff that will be stuck in your head for days, something I wish more bands in this style would be able to pull off. This is easily for those who enjoy the likes of Archspire, Inanimate Existence, and Cytotoxin, all while having their own flair to it all. The production is crisp and punchy, the songwriting hits you like a ton of bricks. This is my kind of brutal tech death. If you want something in this style that sounds memorable, Ominous Ruin has delivered with Requiem. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we have a Finnish band that I hope I get the name right of, and especially that album title, Svarta Havet with Mannen ska Lisa den Vaj. This is the sophomore album from this Finnish band that combines the intensity of black metal with the emotional side of post-hardcore. They are not the first to try this, but they may be the band that has perfected this sound. While I don't speak Finnish, and I can't say I know the lyrics, but I do appreciate how supportive they are of anti-fascist, feminist, trans, and queer politics. They're all on the right side of history, and they have 100% support from my end. Especially in a genre that has black metal tendencies, and a history of musicians that, well, let's say have the polar opposite view. I love that there is a band like this that is not afraid to write the music that they want to write about what they want to write about, and support who they want to support. You mix all together with a raw yet clear production style that hits you so hard, and you have a band that should be on your radar if you like the likes of Mole, Benza, and Obsidian Tongue, amongst others. Black and metal with a message is something I can get behind. Sign me up. And now for new albums that I haven't gotten to yet, we have Alzagoth with Ad Finem. The debut album from this Finnish band takes everything that works with this legendary style of Finnish melodeath and makes it their own. With an early 2000s production style, this feels like the early days of Children of Bodom, Winter Sun, and that middle sweet era of Demi Borgir. Well, musically anyways, all rolled into one. The songs are so catchy and memorable, with keyboards that are sure to be stuck in your head for days, and a familiar style but done with such an authenticity behind it that it just needs to be heard to be understood. 8 songs and a little over 38 minutes is a perfect length for what this band is going for, and will still leave you wanting more. I can't wait to see where this band goes from here, because if this is just their debut album, their best is yet to come. Check this one out as soon as you can. Next, we have Enuma with Flesh and Bone. The third album from the Spanish outfit is ridiculously catchy, and it just gets better and better with every repeat listen. This band has perfected their sound to create this style of melodeath with just enough metalcore tendencies to stand out from the crowd and give themselves a familiar yet unique sound. The production is very much in that mid-2000s style that is raw but powerful, and the songwriting is lean and mean with solos that rival some of the best solos done in recent times. This feels like the perfect counterbalance to the brand new album from Heathen Heretic, and if you're looking for something of that style, I think this band will be right up your alley. So if you want some of that catchy yet aggressive melodeath, check out Enuma. Here we have Brave Ride with The Great Awakening. Brave Ride's return with their fourth album in 19 years is the kind of epic power metal that we need right now, and it's all about that quality over quantity. It's over the top, heavy, and so catchy. It reminds you why this genre of music has always ruled. And this Greek band just shows all of that off in the best of ways. When they put out an album, it is the best that they can offer at the time, and this album is no different. The production is that right balance of raw and pristine. The songwriting is just grandiose and just filled with so many great catchy moments on top of all of that. If you love the genre, it fits like a glove. This is for anyone who enjoys the likes of Rhapsody, Darkmoor, Warlord, and so many others in the genre. Just let this album spin and take you away, and in 2025, that couldn't be more needed. Next up, we have Hagain with Top of the Tower. This Japanese band's sophomore album is easily some of the catchiest and most emotionally driven melodic power metal that I've heard in a long time. Granted, I don't speak Japanese, so I don't know the lyrical meanings, but the way that they are sung is simply incredible and hits you right in the feels. This is a band that I feel like should be on anyone's radar if you enjoy the likes of power metal bands like Love Bites, to Brideer, to even English-speaking bands like Borealis and Vanishing Point. The production is stellar, and the songwriting, again, is just so emotional and it hits you hard. This is beautiful, melodic power metal done right. And if you need that right now, and who couldn't, you need to check out Hagain. Next we have Korra with Ananke. Although I will say this is a refreshing change of pace. A band that can combine the best elements of someone like Isan and mix it in with a band like Arcturus or Borknagar, and somehow knows how to let that full black metal extremes happen in bands like Emperor and Dissection. Roll that into one and you have Korra. This is a band that has been pushing the boundaries of what can be done in this style of black metal in all of the best ways since their debut album a few years ago. They are continuing with the sound that they've crafted off of that album, and they know it works, but they still know how to innovate in the process. The production is exactly what is needed for this style, and the songwriting is just simply inspired. This is for those that really enjoy the experimental, proggy, avant-garde, and just bonkers moments of black metal, and it's a beautiful thing to see. If you want to see what Arcturus would sound like if Isan joined ICS Vortex and company, you need Korra. Up now is Mentalist with Earthbreaker. This German and Swedish band has released their fourth album, and it is, without question, their best album to date. It's everything that has made the band work since 2020, but they have perfected it just enough to still have some edge to it all. The production is so punchy and it hits hard, while the music on display is that right kind of melodic power metal that can be heavy, yet still have those melodies that still make you feel something. This is a band that should be on any power metal fan's radar if they aren't already, as they are putting out some of the best in this style in the 2020s. And somehow, even after 4 albums in 5 years, the band is showing no signs of burnout. This is easily some of the best of the genre, and if you don't believe me, all you have to do is check it out for yourself. This is how you make melodic power metal your own. Now we have Neopra with Eternal Source. Finally returning with their sophomore album after 11 years is this German band, and they prove it's all about quality, not quantity. With an almost entirely new lineup and 8 members of the band at that, the band takes the best of symphonic metal, adds the right amount of death metal edge to it all, and of course those gothic overtones to create a sound that is tailor-made for those who love early day Epica, middle to latter day Therion, and of course Leaves'. And on top of it all, a band that wants to write this grandiose style of music that is filled to the brim with sophistication, and you have one of the best symphonic gothic metal albums of 2025. The performances are beyond stellar, and the production is just what it needs to be effective. I am always for symphonic bands that don't want to lose their sound to be more modern, and Neopra is a shining example of what can still be done in that style. Seriously, if you are a symphonic metal band, you need this album and band in your life. Next, we have Ocean Grave with a bouquet of words forlorn. 3 albums since 2021 for this one-man Italian death doom band, and it only improves from album to album. The songs are so filled with sorrow and heartache, while feeling this sense of catharsis that's hard to explain unless you are a death doom fan. This is easily made for the likes of November's Doom, October Tide, Woods of Ypres, and more. This is the kind of album you just can't fake. The pain on here is real, and you can hear it in every vocal line, guitar tone, and drum hit. The production is perfect for this style, taking you on this downward spiral of emotions that you don't want to leave. Simply put, if you love death doom, you need the new Ocean Grave in your life. It's deep, dense, and full of sorrow. In other words, it's exactly what you need. Here we have Propagandhi with At Peace. Propagandhi has always been a polarizing band, not just because of their unique blend of melodic hardcore, thrash metal, heavy metal, punk, and so much more mixed together, but because of their social commentary and political standpoints, stuff that I'm pretty much 100% behind. That's all the more reason I'm covering them on their 8th album, At Peace. Everything that you love, or hate if you're of that persuasion, is here on full display, and it couldn't be a more appropriate album for the world that we live in 2025. All you have to do is look at their album cover, and it's a battle on display of everything that's going on right now. Also, just listen to the title track and you'll get a good sense of what this album is hinting at this time around. Every time I listen to this album, it just hits me harder and harder, but it also gives me a little bit of hope as well. Maybe not everyone in the world has gone to the dark side, and if we join together, maybe something still can be done. Maybe it's a far-fetched dream, but we need those far-fetched dreams more now than ever. The music is spectacular and the production is just raw enough without losing any punch and power. This is required listening if you are of the left-leaning political persuasion, and I dare say, even if you're on the far right, you still might need to check this one out as well, just for a different change of pace. And you know what? It just might do you some good. Now we have Pyres with Yun. The sophomore album from this Toronto band is quite the experience to behold. It takes the best of progressive, sludge, hard rock, and more to create a sound that feels authentic in how it's performed. You can hear elements of bands like Mastodon, Baroness, Mammoth Black, Red Fang, and even The Sword, well, musically anyways, throughout the album, and it feels so natural, and it's exactly what the music calls for. The production is perfect for the style, the songwriting, while going on many different ventures, all makes sense when you listen to the album as a whole. This is an excellent display of pushing the boundaries of what progressive sludge metal can be, all while finding elements of the past that bring it in for the uninitiated. This is a stellar release for the genre, and if you haven't checked out Pyres before, you owe them a shot if you enjoy this style. Next, we have Woe Bather with Swallowed by the Chains of Spirit Loss. Simply put, this is some of the best black metal I've heard all year so far. This is everything I love about the genre, put into one over-the-top grandiose package. 7 songs, 70 minutes and change, pure epic black metal. This is Keep of Calcium if you take out the symphonics. This is Spectral Wound with better production and epic song length. The songs, while long, still have some of the most memorable riffs that you'll hear in black metal all year, guaranteed. The vocals are blood-curdling in the best way, and the overall atmosphere of the album is what it needs to be for this style. If you want sad, powerful, and intense black metal, look no further than Woe Bather. I can't fathom what will top it for this style of black metal in 2025, at least to my ears. And finally, for brand new albums that I missed, is Your Spirit Dies, with My Gnawing Pains Will Never Rest. And wow, what an apt description of my life in 2025. This is one of the best displays of how heavy metalcore can be done in the 2020s. The fact this band can go from the outer reaches of the most melodic hardcore and metalcore to moments that rival the heaviest deathcore bands in its breakdowns in terms of intensity, to everything in between all of that, all while not sounding like a hodgepodge of sound, is something to truly appreciate. Every song on here has its own flair, but it all works together seamlessly as you listen from beginning to end. You will hear everything from Unearthed to Carnifex to Darkest Hour, and so much more here on display, all while the band adds their own spices to the music to make everything truly their own. The production reminds me of that mid to late 2000s metalcore scene in the best ways. This is a band that is pushing the envelope of what can be done in this genre, and is doing so in a way that I hope will inspire bands for generations to come. Seriously, if you are a metalcore fan of any style, you need to check out Your Spirit Dies to see how this genre should be done in 2025. First up, we have Buried Tomorrow with You Will Haunt Me with That Same Patience. The 8th album from this UK band is my first real exposure to the band despite knowing of the band for quite a long time, but I really am loving what I'm hearing. It feels like this perfect balance of second wave metalcore, modern metal, and other elements thrown in for good measure to create a sound that is just as catchy and poppy as it is heavy. You can hear a lot of 2010s influence from bands like Parkway Drive's Lighter Material, the middle era of Architects, and even some early day Miss May I in just the right spots. This is not Funeral Doom or Death Grind bands that you would expect on my list, but this is a great slice of what metalcore can be in the 2020s. With pristine production and super catchy songwriting, it has a little bit of something for everybody, from the heaviest of deathcore breakdowns from the poppiest electronic parts to everything in between. And if you're wanting something like this in your metalcore, I think you should give this one a proper shot. Now we have Drouth with The Teeth of Time, 3 albums into this Portland black and death metal band's career, and it feels like the band just continues to grow, explore, and find their niche. With their latest release, it feels like the band is exploring more of the black gaze sound and using it to their advantage. Don't get me wrong, the death metal elements are still here, but they're done in such a way where it feels more like a spice rather than the main flavor. The black inside is on full force, but hearing those elements of bands like Garia and some more of the atmospheric moments of even a band like the Great Old Ones and the more extreme ends, it's a punishing mix and it truly works to their advantage. The production is raw and the mix is a bit muffled, but it's more than warranted and really fits the style. The songwriting can go all over, but the more you listen to it, the more it unlocks and the more it makes sense. This is an album not for the faint of heart, but if you dig the extreme ends of black metal and you want just enough melody and harmony to get you through, then you need to check out what Drouth has to offer in 2025. Now we have Giant with Stand and Deliver. It's astounding how this legendary Nashville AOR band has only put out 6 albums in the past 36 years, but they prove that it's all about the quality, not the quantity. This 6th album from Giant is an excellent display of that classic AOR melodic rock sound that feels as authentic in 2025 as it would have back in 1989. It's a great thing to see when a band that's been around for nearly 4 decades can still put out some of their best material, and it sounds like the music that they've wanted to create. We all know that's not true of every band of this era. The production feels like a more updated 80s sound, and the songwriting is that classic sound from start to finish, with the occasional modern twinge that just feels natural. This is just a stunning display of how to do this style right, and a true crash course on how it's done in today's age. Giant has done it once again, and if you enjoy this time period and you enjoy AOR, you need Giant, and especially this brand new album, Stand and Deliver. Here we have Novelist with Coda. The 4th album from this French outfit finds the band making their catchiest album to date, but it is exactly what they should be striving to achieve. This is what should be on modern rock radio here in the States. This couldn't be more appropriate and should be demanded by anyone who still listens to that. But the band never truly loses that progressive metalcore sound that they started off with, and it still hits just as hard as they ever have. But there are so many moments on this album that I could see the average radio listener enjoying, and maybe even discovering heavier and proggy music because of it all. With stellar production and some of the catchy songwriting this side of Prague, this is what bands who want to break into the mainstream should try to accomplish going forward. Seriously, this has everything. Signed, sealed, and delivered to those who want radio-friendly, heavy, and even proggy music. They have it all, and if you want that, this should be in your ears. Now we have Prydian with Ventian Dark. The debut album from this Estonian modern metalcore band hits heavy into the current trend of industrial-infused metalcore that has taken over the 2020s, that is equal parts heavy and just the right amount of melodies and harmonies on top of that. They hit this nuanced mix of bands like Architects and Spiritbox, but they make it their own with their own unique way of songwriting that hits the catchiest moments in ways that you don't normally see coming, all while maintaining this very heavy sound, especially for a debut album, well, under this name anyway. The band has an excellent style of production at play, and the songwriting is endlessly catchy once it sinks into you. This is a band that I could see making the waves in a huge way starting today, and I really hope that they do. For anyone who enjoys the modern metalcore sound of the 2020s, this should be required listening. Help push the band into the stratosphere in this genre, the way that they deserve to be. Now we have Slowfall with Blood Eclipse. The band's 3rd album sees the band finding more and more of their own sound and creating something that hits so very, very hard. Of course, Finland is one of the leading nations when it comes to melodeath, so to stand out, you have to do something that's going to raise people's attention. And that's exactly what this band is striving to achieve with Blood Eclipse. The band is taking the best of their signature style of melodeath, but adding more and more elements to it all, including some really proggy elements, more consumer-friendly elements, and a wicked sense of songwriting that couldn't be more effective. It's amazing how I can hear bands like Hinayana as much as I do Nailed to Obscurity, but then also hear these Jordan Rudess style keyboard leads that feel like they come out of nowhere but couldn't be more appropriate. Add a killer production style and no two songs sounding the same, and you have one of the most rewarding melodeath experiences of 2025. This is how you push the boundaries of what a genre like melodeath can be, while still being endlessly catchy and memorable. What a spectacular release. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we have Wounded Touch, with a vivid depiction of collapse. The sophomore album from this Michigan outfit feels so much like a 2006 mathcore metalcore album as it does the 2025 mathcore or metalcore one. It hits everything about these genres as they truly started to expand, hitting elements from bands like Norma Jean, The Number 12 Looks Like You, The Dillinger Escape Plan, and I do mean of that time period when the bands were very much finding their own styles. And they also started exploring more with melodies, harmonies, and genre bending to where you never knew what the next song was going to entail. You mix that with a classic yet punchy production style, and you have an album that is just as much of a throwback as it is a forward-thinking album that explores the musicality of the 2020s in a very nuanced but expertly made way, blending the past, present, and potentially the future into one is a fantastic thing to see. And if you want that in your chaotic mathcore music, check out Wounded Touch. And now for the albums that I missed along the way, starting with a band name I hope I'm getting right, Acaval with Invictus. 3 albums deep into this French melodeath band's career, and without question, it's their best work. From the endlessly catchy riffs and leads to some powerful growls that would make Angela Glasgow blush in envy, to the style of melodeath that hits everything that you expect in so many places that you never would have imagined. It's an album that is completely inspired, and it hits you right in the gut every time. While it does hit some very dark subject matter, a song title like Daddy Defiled Me pretty much gives that away, it still feels almost sing-along-ish at times, which feels such like a paradox, but when you hear it, you'll understand what I mean. The production is punchy and clean, and again, the songwriting and performances is what truly sells this album. This is a phenomenal album that is more than worthy of your time. It's dark, heavy, catchy, and will be stuck in your head for days. If you enjoy heavy music, isn't that exactly what you want? Give this one a proper listen if you dig melodeath. I can't imagine you'll be disappointed. Now we have Black Map with Hex. The 4th album from the San Francisco outfit sees the band putting out their best output to date. It sees the band continuing to expand their horizons as well. Sometimes it gets nice and heavy, sometimes it gets near post-rock territory, and of course it explores that sweet, sweet middle ground that gets ever so nice and rockin'. The band, while never hitting it in that white-hot spot in the radio charts, has been a reliable underground band that continues to put out the music that radio rock bands should be clamoring for. They know exactly what they're doing to be able to hit the music that will be stuck in your head for days, but doesn't sound particularly like any band that you can place. That is the best kind of earworm. The production is exactly what it needs to be, and the performances on display are expertly played, while never feeling any need to show off. This is exactly what you need if you want to know what should be on modern rock radio. Black Map have ruled for 4 albums now, and I hope there's no sign of slowing down, though I could really use a new Dredge album anytime now. It's been 14 years strong. That's much too long. Here we have Blade's Edge with The Fate's Key. The debut album from this Ecuadorian one-man band is spellbinding. The fact that the one-man, Sage Zavage, is 28 years old and has made an album that couldn't have been more authentically 80s completely makes your jaw drop to the ground. Everything that you love about the past and present bands like Dokken, Crazy Licks, White Lion, and Saber are here on full display, and it just keeps getting better and better every time you listen to it. The production, again, is pure 80s, and the songwriting feels like it's the best from 1986, and you haven't heard it until now. It's explosive, catchy, wild, and exactly what this style should be in every way. I haven't felt this way about a revival metal album since Skullfist Chasing the Dream back in 2014. Seriously, this is the 80s album of 2025. Here we have Cave Sermon with Fragile Wings. The 3rd album from this Australian one-man band is truly an incredible thing to see. Charlie Parks doing everything on this album is quite the sight to behold, from the raw and effective production style to his dark and aggressive vocals on display, to the musicianship that holds this eclectic style of post-metal in high regard. This is someone who has a vision of what he wants to accomplish and nailed it from beginning to end. Doing everything on his own this go-around, Parks has improved on everything that he has done from from his first songs and has created some hauntingly dark and ferocious music that is just as much for fans of bands like ISIS to even bands like Tomorrow. Again, this is an eclectic album and it won't be for everybody, but if you love the genre bending of post-metal and want to see what is possible in 2025 with it, you need to see what Cave Sermon is all about. Here we have The Fall of Me with Bathory. The debut album from this Pennsylvania band is not at all what I expected, and I mean that in the best of ways. This is another band that should be plastered all over modern hard rock radio with their sense of heavy enough hard rock and super dark subject matter. I mean, when you're talking about Countess Bathory, I think that kind of gives it away, doesn't it? The production shows off everyone in a way that feels so clean. The songwriting can hit as much of the classic metal sound as it does modern hard rock, all with natural ease. This is the kind of album that makes you want to hear more of this style, and I hope The Fall of Me continues to go down this path and sees all that is possible with it. It can be so easy to chase trends and be a copycat band. This is the antithesis of all of that. This is authentic rock and metal with a gothic tinge that I hope others will be able to discover, play, demand, and be inspired by for years to come. We need a band like The Fall of Me in the zeitgeist. Do the right thing. Make it happen. Here we have Fire Phoenix with Science Fiction. The sophomore album from this German band is everything that you love about heavy metal all rolled into one package. It can get as cheesy as 80 hair bands, it can get as blazing fast as any power metal band, and it hits those soaring vocals, shredding guitars, and excellent songwriting that you'd want to hear from any band in this style. Production-wise, it sounds modern, but the tones on display still give it this kind of vintage feel. No matter your love of non-harsh vocal metal or clean vocals, from the likes of Priest, Maiden, Dragon Force, Halloween, Enforcer, etc., you're bound to find something to love here. 10 songs, 41 minutes of pure, unadulterated metal. You couldn't ask for anything more. Next, we have Folkstone with Natura Morta. 8 albums into this Italian folk metal band's career, and they're still making incredible work 21 years after their initial start, with a short break in between. This is the first album back from said break, and it truly did the band some good. This 9-piece, that's right, 9-piece band is playing their hearts out on this one, and everyone has their part to play. From the standard metal instrumentation to the folk instrumentation that you'd expect in this style, to the occasional twists and turns, the band continues to show how folk metal can be done and still finds a way to make it fresh and authentic. The production is a bit raw, but it also works in the music's advantage. While the music is sung in Italian, you don't need to understand the language to understand the power and emotion that's going on in the music at hand. This is some outstanding work from a band that deserves all the love that they can get in the genre. If you miss folk metal, and I mean true folk metal, give this one a proper listen with the latest from Folkstone. Next up is a band name that I really hope I'm pronouncing right, Hethemeth, with Telluric in Harmonies. The sophomore album from this Romanian band has absolutely no boundaries, and I love them for it. They can go from folky to progressive to gothic to avant-garde to symphonic, all rolled into one. It takes the best of all these styles and makes its stamp of approval over all of it, and it makes for an album that is an experience like no other. It's quite hard to pinpoint the true way to describe their sound using examples, but imagine a mix of Vulture Industries, Arion, and Therion, and you might start getting an idea. It's just the kind of band where you need to have an eclectic taste of a vast variety of clean vocal metal styles, and you just may have found a new band that you'll be obsessed with. I truly love what's going on here, even if I don't speak the language. I love the emotions that are packed within it. This is an incredible display of making music that you want to make, and if you want to see what can be done with this symphonic, progressive, gothic, and avant-garde style of music, check this one out right now. Now we have Jade with Mysteries of a Flowery Dream. The second album from this Spanish band is quite the experience to behold. It hits so many layers of black metal and death metal with a nice healthy dose of atmospheric elements mixed in with some post elements as well. And the most shocking part of all of it is a good mix of clean vocals in just the right spots. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of growls and screams on this one, but it's the cleans that sets this apart from the rest. It reminds me a lot if Deadly Carnage would have kept their black metal side and started incorporating some atmospheric death metal into their sound. You add all of that together and you have a band that stands out among the rest. The production is in full force of this style and just raw enough for effect. Yeah, this is an album that you should not skip out on if you want one of them, and if you want an album that feels like a haunting display of nightmares, but it lures you in with its musical wonder. It gets better on every listen and you discover more and more of what's going on. If you give it a chance, it just might do the same for you. Next, we have Lost Souls with Lore. The debut album from this Australian metalcore band has taken me by complete surprise. Of course, there is much of the typical metalcore elements that you would expect from a band like this, but it is done with enough nuance and originality behind it that it makes it stand out from the ever-growing metalcore sound. There are some great atmospheric elements going on, there's the occasional proggy riff going on, and as you may have guessed, it's genre bending that has me excited. It's rooted in metalcore, but it's when it's not just the chugs and the breakdowns is when you find that sweet spot that this band has to offer. Especially for a debut album, this album has a lot to offer that you would not expect, from impeccable production to the excellent songwriting. I can't wait to see where this band goes from here because they are on the right track to make a true name for themselves. Now we have Revengeance with Dark Dogma Embrace. It's been 13 years since the debut album from this Brazilian band, but they are finally back with a new lineup and keeping that strong sense of gothic symphonic metal. While the production on this one is a bit raw, it adds to the emotion of it all, and it may pull you in that much more because of it. The songwriting on display hits hard and it goes into so many great territories. The vocal display on hand is an incredible thing to hear. I can hear the likes of After Forever, Tristania, and yeah, some Epica thrown in as well, but it goes so much deeper than that. It's a dark album that sucks you in and doesn't stop till it's over. This is another example of how symphonic bands should be praised for actually maintaining their symphonic sound. Give this one a proper chance if you dig the style. I think you'll be won over. Now we have Seven Sisters with Shadow of a Fallen Star, Part 2. The fourth album from this long-running UK band encapsulates everything that I want out of a revival metal band in 2025. A band that knows how to give that new wave of British heavy metal sound, but does not make it their whole identity. The band explores a lot of great nuances of progressive metal, atmospheric space moments, and that right blend of classic metal and power metal that makes everything very refreshing to hear. While this is my first foray into the band, I will be going back and checking out everything else they have to offer, as this is an incredible album that will stick with you, and I need more of that. The songwriting feels like a pure soundtrack with its highs, lows, heavy moments, softer moments, and earworm hooks that leave you hearing it in your head for days. The production is nice and punchy, but still has a vintage vibe to it all. Everyone on display here is showing off what they are capable of for its style, and it's miraculous work. This is an album that should not go under the radar if you enjoyed the style of classic metal of yore, but want it updated just enough not to sound like a clone. This is how it's done, folks. And finally today we have Symmetry Was Never an Option with Scientist. The third album from this Polish band is a shocking display of how prog can be made in the 2020s. So much prog nowadays just focus on the down-tuned guitars, the genty riffs, and of course the breakdowns. And this band does harken back to a time where you didn't need all of that. But don't get it twisted. If you're looking for that progressive metalcore genty sound, that is here on display. But rather than it just being a genty progressive metalcore album, this is a progressive metal album. It hits on the more melodic side of things, it goes into some post-rock elements I didn't see coming, some electronic moments that couldn't have fit better. It feels like a great mix of Devin Townsend, The Contortionist, Haken, and the occasional Meshuggah moment. I wish bands were doing more albums like this instead of just trying to be as heavy or as off the wall as possible. You can be proggy and melodic, but you can also be memorable at the same time. It's been done before, and it can be done again. While I know this won't be up everyone's alley when it comes to this style, I still highly recommend giving this one a shot because it was quite the welcome surprise for me, and it just might be for you as well. First up, we have And Oceans with the Regeneration Itinerary. And Oceans is a band that never rested on their laurels throughout their entire career, and the band sets out to forge a new path with every album that they release. And with their seventh album, they've proven that fact once again. With their Regeneration Itinerary, it feels like the band is rejuvenated and set out to create some music that they've never created before, all while having some familiar sounds to it. The band continues their symphonic black metal sound, but have added some nice healthy doses of industrial, gothic, and experimental moments in just the right spots to recreate a quite refreshing sound. The production fits the chaos surrounding the music, and the songwriting is inspired beyond belief. Whether this combination will work for you or not is up to your judgment, but I love how the band has gone back in time and also forged a new chapter in their sound at the same time. It can be jarring at times, but by the second listen it will feel natural and feel like it's supposed to be there, while at other times it fits like a glove from the moment that you hear it. The band has produced another fantastic album, and in 2020 2025, we need an album that continues to push the boundaries of what extreme music can be. This does all of that and so much more. Next we have Sarisian Velat with Unman. Sadly, the demise of Ghost Brigade in 2020 meant the band went their separate ways to create their own musical paths, but 4/6 of the band wanted to keep creating music together and enlisted Ville and Panu into the band, and Sarisian Velat was born. The band is not Ghost Brigade 2.0, they are their own band that has their own original sound to it, but they do have very much of that broader territory with more of the post-rock, post-metal that Ghost Brigade started exploring in their later albums, but now they've also incorporated some more alternative rock and progressive elements as well. The music is also all in Finnish, so even though I don't understand the language, I love the vocal melodies on display, and they perfectly fit the music on hand. The band is doing things completely DIY here. The band is doing almost everything on their own, from the production to the media to everything else that a band needs to stay viable in 2025. This is the best possible outcome for this band who wanted to stay together and keep writing the music that inspires them, and we are better off for it. While you won't be getting any screams or growls on this one, the music doesn't really call for it. This is a gothic tinged progressive post-rock album done in all the right ways, and it keeps getting better on every listen. If you're intrigued by this notion at all, you should give this one a proper shot. Here we have Fragments of Unbecoming with Dawnbringer, Chapter 7, The Amber Emperor. 6 albums in this German band's career, and they are writing some of the best aggressive and inspired melodeath in 2025. This album is intense from beginning to end, whether it's full guns blazing or some mid-tempo stompers, but they have just the right amounts of melodies and harmonies thrown in when they're called for, but it never gets in the way of the heaviness that they want to show off. It's been 7 years since their last album, and the world has gone into a much darker place in that amount of time. So what a better album to put on than this one. If you enjoy the likes of the Black Dahlia Murder, Night Rage, Hypocrisy, this is a band that you need on your radar. From that classic 90s sounding production style to the songwriting that fits the mold of the more aggressive side of melodeath, Fragments of Unbecoming has put out a ferocious melodeath album that is sure to shake up the genre for a long time to come. This is some stellar work. Here we have Moonlight Haze with Beyond, the 4th album in this Italian symphonic power metal band featuring past and present members of Elven King, Temperance, and more bands. It's such a quality album of the genre. So much of the album feels like it hits back on that classic era power metal of the late 80s through the early 2000s, with some classic heavy metal vocals on one end and some mesmerizing operatic vocals on the other, all done by their vocalist Chiara Chirico. My apologies for your last name pronunciation. The production fits that mold as well, and the songwriting on display is just that sweet spot of hitting everything that you love about symphonic power metal in just the right ways. This is easily for anyone who likes Nightwish, Delane, Early Day Beyond the Black, and more. This is a killer release for the genre, and it makes me so happy to see a symphonic power metal album coming from a symphonic power metal fan. If you love the genre, you need to hear this one from Moonlight Haze. Here we have Senna with Stranger to Love. The debut album from this German outfit hits everything that is catchy and accessible to the 2020s heavy music scene, all while incorporating so much more. Yes, this band easily fits them on the likes of Bring Me the Horizon, Asking Alexandria, Leave, one of my favorite bands of 2025 so far, and others, but they also add their own spin to it all, adding elements of post-rock, modern progressive metal, and more. No two sounds sound alike on this one, and that's what makes the album such a treat to get through, especially on that first time listen, when you just don't know what's coming next. Honestly, yeah, this is one of the lightest albums that I've covered in a while, and that is also what makes the album so refreshing to me. While it is so catchy and accessible, it also doesn't sound like any other band that I can really pinpoint. I can pinpoint ones who might enjoy it, but they don't sound like those bands. This is how you innovate a genre that is so radio friendly, but you don't need to be a copycat. You just need to be yourself. That's exactly what Senna is doing here, and I'm excited to see where they go from here. Of course, this won't be for everyone who checks out my reviews, but if you need a break from all the funeral doom, mathcore, and progressive metal that is coming down the pipeline, especially coming up, give this one a proper listen and see what the mainstream is doing in 2025. Here we have Thus Spoke Zarathustra with I Am Done With Self-Care, It's Time for Others' Harm. The sophomore album from this Maryland deathcore band is my kind of deathcore, meaning it's not just relentless blast beats, pig squeals, and breakdowns. Granted, all of that is in this music, but it does so much more than that. It harkens back to a time when deathcore just started evolving into the genre that it could be, meaning there will be hits of more progressive moments, more melodic and harmonic moments, even more metalcore riffs riffs on occasion. It appreciates the past, but it innovates for the future. It's also an album that is a concept album that I won't divulge into here, but it gets pretty grim and it hits the right moments at the right times. The production isn't too polished or overproduced, but it still hits every note that you would hope that it would. Again, this is my kind of deathcore where it is so much more than the initial start of the genre, and it's all the better for it. This is a band that you need to look out for if you enjoy the genre, or even if you don't, this might be the band to get you into it. If you want another concept album from a deathcore band, like what Whitechapel did earlier this year, give this band your attention and see if it does what you want in your deathcore. And here's Where Waters Mingle with their self-titled debut. While this one technically came out this past Monday, I'm still counting it here. I don't have a lot of info on this one as I discovered it through my daily scrounging of new album releases and stumbled upon this one, and I was instantly intrigued by this Montreal band. It is a band that is so layered in progressive metal, but it hits the extremes of death metal, melodeath, and tech death at the same time. It never goes too long into any of those genres, and it hits that sweet spot of the slower to mid-tempo moments for most of the album that feels so satisfying, all while turning up the intensity in tailor-made ways to grab your attention. The production hits that fine line between raw and polished, which should make anyone who checks out this very, very happy. And the songwriting has so many twists and turns that keep your attention from beginning to end. If you want a mix of prog, tech death, melodeath, and simply extreme metal, you should give Where Waters Mingle your full attention. This Montreal band is soon to be going places as soon as people discover this album. I hope this will be the catalyst to get them the recognition that they deserve. And now for all the albums that I've missed, starting off with Acherontes, which I think is how you pronounce it, but I also do have it in English and in Greek in the description, so hopefully it's right. With Nikaira, The Necromantic Patterns. 10 albums in the last 18 years is no easy feat, but this Greek black metal band has put out killer album after killer album every single time. They have been a band that explores the deepest recesses of what black metal is in its darkest form, and on their 10th album, they have perfected it. This is one of the darkest black metal albums I've heard in a very long time, and it truly feels like a trip through hell. This is as unholy as it is cryptic in all the right ways. From the black metal screams to the haunting cleans that show up, which feel even more sinister, mix all of that with the musical backdrop of spectacular songwriting and perfect production for the style, and you have an album that is sure to stand the test of time. If you enjoy the likes of Nightbringer, or if you want to hear what Tane could sound like if they actually had good production, this is more than worthy of your time. Turn out the lights, light one candle, and feel the darkness consume you. Next, we have Ancient Bards with Artifacts. Ancient Bards returns with their 5th album. The Italian symphonic metal band is doing some incredible work here with some of their hardest hitting songs to date, but songs that have gone from full guns blazing. They also have songs that are absolute tearjerker ballads. It feels like the track listing is about 3/4 heavy and 1/4 ballads, but it's that combination that truly works. This is easily some of the band's best work to date and some of the most emotionally gripping albums that I've heard in quite a long time. With pristine production, this album shines in the darkest and lightest of ways. I will admit, I understand why people won't like the ballads on this one. It does have a layer of cheese that you just can't separate from them, but I love cheese, and I'm just not one of those people. I love what they're doing here. They perfectly fit the mold and are a great counterbalance to all the heaviness that the rest of the album brings. This is one of the true standout albums of symphonic metal in 2025. If you love the genre, you are doing yourself an injustice by missing out on this one any further. Put it on and enjoy. Here we have Anthropomorphia with Devoid of Light. Missing the boat on this one last week, much to my dismay. Stuff happens, I apologize for missing this one. This is the latest from this long-running death metal band that I love so near and dear. The 6th album from this band, with a good break in between, has been pushing themselves harder and harder since their return in 2012, and is made for a band that has been improving with every single release. Devoid of Light is more than lives up to the name, as this album goes either full-on old-school death metal or hits close to Death Doom territory, leaving you with no joy in the best possible way, of course. The production is just slick enough to give you that punchy feel, but it makes everything sound so much more brutal. If you love the likes of Grave, Bloodbath, Gorefest, etc., and if you've never checked out Anthropomorphia, you don't have an excuse anymore. Give this one your full, proper attention, and hear one of the best displays of old school death metal done in 2025. Next, we have Bella Mimir with Nocturne. In what sounds like a true celebration of what doom metal can be, Bella Mimir has released their debut album, and this is the exact type of doom that I live for. It can hit the early days of epic doom metal, started by the likes of Candlemass and perfected a little bit more with Cathedral. It hits into the deeper, darker funeral doom style of bands like Ahab, and it turns around a mix for some of the most emotional riffs in the genre this side of Pallbearer. It hits them all, and it all feels authentic and heartbreaking. The songwriting is pain-inducing in the ways that you want from the style, mixed with just a polished enough production style that leaves the realness and the rawness intact. It's an emotional trip, and it grabs my heartstrings every single time I put it on. If you want a crash course in what this side of doom is all about, not the stoner side, not the Sabbath side, this style doom, Bella Mimir may have put out one of the best doom albums of 2025. It's still early, but it's gonna be so hard to top. Now we have the Callous Cowboys with I Don't Want to See You in Heaven. This is album of the year potential through and through from this Georgia mathcore band. I just really gave them a chance this year, and I'm so very glad that I did. It's Zappa meets Dillinger Escape Plan meets 2000s emo and post-hardcore all rolled into one. They are a band that hits all of the styles of music that helped shape my musical listening outside of metalcore, prog, and all these other styles. From the band's third album, the band has gone in so many different directions, but they still may have put out their catchiest and most accessible album to date. The wackiness is still here, you still hear those Zappa aspects going on, but it is matched with songs that feel like it's that perfect 2000s MTV2, the rock, emo, post-hardcore that you heard right before Headbangers Ball, if you know what I'm talking about. You hear African beats, you hear samba beats, you hear R&B, all mixed with blast beats, mathcore breakdowns, and emo stylings. It's something that sounds like an absolute mess on paper, and for some people, that's exactly what it is. But for people like me, I need an album that hits all these elements of bands and genres that I love, done in an authentic way that you just have to listen to understand. You may never get it, but for me, it instantly clicked. And I will just say, if you want to hear a one-of-a-kind album from a one-of-a-kind band, give the Callous Cowboys a spin or two and see if it works for you. Whether you've found your new favorite discovery or a band that you'll hate forever, I think it's worth the risk to give them a try. Here we have Dead End Scene with Mind Over Matter. The debut album from this Finnish band hits all the right elements of sound that grab my attention. It can get as mainstream and as modern as bands that you hear on the radio for the 2020s. It also hits elements of rock and metal that you simply don't expect. The vocals have just enough grit to them without sounding too aggressive or clean. The music behind it all is proggy without sounding like a progressive band. The production is crystal clear. Imagine a band like Whom Gods Destroy without all the prog wankiness behind it all, and trading it all for a more mainstream sound. That's the best description I can give for the band. There's probably a better one, but that's what I think of it anyways. This is such a great mix of rock and metal made for the 2020s. It's fun to listen to from start to finish, and it just feels endlessly catchy for someone who wants more than just 3 chords in a song. If you're looking for something like this, or if it just sounds intriguing to you at all, I implore you to give this one a chance and see if it's for you. I couldn't have been more pleasantly won over. And you just might be as well. Next up, we have Deep Sun with Storyteller. 4 albums in 9 years from this Swiss symphonic metal band, and they sound as fresh now as they did in the beginning. Hitting all the right aspects of the symphonic sound without sounding like a carbon copy of any particular band is a hard thing to pull off in this style, but it is done with such authentic songwriting and the soaring vocals of Deborah Lavignolo, which I hope I pronounced your name right. While this is that genre through and through, it's done in such a way that makes me so happy that the genre is coming back so strong in 2025. The band is not afraid to be symphonic, and symphonic metal is not afraid to be symphonic anymore. If you dig the likes of Visions of Atlantis, Xandria, and Revengeance, check out Deep Sun and enjoy the symphonic wonders in front of you. Next, we have Echo Soul with Time of the Dragon. The sophomore album from this predominantly Indiana band is pure progressive power metal through and through, and I wouldn't want it any other way. It hits as heavy as thrash, and it gets into just the right amount of proggy elements, but that power metal is the focal point of the band. It's done expertly, and with help of Rob Lundgren, also of the band Mentalist, who I just covered this month, is fronting this band as well, doing a spectacular display of vocals. This is a band that should be playing every prog power-centric festival around the world, and maybe even the non-power prog power festivals out there. It's just made for everyone who loves the genres and wants it done just heavy enough. This is an album that should be in your repertoire going forward if you enjoy these styles. It's a stellar album that shows that the power of progressive power metal is alive and well. Here we have Helllight with We the Dead. It should be no surprise that a band that literally put out an album called Funeral Doom back in 2008, their sophomore album by the way, is continuing that style in 2025 with their 8th album. In short, this is everything that you expect from the genre, from the haunting keyboards to the dirge tempo, to the vocals that sound like a stone slab being lifted off a tomb. What makes it stand out is how it's created. It features clean vocals as well, it has twists on the genre formula in the songwriting that needs to be heard to understand, and the mood of the music is just that perfect tone for everyone who has ever loved Funeral Doom, both the album and the style of music. This is an album that will rip your heart and soul into pieces, and you may never be able to recover, and I wouldn't want it any other way. Again, simply put, if you love Funeral Doom, again the genre and the album, you need Helllight in your life. Here we have Category 5 with Awaken a New Age of Chaos. A brand new discovery for me is something that I wish I had in my life so much sooner. The 6th album from the Salt Lake City band is everything that I love about mid to late 80s metal rolled into one package. The music of Crimson Glory, the vocals of Queensryche, the prog of Fate's Warning, and the occasional thrash of Death Angel, especially everything from the Ultraviolence through Act 3. Mwah. This is a masterclass of that era, and I'm so happy that this is being performed in 2025. With a production that reminds me of that late 90s, early 2000s prog in just the right ways, and the songwriting that is just that sweetness to the ears, that is for anyone who wants that nostalgia trip but also wants it modernized just enough for the modern day. I can't sell it any better than that. If you love 80s prog with just a tad bit of 80s thrash, this one simply rules. Go check out Category 5. Here we have Letter Sent with Post Gravity. This is that early 2000s metalcore, post-hardcore sound done to perfection. It hits the right elements of both genres rolled into one, and it gives you that nostalgia factor that is hard to top if you're there for the ride. But it also is a great introduction for anyone who wants to venture into the sound. Maybe you didn't grow up with it, maybe you ignored it when it happened, but you should give it a shot. This German band couldn't be more proficient in their sound, and it hits the mix of heavy and emotional in a way that can send shivers down your spine. This is such an excellent display, from the songwriting to the performances to the production. This is the early 21st century in 2025, just updated slightly to fit that fact. This just hits the right chords for me, and if you love this sound, Letter Sent might do the same for you. Here we have Opia with I Welcome Thee, Eternal Sleep. I got to this one far too late, so I've been meaning to cover this one much sooner. About a month ago, actually, but I am so glad I'm doing it now. The debut album from this UK and Spanish band is that perfect gothic doom album that I've been waiting for all year. It has the keys of Typo Negative, the darkness of Draconian, the dynamics of Tristania, and everything that you love about gothic doom all rolled into one. The production is crystal clear while still sounding authentic. The songwriting is haunting, and the performance on display is top-notch to the nth degree. This is everything that makes gothic doom so wonderful throughout its history, and it feels like a true love letter to the genre while still forging its own path and creating a new name for themselves for the future. Put on your finest black attire, go to your local reworked cathedral, and blast this. I couldn't think of a better appropriate venue for this album and this band. What a magnificent display of what gothic doom should and can be. And finally, for brand new albums that I missed, here is Route Zero with Dark Rainbow. The sophomore album from this UK outfit is a brand new discovery for me, but a welcomed one. There is such a dark atmosphere to all of this, presenting a band that can hit the haunting sides of doom with just enough of an alternative edge, and it still leaves room for some prog metal throughout. It hits on so many levels and going in so many different directions, almost sounding concise in exactly what is called for song after song. It feels like a mix of Lacuna Coil, Typo, Exiled Hope, Catatonia, and even Carnival, which I was not expecting. Had I discovered this album and band in 2009, they would have been one of my favorite bands. But considering this is only their second album, I can't wait to see where they go from here and how much more they will progress and grow. This is a magnificent album that hits so many quirks while striking home with so many dark genres. If you think you might enjoy this, I guarantee that you will. Give it a go and prepare to be blown away. First up, we have Death Rattle with The Moral Chokehold. A description you don't often hear is a modern groove metal band from New Hampshire, but that is exactly what you get with Death Rattle and their brand new third album. It's been a bit since their sophomore album, which came out all the way back 8 years ago in 2017. I hate writing that phrase, time is going by way too fast, but this band has taken its time and they've perfected their sound into what is easily their best work to date. With an excellent production style, the band has taken their songwriting and refined it to make the style of groove metal that is so much more than the sum of its parts. It's a grand fine mix of bands like Crowbar and Lamb of God, and especially a new twist for the band Gojira. The band has found their mix of never going too fast or too slow, and the majority of the album hits this nice sweet spot of mid-tempo stompers that is so headbang-inducing from start to finish. This is an aggressive album that hits the anger of the state of the world in a way that you can really only do in this kind of style to make it work. If you dig modern groove metal, aka basically what Gojira has perfected for this genre, this is what you need in 2025. Next, we have Graceless with Icons of Ruin. The fourth album from this Netherlands-based death doom band is exactly what is called for in 2025. It's the perfect flow of never going full-on death metal assault, nor hitting the extreme slows of what doom metal can accomplish. It's that punishing slower to mid-tempo stylings for fans of Bolt Thrower, Asphyx, and Hail of Bullets, and if you love that, you'll be foaming at the mouth over what you hear here. I would also say that this is a good pairing for the latest album from the band Sculpture, Land Creek, which I covered earlier this year. Man, that would be an incredible show to see. The production is very, very Bolt Thrower. It is raw, but it still feels quite punchy. The songwriting is very inspired and hits the niche of that death doom style expertly. If you love this style of death doom, look no further than Graceless. This is exactly how it should be done. Next up is Less DMV or Less Dimv, depending on your pronunciation, with Epitaph 2. Julien Larrey of Lacrimas Profonde is back with his second solo album, and wow, this is one of the most emotionally gripping albums that you're going to hear in this style in 2025. Julien has this aura about him and knows how to hit you in ways that you just simply don't expect. While it is still very much in the gothic tinge of things, there's some more aggressive and hard-hitting stuff that almost gets in the black metal territory. There's some late 90s, early 2000s Finnish era goth sounds a la him, and especially Lacrimas Profonde, of course. And some songs are just Julien experimenting with his influences and finding a way to make every song as catchy, if not catchier, than the next. The production is just polished enough, but it still sounds real, and the overall vibe of the album just makes for an incredible listening experience. The album is connected to the previous Epitaph album, conceptually and lyrically, but rather than spilling the beans on what that's all about, you should just listen to both of them yourself and start to connect the dots. It's more fun that way. Especially when it comes to the more gothic-centric albums, this is easily one of the best so far in 2025, and I can't imagine what will top it. I've had this promo for so long it almost feels like a 2024 album to me, but every time I put it on, it still feels so fresh and so inspired. Exactly the way an album should feel when you put it on. Seriously, whether you are a diehard fan or just finding out about him now, give Julien a chance here with his latest from Less DMV. Hauntingly gorgeous from beginning to end. Now we have Low Before the Breeze with A Hole Below the Home We Shared. The debut album from this Atlanta trio is a whirlwind of emotions, and it's punishing from start to finish. Whether it goes into a full-on assault of fast black metal, or it hits more of the screamo era that you hear in the mid-90s to the mid-2000s, or going full-on into Boris and Merzbow stylings of their more harsh noise, the band has crafted a sound that is uniquely their own. It also helps that Andrew Spahn lent his voice to a track off the latest album from the Callous Cowboys, I Don't Want to See You in Heaven, country song in reverse, doing some absolute fine work on that track, by the way. This is absolutely not an album for everyone, and will probably scare a lot of people off with this style of songwriting. While it's confined, you never truly know what's going to happen, even after several listens. The production goes from raw to blackened to almost overbearing at times, and the overall experience is definitely for a particular listener. But that's also part of the adventure. There are so many elements that I enjoy here, and with every listen, I discover more and more, and that's what a great album should do. Considering this is just their debut album, I can't wait to see where they go next and what gets introduced into their musical palette. If you are feeling saucy and you want to give this absolute extreme musical endeavor a taste, check out Low Before the Breeze and see if they become your new musical obsession. Now we have Needless with Premonition. 3 albums into their inception since 2004 shows that quality will always matter more than quantity, and that's what you get with their latest offering, Premonition. This is a band that hits on so many different levels of progressive death metal, a band that can go in and get into so many different musical directions, yet still have this way of sounding catchy and memorable. No matter your love of metal, you will find something to love here. The production reminds me of that mid to late 2000s era, while still sounding just modern enough. The songwriting turns more and more into an earworm the more that you listen, and I can hear so much of genres like melodeath, progressive metal, as I do 2000s thrash and groove and so many other elements that creates a sound that fits this band like a glove. If you want a band that can show your love of metal through and through, check out Needless. They are a band that is more than worthy of your attention. Next up, we have Rivers of Nile with their self-titled album. The fifth album from this long-running Pennsylvania band is coming out strong with their first non-conceptual album. There is a lot to like about this one. You can hear every era of the band that they've done so far, while still forging a new path in the process. If you love Where Owls Know My Name, there's songs like that on here. If you dig the early day tech death stuff, kind of like of the Conscious Seed of Light or even Monarchy, you're going to hear that here as well. But the band is forging forward with a new lineup, most notably Andy Thomas of Black Crown Initiate taking over on some guitar duties and clean vocals, and Adam Briggs actually stepping up and doing the screams and growls, and of course doing his continuous bass and songwriting. That is no easy feat to accomplish. While the band is continuing to forge their own path, there is going to be a particular song or two that I'm not going to gel with. I'll just go ahead and say a song like American Death is just not my bag, and if you know anything about me, you know why. But after a major lineup change and coming off a colossal 4-album conceptual suite, it is going to be a pure challenge to know where to go next, and for the most part, Rivers got it right, and they're going in the right direction. This is what that mid-2020s Rivers is going to sound like, and I'm ever so curious to see where they go next. Till then, let the self-titled release show where they are now, and they're proving that they are still here to stay. Next, we have Svart Vinter with Isvind. The sophomore album from this Italian black metal band is heavily inspired by the 90s Scandinavian black metal scene, and it's really a refreshing change of pace. While the weather is getting warmer, at least in my side of the northern hemisphere, it may feel strange to hear an album that feels this cold, dissonant, and haunting, but Svart Vinter knows what they are doing, and they have put out such a devastating piece of black metal. I love that so many members of this band is also in the band Veil of Conspiracy, another band that I covered earlier this year who put out one of my favorite albums so far this year, are showing off so much more of their musical palettes in another band. The production is raw but enjoyable. The songwriting hits so close to home for bands like Immortal, Niflheim, and Dissection, while other atmospheric moments of the band really makes this album feel a bit more cooled off and relaxed. Though I imagine winter comes again, this is going to feel ice frickin' cold to listen to. If you want one of the darkest displays of Scandinavian inspired black metal in 2025, you need to give Svart Vinter your full attention. They make this genre their own, and I love what I'm hearing. Here we have True North with Either Way, The Sun's Exploding. The sophomore album from this LA band hits a scratch that I needed to itch for quite a while. Growing up in my formative years in the 2000s, I loved hearing bands that hit what I call that MTV2 hard rock, alternative rock, post-hardcore emo. Basically all the music that was on before Headbangers Ball on Saturday nights. While I have so much more of an appreciation for that style now than I did back then, I still really enjoyed what I heard 20 plus years ago. I enjoy it more now. Hearing a band like True North show off that appreciation for that style of music, while still making it accessible for the 2020s crowd and adding their own herbs and spices to the music, makes it insanely catchy for the modern crowd as well, was such a smart thing to accomplish. I can hear as much Story of the Year and Taking Back Sunday and Thursday as I do bands like I Prevail, Beartooth, and if there is catchier moments to Bring Me the Horizon, yeah, probably that too. Mixing the past and the present into an undeniably catchy mix of rock that should be plastered all over your local rock station and streaming playlists. The production is super polished and squeaky clean, and again, that songwriting is tailor-made for the modern day rock crowd. You can't be metal all the time. Give True North a listen if you have any interest in the past and present 21st century rock scene. You might be pleasantly won over. And finally, for brand new stuff out today, well, technically this one came out this past Sunday, but come on, it's still the same week, I think it still counts, is the fifth album from Volk, with 5, or V, depending on your pronunciation. This is the fifth album in 5 years from this mellow black band from the Netherlands, and it's one of the finest examples of the genre I've heard in 2025. It feels like I just talked about this band, and that is because I did talk about them last year with their album 4. It's awesome to see them come back and write what is easily their best album to date, bar none. And also their vocalist, Yora K, is also the vocalist of the band Terziel, which I covered earlier this year, so needless to say, it's great seeing this duo keeping to be so busy and putting out such great music. But with 5, this is some of the best I've heard in the mellow black genre in a very long time. The production is simply perfect for the style, the songwriting couldn't be more inspired. I can only say so many great things about this album where you just need to hear it for yourself and not let me spoil any of it for you. If you need your mellow black in the best possible light, or darkness depending on your mood, you need to check out Volk. Seriously, you'll be doing yourself a favor. Sorry for that previous faux pas, this is the final album that I'll be covering for brand new albums out today. It is Wolves at the Gate with Wasteland, a band that I've heard so much about for a long time, but never actually checked them out until now, and I'm pleasantly surprised by what I'm hearing. Hearing a great mix of metalcore, modern metal, post-hardcore, and other elements to create a sound that hits hard, but it's also very catchy at the same time. Finding that balance to be accessible to everyone, no matter how heavy or poppy your rock and metal tastes are, is a tough thing to achieve, but this band pulls it off. I've also noticed this band is unabashedly Christian, which I don't hold against them at all. I listen to as much Behemoth as I do Neil Morse as I do Orphanland. It's the music that matters to me, with obvious exceptions that I shouldn't have to explain. I can hear bands like Memphis Mayfire, Savage Hands, and Anna's Okay all over this one, and I find that to be such a refreshing change of pace for my musical palette. It just feels really nice to let this one play out and hear that style of 2010s metalcore play out and updated in 2025. If that is your bag, you should give this one a proper listen and see if it's for you. I understand why it's not for everyone, but I dig it, and you might too. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting off with the band Ball Hell with The Way of Our Life. Ball Hell's debut album is such a fantastic display of power and speed metal done with such an authentic and nostalgic twist. The production is a bit raw for the style, it kind of reminds me of the late 80s, early 90s style of power and speed metal, but they make it work to their advantage, and the songwriting feels just like this grand mix of X-Japan meets Freedom Call. It's a fun album experience from start to finish, and it hits so many tropes that I love about these genres. Speedy, melodic, and if I could speak English, this would be really fun to sing along to. 10 songs and almost 47 minutes of that special kind of power metal that just makes you smile from ear to ear. If I can't sell it with those words, nothing I say will. Just give this one a spin and enjoy. Next, we have Bent by Sorrow with Sakura. I was really blown away with this one. This Greek band's debut album, and 4th release overall, shows a band that has written some of the strongest material in this style that I've heard all year, of that alternative metal, groove metal, post-metal sound. It feels as mighty as Mutiny Within's self-titled album, which all came out all the way back 2009, 2010. Wow, I can't believe it's been that long. With the songwriting and vocal performances to go along with that, but you just kind of remove some of the proggier elements for a band like Gojira, and you have a winning combination. Yeah, that's really a great way to describe this. Gojira meets Mutiny Within's first album. This is also such a sophisticated album throughout the entire album, and it just soothes the soul in a way that just feels right. It's just catchy enough for the alternative and hard rock crowd, just heavy enough for the more groove metal, almost metalcore sound, with just the faintest elements of prog, and you have a band that will go far if the right people hear it. If this sounds like something you would dig, believe me, you will. Give this one a proper listen and see what Bent by Sorrow can accomplish. It's incredible work. Next up, we have Conan with Violence Dimension. Sadly, I didn't get the promo for this one, and I just found out that this album was released, and I'm way behind on it, but I am glad that I am covering it now. The 6th album from this ultra-heavy band is hitting all the right notes of the style of doom that I love in this sludgy style. It gets that right mix of sludge into their doom, and it mixes it all together to create this winning formula that they've been crafting for 13 years now. While no two Conan albums are dramatically different from each other, when you do listen to them, you can hear the progression on each one. Here, you can hear more tempo variations, style change-ups, and this overall sense of glory? Yeah, glory. This feels like the kind of album that you put on to help motivate you. Maybe get more of a sense when you hear the lyrics on this one, especially for this style. But this is an album that is determined to help you slay all the demons of your life, both the ones in front of you and the ones within yourself. I can't think of anyone who doesn't need that kind of motivation in 2025. Obvious noted exceptions. And when I put it on, it just makes all the sense in the world to me to try to destroy the challenges that are ahead of me and crush everything in my path that's holding me down. Conan continues to refine and improve on every album. This is such an excellent example of what sludgy doom can and should be. What a great release. Here we have Cougar Toy Boy with Cougar Business. This is just a fun throwback to that late 70s through early 90s glam rock scene, just done in 2025. I hear everything from Sweet to Warrant to Faster Pussycat and others in this perfect, earnest tribute to the genre, both tongue-in-cheek and, again, fully earnest. The production is a bit raw than you would expect, kind of like that early day Dawkins albums. The songwriting is exactly what you'd expect, from high-energy tracks to slower numbers to the stripper anthems that you would expect. All you need to do is hear a song like I've Got a Feeling, and you know 100% what this band is all about. Done to sturdy fun and debauchery style. And when it comes to that, what else could you possibly want? This is glam rock of 2025, and probably the most best tribute to it all that's gonna happen here. This is how it's done with Cougar Toy Boy. Here we have Destruction of Orion with States of Horror, the sophomore album from this Bulgarian project by Tahina Spazova. I hope I pronounced your name right, I apologize if I didn't. Doing everything in this band is already showing the promise and progression of what her debut album was that just came out last year, but just even more improved. While covering that album last year, I noticed I love her style of funeral doom, and how it just fills this void that I needed in my life, that style of funeral doom. States of Horror takes all of that and just refines it and perfects it in this style that creates even more of an excellent blend of funeral doom with just the right amount of sorrow, dread, and oddly optimism that can only be explained if you listen to the style of music and understand the catharsis of it all. The production is very raw, but you hear every instrument as it should be, and every note is simply devastating. When you get into the lyrical content of it all, oof, this is a tearjerker. This is really what it feels like to have so much self-hatred, depression, and pure unadulterated despair. This is perfectly describes funeral doom in a nutshell. It's not the type of music that you put on and feel sad at a funeral. It feels like you're dying in all aspects of life. You're losing what you enjoy in life, the heartache that comes from continuing to live by losing eventually everything in some way, shape, or form, and the pain and anguish that comes with it all. That is not to say that you need to give up on life, not at all. That is saying that it feels really nice to hear a style of music that you can relate to if you're feeling this much pain, and that's the catharsis of it all. Again, this won't be for everyone, and I completely understand why some people would be turned off from listening to this style of music, especially if you want something that's a little more optimistic, or maybe you're just into happy party music. But this is so much deeper than a lot of bands could ever go for, and you can really feel her pain here, and it is so very, very relatable. If you need a good cry, if you need some good catharsis, or you simply just love the doom and gloom that comes from funeral doom, give Destruction of Orion your proper attention. It is one of the most sadly relatable albums of 2025, and it just might make you feel seen as well. Next we have Firmament with A New World, If You Can Take It. In what feels like a true transformation for the band, brothers Brandon and Eric Carbinia have gone through the ringer when it comes to making Firmament a band with true staying power. Returning as a pure duo, the band is here for their sophomore album, and it feels like such a dark rejuvenation that the band truly needed. This band hits so many elements I love in their sound. I've seen them described as post-metalcore, and that feels like such an apt description for the band. Metalcore elements mixed in with this post-hardcore and post-metal overlay, and it still hits a lot of modern progressive metal elements as well that makes everything continue to feel fresh and inspired. If you ever heard of a band that I've been touting for years called Head with Wings, this is a perfect pairing for this band, and that would be an incredible show to see sometime. The production is punchy and it hits in all the right ways, and the songwriting feels like it's hitting this level of purging that really needed to get out of their system in a healthy way. I hope the band is feeling the effects of that purge now, but that doesn't mean that I want them to turn into a pop band on the next album or anything, though I'm sure they could pull that off. This is just the perfect balance of heavy, catchy, emotional, all rolled into one, and it hits more and more on repeated listens. Give this one a shot if you're feeling adventurous. It's more than worth the trip. Next we have Florian Grey with Beautiful Nightmares. What a wonderfully apt album title. The fourth album from this German goth band is the band that anyone who grew up in the late 90s, mid 2000s goth rock, gothic metal scene has been wanting for years and years. While this is my first foray into the band, they have been perfecting their own vision of the sound for 10 years now, and it's an incredible thing to see. It hits everything that you love about the genre, and adds just the right amount of their own influences to make them stand out from the rest, and create this dark, whimsical, and very captivating gothic landscape. Every song is ridiculously catchy, and the production behind it all couldn't be more appropriate. If you love him, Lacrimas Profunde, The Latter Day Sentenced, and Poison Black, or even bands like To Die For, you need Florian Grey. Here we have Panzer Ballet with what I hope I'll be pronouncing right, Ubercode Ouvre. I hope I got that right. 7 albums into this off-the-wall jazz metal band, and they continue to delight and confuse listeners. While I'm a month behind on this one, I am glad I'm getting to it now, as this hits the craving that I've been looking for in this style of music ever since I first discovered Panzer Ballet so many years ago. They are truly the metal embodiment of Zappa's instrumental work, be it their own original work, taking on legendary classical pieces, covering everything from their own interpretations of Zappa to ABBA to The Simpsons, and everything else under the sun. Panzer Ballet is the definition of making the music that you want to make, and nothing will ever steer them from that. On this album, they continue to innovate with their own songs, also covering Beethoven, Meshuggah, and Planet X, and other bonkers moment that is just so hard to wrap your mind around, yet it all makes sense in context. This is in no way for everyone, and you'll find your own definition of this band from the most innovative and inspired band to ever be to the most pretentious. Oddly enough, all of that fits, but above all, they're a musician's band, and I will always love them for that. If you dare, go check out Panzer Ballet. Next up, we have Pelican with Flickering Resonance. Pelican returns with their 7th album and their first since 2019, and they have been so sorely missed in that time. Arguably my favorite instrumental, post-metal, post-rock band, Pelican have found a way of hitting those heavy riffs with such heavy emotions every single time, without ever saying a word, and they pull it off with such ease, or at least they make it sound like it's done with such ease. This is such a cathartic album for the genre that has desperately needed the likes of Pelican for 8 years now, and having them back in top form, from the phenomenal production to the gripping songwriting to the overall atmosphere that only they can achieve. I can't say enough great things about this one. It's an absolute pleasure to listen to it time and time again. If you need an introduction into the genre, I can't recommend Pelican enough to be able to start off your journey. Simply put this on, close your eyes, and drift away from the tones that they present. This is how you do the genre right. Thank you for coming back. I know you never left, but we needed you, and we needed new music in that time, so I truly appreciate some new music from you guys. And finally, for brand new albums for Out Today and What I Missed, I have Sylvanshine with The Offering. Wow, one of the shining examples of how to do the post-black, black gay genre done with justice. The debut album from this Romanian band is everything that I love about black gaze and post-black, with vocals that couldn't be more appropriate. Instead of the black metal shrieks that you tend to hear in this genre, they are closer to that mid-range, heavy style that's almost death metal, and that helps the band set themselves apart from others in the genre. I'm not sure who did the artwork, but everything else on this album is done by Ian Yurick, which I think is how you pronounce it, and it sounds like a full band that has been playing for over a decade. The production is done with that right kind of raw, but still emotionally driven. The songwriting is completely from the heart, and it hits in a way that I simply was not expecting. And again, those vocals might be the true selling point of the album. This is a contender for Black Gaze Post-Black Album of the Year, and I mean that in every sense of the phrase. This is how you do the genre your own way and truly make it your own. If you don't believe me, just put this one on for yourself. I think you're going to be won over if you enjoy the genre. Up first, we have Austere with The Stillness of Dissolution. Just 14 months and a day after their 2024 album Beneath the Threshold was released, Austere did an almost immediate turnaround and has given us another slab of depressing yet exceptional black metal. The Australian duo's 5th album feels like the band exploring more of the black metal side of the band's sound, while still having the occasional post-black, acoustic, and other genre-bending moments that makes them stand out amongst the rest. The production is exceptional, and the songwriting hits that fine line of what songs need to be, all while never feeling like they go on for too long. While not sounding like a continuation of Beneath the Threshold, this does serve as a great album to pair with in one sitting. The songs hit just as hard, just a tad faster in parts, but the overall overwhelming melancholic nature never leaves. This is the kind of album that will either leave you feeling depressed or so relieved that you found something that can be so cathartic like this. This is easily one of the best black metal albums of the year so far. If you like your black metal on the very depressing side, Austere is the band for you. Next up, we have A to Z with A to Z Squared. The sophomore album, featuring past and present members of Fate's Warning, Redemption, and more, is a wonderful display of how to make the past and the present prog worlds work together in perfect harmony. So many moments on this album remind me of the glory days of 90s era Fate's Warning when Ray Alder first joined the band, and once you know it, Ray Alder is fronting this band as well, along with Mark Zonder on drums, and it just hits that style from the production, the songwriting, and it still finds a way to make themselves stand out and updated just enough with some more modern tropes and a bit of genre bending that gets as close to catchy AOR as I've ever seen them do. This album has a flair for catchiness that is undeniable, which proves that prog can be so much more than shredding and wanking. Although you do get both of those in here, it is prog after all, it's not prominent. This may fly under the radar for some, but it really shouldn't. This is an incredible album that is worthy of any prog fan, and hey, any rock or metal fan in general of a certain persuasion. This has everything that you want and will be stuck in your head for days. What a brilliant album. Next, we have Bear Mace with Slaves of the Wolf, the third album from the Chicago band featuring past and present members of November's Doom, Black Sites, and more, is that classic style of OSDM, old school death metal that just makes me so happy. It never gets too far into the brutal death metal styles, it never slows down enough to be death doom, it hits that fine line of OSDM that would make any fan of Bolt Thrower, Memoriam, Massacre, and more very happy like myself. The production is a bit raw, but it never loses its punchiness. The songwriting again is classic OSDM, and the performance on hand never goes out of their element. It's bringing back what worked so well in the early 90s and making it just modern enough for 2025. For any fan of that era, this is required listening, a sheer heavy display of how to do death metal in a way that sounds fresh, yet also very pit-worthy. Here we have Diabolish's Werk with Against All Gods. The sophomore album from this German death thrash band has totally won me over, blending both death metal and thrash in a way that almost gets in the black metal territory at times, but still keeps that death metal growls intact and the speediness that both death and thrash make their own. This feels like such a glorious mix of Sodom meets Possessed in a way that has even more evil trademarks and authenticity behind it. The production is punchy, but it still has the rawness that you'd expect, making for a pleasing audible experience, which you don't normally get in this genre. And the songwriting on display feels so intense and potentially overwhelming, but it always finds a way to make the music on hand just really work out. If you missed that late 80s death thrash sound, you need to check out what Diabolish's Werk is all about. Next up is Gall's Word or Gall's Weird. I've heard it pronounced both ways, so I don't know exactly which one is right, with Braiding the Stories. The sophomore album from this quite experimental band is one that instantly grabbed my attention. It's been 6 years since their debut, proving that they are all about the quality, not the quantity. Gall and company have created a unique atmosphere that can hit as dark and evil as any black metal band, especially something like Gorgoroth, but they still find a way to keep things different enough by incorporating more elements of progressive, post-rock, even some folk. The production is pristine and gives the music a sophistication that you wouldn't normally expect in this style. If you're a fan of anything that Gall has done, or if you enjoy the likes of Enslaved, Isan, or even Wardruna, I know that sounds like a weird combination on paper, but you should give this one a proper listen. This one may not hit you right away on the first listen, but I guarantee you the more that you listen to it, the more captivated you will be, and it will take a long time for this one to get out of your listening cycle. I keep going back to it and I keep finding layers every time. That's what a good album does. Marvelous work. Next up, we have Gruesome with Silent Echoes. I'll keep this one short and sweet, just like the album. Gruesome have returned with their death worship sound with Silent Echoes, their take on the human era of death, and it is glorious. Everything from the production to the songwriting to the performance on display sounds like that human album in all its greatest forms, just brand new music, featuring past and present members of Exhumed, Possessed, Malevolent Creation, and Castrator. The band continues to show their appreciation for the work of Chuck Schuldiner in a way we can only hope would make him proud. I'm so curious if they'll tackle the symbolic and Sound of Perseverance era of death. I know Matt Harvey is not a fan of those albums, but until that day, we are still in the pure death metal era and getting into the progressive death metal era of death, and I couldn't be more on board. Gruesome rules and Silent Echoes continues the trend. Just put this one and enjoy everything Gruesome brings back from the dead. Next, we have Inglorious with 5. Back from a short hiatus, Glorious returns with their 5th album, and it is easily the most inspired the band has ever sounded to date. While the signature sound of the band is still fully intact, the band continues to experiment more with metal-esque styles, classic hard rock, stompers, and the occasional AOR moments that makes the album sound so varied and fresh from beginning to end. The production is polished and makes everyone shine. This is a band that knows how to create a hard rock album, and it's great to see them back and shining brighter than ever. This is what they're doing now when they're rejuvenated. I can't wait to see what the 6th album is going to sound like. Now we have Catatonia with Nightmares as extensions of the walking state. I didn't think I was going to get this promo, much to my dismay, but I was thankfully proven wrong when the label sent me a promo through the email, and it was more than worth the wait. I know the band is going through some turmoil right now, and that breaks my heart to see happen. I hate seeing really good friends have such a bad fallout, and I hope all the parties will come out the other side stronger than ever. But none of that takes away from the power of this album and what it has in store. If their previous album Sky Void of Stars is an updated version of Last Fair Deal Gone Down, which is my favorite Catatonia album, this is easily a modern version of The Great Cold Distance. What makes that album work out so well is the right moments of crushing riffs, the occasional odd time signatures, the dark atmosphere, and the overall vibe that progressive gothic metal can really be a mainstay. All of that is also here. The experimentation seems to have been left back with Sky Void of Stars, and this album is filled to the brim with the memorable Catatonia stuff that most fans love and cherish. This is an album that I hope has the staying power of The Great Cold Distance as well, as it more than deserves the praise, despite everything that's going on outside of the music. Also, the final track, In the Event Of, has become one of my favorite tracks the band has ever done. No matter how experimental or straight ahead the band is on every album cycle, they find a way to push themselves and to make the best music possible, and they've done that here once again. What a wonderful and of course depressing album. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we have Thomas Carlson's Transmission with Clockwork Sky. What a phenomenal release. The sophomore album from this one-man band hits everything that I love about the classic era of 80s metal. I'm not talking about thrash, I'm not talking about glam rock, but I'm talking about that budding era that pushed what became 80s heavy metal, progressive metal, and power metal, and the occasional AOR moments to create a heavy yet catchy atmosphere. While Carlson does not do vocals on this album, he has incorporated the likes of vocalists from Power Paladin, Scale of Alken, Silent Winter, and Blizzard Hunter to capture the power of the past, but also show how far we've come along in at least 40 years of these genres of rock and metal. The production is perfect for this style, and the songwriting could not be more inspired. If you love straight up metal, proggy stuff, AOR, and a little bit of power and glam, other stuff like that, you need Clockwork Sky in your rotation. It only gets better on every listen, and I know it will for you as well. And now for everything I missed, starting with Arm's Length, with There's a Whole World Out There. The sophomore album from this Canadian band is a welcome surprise to my musical palette. With how much funeral doom, grindcore, symphonic black metal, etc. that I listen to daily, I need the occasional left-of-center band for my musical taste, and having a band that hits that late 90s, 2000s, and modern-day sounds of pop-punk, post-hardcore, and especially emo mixed together is something that just itches a scratch that I occasionally need, and this more than satisfies that. The production on this one is simply stellar. The songwriting is quite grandiose, especially for the genres, and lyrically, this hits way too hard. This reminds me so much of when Spanish love songs put out their magnum opus Brave Faces Everyone, but it's done in just a little bit of a different style. This really hits home for anyone that's ever come from a broken home and somehow found a way to be able to break free of all of it and move out on their own, but it still has all the horrors of what comes from the past, present, and the future. If you can relate to that, this could be one of the most cathartic albums that you hear in 2025. While this is definitely a left-of-center album for my own taste, this does resonate with a younger version of myself discovering music on my own, and this hits more for me than it would have at the time, which is quite shocking to me actually, but you know, hindsight is 2020. If you could use something like this as well, seriously, give this one a shot and see what it does for you. Next up is a band that I really hope that I get the band name right of, but I feel like I'm really gonna butcher it. Belne Yom with Dark Tales of Zarathustra. I really don't know how you could call this anything other than a supergroup featuring legendary members of Flesh God Apocalypse, Nile, Annihilator, and more. This is a blackened approach to bands like Flesh God, but even more sinister. Seriously, this reminds me so much of like the last two Emperor albums, a nice healthy mix of that early to mid era of Dimmu Borgir thrown in for good measure. This is another one that I have been meaning to get to for quite a bit of time, but I'm glad I'm getting to it now, as this is a stellar display of what the genre can be. The production is raw, but it's more than made up for by the songwriting and the performances on display. This is a pure whirlwind of melancholic emotions that hit you from all guns blazing speed to the haunting slower movements and everything in between. If you have a love for that 90s, early 90s through mid 2000s symphonic black metal sound, you are doing yourself a disservice by missing out on this one for any longer, like I did for reviewing it. This is one of the best albums of symphonic black metal in 2025, bar none. Next up, we have Confessions of a Traitor with This Pain Will Serve You. The third album from this UK modern metalcore band instantly won me over with their blend of metalcore, electronic, and almost modern hard rock radio sounds. The sound is heavy, but it still has this catchy vibe to it all that wins you over if you dig the style. It's a very consistent album and never really goes too far from what their core sound is all about, but there is enough diversity in that sound to keep you intrigued throughout. There's also guest appearances from bands like Moments, Exist Immortal, War of Ages, and oh, wait, this is another Christian metal band, isn't it? It didn't dawn on me until I was writing up the review for this one that they are of that affiliation, but as I've stated before, I listen to as much Neil Morse as I do Behemoth as I do Orphanland. As long as you don't preach or accept hate of others, I will still give you my support if I dig your music, and you're good people. But yeah, this is another example of the music truly doing the talking, and the lyrics will definitely be for some and not for others. The production is clear and polished, and the overall atmosphere of the album is exactly what it needs for this genre to be effective. If you dig the likes of Wolves at the Gate, who I just got done covering, and the heavier ends of Demon Hunter, and you dig those kind of bands, give Confessions of a Traitor a spin and see if they're right for you. Next up is Coven with Sorrows, and yes, it is pronounced Coven, I triple checked. The debut from this UK outfit is exactly what I love about this style. It can be nice, heavy, and doomy. It feels just evil enough. They also have this layer of shoegaze throughout all of this to make you feel like you are on track with the music on display. Add all of that together and you have one of the most captivating albums in Gothic Doom in 2025. If you dig the likes of Ancient Wisdom, Blood Ceremony, and Windhand, you are sure to find something to love here. This is music that we need right now in 2025, something that feels like it can take us away from all the pain and sorrow we are currently facing and introduce us to other kinds of evil and sorrow. But seriously, this is just polished enough production, excellent songwriting, and the overall atmosphere couldn't be more appropriate. This is a band that you need to look out for going forward. This is a powerhouse band that is just going to keep rooting stronger and stronger from here on out. Just watch. Next up, we have Despite, or it could be Despot. I've heard it pronounced both ways. I'm going with Despite. With a Finnish title I will never get right, but here I am butchering it. Från Melancholy till Meningslöst. See, I butchered that really badly. The third album from this Finnish blackened crust punk band hits an itch that I've needed for so very long, combining black metal, crust punk, and the occasional death metal, especially that HM2 style guitar tones going on, to soothe my soul, despite how fast, heavy, and dark this album gets. It's everything that you could possibly want in the style. It's 10 songs, 24 minutes, they get in, destroy everything in their path, and leave you wanting more. I can't even imagine what the pits would look like for a show like this. The production is clear, yet they still sound just raw enough to feel real. And the songwriting is lean and mean, and they leave absolutely no fat on the bone. I can't sell it any better than that. If you love the style, you need Despite, and I mean now. Now we have Eldamar with Astral Journeys Part 2, Dissolution. It's not often that you hear a black metal album that just relaxes you, soothes you, and helps you feel at peace, but that's exactly what Eldamar has done with their fourth album. I do say that even with the lyrical content being the exact opposite of that meaning, it will rip your soul apart with its sadness and existentialism. The production is very clear for atmospheric black metal, which you don't often get, and there's much more clean vocals than you may expect. The songs hit you so hard, and they have this staying power that makes you want to put it on anytime that you want to drift away from reality, and we really need that these days. If you enjoy the likes of Sojourner, Alcest, and I dare say even a band like Labyrinthus Stellarum, you will find something to love about Eldamar. It's so hauntingly beautiful that the music just has to speak for itself, and that message is quite bleak. Thankfully, the music is so gorgeous that you might not even mind your own demise. Next up, we have The Haunted with Songs of Last Resort. Has it really been 8 years since the last album from The Haunted? Sadly, it has, but they have more than made up for that with their 10th album, which may be one of their strongest albums ever. With a pristine production style and a songwriting formula that hits with full force no matter how speedy or mid-tempo things get, the band has returned and maintained their signature formula, which I've always said, in the Marco era anyway, was always a mix of At the Gates meets the demonic and the Gathering era of Testament. They leave everything on the table with 12 tracks, 40.5 minutes. Despite this just coming out, again, I think this might be one of the best albums that they ever could have made, and I'm so thankful for it. Every song feels like it's meant to be here, and the overall vibe just feels so appropriate. This is an album with true staying power, and The Haunted have proven that they are here to stay, and to continue pummeling everything that's in their path. Here we have Haunted Funeral with Soul Damnation. The debut album from this Portuguese outfit is quite a fun listening experience, despite the lyrical content hitting as hard in a cathartic nature that really comes from depression. It's a fun, catchy album filled with nice heavy riffs and some great mid-tempo stompers, but that is the lyrical content that resonates with me the most and leaves a very lasting impact. The band incorporates a nice healthy dose of mellow black, mellow death, and even some modern groove metal to create a sound that feels uniquely their own, yet it does feel familiar. If you mix the Okandra, the Black Dahlia Murder, and Gorgira in a blender, you might have a good idea of what's going on here. The production is a bit abrasive and raw, but it matches the atmosphere of what's going on. Shockingly, something that is this profound in its lyrical content and songwriting is going on in just their first release. Once they get more experience under their belt, they're going to go so far if the stars align just right. If you want something that can mix all of these genres and still feel natural, you should give Haunted Funeral a proper listen. Next, we have Hyena with About Rock and Roll. Despite the band putting out a ton of EPs, live albums, compilations, and singles, this Peruvian band has yet to put out an official LP until now, and that comes in the form of About Rock and Roll. Some brand new songs and some final versions of older songs. I know how I normally do things, but this is considered their first studio album, so suck on that. It's their first true LP, and the band just makes it for a great revival metal album that is more than worthy of their contemporaries. The production is that classic 1982 feel behind it all, just like think early Dokken. And the songwriting, while sounding old school, still sounds fresh and inspired at the same time, and the performances on display make for a very endearing listening experience from beginning to end. If you want a band that feels equal parts Saxon, Skullfist, Cauldron, and Tokyo Blade, you found that with Hyena. This is how revival stays relevant in 2025, and it's a very welcome thing to see. Here we have Inhuman Nature with Greater Than Death, and I'm going to keep this one nice and short as well, to match with the album. The sophomore album from this UK band feels like a continuation of Power Trip, but across the pond. This album hits so very hard with its mix of crossover thrash, hardcore, and the absolute power of its production, songwriting, and performance. This thing pummels you from pillar to post for 10 songs in just about 38 minutes, and still leaves you wanting more. Yeah, seriously, if you love the likes of Enforced, Toxic Holocaust, and yeah, again, very much so, Power Trip, Inhuman Nature is required listening. If that can't sell this album, what possibly could? Next up, we have Lord Vigo with Walk the Shadows. Lord Vigo returns with their most diverse album to date. On this German band's sixth album, they've always been known for doing this epic doom metal sound, but this album they threw everyone for a loop and started incorporating a nice, healthy mix of goth rock into their sound. That is something I did not see coming, but I could not appreciate it more. To my ears, they've always had the sound of like Crypt Sermon, Chemist, Solitude Eternus, and Candlemass all thrown together, and of course all heavily inspired by Ghostbusters. But now they have this nice healthy coat of bloody hammers throughout all of it. It might take a song or two for you to understand what's fully going on here and to grasp it, but it is more than worthy of your time investment. While the production is still a little bit on the raw side, which occasionally happens on the epic doom metal sound, it's what I'm used to with this band and it fits perfectly for the style on display, and it makes everything feel a bit more ghostly and haunting. No, I did not mean to make a pun there, but it works, doesn't it? This is quite the shift in sound for the band, and I'm all here for it. This is a new chapter for the band, and I can't wait to see what comes next in the sound if they continue to do so. Or if this is just a one-off, I'm glad they at least tried it out, and honestly, I think it might be their best work. Don't skip out on this one if you are a goth and or doom fan. This is that chocolate meets peanut butter experience that you should never miss. Next up, we have Lycanthrope with Remnants of Rapture. The sophomore album from this Ottawa, Ontario band is my first foray into the band, but I wish I heard them on their debut. This combines the best of symphonic, speed, power, and traditional metal into a sound that is clearly made its own, and we are better off for it. It also makes me happy that my good friend John Pyers makes several appearances on this album on keyboards. It turns out he used to be in the band, but sadly had to drop out back in 2024, but he's also doing some stuff with Crimson Glory now, so I totally understand. In fact, there's actually a lot of guest appearances on this one, like Stu Block of Into Eternity and Laura Goldman of Burning Witches doing some guest vocals. The production is punchy, yet feels authentic. The songwriting, wow. Just simply wow. This is incredible work. It truly feels inspired, with 10 songs, just about 47 minutes long, and filled to the brim with everything that makes this style of metal so great. So if you want that in your sound, please check out the latest offering from Lycanthrope. I can't imagine that if you like the style, that you'd be disappointed. Next up, we have Malphas with Extinct, another album I feel I'm getting far too late on, but I'm so glad I'm covering it now. The fourth album from the Swiss black metal outfit is such a sinister yet sophisticated piece of dark metal. At 9 songs and 45 minutes long, this feels like the perfect length for a punishing style of black metal on display. The music hits hard thanks to its excellent songwriting and overwhelmingly perfect production. It's dark, evil, satanic, and what you would hope the genre would sound like in 2025. If you want a band that feels like equal parts Dissection, Watain, and even early-day Abigail Williams, you should give this one your full attention. Next up, we have Midnight Razors with The Crazy World of Midnight Razors. Gotta keep hitting that AOR quota that I put on myself, and I'm doing that here with Midnight Razors. If I'm getting my information right, this band has released 4 full-length original LPs in 6 months. That is mind-blowing to me. And their 4th album, and their first since they did a greatest hits album of the best songs of the first 3 albums, which also baffles me beyond belief, and they have created a fantastic horror-inspired rock album that hits all the genres that I love, from AOR to hard rock to even a cover of Bruce Brookshire's Run to Me, which is so far out of my element. To say this is a band that has range is quite the understatement. How they can make 4 full lengths and still sound this good and not burnt out is a jaw-dropping display, and I'm all here for it. If you want a band that can sound as much like Kenny Loggins as it does Cinderella as it does Ramones, honestly, I have no other way to describe it, but I love it all the same. If you want this kind of diversity in your sound, check out Midnight Razors. Here we have Obsidian Tongue with Eclipsing Words of Scorn. The 6th album from this atmospheric black metal band based out of Maine has gotten better and better with every subsequent album. I have loved this band since they opened for Aglock for, well, at least at this time, and still so far, their final North American tour, and they have only gotten better in that time. The production is raw, as you would expect from this genre, but it is done with enough bass and punch to make this a rewarding listen to those who even don't normally dig this style. The songs are bleak and heartbreaking, but there's also this faint overlay of optimism thrown in, which you don't normally get in this style, but it couldn't be more welcomed. There's also the faintest bits of progressive black metal and psychedelic black metal thrown in for good measure, and it makes everything stand out because of it. If you enjoy the likes of the aforementioned Agalock, Wolves in the Throne Room, and even Woman is the Earth, a dangerously underrated black metal band, you need to check out Obsidian Tongue and see what they're all about. This is a stellar album. Next we have Opharion with A Faraway World. Despite the band being around since 2008, and after taking a several-year break in between, this is the first release from this Turkish band, and I love what I'm hearing. This is that classic era of symphonic metal with the soaring vocals, grand symphonics, and the heavy atmosphere tying everything together. There's also this layer of progressive metal that doesn't feel forced and feels very natural in the sound. The production is that right balance of clear yet real, and the songwriting just hits harder and harder with every single listen. This is easily for those who enjoy the likes of Revengeance, who I covered this year, Delane, Grave Shadow, and more. If you're loving this resurgence of symphonic metal in 2025 the way that I am, you need to check out more of that, especially from a band like Opharion. Next up, we have The Ossuary with Requiem for the Sun. 4 albums in 8 years from this Italian band is a pretty good track record, and while this is my first time hearing the band, they've instantly won me over. This is the perfect blend of doom, prog, and revival metal all thrown into one to create a unique atmosphere that never lingers on any one genre for too long, yet it all makes sense. The production is retro, but modern at the same time, which feels like a paradox, but once you hear it, it all makes sense. The songwriting is captivating and inspired, and the whole album is just this fun listen from beginning to end. 8 songs, a little over 43 minutes, that seems like the perfect length for this kind of sound. If you enjoy the likes of Messa, St. Vitus, or even an old school band like Captain Beyond, you will love what The Ossuary has in store. Next we have Savaged with Rising. The sophomore album, and the second in 18 months from the Spanish band, is such a refreshing change of pace in this style. The band harkens back to that 80s sound perfectly while still sounding relevant in 2025. From the incredibly powerful vocal delivery to the full-on musical attack, to the production that feels like the best metal album of 1985 that you've never heard. This has both that classic and the 21st century vibes for an album and a band that can make it very far. If you dig the likes of Halloween, Enforcer, and even Lizzie Borden, you will find something to love and appreciate about Savaged. This is a short and sweet album at 9 songs and 36 minutes, and they leave it all on the table for you to enjoy. Seriously, if you dig the style, you need Savaged. Next up is The Storyteller with The Final Stand, a Swedish power metal band that has been around for over 25 years, and I'm just hearing about them this year because of this album. How could this possibly be? Well, I hope this remedies that situation, as this is one of the most fun power metal albums I've heard so far in 2025. The songs are a full-on display of force, and the performances on display are mesmerizing. And talk about inspired. This is a band that, despite being their 7th album in 25 years, still sounds just as fresh and as natural as if it would have came out in 2000. It is a fun, fast, whimsical, and adventurous piece of power metal that should satisfy anyone that's looking for something in the fantasy realm, or if you just love power metal. For any fan of Iron Savior, Bloodbound, Vianity, and even Falconer, although very different vocally, give The Storyteller your proper attention. Be it a longtime fan or just discovering them for the first release like I have, I think you're going to be won over. Next up, we have Trolled with an album title I know I'm going to get wrong, and I apologize for it. I Skolvens Reich. This is one that I've also been meaning to get to for months, and sadly it didn't happen until now, but that doesn't take away from the quality of this one. The sophomore album from this Denmark band is an incredibly inspired album that knows exactly who they are, and they make the most of it. The production is brilliant and it shines. The songwriting is so much fun, and it never loses the heavy tendencies, and the performances on display are an incredible thing to hear time and time again. I can't imagine this would win over any non-folk metal fans, as this is like pure, unadulterated folk metal, but if you are a fan of the genre, and especially if you love a band like Fintroll, if they've never toured together, they really should, you are going to love what you hear from Trolled. This is how you give folk metal justice in 2025, make it your own, and of course, have fun with it all. Who couldn't use some fun in their lives as a break from reality in 2025, am I right? And finally, for all the albums that I'm talking about today, and technically my 500th album review in 2025, is the band You Win Again Gravity with Don't Leave Me Here Part 1. And what I hope is really a tribute to Zach Brannigan in the band's title. And now that I think about it, it also could be a reference to Leela in the album title, although that could be a stretch. The third album from this UK band is my first foray into the band, but I love what I'm hearing. I hear as much modern progressive metal a la the Contortionist and Tesseract and Haken as I do 2000s emo, post-core from bands like Finch, and even some mathcore like a band like Misery Signals, which I was not expecting. All of this makes for a formula that, had this come out in like 2009, 2010, they probably would be one of my favorite bands of all time. But in 2025, it's a winning combination of genres that just feels so rewarding to listen to, and it just hits so hard, and it does harder and harder in every repeat listen. Give this one a proper listen if you're intrigued at all by what this could be for you, as it instantly won me over, and if you give it the chance, it might just do the same for you. And I can't wait to see what Don't Leave Me Here Part 2 is all about. First up, we have Ashen with Chimera. The debut album from this French act really resonates with me in a way I wasn't expecting. Musically, it is hitting everything that I expect from the 2020s metalcore and modern metal sound, but lyrically, it is hitting me quite hard, and every song feels like a gut punch after another gut punch. It makes sense that they are hitting a lot of the emotions that people put up with in their everyday lives, but maybe are never really talking about out loud, like anxiety, the state of the world, personal struggles, etc. It is the way that it is performed that may not be for everybody who checks out my reviews, but if you push yourself out there, especially out of your comfort zone, and check out something that's more radio friendly, you may find something that you can also resonate with, like I have after I received this promo. The production is slick and polished, and the songs go exactly where you would expect them to, into a left turn that you just don't see coming, which is a refreshing change of pace in this style. If you want to see a different take on what 2020 struggles can look like in a catchy and an earworm style of modern metal, give Ashen your proper attention. Next up, we have The Biscuit Merchant with Tempora. First off, I will start by saying that you really should check out my interview that I've done with Justin Lawnchair of The Biscuit Merchant up on the YouTube channel to learn so much more about this project and album as a whole than I can in a blurb review. That said, this is the 10th album that comes from The Biscuit Merchant, and this one really focuses on the likes of Devin Townsend, Opeth, Dream Theater, etc. But if you want it done just a little bit heavier and sometimes even a little bit catchier, this is something that you really need to give your full attention. Thankfully, with what will be a 26th album endeavor under this moniker, each album named after a letter of the alphabet, Tempora will be showing off some impressive songwriting and performance, all while finding a way to never go fully self-indulgent and wanky, which I know sounds odd on paper with 26 albums, but trust me on this one. The songs are about the songs at hand, and while they are quite technical and they hit so many different levels and subgenres, it all makes sense and are comprehensible, and it will make so much more sense once this full cycle of alpha is complete. Back all that up with incredible production value, and easily you have one of the best progressive death metal albums of 2025. While this may be an overwhelming concept to comprehend, let alone listen to, give Tempora a shot and see if it's right for you. If you like the heavier side, it's there. If you like the more melodic side, it's there. If you like the more genre-bending side, that's also there as well. And no matter what direction that you like, there's going to be an album that caters more to that style in this concept known as the Biscuit Merchant. This is how you push forward the subgenre of progressive metal. Seriously, check out the Biscuit Merchant. Now we have Byzantine with Harbingers. Byzantine is a band I've been familiar with since their debut album, and now that they are back with their 7th album, the band continues to progress their sound into much different territories. Be it a bit more industrial on songs like Stick Figure back in the day, or songs that sound like basically a pitch-perfect example of what Evergrey could sound like if they were Americanized on a song like Nadir, or something that continues their blend of progressive groove metal, which they've always had since the beginning. With Harbingers though, the band continues with the latter, with hitting something that you would expect from the band that is there in the forefront of that new wave of American heavy metal sound. You'll hear everything from Lamb of God to Meshuggah to Machine Head and even Gorgira on this one. It all makes sense once they add their own blend of songwriting into the mix. With excellent production style and a wicked sense of songwriting, the band knows how to grab your attention and subvert your expectations in a way you don't even notice because it feels so natural. The band has always been an unsung hero in this style, and I'm glad over time that the band has started to get at least some of their flowers. I hope this time they will continue to do so and keep winning over fans as they always have. This is a fantastic release. Here we have Fairyland with The Story Remains. A band I simply did not expect to return due to the circumstances has come back in full force with The Story Remains. A title clearly talking about rising back up like a phoenix from the ashes. Fairyland returns with their 5th album and their first since the death of their keyboardist and original member Felipe Giordana. The band has gone through many of a big lineup change, with 3/6 of the band being brand new for the new album. But thankfully, for longtime fans of the band, the spirit of the band is as strong as ever. From its grandiose songwriting to its authentic production style, Fairyland proves that they are here to stay. The band still hits just as hard, and it is full of emotions. There has always been many downs and so many ups over the past 5 years, but it's great to see with The Story Remains that the ups are becoming stronger and stronger, and they're becoming one of the best shining examples of 21st century symphonic power metal. If you've never checked out the band before, or you're just happy to hear them that they're back, give this one a proper listen. Fairyland is home. That's exactly what we needed. Next, we have Fallujah with Xenotaph. Fallujah has been another band that I've been following ever since their debut album back in 2011, the same year that I started covering music. And Fallujah has been there to continuously win over people with their blend of tech death, deathcore, and progressive death metal. Over time, that deathcore occasionally shows up, the technical aspects are there in strides, but on Xenotaph, the band is really backing their progressive death metal side to full force, and I'm fully here for it. Between its clean but real production style, the songwriting has always been to me on this album. And again, they're embracing that proggy side, which is my favorite of what they do, and this might be my favorite album that they've done since The Flesh Prevails back in 2014. Hearing the band embrace more clean vocals, comprehensive yet intriguing song structures, and utterly catchy moments, this is on the short track of really becoming their best album to date to everyone besides me. Seeing the praise that they have been getting from the singles so far has been incredible, but hearing the album in context is a whole other trip that you need to experience. The Faceless meets the Contortionist meets the Zenith Passage all rolled into one. If you want one of the best examples of the extreme side of progressive death metal in 2025, check out Fallujah in all their glory with Xenotaph. Next up, we have Hex Vessel with Nocturne. Considering where the band came from in their post-rock and folk roots, it's shocking to me to see where the band is going with their full-on black metal at this point, while still having their earlier influences still in check. It is an odd thing to hear as much Dark Throne as I do Tangerine Dream, but this is what we have with Nocturne. The band continues to explore much of their post-rock, black metal, doom, folk, and even gothic moments, and it's an amazing thing to hear from beginning to end. The music had this raw atmosphere, but still has this grand feeling behind it all, and there's so much genre bending that makes the music feel like it's shape-shifting right in front of you. The album is meant to represent nights, and that is the perfect time to listen to this one. Put this one after the sun goes down, turn off some lights, maybe put on a candle or two, and let the music flow over you. I've done similar, and it makes for the album to be quite the trip. If you want your black metal more on the experimental side, you really need to give Hex Vessel your proper attention. Next up, we have Insomnia with The Great Apocalypse. Sweden's Insomnia is back with their 6th album since 1999, and they are another shining example of quality over quantity. They always take their time to make sure that they are going to put out the best music that they possibly can, and in 2025, The Great Apocalypse is exactly what we need in power metal and just life in general. Everything you love about the genre is here on full display, and even with them hitting some tough subject matters, like this is a heavy album not just musically, the band does it in such a fun way that their styles of catchy choruses, fast and heavy riffs, and this triumphant feel that you get from the style is still there to put a smile on your face. The album is a call to action for the world, and yeah, we really need that right now. If you enjoy the likes of Halloween, Stradivarius, Vianity, and the occasional Ed Guy moment, you will love what Insomnia is all about. It's a battle cry for 2025, and let's hope that an album like this can lead us to victory. Here we have Massetti with Odds and Ends. The debut album from the solo project of Tiago Massetti is filled with pure wonder. This has everything that my teenage self in the mid-2000s would have loved in a progressive metal album. It has the full assault that Symphony X brings, especially in their early work, the odd time signature chops that you'd expect from Dream Theater, the musical heaviness that you expect from Opeth, and the occasional quirky moment of Devin Townsend brings into his solo material. Add all that together, and you have an album that feels like an album made for my 2005 self. Add other herbs and spices to the mix to make everything feel pure and authentic, and you have an incredible display of what can be done with more of the traditional side of progressive metal. The production style hits right at home for the style, and the songwriting, while familiar, feels brand new as well, and it makes for a fun album experience all the way through. If you miss the days of prog metal in the early 21st century, more than just the downtuned jet D guitars, the brutal breakdowns, and you just want that metal side of prog to be in check, Massetti is doing that in strides, and I couldn't recommend it more. Give this one a proper listen and be prepared to love what you hear. Here we have Nightbearer with Defiance. The third album from this German band combines the best of old school death metal and death metal rolled into one glorious package. While the music is predominantly the OSDM sound that everyone who loves the past from bands like Dismember, Entombed, Grave, etc., the band incorporates these absolutely gorgeous melodeath moments as well in just the right spots to tie everything together in the best of ways. The production does have that HM2 pedal worship that you know and love, but they also have this melodic atmosphere to it all, and you just don't get that from this side of death metal, and it feels so rewarding to listen to time and time again. The songwriting balances everything together like a fine line that makes everything shine. This is what I wish more bands in the OSDM style would accomplish. While I do love the sound so very much, you have to do something to differentiate yourself from the pack, and that's exactly what Nightbearer brings to the table once again. If you want a refreshing take on two legendary genres combined together to create something that stands out among the best in 2025, Nightbearer is exactly what you need. And finally, for brand new albums out today, we have Paleskin with Euphoric End. The sophomore album for the Swedish outfit feels like a gut punch to your emotions. The band combines so many different influences and styles into one particular style that doesn't feel contrived or a hodgepodge of sound, and it feels all natural. And at the same time, it still messes with your senses. It is not often that you hear a band that sounds as much like Catatonia as it does Deftones, as it does Loath, and I dare even say Deaf Heaven at times, although not really so much in the black metal screams. Mix all that together with a crystal clear production style and songwriting that knows when to shift and when to hold onto a riff, and you have a band that feels like anyone who enjoys the style of 90s alternative all the way through post-black and everything in between can find something to love. The lyrics and atmosphere on this one is off the charts, and you can hear and you can feel how hard it hits when you let it. While it may not be the cheeriest album that you hear all year, it is quite the cathartic trip, and in 2025, I think everyone could benefit from that. If this sounds intriguing to you at all, I highly recommend giving this one a proper spin and see what they can do for you. It's possible you might be completely won over. And now for all the albums that I missed along the way, starting with Absent Colors with Withered. This goes to show you how far behind I am on some albums, and this huge catalog that I have backed up that I've been trying to whittle down. This came out all the way back in January, and I'm just getting to this one now. That is no indication on the quality of music, as the debut album from this North Carolina band has some serious songwriting skills, and they have put out a killer release. The band hits all of the high points of that modern metalcore sound that can hit while so many heavy moments of the past as well. well. There is electronic moments of the sound, there's the occasional clean vocals that make the music even catchier, harsh vocals that really remind me especially of the self-titled album from Bury Your Dead. If that sounds familiar, yeah, you should check this one out. And the right mix of lighter, heavier, and genre bending to make for an album experience that any metalcore fan can find something to love. The production is polished, but it still has some authenticity behind it, and especially on the darker side of metalcore, this band knows how to tug at the heartstrings. If this is your bag, give Absent Colors a shot and see if they do it for you as well. It's well worth your time, and it shows what metalcore is capable of in 2025. Now we have Chronosynthesis with Echoes of Forlorn Tales. The debut album from this Italian band hits everything that I love about symphonic power metal, from the fast and heavy riffs to the keyboard wizardry to the soaring vocals of Moreno Sagermano, who also sings in the band Ghost on Mars, who I covered last year, and they put out one of the best prog metal albums of 2024. Seeing what this band reaches when it comes to their influences in this particular style, while putting their own spin to it all, is a rewarding thing to hear, and it makes the album more than worth checking out from beginning to end. Everything that you love about the style is here, and it's done authentically. If you enjoy the likes of Stradivarius, Versailles, and Rhapsody, you need to check out what Chronosynthesis is all about. I think you'll be very happy with what you discover. Here we have Degenerate with Rituals of Rage. Now this is how you regenerate some life in a thrash metal. This album is a beast from beginning to end and only lets up enough to show you some melodic passages before pummeling you back into the ground. The production on this one is one of the best I've heard in thrash in 2025, and it sounds massive. The songwriting on hand is incredibly brutal, but again, the right amount of melodic moments and other genre-bending moments. I even hear some black metal on this one at times. It's such a rewarding thing to hear. Imagine a grand mix of Warbringer, Sodom, Creator, and Toxic Holocaust, and without a shadow of a doubt, you have one of the best thrash metal albums of 2025. I simply can't do anything to sell it better than that. If you love thrash, pick this one up right now. Next up, we have Dorcas with Raised from the Dead. The debut album from this Mexican powerhouse is not at all what I would have expected, but that makes it even more of a treasure to find. It feels like a grand mix of Children of Bodom, Arch Enemy, and even a band like Lutharo. It's all rolled up into one big package that couldn't sound better. The songs are so catchy and hit riffs that feel so familiar but truly stand on their own. They also nailed it when it goes into the extreme end of things, when it goes into the more mellow death or mellow black side, and when to go into more gorgeous clean vocals that shine in the highest of ways. The production is quite clear and punchy, though I imagine that this will only get stronger with every subsequent release. And again, that songwriting is the winning formula, combining all of the right styles done at the right times. Dorcas is far away from being a major player in metal realm. If all the stars align, they're going to be so huge. Check them out if you think you'll find something to enjoy here, and prepare to be blown away. This is a band that has the sound to create something new for the world. Here we have Eden's Apple with Primordial Roots. The debut album from this Portuguese band is an unexpected delight, hitting moments of symphonic metal, alternative metal, and the occasional melodeath moments, making for a formula that feels so catchy yet unexpected, especially on that first time listen. The fact that they can go from the likes of Lacuna Coil to Tristania to the unexpected Wolfheart moments that just adds so much to the music is an incredible thing to hear. The production is exactly what it needs to be effective. Songwriting style makes you pay attention from start to finish, and the overall vibe of the album is intriguing and compelling. This is some awesome work from a band that I know is going to get stronger and stronger from here on out. I can't wait to see what this band does next. Next up, we have Hate Within with Tomb of the Tormentor. Symphonic deathcore has really been popping off over the last several years, and it makes me happy to see. The genre builds on the layers that can be added to deathcore to make the genre simply more by nature, and it adds so much to the character of it all by adding these symphonic and symphonic adjacent genres into the mix. That's exactly what Hate Within does with their debut album. A band comprising of bands from Finland, the UK, the US. The band takes the best and most brutal moments of deathcore and makes everything feel so much more sophisticated and grand. The breakdowns, the pig squeals, the start-stop riffs are here, but they feel much more like seasoning rather than the main course. The symphonics behind it all is what sells the band, and it makes for such a musical journey to explore. Adding guest appearances from Veronica from Flesh God Apocalypse, and one of my favorite guitarists, Angel Vivaldi, and you have an album that is so much more than just the deathcore label. In fact, there's a completely orchestral version of this album that goes along with it if you check it out on streaming sites. If you really want to get rid of the deathcore and metal elements out of this experience and just want a grand, heavy orchestral feeling, having both sides of this band adds to the overall experience, and overall, the symphonic deathcore shows that it's continuing to grow and grow, and it deserves to do so. Hate Within is doing some magnificent work, and if you are intrigued at all by what this could sound like, go check it out. Next up, we have Hellfox with The Spectrum of Human Gravity. The sophomore album from this Italian band is a phenomenal experience that just keeps getting better and better on every listen. Combining the best of Finnish goth and Scandinavian melodeath rolled into their own unique blend creates an album that rewards you the more that you listen to it. The band never goes into full-on hyperdrive as far as speed, but it also doesn't need to. They just find the sweet spot of slower to mid-tempo that just satisfies the style in the best of ways. You mix all of this with a perfect production style for the music and songwriting that feels grand despite the fact that the music is just guitars, bass, drums, and vocals, and you have an album that is more than worthy of your attention if you dig the likes of Dark Tranquillity, Arch Enemy, and above all, the gothic era of Amorphous. If you like the idea of that, you should give this one a proper spin and be prepared to love what you're about to hear. Next up, we have In the Kingdom of Nightmares with Fading Light. The sophomore album from this metalcore band from Maine comes 15 years after their debut album. A lot has changed in the past decade and a half for both the band, the style of music, and the world in general. Seeing the band blend styles of metalcore and melodeath so seamlessly is so satisfying to hear if you enjoy the likes of Killswitch Engage, In Flames, Soilwork, and Unearth roll into one. The biggest upgrade to the band in that time is easily the production value. While the debut is a fun listen, it's rough listen compared to what they have become here. Add in also 2 new members of the band on guitar and bass duties, and you have a band that feels rejuvenated and ready to take over that New England metalcore scene. Seriously, if you love that second wave metalcore sound from the early to mid 2000s, this is required listening, and you'll be so glad that you took the chance on them. It's awesome to hear this sound with such authenticity in 2025. Maybe it can breathe new life into the genre, which deserves to shine once again. Here we have Lift the Curse with Don't Bury the Dream. The Texas duo that takes the catchiest moments of 21st century hard rock and melodeath rolled into one mainstream package is a shocking thing to see, but it couldn't have turned out better. To some, this may feel like sacrilege, but that may be why I like it so much. It's such a glorious mix of bands like Soilwork, Trivium, Breaking Benjamin, In Flames, and even Bless the Fall. The fact that this is not on modern hard rock radio right now, at least where I live, feels like heresy, and that needs to change. The music is predominantly sung with clean vocals with just the slightest amount of screams for heightened experiences in the heaviest sections. I know this will scare some people off that check out my reviews, and those who just want that more pure metal aesthetic, but if you give this band a chance, I think you might find something you really appreciate. I was instantly won over, and I love how they blend these influences into a band I could see playing arenas one day. Hey, people laughed at me back in 2011 when I said Ghost was going to play arenas one day, and well, look at them now. This is what should be leading the charge in mainstream rock and metal, and one day I hope they will. This is a killer album. Next up, we have Miss Kaplan with Heavy Eternal Ache. The debut album for this outfit out of Istanbul took me by complete shock, and they have the substance to stick around after that initial shock. A band combines this alternative, rock, and metal feel in the best of ways to create a sound that I wish more bands would strive to achieve when they make music like this. The production is so full and punchy, and the songwriting takes you in these unexpected twists and turns, but it never loses its catchiness. To make a comparison that feels off, but also feels kinda true, this is what I wish Hailstorm would sound like. A band that embraces more of the mainstream sounds but never loses the metal aspects and has some real power and tenacity in that music, especially in the vocal delivery. Add all of that together and you have an album that could win over anyone who enjoys the catchier ends of mainstream music from the 90s and beyond, but done with such a heavy twist to make you grin and headbang. I love what's going on here, and if you're interested at all in this sound, you really should check this one out. Here we have Our Frankenstein with Magnum Spiral Hotel. The third album from the Southern California band is such an intriguing mix of genres that instantly grab my attention. It's a mix of goth rock, industrial, post-punk, and other elements to create a sound that feels like the spirit of 80s goth for the 2020s, and I'm all here for it. The production is quite real, and for its style, it's not overly polished. The songwriting hits on so many styles, while still feeling like everything is meant to be there. That's no easy feat to achieve, but they pull it off. It's almost as if they Frankenstein the meat. No, sorry for the pun. Bad pun is bad. But you get the idea. If you dig the likes of Typo Negative, Host, KMFDM, I think you'll find something to love about Our Frankenstein. Sometimes you just want to have this dark atmosphere that feels danceable and can be played at a Blade-style vampire club. This more than fits that bill. Up now we have Passengers in Public with Amnesia. The sophomore album from this Greek band hits a style of folk metal that I wish more bands would explore. It hits that style of Greek folk metal that feels sophisticated and rich while adding these moments of progressive metal and gothic metal that may sound strange on paper, but once you hear it achieved, you completely understand what they're going for. I've been having a hard time trying to compare them to any other bands, but the closest I could come up with is Villagers of Ionia City, and that is a great comparison to me. Otherwise, they just have this sound that feels authentically like themselves, and that is a refreshing thing to hear. The production is so punchy and it hits hard, and the songwriting is off the charts for what they're trying to create. If you want to take a walk down a different path, you should give Passengers in Public a proper listen, as they are creating something original, and it may just be for you. Next up is Phase Transition with In Search of Being. The debut album from this Portuguese band feels like a blend of bands that helped shape my musical obsessions in my formative years, and adding just enough modern and left-of-center moments to make it a refreshing change of pace. Mixing a sound that feels like Opeth, Niavlascaris, Tesseract, and Dream Theater, and it feels incredible to comprehend everything that's going on with that sound. The production hits so hard, and the songwriting, no matter the song length, feels like they've left nothing out and they put their whole heart and soul into this entity. This is what progressive metal in 2025 should be, or at least strive for, and I'm so happy that there is a band like this that are pushing the boundaries of this style of progressive metal. If you are in need of heavy but melodic progressive metal, I can't recommend Phase Transition enough. Give them your time and attention, and you'll be so glad that you did. Next up, we have Power Surge with Shadow Warning. The debut album from this international band consisting of members from Croatia, Serbia, and the UK is just a sensational display of throwing back to that 80s heavy metal scene, but done through a 2020s flair with it all. Especially if you love Armored Saints, you will love what's going on with this one, but you'll also hear the likes of Early Day Dokken with the occasional Queensryche riff for good measure. Add a production style that couldn't be more appropriate, and songwriting that hits harder and harder the more that you listen to it, and you have a revival metal album that is more than worthy of your time. This is how you take that classic sound and make it new once again. I can't sell it much better than that. If you dig 80s metal, especially of the Armored Saint variety, give this one your full attention. Now we have Prost with Believe Again, another debut album from an international band here consisting of members from France, Sweden, and Greece, creating a classic AOR sound and melodic rock that we all know and love. You can hear the authenticity throughout this entire album, and it hits hard with its riffs, the vocal delivery, and the overall vibe of this style that just works every time it's done authentically. Mix that with a production style that hits so nice and punchy without ever losing its highs, and you have a heavy hitter for an AOR album that just sinks into you and gives you everything that they got. 2025 has been a substantial year for the genre, and it makes me so happy to see that there is another album in the style that is doing some incredible music for that style, and I just love that era of AOR melodic rock. Just completely solid from start to finish. For anyone who loves this style, seriously, go check this one out. Now we have Snooze with I Know How You Will Die, a Chicago band that describes themselves as Meshuggah in major, and that feels completely apt, while still being able to explore so many other avenues to go along with that. It's strange to hear moments of the Dillinger Escape Plan, Muse, Hella, Meshuggah, and Devin Townsend all rolled into one jaw-dropping package. I can see this album going over a lot of people's heads, and they're not gonna dig this one, but I also see this being for a particular subset of an audience that loves a band that will push the boundaries of what prog, math rock, metal, and just exploring what a major scale in metal can be. You may not get this on the first listen, but if you keep listening to it, it will unlock for you the more that you give it a chance, and you'll be so happy that you took the chance. It hits so hard emotionally, musically, and explores territories of music that you just don't see coming. I can't recommend this for everybody, but if you love to take a plunge on something that sounds like this, something that is very left of center, you will be greatly rewarded. This is how you push the metal music genre forward. Next up, we have Sombre Tour with To Any World Beyond the Tomb. Now it's time to sit down, put this one on, and have a cathartic existential cry. The debut album from this one-man, French melodic death doom band hits everything that I love about the genre in a way that will rip your whole heart and soul apart. The production is raw, but it's done in a style that just fits, and the songwriting that knows when to get heavy and when to get more melodic and dreadful in the best way possible. This is easily for those that are looking for something in the vein of November's Doom, Bellacore, Insomnium, and especially Early Day Catatonia. If this sounds like something for you, it absolutely is for you. I love this genre so very, very much, and having an album like this in 2025 so early in the year just makes me so very happy. This one hits hard, so get ready for some emotional impact. Next up, we have Titan Killer with Slow Self-Destruction. With an album title and a band name like that, you're expecting some funeral doom here, right? But this is anything but, though it does come from a lot of the same sadness that you'd get from that particular genre. The sophomore album from this Austrian heavy metal band and power metal band hits you hard with a strong musical force. It is also an album of pure self-reflection. It's not that often that you hear an album like this that doesn't just go all guns blazing on the guitar riffs and the double bass. Of course, those moments are still there in pieces, but this is so much more of an album about the current state of the world and the life that we live. It's a very matured album that is for those of a particular subset of an audience, but I also know that the vocal delivery will not be for everybody and can be an acquired taste, but I think if you can fit in these particular molds, I think this will perfectly fit what you're looking for. Add all of this together and you have an album that could stand the test of time and maybe even leave a good message for the rest of us to learn one day. I thoroughly enjoy this one, and if you want a mix of Enforcer, Latter-day Skullfist, and the occasional Maiden nod, you should give this one your full attention. Next up, we have Waltari with Nation's Neurosis. It's been a while since I've checked out Waltari. In fact, about 10 years. But I'm so glad that I've rediscovered this band and all of its quirky moments, left of center moments, and an entirely catchy sound that I've loved. Faith No More meets Freak Kitchen meets Devin Townsend all mixed together with this Finnish sensation, and you have one of the most creative and catchy bands that have been going for decades upon decades now. Despite this being the 16th album since 1991, the band is so far from running out of steam. They always find a new way to reinvent themselves, and going back to albums that I've missed along the way since 2015, I remembered that, and seeing them do this once again in 2025 just makes me smile. The production feels like the 90s in the best way possible, and the songwriting, again, it's off the wall, it's bonkers, it's wacky, but it's still catchy at the same time. This is how creativity can work to your advantage, and never be afraid to let that freak flag fly. If you need something like this, then you need Waltari. I can't imagine you'd be disappointed if this style is your bag. And finally, for brand new albums that I'm checking out this week, it is Zigzags with Deadbeat at Dawn. The fifth album from this LA band hits a niche that I needed right now. A mix of punk rock and speed metal done in a way that just feels like that late 70s through late 80s ragers in the best of ways. The production feels like a Motorhead album, the songwriting can go all over in tempo from song to song while still feeling appropriate and catching those classic genre moments to perfection. Imagine early day Metallica, Plasmatics, Motorhead, and Municipal Waste all thrown together, and you'll have a good idea of what's going on with this band, and it works so very well. 10 songs, 33 minutes and change, just a full-on punk and metal party from beginning to end. If you want that in 2025, you need to hear what Zigzags is all about. Make sure that you got your battle vest dusted off and ready to be covered in beer and fire burns, because this is what this one is capable of, and it's quite electric. Hey everybody, this is Josh Runquist here for the Heavy Debriefings YouTube channel, here for another edition of Out Today and What I Missed, this time for June 20th, 2025. We have 30 albums on the chopping block this week, 4 that come out today, 26 I've missed along the way, 560 albums that I've covered so far in 2025, and make sure to come back next week when I cover another 40, making for a grand total of 600 albums that I've covered in 2025 so far. But before we get there, let's cover these ones. Let's get into it. First up, we have Black Majesty with Oceans of Black. Black Majesty have returned with their 8th album and their first album in 7 years with Oceans of Black. The long-running Australian power metal band has always put out fantastic work that includes some of the most inspired music in the genre. This time around with a new guitarist and drummer on board, the band continues to explore what the band is capable of while never losing what brought them to the scene to begin with. The fast double bass and guitar riffs are here in strides, the vocal chops are still hitting everything you love, but there seems to be a little bit of a different feel behind this one. It's kind of hard to describe, but it does feel a bit darker than other albums without losing that triumphant feel that the band has had since the beginning. The vocals are also a bit quieter in the mix, but everything else shines through the darkness. This is an album that needs to be heard in 2025, and I'm so glad that Black Majesty has returned to create a power metal album for the ages with Oceans of Black. If you feel like power metal has been kind of slow in 2025, first of all, you're wrong, but second, you haven't heard the brand new album from Black Majesty. Next up, we have Hereaway with Wield. The debut album from this Philadelphia instrumental post-metal band has reinvigorated my love of the genre in a way that I didn't even know could be done. I've been a post-rock and post-metal fan for around 2 decades now, with some highs and lows that come with it, just like the music itself, but when I finally got to sit down with this album, I was blown away by what I was hearing. I hear everything that made me fall in love with the genre in the first place. The remarkably catchy main riffs, the roller coaster of emotions in the song structures, the excellent performances, the overall atmosphere that made this feel like a proper soundtrack, which is always my favorite part of any post-band. There are the right moments of minimalist work, and then you flip it on set with some insane technical ability to balance everything out. For anyone who's never checked out these kinds of albums where there are no vocals, this is exactly why you need to give them a chance. Wheeled is the perfect example of why no vocals are needed. The band more than speaks for itself. This is easily going to be one of my favorite instrumental albums of the year, and it's more than worthy of your attention from start to finish, and it hits you in just the right moments. If you've never checked out instrumental post-rock and post-metal before, you really need to check out what Hero Way is all about. Next up, we have a band name that I'm going to get wrong, but I deeply apologize for getting it wrong. I'm Ha Tarakat with Confessing Darkness. This one-man project has returned with their 4th album, and it is some of the darkest black metal of this variety that I've heard so far in 2025. It hits the right blends of traditional black metal with almost hitting this post-black, post-gaze sound, and there's even some crust punk beats going on occasion and some other twists and turns that you simply won't see coming. There's also this sophisticated feel to the music as well, as it hits so many triumphant moments in this dark sect of music, and in a production style that lets everything sound profound, and you have one crazy album, so much so that there's even a cover of Thin Lizzy's The Sun Goes Down in a way that you'll never hear it like this ever again. Overall, this is a black metal album that grabs your attention and does not let go, and that's what I want in this genre. This is a strong and profound album for the black metal genre in 2025. Again, simply, this is how it's done. And finally, for brand new music out today, we have Patristic with Catexis, and I really hope I got both of those right. The debut album from this Italian black and death metal band is some of the strongest of the genre in 2025 so far. The music sets this dark and evil overtone that casts a shadow upon the listener and creates 3 songs over 6 tracks. 2 tracks for the first song, 4 for the second. The music is this wonderful mix of profound and brutal with just the right amount of heresy thrown on top of everything. Enrico Schettino of Hideous Divinity created this project back in 2022, and now in 2025, it consists members of Mass Carnage, Frost Moon Eclipse, and others to round things out. From the blistering performances to just raw enough production, this hits everything that made early day black and death metal work and become so proper in the mainstay. If you miss the more raw approach to this style while still feeling like a proper soundtrack to being sent to hell, this is exactly what you receive with this band. Do not skip out on this one if you love proper black and death metal. And now for everything that I missed, starting off with Au Clair de Lune with In the Wake of Dusk. 3 albums into this Italian post-black and post-gaze band's career, and they have created an eerie but dreamy album that fits in this just comfortable enough but completely uncomfortable mix that this genre originally started as. It lures you in with this catchy post-rock atmosphere that feels like it's going to take you away on this whimsical journey, but then it blindsides you with this black metal approach that leaves a deadly strike on you. The production is quite raw, especially the mix, but everything is still audible and clear. For comparisons, imagine that middle era of Alcest's career if they had kept the original raw production style intact rather than getting much more profound. Maybe if Lantlos was still doing black gaze, that might be another way to look at this one as well, but it still keeps some of its dreamier moments. This is a purely emotional and raw trip that is worth exploring if you love this genre. While it won't be for everyone, it is for those that want one of the best examples of what that primal sound of black gaze and post-black is, while still finding it to be as gorgeous as possible. Next up is By Something Else with Hope. It's been a while since I've covered some tried and true progressive rock, and I've definitely had to do some when I came across the debut album from this Quebec band, taking the best elements of 70s and 80s prog rock while mixing things up just enough for a 2020s audience. And you have an album that is meant for the die-hard fans and for those discovering the genre for the first time. What makes all of this so shocking is the fact that the band has been around for well over 40 years, and this is their debut album. They say you can't rush your first album, and this is a prime example of that. The songs have this classic vibe that still sounds fresh and inspired, with just the right amount of prog flashes to keep the music moving and guessing. Make a mix of Marillion, Rush, Yes, and even Porcupine Tree's middle area, and you have an album that reminds you of why progressive rock has lasted for so many decades. This is stellar work, and should be for anyone young and old who can appreciate pure, non-wanky progressive rock worship. Up next, we have Cruz Signatus with 2. The second album from this one-man band from Wisconsin is something that I wish I had known had come out sooner, but that's what happens when I don't get a promo, and of course social media algorithms make sure that you don't actually see the pages that you want to see. I love the debut album so much, and I actually did cover that in an interview, and I have been anticipating this one ever since, and it did not disappoint. Somehow even getting heavier than before, while still sounding profound, catchy, and the kind of genre bending that I fell in love with in the beginning. 2 is a cinematic soundtrack that hits on so many glorious moments of metal, electronic, and more. The production is stellar, and the songwriting hits so many highs and lows like a proper soundtrack, all while never losing your interest in the process. The imagination that happens within this project is mesmerizing, and it just shows what the imagination of David Fraser is capable of. I can't wait to see what 3 is going to be like in this moniker, and 4 for that matter, as the first 2 have been incredible so far, and it's only going to get better from here on out. Next up, we have Colt's Blood with Obscured into Nebulous Darkness. The third album from this UK outfit is the closest thing I've heard to Funeral Doom without being Funeral Doom in a very long time. This is deep, dark, thought-provoking, and tear-jerking in a display of what sludge and doom can be in its dirgiest form. The production fits the mold perfectly, and the songwriting, while long, is exactly what is called for to make the music effective. Every song on here is a dirge, but it will occasionally hit these moments that hit you like a tidal wave and feels almost like grindcore in comparison, but always keeps going back into that slow moments that makes you feel like you're being put back into the grave. If you've ever heard the album El Mundo Frio by the Japanese band Corrupted, this is what Colt's Blood feels like it really is. Also add in a sprinkle of moments like Conan and Coffin Worm, and you have an album that is tailor-made for the saddest of occasions. This thing rules, and while it won't hit everyone the same, those that are looking for something like this will be floored. Give this one your proper attention for those who love the slow doom of life, and you will love Colt's Blood. Next up, we have Elusive God with Ambus. The sophomore album from this Croatian band is pure, unadulterated, epic doom metal in the best of ways. It hits this perfect speed of slow, but not too slow, and never goes into anything past mid-tempo speeds. It's that satisfying speed that only this genre can pull off and still sound grand. The songwriting fits like a glove, and the production is so punchy and so full. While I don't speak the language, I love the vocal melodies on display, and it feels so rewarding to listen to over and over again. If you want your Candlemass worship with a Croatian feel and updated production, you should really give Elusive God your proper attention. This is doing epic doom metal the proper justice. Next up, we have Empereria with The Ascent, Sensen der Katharsis. Boy, I hope I got that right. The debut album from this anonymous German black metal band recaptures that essence of the dark, evil sounds of black metal and what it established decades ago, but updated for the 2020s. I can hear an unholy mix of bands like Emperor, Dark Funeral, and Rotting Christ, mixed in with a more contemporary black metal sound in the form of Emois, Guerrera, and others. The production is pristine for the style and makes everything feel sinister. The songwriting is grand but never loses your attention, with a longer track lengths and songs technically being over 7 tracks, filling out the entire album. For this particular style, this is the 2000s versions of Emois' Exercises in Futility, especially with it being one track spread over several tracks, with just a denser storyline and somehow even more depressing. This is what I love in the pure black metal sound, and I'm so happy that it's showcased here with Empereria. I can't wait to see what they put out next. Next up, we have Eschaton with Tectolitarian. That is a hard thing to say all at once. 3 albums deep into this New England tech death band, and they have more than delivered the technical brutality this time around. While this is my first foray into the band, I see what they used to incorporate with some more deathcore elements that seem to be completely absent on this one, which I'm all in favor as it really doesn't need it. It is an album filled with technical wizardry from everyone in the band, and it only gets more insane as the album continues. It can also be a bit much for some, and you might need to enjoy this one in several takes, but even then, it's very much worth it. The vocals remind me a lot of Summoning the Like, and musically, I hear so much of bands like Neuraxis, Spawn of Possession, and wait a minute, is that Christian Munzer? Yeah, he's in the band now. That would explain why I love the guitar so much on this one. Yeah, this is an absolute beast of an album, and the soul of this machine is getting stronger and stronger. If you want to hear what you love so much about 2000s tech death, but done through a 2020s filter, check out Eschaton now. Next, we have Five Rings with their self-titled debut. After starting just last year, the debut album from this Japanese power metal band featuring members of Iron Attack, Lightning, Gauntlet, and Wrath of Noah, and also Illusion Force, is quite the power metal treat. It hits almost all of the tropes that you would love about the genre. The blazing fast songs are here, the mid-tempo sing-along songs are here, the slower epics, and everything in between. Mix all of that with an incredible production style and songwriting that knows when to get grand and when to get lean and mean, and you have a winning combination. This does do the thing where all the songs are in Japanese despite the song titles being in English, so if you're not into that, I understand, but I still feel like you need to check this out anyways, because the songs are so catchy even if you don't speak Japanese. This is such a fun album from start to finish with 9 songs and a little over 35 minutes long. It's just a perfect taste of what this band can do. And considering this is the first entree, I can't wait to see what they do next. Here we have The Great Sea with The Noble Art of Desolation, a debut album from this German black metal duo featuring the drummer of Long Distance Calling, a personal favorite band of mine, and the guitarist of Black Horizons is a monumental piece of black metal done in 2025. It is an album that couldn't feel more grand, but so bleak at the same time, featuring guest vocal appearances from the vocalists of Black Horizons, Secrets of the Moon, and Garb. They make for great touches to make this album feel even more inspired and dynamic. While the production feels modern, but also feels like it was created back in 1997 at the same time. It's a very odd thing to say, but when you hear it, you'll understand. 7 songs, almost 42 minutes long, this is perfect for the style, and it leaves you with enough dread to want to go back and listen to it again immediately. This is such an incredible album for black metal, and I hope more people will check it out. I know I'm late on covering this one as it came out back in April, but I am covering it now, and it is more than worthy of your attention. If you love grand sounding black metal, you need to check out The Great Sea. Here we have Idle Heirs with Life is Violence. What a devastating piece of post-metal this debut album from this duo truly is. The music has this hauntingly tragic feel behind every track, whether it is more on the heavier side of post-metal or more on the ethereal side of post-rock edge of things. Everything strikes hard, and it feels so immensely strong. When a band can channel their inner Coalesce, Mogwai, Amenra, and Cult of Luna into one core sound, it's going to be bombastic and diverse. And speaking of Coalesce, Sean Ingram of Coalesce is one half of the band along with Josh Barber, renowned producer of many metalcore bands. They have 2 very different approaches in their resume, but it is a force to be reckoned with when they work together. Having 2 people known for their metalcore and mathcore roots doing a post-metal album, it's going to have a very unique sound to it all, and it will be very powerful to the punch with every track. And that's exactly what you get with Life is Violence. If you were into post-metal like I am, but you want a little different take on it all, you need to give this one a proper shot and see if it hits you the same way that it's hit me. It's a phenomenal take on the genre, and you might just hear that for yourself. Next up, we have Imminent Sonic Destruction with Floodgate. 4 albums into this Detroit metro area band, and it's truly something special. It hits all the right elements of what prog rock and prog metal hold so dear in 2025, while adding this overwhelmingly emotional state to the music. This is easily their most diverse album that they've done to date, and it hits this element of intensity in so many of the dynamics that it's hard to put my finger on, but when you hear it, it's there. The fact that I can hear bands like Porcupine Tree, Alice in Chains, Dream Theater, Tool, and Soundgarden, all done with such authenticity and serious emotion behind all of it, it just keeps getting better and better every time that I spin it. Imagine if there was a progressive, sludgy, and grunge band equivalent to Alice in Chains' Dirt, and I think you'll have Floodgate. Add on phenomenal production done by Nick Hagen, who is just amazing at what he does, whether he's holding an instrument or doing production work, and you have a prog album that can stand the test of time. If you've never heard the band before, you really should give them a shot and see if they're for you. It keeps getting better on every listen, and it just might for you as well, if you're into this style. Next up, we have Kneel Before the Death with their self-titled album. Symphonic deathcore is reigning supreme as of late, and it's great to see a new outlet in this debut album from this Finnish outfit. Taking a majority of the deathcore playbook on this one, there's a lot of tropes that you would expect, from the breakdowns, to the start-stop riffs, to the insane vocal delivery, but there is this added layer of symphonics on top to give it this more prestigious feel behind it all. It does give me the feeling that the deathcore elements were written in mind first, but I'm always for adding more layers to the genre, and it makes it more enjoyable to listen to time and time again. The production is deep and punchy and exactly what the genre calls for. 10 songs in 47 minutes does feel right for an album like this, and it does hit hard all the way through. I'm very curious to see where the band goes from here, but until then, I truly appreciate their take on symphonic deathcore as a whole. Up next, we have Lamenting Satanas with Invocations. The sophomore album from this American black and death metal band is quite the trip. Featuring 4 anonymous members, the band explores a heavy take on death metal, the raw approach of black metal, and adds several other genre-bending moments of folk, acoustic, classical, and other moments to make the music feel greater than the sum of its whole. The production is quite raw, which still adds some of the charm to it all. The songwriting is easily the best part of the album, with its exploration of sound. It can get as heavy as Blood Incantation, it gets as blackened as a band like Ashenheart, and mixed in with the Black Dahlia Murder, and you have a truly fun listen. The production won't be for everyone, but if you want a different take on what black and death metal can be, you need to check this one out. There's so much potential for this band, and I can't wait to see where they go next. And here we have Laser Throne with Tomb of the Lunar Oracle. In an album that I randomly stumbled upon, I was instantly intrigued by. The debut album from this one-man band out of Tucson, Arizona is a jaw-dropping display of what can be done in an otherworldly realm of black metal. Especially for a band that does incorporate some dungeon synth, this has some killer production behind it, and that's something you don't always get in the genre. And the black metal elements make you feel like you are trapped in this nebulous void from where there is no escape, but at least you enjoy the sounds that are being played. I oddly say this would be a really good pairing with the new Labyrinthus Stellarum album. It's different from that, but both have enough charm behind both of it in kind of similar styles that you could play them back to back and it makes sense. 4 tracks and a little over 41.5 minutes does make this album feel like quite the journey, and it feels so satisfying from start to finish when you listen to it time and time again. If you want an adventurous take on black metal, I think you might dig this one. I think it's only going to get better from here on out. Next up, we have Marsh T with Disturbances in Movement. This is a very peculiar album. The debut album from this Finnish band featuring past and present members of Children of Bodom, Red 11, and more is a prog album that I never would have expected, but I am so happy to have come across it. It gets as heavy as Dream Theater or Pain of Salvation, and it hits some quirky moments in the vein of Haken or Vola, and it just explores all these other herbs and spices of their own design and creates a unique take on dark progressive metal. I'd highly recommend this one if you really enjoy the new album from Ryogan, which I covered earlier this year, as they have a lot of left-of-center moments like this as well, and have other similarities for that nice dark progressive metal sound. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around this one as I listen to it, but I think that's a sign of an album being with a lot of potential staying power, as it may click and become a new obsession, and it gets closer to that every time I listen to it. If you want something different in your progressive metal, this is more than worth the shot. You may really enjoy it. Here we have Nail by Nail with Embraced by Darkness. The debut album from this German black metal band feels so dark, cold, and exactly what I need. Featuring the live guitars of Imperium Decadence, a band that I very much love, the band features this unearthly feel behind its black metal approach that feels almost scary at times to listen to, and it feels like you're about to face your demise. In other words, it's absolutely authentic when it comes to black metal. They also mention that they are of the black death metal variety, which I do hear some occasional death metal elements, but this is very much a black metal album. The production is raw, but with the music behind it, you won't even notice. This is easily for those who enjoy the likes of Svartvinter, Tarfod, Valendusk, and others. This is a chilling album that gets me every time I listen to it, and if you want something in that vein, you really need to see what Nail by Nail is all about. And now we have Sargeist with Flame Within Flame. The legendary Finnish black metal band is back with their 6th album in 22 years. The production is still as haunting as you remember it being. The songs are so fun and catchy to listen to, and the coffin spirit of the band is still in full force. While the band has never reinvented the wheel when it comes to their sound, they've never needed to. All they need to do is create an atmosphere that feels perfect for their blend of satanic black metal that is memorable and can still give you the occasional chill every now and then. At 9 songs and a little over 40 minutes, this is everything that you expect from the band and more. I will say the more I listen to it, the more I love it, and it just fills this dark void in the style that has been missing in the last seven years since they've been gone. For everyone not familiar, this is the band that you need if you love bands like Satanic Warmaster, Emois, and Spectral Wound. Sargeist have come back during a dark time of life, and couldn't that be more appropriate? Next up, we have Spark of Life with Plagued by the Human Condition. The sophomore album from this LA band and the first album in 22 years is something that I couldn't be happier to have stumbled upon. The band hits this right concoction of punk, hardcore, emo, etc. into their blend of melodic hardcore and post-hardcore with some of the most relatable lyrics I've heard in a very long time. I know the vocal delivery on this one won't be for everyone, especially those who check out my normal list, but I recommend giving this one a proper shot. 13 songs and a little over 39 minutes minutes is very appropriate for an album like this. The production is quite raw and feels almost like a demo, but I also think that's kind of the part of the charm of this album. It's raw, but done in a way that you really want to see what these songs sound like in a live setting. This is easily for those who love the 90s, 2000s post-hardcore scene, done by those who were around at the time. Again, this might be a rough sell for those who typically check out my normal reviews, but if you have an open mind, which I would hope you would have if you check out what I do, check this one out and see if it does anything for you. It hit me in a way I wasn't expecting, and it might for you as well. Next up, we have Stateside with Where You Found Me. What can I say? I like the occasional pop punk, and it can hit me like a ton of bricks when done correctly. That's exactly what happened here with the debut album from the SoCal band. The band almost gets into post-hardcore territory with the occasional use of screamed backing vocals, but it is very much focused on the cleans, which couldn't sound more pleasant to the ears. It's not too high-pitchy, which you would hear in a lot of normal pop punk, nor are they whiny. They are in this higher middle register that makes you really enjoy what's going on in front of you. Mix that together with these super catchy riffs and a songwriting style that's all about the substance and no need for frills, and you have my kind of pop punk. Again, I throw in the occasional curveball in my listening habits. This is not for the funeral doom, grindcore, prog metal, or black and death metal crowd, but if you enjoy the occasional earworm hook and chorus done by a very simple and effective style and very relatable lyrics, give Stateside a chance. I'm loving my time with the album every time I put it on, and you might as well. Up next, we have Stepping Sideways with Rebirth. The sophomore album from this Louisiana band is my first foray into the sound, but I'm instantly hooked. Checking out their debut album, the band used to have a lot more progressive metal elements and a bit of a genty sound to it all, but it was still very, very catchy. On Rebirth, the band is clearly living up to the album title, as the band has really scaled back on the prog elements a ton. Not completely, but it is not a focal point anymore. The band still has a lot of intricate moments, but their catchiness comes first and foremost, and I can say I really appreciate it for that reason. You can tell the talent is here in the band, but sometimes you just gotta make simpler songs and they'll make them better. The production is so slick and polished, you can hear so many great elements of rock and metal throughout. It's strange recommending an album for those who enjoy Breaking Benjamin, Beartooth, Sevendust, and I would even say bands like Mutiny Within, Times of Grace, and Tesseract, and I truly mean that when I say that. This is an odd case of a band showing off their prog chops while still becoming very close to what mainstream radio could be playing if they would actually take a chance. But that's exactly what Stepping Sideways is achieving, and I want to see it happen. Keep up this momentum and see what could be done. I'd much rather have this sound on FM rock radio. Here we have Strange Heaven Autumn with Deteriorate, and they more than live up to their band name. This is such a wild musical brew, and it has me so intrigued. The debut album from this northeastern band combines what feels like elements that should not work, but they make them work perfectly. The music reminds me so much of what happens in instrumental bands like Polini, these atmospheric moments of bands like The Contortionist, but also math rock and almost emo, post-hardcore elements of bands like The Fall of Troy, all rolled into one. The production feels pristine and exactly what the music needs, and the songwriting goes all over the place but somehow still finds home. This is 100% not for everyone, and I'd honestly proceed with caution for those that are not normally into this style but checks out other stuff that I do. But if you check out quirky, off-the-wall, left-of-center rock and almost metal moments, you may have a new favorite underground band with Strange Heaven Autumn. It may not hit you right away, but if you give it time, everything will unlock, and you may just be happy with what you hear. Here we have Some of All with Time to Leave. The debut album from this AOR melodic hard rock band is one that I instantly fell in love with, and you just might as well if you enjoy the style. It's a different take on what you would normally hear in this genre, as things feel a bit lower in tuning. It's not extravagant or bombastic in its sound either. They are writing hard-hitting, emotionally driven, and heavy topical lyrics in this sound that is so catchy and memorable. While a lot of music in this style is all about fun, this one's about the state of the world and what we do in life. Match that with a perfect production style for this style, and the songwriting that plays exactly for what is called for rather than flash, and you have an album with a message, and sometimes that's exactly what you need. If you dig the likes of Eclipse, Wet, and Wheels of Fire, give Some of All your proper attention. Next up, we have Tears is Heaven with Downfall. The debut album from this Italian band is something that I wasn't expecting at all, but it wins me over every time I listen to it. It has this amazing ability to be catchy and rocking, all while having the cinematic, post-rock, and even goth rock elements that take you by complete surprise. The production on this one feels a bit unpolished, and it's just about where it needs to be, but it can be overlooked by the quality of the songs at hand. This is one of those rare occasions where I am completely lost onto whom this band would even be compared to, but I will say it does get dark, heavy, emotional, and it does feel like a soundtrack to a film that you've never seen. If that's your bag, check this one out. I enjoy what I'm hearing, and I'm so curious to see what this band will do in the future. Here we have Watch Out Stampede with In This Moment That We Have on Earth. 5 albums into this band's career, and they may have their magnum opus. Combining that perfect elements of crushing riffs, catchy choruses, and the occasional off-the-wall moments, and you have a band that really hits as much for the early 2000s metalcore scene as it does the 2020s. The production is deep and punchy and full of layers. The songwriting is both bonkers and captivating, but it's all done with this gaze of creating something that will be memorable. This is easily for those who enjoy the likes of Awaken the Dreamer, the early era of the 500, and an even more streamlined band like Blacktooth. 11 songs and close to 36.5 minutes long, and it feels like this flies by so quickly, but that's all the more reason to go back and check it out for all there is to see. If you want to see an unconventional take on what modern metal can be in 2025, check out Watch Out Stampede. They're doing an exceptional job of pushing the boundaries, but never losing the hooks. That is no easy achievement, but that's what keeps me interested. Absolutely solid work. Next up, we have Witch Rot with Soul Seller. The sophomore album from this Toronto band blends shoegaze and stoner metal in a way that feels like you're floating on a dream that you got a little too high from, but you're also about to face your doom. Featuring past and present members of Cauldron, Crazy Bones, and even Panzerfrost, this album feels like a beautiful and haunting dream of an album that you can zone out to just as much as it will take over your soul. The production is simply perfect for the style at hand, and the songwriting is what I expect from the stoner style, but having these elements of shoegaze, a little bit of prog rock, and straight up doom, and that's what grabs my attention. Also, the amazing vocal delivery by Leah Alessandra Reto, and this is one of the best I've heard in this style in such a long time. When it comes to stoner, it takes a lot to truly stand out from the pack, but this is exactly what's going on with Witch Rot. Do not skip out on this one. Whether you enjoy the style or not, you will find something to love here if you give it the proper attention. And finally, for brand new albums that I'm covering this week, we have Wretched Path with Sea of Death. Finland's Wretched Path is doing what needs to be done in death metal to keep it fresh in 2025, capturing the past, present, and future, and making it all come alive. Undead. Finding that mix is no easy feat, especially when it comes to making something as captivating as they do on their sophomore album. But that is exactly what's going on here, and is such a treat to listen to time and time again. I can hear as much At the Gates as I do Bloodbath, as I do Nightbearer, and so much more. This is the kind of death metal album that should be heralded for what it is accomplishing and pushing the genre into new territories by also celebrating the past. 8 songs, almost 31.5 minutes, pure, unadulterated death metal in the best of ways, with no 2 songs sounding the same. Wretched Path should be the next big name in death metal, and if there's any justice in the world, they will be. Let's make this happen, folks. Give them a spin, and give them the love that they deserve. First up, we have All Men Unto Me with Requiem. The sophomore album from Ryan Gleave of Ashenheart is one of the most unique albums that I've heard all year, and it's absolutely not for the faint of heart. This is an experimental album that hits everything from noise to doom to post-rock to drone to electronic, and so much more. This is a creative endeavor that you truly don't know where it's going no matter how many times you listen to it. It's dense and it's full of layers, and no two tracks sound the same. Even though all of this, the music flows together and holds your attention. If you enjoy this style of music, that is left of center. I would highly recommend this for anyone who appreciates the work of Toby Driver, of K.O. Dot, Model Under the Well, and other work, and want to explore the true meaning of genre bending. This will go over a lot of people's heads, and rightfully so, but for others, this is a dream album. Let your ears be the ears of a beholder, and check this one out, if you dare. Next, we have Blood Vulture with Die Close. The debut album from Jordan Olds of 2 Minutes to Late Night, very funny YouTube show, is a combination that I never would have imagined worked so well as it does, and it blows me away every time that I listen to it. This is a concept of a vampire struggling to be an outcast in the world, and it feels like the world is devouring itself in the same pace. A grand mix of gothic, doom, sludge, grunge, and more that feels like an album that came out in 1995, but was remixed and remastered for 2025. The music goes all over the place, from some of the most slow, crushing riffs that you could imagine to full-on double bass assaults to those procky riffs that feels like it comes straight out of nowhere, but it couldn't feel more appropriate. And again, those sludgy and grungy moments that are not my usual typical bag, but in this context, it really shocks me and it feels quite welcome. The fact that I hear as much Alice in Chains as I do Baroness, as I do Typo Negative, as I do Chemist, feels like a combination that shouldn't work, but it couldn't be more effective, and I love every second of it. If this is just the first chapter of this concept, I feel like the music will just bloom further and get even stronger as the story goes along. Even with this many listens, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around this album, and I love it for that reason. It feels so good to the ears, and it just grows on me more and more with time. If you think you'll dig this one, trust me, you will. Give this one a proper shot and prepare to be blown away. Next up, we have Heaven Shall Burn with Heimat. The legendary German metalcore melodeath band is back with their 10th album and 25 years since their debut album, and the band still sounds just as hungry, angry, and everything else that has made me a fan since I discovered the band with the album Anticon back in 2004. The band combines this brilliant mix of the heaviest ends of metalcore, the brutal moments of melodeath, and the brilliant melodic moments of both ends, and you'll have one of the most best examples of genre bending in these genres. The heaviest songs on here are pure crushers, and the melodic ends are heart-wrenching and filled with so much emotion. Mix that with a production style that is raw but still punchy, and it has an aggressive take on the state of the world, and this is going down as one of the best albums in the band's discography. As usual, the band does a cover, and this time they're doing one of my favorite bands, Killswitch Engage, with their rendition of Numbered Days, and it actually features Jesse Leach of Killswitch doing some guest vocals. Their version gets even heavier than the original, and I love it for that. And hearing Jesse do such an impeccable job of it 25 years later is such a great thing to hear. Of this grand mix of melodeath and metalcore, this is easily one of the best of the year, and Heaven Shall Burn proves why they have been in the game for so long, and with no intentions of stopping anytime soon. If you love either genre, you need to check this one out and prepare to be floored. Here we have King Witch with Three albums into the Scottish band's career, and they have put out one of the best examples of epic doom metal in 2025 so far, if not the entire year. The production is beyond stellar, the songwriting is classic, and it hits just as hard in the modern day, but what makes it stand out is the performances on this album from everyone in the band. While currently just a trio of vocals, guitar, and bass, and some hired out drums, this feels like a band that has at least 10 people performing on it. Of course, I have to point out the vocal performances of Laura Donnelly, who feels like a reincarnation of Messiah and Dio in female form in the best of ways. I can't stress this enough. This is one of the best epic doom metal albums of 2025, bar none. If you enjoy the obvious likes of Candlemass or a more updated version of doom bands like Witch Mountain and Sahendran, who I reviewed just earlier this year, you need to check out King Witch. Do not miss out on this one. Here we have Nicholas Sonne with Electric Dreams. The debut solo album from the singer of Evil Masquerade, Defecto, and Ari's Descendant is one of the most bombastic albums I've heard in recent times. Sonne is a master multi-instrumentalist and proves that in his other bands, and everything that he records is always on par with some of the best of the respective genres that he covers in that particular year. This time around, he is covering everything that he loves to play, sing, and listen to all in one package, and it's such an enjoyable experience. It's the kind of album that just makes you grin from ear to ear as you listen, as long as you dig the styles anyway. With the impeccable vocal range and absolute shredding ability, Sonne has put out an album that rivals bands that do anything from prog metal, power metal, shred, AOR, and more, and shows how it really can be done. The production is perfection, and the songwriting is off the charts. This is how you make a fun album that shows all of your cards, but still leaves a little bit of mystique. If you want a pure, unadulterated, fun rock and metal album, check out Electric Dreams by Nicholas Sonne. Next up, we have Power Hill with Generation X. The debut album from the Swiss farm metal band is a fun, tongue-in-cheek look at 80s glam, hard rock, AOR, and more, but with a farmer's touch in the lyric department. It's a strange take to take these sounds of bands like Slaughter, Firehouse, Faster Pussycat, and make them about raising cattle, milking cows, and cleaning stables, but they found a way to do it that makes you feel like you're listening to the good old days, but gives you a good chuckle at the same time. All you have to do is look at their official cow mascot, and you'll see the seriousness that you should take this band, but that is not to say that the music is subpar. The music is well crafted and has a lot of thought and power behind it. Whether they're doing ballads or the heaviest that 80s glam rock ever hit, Power Hill does it all, and it makes you tend to land at the same time. If this sounds like a fun time to you, or you're just curious to see what this band could possibly even be about, you really should give this one a proper shot. Growing up in a small farm town like I did, I can appreciate this one, so maybe you will as well. And now we have Sodom with The Arsonist. Sodom have returned with their 17th album, and they prove that they never left the top of their game in the 21st century. One of the leading examples of the Big Four of German thrash has put out another classic example of their seminal sound, but they continuously update it just enough to show their evolution and staying power. The band has all the signature sounds and continues to mess with tempo changes, style changes, and never losing sight of what the band has accomplished in over 40 plus years of recording albums. The production is raw, but it's just just polished enough, and above all, authentic. The songwriting is inspired, and I can only imagine how hard it would hit live. Angel Ripper and company have easily put out one of the best classic thrash metal albums of the year, and continuously put out albums of bands of their era to shame with their quality. If you want proof that the longevity doesn't mean that you have to go stale, check out the new one from Sodom. While unfortunately they're going to be taking a break from the live setting and potentially never coming back, and I'm sad I never got to see them live, I thank Sodom for everything that they've accomplished, and I hope this doesn't mean that they're done making music as well. And finally, for brand new music out today, we have TSS with End of Time. The third album from this French modern metal band, and the first one under the moniker of TSS, is not my normal foray into music, but I can't deny how catchy this album is, listen after listen. A very heavily electronic album filled with modern metal tropes, going from some of the heaviest of breakdowns, and even black metal screams, to the catchiest of mainstream radio courses, and everything in between. Again, I normally don't go down this path in my music listening, but there's something about the earnest display here of a band wanting to explore more than just their earlier emo roots and getting into heavier territory, while still keeping this French background intact with a lot of their lyrics being in their native tongue, and again, the genre bending on display that just has me so intrigued. I love it when a band can change their perspective and hit moments that could make Bring Me the Horizon and Poppy fans together as much as those who enjoy synthwave, emo, deathcore, experimental, and more in the same show. Give this one a shot if you want to see how mainstream yet diverse 2020s modern metal can be in just one album. And now for everything that I missed along the way, starting with Aeon Winds with An Ode to the Mountains. The fourth album from the Slovakian band hits right at home with those looking for a dark tinge to their black metal, but still wants it to feel very grand. While the production does have this raw approach that you'd expect in a lot of 90s black metal, you'd be surprised how many layers are attached to the arrangements and especially the instrumentation. It feels like a mix of latter-day Emperor, early-day Dimmu Borgir, and a ton of limbic art. It's a rewarding mixture that unlocks the more that you listen to it and discover everything that it has to display. It matches up to the album title, as this does feel like a mountain of an album, but if you give it time, you'll see climbing this album was more than worth it. Now we have Exilium with Myth of Mankind. 3 albums since 2018 for this Italian folk metal band, and they just continue to get bigger, better, and stronger. With a gargantuan 9-person lineup, you can hear the metal side and the authentic folk side collide together to create a style of folk metal that feels natural and rewarding to listen to time and time again. The production is clear, and it lets you hear every layer of instrumentation on display, and the songwriting goes from the most ethereal folk to the heaviest ends of folk metal in just one fell swoop. It also gets better the more that you listen to it. You'll obviously hear nods to Helveti, but I also compare this to the likes of Neopera, Valork, and Trolled. This is such a fun folk metal album that is more than worthy of your attention. Next up is a band name and an album title that I really hope I get right. Amalcam with Sheer Hashiram. And if I got that wrong, I deeply apologize. 3 albums into this Italian-Polish band's discography finds the band at their best state to date. The production is brutal and so clean, particularly for the genre. The songwriting hits hard and is filled with nods and ends to other genres, while staying tried and true to the black metal genre. Above all, the performances here are the main selling point. This is some of the most competent and well-crafted straight-up black metal I've heard all year. Coming in at 8 chants over 38 minutes is the perfect length for an album like this. Again, this is some of the best created black metal I've heard all year, and it only gets better the more you listen to it. Give this one a proper listen if you dig the likes of Watain, Dissection, and Moi, and you'll be floored by what you hear. Now we have Answer from Sickness with De Sundre. The third album in 6 years from this French one-man band is quite the sight to behold, combining cosmic black metal, atmospheric black metal, and I dare say a little DSBM and post-black into the mix, and you have an album that hits like a ton of bricks. The album feels like you are drifting into space and getting sucked into a black void, but there's this occasional majestic melodic part that makes you feel like you're seeing something truly magical in front of you, to make your impending doom feel almost worth it. It feels like a true album about loneliness that one can feel in the metaphor of using space, which a lot of cosmic black metal does, but it hits hard when you think about how that applies to Earth and how it can apply to your own life. The production is quite enjoyable and stunning for a style that is normally regarded as raw and sometimes even unbearable, especially in the production style. Mist E is doing some phenomenal work here and lets you enjoy the wonders of space and the bleakness that comes with it. If that's how you enjoy your black metal, you definitely need to check this one out. Next up, we have Akrust with Waving at the Sky. The sophomore album from this Norwegian band is something that grabs your attention, no matter your love of prog music, and it keeps your attention from beginning to end. I completely missed the boat on their debut album 2 years ago, but I'm so glad to get on board with this one, as it captures so much of what I love about prog as a whole, while keeping out the wank that really comes with a lot of it. It's rare to find a band that I can hear as much Between the Buried and Me as I do Porcupine Tree, as I do King Crimson, as I do Opeth, but that's exactly what happens here. It feels like a true tribute to the genre of progressive rock and explores the most melodic, mellow, heavy, and polarizing moments of it all while holding a predominantly clean vocal approach, while there is the occasional scream or two, and a refined songwriting style behind it all. The production is outstanding and truly lets everyone shine. It's a dark album, as you would imagine with their influences stated above, but it is held together with such authentic songwriting that makes you want to go back to it time and time again to explore. If you think prog has been lacking this year, first of all, shame on you. You've missed out on a lot. But second, check out the latest album from this up-and-coming band. It won't be long until they are heralded as one of the best of the genre. Now we have Brian Eckerman with The Fall from Heaven. 9 albums in 11 years from the San Antonio one-man band, and it's my first foray with the music, but I really enjoy what I'm hearing. Just one listen to his work makes me wish that I would have heard him sooner, as this is some truly fantastic work. Brian does everything on this album, and it goes to show that sometimes the best course of action is to handle everything the way that you want it done to be able to achieve that goal. The music goes across the board from black and death metal, and handles it all with this finesse that you just wouldn't expect on the first listen. The music can go from hitting some of the most brutal and extreme moments, but it always comes back to these absolutely majestic and melodic passages and riffs that tie everything together and holds things there for a majority of the time. Think of a band like Old Man's Child with less extreme elements, and that's the closest I could get to a comparison. This stands out on its own, and it's great to hear something like this that can hit so many levels but always come back to the style of uncomfortable ease that keeps your interest and makes you wonder what is coming next. If that sounds like something that would be of interest to you, give this one a shot and see if it really is for you. Now we have Cotton Action with Out of the Cold. The sophomore album from the Swedish and Portuguese band is some sensational music in the style of AOR and melodic rock. While the production is more raw than you would typically get from the style, it does give the sense of like demos from the mid-80s that you've never heard of until now. The songs are filled with 80s glory and their catchy choruses, lean songwriting, and captivating performances. It truly hits everything that you want from that 1975 to 1989 sound, done in a way that feels authentic and straight from the heart. Sometimes you just want to hear a raw, pulsing, from the heart display of AOR, and that's exactly what you get with Cotton Action. If I can't sell it with those words, nothing else I could say would. If this sounds like it's of interest, give this one a proper listen. Now we have the almighty Cryptopsy with An Insatiable Violence. Making up for lost time, Cryptopsy is back with their second album in 2 years, and their second album in 13 years, and the band feels like they never missed a step. With Cryptopsy, there are certain things that you'll always expect from the band, outside of that one particular exception. That technical prowess, the jaw-dropping vocal range, Flo Monier's impossible drumming style that I could never achieve, and the overall sense that you're being beaten senseless from pillar to post from beginning to end. If the album title is not a dead giveaway of that you're going to get all of that and more, just remember that the band has been proving that they're still at the top of their league in the past several years, and there's no sign of stopping anytime soon. The production is just clean enough, but still raw and very real. The songwriting is as pounding as ever, and it reminds me why you became a fan of them in the first place. While the band is not really experimenting with their sound in present times, they don't need to be. They know exactly what you came to them for, delivering music of the absolute extremes of extreme metal. This is what every brutal band has strived to do ever since Cryptopsy came on the scene, and so many try to copy them, but no one will ever duplicate what they're capable of. Check out what the Montreal Masters of Extreme Metal are doing in 2025, and remember why there's only one Cryptopsy. Now we have Dead End Irony with Battles and Brotherhood. The debut album from the third band from Finland with Dead End in their name that I'm aware of thankfully sets himself apart from the other two. Dead End Irony goes into more of a heavy metal and power metal route, where it feels like it kind of has that proto-power metal sound with a nice full dose of heavy metal balancing everything out. The production style is thick in the right ways and lets everyone shine, and the songwriting is endlessly catchy, whether it's a slower track, a mid-tempo stomper, or they just go a little bit faster. faster. They never go full guns blazing, but they really don't need to. Add a war and battle theme to all the songs, and you have a band that is for anyone, from Sabaton to Manila Road to Nivian to Claymorian. If you want an inspired take on all of this, check out what Dead End Irony is all about. I'm eagerly awaiting to see where they go from here. Here we have Dolvin with In My Grave, Silence. The third album in 9 years from this Portland band featuring members of Agalok, Traveler's Rest, Efferens, and Canvas Solaris is quite a welcome surprise to my ears. Never hearing of the band before, I have seen this album talked up and I was intrigued by the notion of acoustic doom, and if it could have the same emotional impact on the dark as the dark side of doom can have. I've learned that not only it can, but it might hit even harder, as the vocals are so clear and the lyrics will hurt that much more. The production is pristine, and the performances on display are exactly what is called for to be effective. While having obvious nods to other bands, I also hear a lot of early day Ancient Wisdom, the Chachwin, and the Jars of Fly era of Alice in Chains. Add all of that together and you have one of the most intriguing doom albums of 2025. And if you're intrigued by that notion, you should give Dolvin a spin and see if they are for you. I was pleasantly won over, and you might be as well. Now we have Flight of Icarus with Terra Nova. The third album from the Swedish duo is some of the most moving music that I've heard in this style in quite some time. It can get as heavy as metal tends to do, but the vocals are pure pop influenced of that 80s to the 2000s sound, and the atmosphere is dripping in 80s synth, 90s new age, and the cinematic touch that makes it feel like a soundtrack to a film that you've never seen. With this much time under their belts, they are exploring more of what is possible by pushing the boundaries of all the genres they want to perform and pushing what genre bending is all about. The album cover gives such a good insight as to what the album is going to sound like, given the space feel behind it all, while still giving so much room for a mystique that can only be heard to understood. This is an album that sounds gorgeous from start to finish, and I highly recommend this one for anyone who enjoys the solo work of Annika van Giersbergen, the duo known as Silent Skies, or if you want to hear what Enya might have sounded like if she was in a heavy band. I can't say this will be for everyone, but for those that find this idea interesting, you need to give this one a proper listen and check it out for yourself. Next up, we have Glass Island with Shallow Graves for Shallow People. The fourth album from this Polish progressive rock band is a true sign that progressive rock is hitting hard in 2025. Sure, there's not as many pure prog rock bands that have put out albums so far this year in 2025, but that could easily change with the second half. But when they hit, they go right for the jugular. For this album, I hear a band that has taken an approach that is hitting hard and heavy in the right spots, but focusing so much more and more minimal approaches to the songwriting and staying away from the rankiness that can really drive the genre. This is more for the fans of the middle era of Porcupine Tree, you know, the Lightbulb Sun, Stupid Dream era, Lunatic Soul, or Lunatic Soul, depending on how you pronounce it, and the latter day Riverside stuff. And even bands like RPWL will really find something to appreciate here. The production feels both modern and vintage at the same time, and it's quite the achievement. Overall, this is an album that hits harder and harder with every listen. The lyrics hit you like a ton of bricks, and when they connect with you, and the overall atmosphere of it all, it feels like a sad but relatable look at the modern day. If you want a fun but sad look at prog in 2025, make sure to give Glass Island a look, as they have more than earned a shot to your prog ears. Now we have a band name that I think is pronounced Irreverie with The Absence of Light. The debut album from this North Carolina band is pushing the boundaries of what metalcore can be, and I'm all here for it. This hits some of the heaviest moments that I've heard in the genre this year, and balancing out with these amazing melodic moments and catchy choruses that feel like you're really going in a journey of the soul. It's not often you can hear a band that is channeling bands like Converge, Counterparts, and The Contortionist all into one sound, but that's what's going on here. The production is polished as you would imagine a modern metalcore album to sound like, and the songwriting is so well crafted. Especially for a debut album, I'm highly impressed by what's going on with Irreverie, and I imagine some great things will come from them in the future. Jump on board now if you want to see what the future of metalcore can and potentially should be. Next up, we have Kusanagi with Paramnesia, the third album from this Liverpool band's career, and they have crafted one of the best post-rock, math rock albums I've heard in a very long time. Combining the best of both genres and never going too far into either genre is a fine line to walk, but they have nailed it in the sound, and it feels so rewarding to listen to time and time again. The guitars lead you on this otherworldly journey while the rhythm section does its best to keep everything just grounded enough. The production is crystal clear and you can hear everything on level just as it's intended. I couldn't recommend this more for the fans and likes of Long Distance Calling, and So I Watch You From Afar, and Maybe She Will. This is an invigorating life into these genres in a way that I didn't know needed to be brought back to life, but Kusanagi is delivering the goods in the best of ways. Seriously, check this one out if you enjoy these styles, as it's going to be hard to top this album in 2025. Now we have Light of Vimana with Neapolis. So, this is album of the year worthy in every single way, at least to my ears. Jeremy Lewis of Mesmer, Riccardo Conforti of Void of Silence, and the legendary Deha have created one of the best displays of Gothic Doom in 2025. This hits every single layer that I love, from the soul-draining tempos, to the crushing production, to the genre bending done in the slightest of ways, to the spectacular performances from everyone involved. From the orchestrated synths to the blood-curdling vocal displays, the overwhelming display of despair in the tones. This is everything I live for when it comes to Gothic Doom, and I couldn't possibly recommend it more. If you want near funeral doom levels of Gothic Doom, check out what Light of Vimana has in store for you. Trust me, this won't be the last time I talk about this one this year. Now we have Lord Helmet with Take Evasive Action. This couldn't be more appropriate to talk about, as Spaceballs 2 will be tentatively coming out in 2027, and the announcement trailer just came out a few days ago as of recording this. The sophomore album from this Canadian prog band hits every level of electrified prog rock that I thought was gone from a lot of people's radar. It gets nice and heavy in the right spots in a King Crimson and Porcupine Tree kind of way, all while making things feel very lively and fresh in a Haken and Muse kind of way. And then you add this 80s layer that shouldn't work, but it makes everything catchier in the vein of like 80s David Bowie or Joy Division and Simple Minds. It sounds so odd on paper, but when you hear it, it all makes sense. The production is as 80s as it gets, and I wouldn't want it any other way. The songwriting goes all over the place, but it never sounds like a hodgepodge of sound, and the performances on display are spellbinding. This is how you make an astounding and fun prog album in 2025. With all that said, I really want to know what Rick Moranis would think of this album and this band. Well, I'll say for myself, this band does give great Helmet. Now we have Monumentum Damnati with From Beyond. The sophomore album from this duo is such a delight of a dark album to listen to time and time again, feeling like a grand mix of symphonic black metal, melodeath, and dark metal, mixed in a way that doesn't feel contrived, and it feels as authentic as possible. From Beyond hits the highest realms of what these genres and more can sound like when done in a well-crafted manner. The production does this ebb and flow with the mix, sometimes sounding fantastic and sometimes hitting a style that makes you turn your head and make you wonder what's going on, but that's also part of the journey. The songwriting is on point and it keeps your attention through all 11 tracks and 45 minutes and change. Somehow this all comes off sounding like an unholy mix of Dimmu Borgir, Septic Flesh, and Daylight Dies all rolled into one. Overall, this is an incredible trip of an album, and if you enjoy these styles, you should take the plunge and give this one your proper attention. Next up, we have Morgoo with Ocean Grave. The debut album from this Albanian band is a dark yet enchanting look at what progressive death doom can be, and it leaves a haunting impression. It mixes the genres of progressive, death, doom, post-metal, and more to create a concoction that leaves a striking impression. The production is a bit rough, but it also adds a bit of character to the music. I can hear elements of bands like November's Doom, Enslaved, Woe Unto Me, and Cult of Luna all over this one. It's a rough listen as it hits hard on an emotional level, and that's exactly what you need to go into for this music. While it's not for everybody, especially if you're having a good day, and maybe you shouldn't put this one on, it is for those that are looking for the brooding death doom album that messes with your expectations and leaves you guessing. If you want that in 2025, check out Morgoo. Next up, we have Neurotech with Exo Escapism. The 11th album from this one-man Slovakian band is my first foray into this project, but it's left me intrigued. Between the styles of industrial, electronic, dance, and metal genres blended together lies a project that feels like it is from the heart, and it hits harder and harder on repeated listens. The production on this is one that exactly is what it needs to be effective, and the songwriting, it's endlessly catchy. If you dig the likes of Cybreed, Pain, and especially Master Boot Record, this should be something that should be right up your alley. I get entranced every time that I put this one on, and it's a fun ride. And if you need something like that in 2025, and honestly, who couldn't use something like that right now, check out what Neurotech has in store for you. Now we have Obstruction with The End Takes Form. The sophomore album from this Gothenburg outfit is an intriguing mix that I can't get enough of. Mixing 90s death metal, especially with that HM2 pedal, and 2000s metalcore into a sound that just hits so nice and heavy. The production is that perfect sound of mixing both styles, and the songwriting does the same. Imagine a mix of Entombed, Hatebreed, and Earth Crisis, and you have a band that will not be for everyone, but if you enjoy the more hardcore style of things, and you want that with a nice heavy mix of metalcore and death metal, Obstruction has nailed it for you. 9 songs, 33 minutes and change, and filled to the brim with pure, unadulterated intensity. It's short and sweet, that's exactly what it needs to be. Now we have Enfant with Dimsval, and I really hope I pronounced both of those right. Featuring past and present members of Despite, Aeonian Sorrow, Void of Hope, and Arctura, Enfant is a band that is hitting the deepest levels of what satanic black metal truly can be. The raw but effective production style, the songwriting that feels grandiose, yet it feels like you're entering the gates of hell. That overall vibe of 90s black metal mixed in with just enough herbs and spices to make it sound like it's its own entity, and you have the 5th album from this Finnish band. Of course, the obvious influence on this band is Dark Funeral, but I would also recommend this one for anyone who enjoyed the new Malphas album that I just covered a little bit ago, Wattane, and even at times, Carpathian Forest. Yeah, it kind of gets a little punky at times. This is a stunning display of how effective black metal can be in 2025, and it only pulls you in more and more as you let it flow through you. If you want your black metal in its truest essence, give this one a proper spin. Next up, we have Pewter Aeon, and I hope that's how you pronounce it, with Mountains of Madness. Despite the band's debut album coming out in 2011, this is my first foray into the band with their 5th album, and oh, how I wish I heard them sooner. This is what I love about the classic sound of death metal, but outdated just enough to be effective to still work in the modern day. The production sounds vintage, yet it's so audibly clear thanks to the mixing and mastering of the almighty Dan Swano. The songwriting takes you on twists and turns that you simply won't see coming, especially for a genre that is as tried and true as classic death metal can be. This feels like a gargantuan album, and the themes and lyrics match up with the music to give it that feel. Even at 9 songs and just about 40 minutes long, when you finish this album, it does feel like you conquered a mountain. Not an intentional pun, but hey, it works. Every time that you spin it again, you get that same satisfying feeling. If you want a great mix of Grave, Morbid Angel, Unleashed, and At the Gates, you need to give Pewter Aeon your proper attention. Next up, we have Pewter Aeon, and I hope that's how you pronounce it, with Mountains of Madness. Despite the band's debut album coming out in 2011, this is my first foray into the band with their 5th album, and oh, how I wish I heard them sooner. This is what I love about the classic sound of death metal, but outdated just enough to be effective to still work in the modern day. The production sounds vintage, yet it's so audibly clear thanks to the mixing and mastering of the almighty Dan Swano. The songwriting takes you on twists and turns that you simply won't see coming, especially for a genre that is as tried and true as classic death metal can be. This feels like a gargantuan album, and the themes and lyrics match up with the music to give it that feel. Even at 9 songs and just about 40 minutes long, when you finish this album, it does feel like you conquered a mountain. Not an intentional pun, but hey, it works. Every time that you spin it again, you get that same satisfying feeling. If you want a great mix of Grave, Morbid Angel, Unleashed, and At the Gates, you need to give Pewter Aeon your proper attention. Next up, we have Slizzard with Wicked Tales. The debut album from this LA band is a fantastic mix of the past and the present, and it feels so satisfying to hear time and time again. Mixing what worked so well in the 70s and 80s era of heavy metal, and updating the sound just enough for some 21st century audiences, while having this authentic feel behind it all. The production is that modern vintage sound that always works, and the songwriting can go from the grand scales to simplistic riffs, and it makes it all for the music to maintain this interesting sound, and it leaves you wondering what will come next. They can do everything from Scorpions to Metal Church to Doro to Royal Thunder on this one, and it's a fun combination to hear it on repeated listens. If you're looking for a modern revival metal sound, I can't recommend this one enough. It's a solid listen. Up now, we have Slumbering Sun with Starmony. The sophomore album from this Austin, Texas band featuring members of Enforcer, Destroyer of Light, Temptress, and Monty Luna is quite the treat for those who enjoy their Doomed in a varied and vast direction. This hits nearly every style of conventional Doom tropes while never truly letting you know what path they're going to be following. The production is crystal clear and the style is so cool to hear, especially with that songwriting that feels so fresh and inspired, even with hitting those familiar genre types. You'll get nods to everything from Black Sabbath to Pallbearer to The Sword and everything in between. If you want a loving tribute to the more melodic and dare I say fun side of Doom, Slumbering Sun has a little bit of everything for you, and it makes a great listen with Starmony. Seriously, give this one a shot. Up next, we have The Soundbite with Still Quiet, the fifth album from Trom Engum of The Third and the Mortal, who recently reunited last year. Is my first taste of what this project is all about, and I'm still trying to wrap my mind around it. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't get into like K.O.Dots or Merzbow styles of avant-garde and experimental music, but you truly don't know what you're going to get with any particular song until it starts playing. It can go from post-metal to folk to electronic to 80s goth to ambient in the blink of an eye, but it can also happen so gradually you won't even notice. Production is profound, and all the styles at play and the songwriting, while it's off the wall, it does fit in context with everything else on the album. This is absolutely a case for it not being for everyone, but if you like your music eclectic, this is one of the finest examples that we have in 2025 so far. This might take like 2, 3, maybe even 15 times for you to truly get it, but once it unlocks for you, it'll make the whole journey worth the destination. If you dare, give this one a shot and see what the Soundbite is all about. Now we have Sun After Dark with Tatkraft. The debut album from this German duo is one of the most adventurous albums that I've heard in the heavier ends of music in 2025 so far. It's not an easy listen by any means, and it forces you to pay attention to everything that's going on. This is not kick back and listening music. Pay attention to this one. It will hit you with a genre change-up that you simply won't see coming, yet it makes so much sense when you see how it plays out. This hits so many different styles of gothic metal, industrial, black metal, progressive dark metal, and more. Feeling like this really strange mix of Celtic Frost, Rammstein, Dark Fortress, The Vision Bleak, and more. The production fits the mold without being too polished or too raw, and the songwriting, again, it goes all over the place, but not in a wonky way. It makes sense in context. I don't think you're gonna hear another album quite like this one in 2025, so if you're up for it, give Sun After Dark a shot and see if they pull you into their realm. Next up, we have Under Ruins with Age of the Void, the debut album from this German outfit featuring past and present members of Them, one of the most underrated bands by the way. Remember Twilight, My Own Black, and Anguish have come together to create a triumphant and astounding slab of heavy metal and power metal. This is very much of the proto-power metal sound, so it never really hits the blazing fast double bass or the killer guitar twin sound or those insane vocal ranges. This is much more of like the Manila Road, Visigoth, and Beholder style. That is that more slower to mid-tempo movements, but extremely pleasant vocal deliveries and an overall epic feeling when you hear it. The production has this modern vintage sound with the best qualities of both styles, and everyone on display is doing an exceptional quality work here. I'm not sure if this album will get as much attention as the aforementioned Beholder, but they deserve to be in the conversation for one of the best revival metal albums of 2025. If you dig the style, give them a proper listen, and you'll see their magic unfold. This thing rules. Now we have Vanvid with an album title I know I'm gonna get wrong. As Vil Ritualer. If I got anywhere near that, I don't know how, but it's really hard. Just look at it. The folk metal has been coming back strong in 2025, and I'm happy that we have another album of it. This time, it comes from the third album from this Norwegian folk metal band. The band takes a very different approach than what you consider to be normal in the genre. While it does explore a lot of folk instrumentation and styles, it's much more of a seasoning than a focal point. There are a ton of orchestral moments on this one that makes the music feel very epic in a way that you wouldn't have otherwise. You mix that in with some more extreme metal and even prog metal elements, and you have an album that stands in its own field. It's an intriguing mix that I would say works well for those that appreciate the likes of Moonsorrow, Managarm, Kalma, and more, while still having their own sound. If you want a different take on what folk metal truly can be, see what Vanvid has to offer. Now we have Wildheart with Wild in 3. I love that pun so very much. 3 albums in 11 years from this Belgian rock band, and they have created some inspired and rockin' 80s tribute music. This has everything that you would expect from the better segments of the 80s rock scene, hitting that monumental musicianship and what I can only imagine would be a really fantastic show to see. The production has that 80s sound as well down to a perfect T, and the songwriting feels like an album that was made in 1984 but unearthed now in 2025. I can't sell it much better than that. If you want a band that does the best elements of bands like Rat, Dokken, the 80s era of Whitesnake, and Taiketo, you need Wildheart, and you need them now. Now we have Wrath of Belial with Embers of Dead Empires. A shocking mix of tech death, melodeath, and thrash aligns with Wrath of Belial and their sophomore album, which comes 8 years after their debut, so you can imagine a lot has changed since 2017, and this album is a great example of that both for the band and for life itself. This is a brutal album that has so much melodicness and thrashy moments that you just wouldn't expect in this style. Having full-on guitar solos rather than just a few bar leads is a welcome change, especially in the sound. The production on this one is punishing, and I can understand why some people might even get like ear fatigue on this one, especially because the drums and cymbals are louder than everything else on this album, which you don't normally get, but it is also pretty cool to hear it that way as well. But the music more than makes up for everything with this unholy trinity of genre bending. Imagine Cattle Decapitation, The Black Dahlia Murder, and The Crown all rolled into one, and you have one of the most monstrous albums of 2025 that will pummel you into the ground from beginning to end. You may need to proceed with caution, especially if this isn't your normal listening habit, but if you check it out, you may find a rewarding listening experience. And finally, my 600th album review of the year is You Vandal with This Is Where People Come to Die. Being a metalhead for over 25 years of my life, and probably closer to 30 at this point, it's not often that I hear a non-metal or rock album that specifically gets me as excited as a brand new metal album would. But I do have soft spots for some non-metal and not rock albums, and well-made pop-punk is one of them. Upon hearing the 5th album from this Florida band, it's one of the best examples of an album that can excite me even for the heaviest of music fans while doing exactly what they want. This masterful mix of 2000s pop punk, emo, 90s alternative, and more just makes for an electrifying album to listen to time and time again. While I hear so many influences from bands like Bad Religion, Taking Back Sunday, Brand New, and others, I don't hear any exact parallels. They are taking these ideals and making them their own and creating their own trail in a well-treaded genre. No two songs sound the same, which makes the music even more exciting to listen to. If you normally check out my list, you were likely checking out stuff in the rock and metal worlds. Sometimes it's nice to take a break and check out some well-crafted music in other fields, like the punk genre. And that's exactly what you get with You Vandal. All I ask is that you give a track or two a chance and see if you agree. You might be surprised by what you discover.